Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 112, Shaman. Beyond the Shattered World. Dunn found himself in a lit altar site. A wooden totem was placed at the center. It had the bearings of a hawk, a visage of a man by the top and another idol below the man featuring a woman, painted only with primary colors. He tried changing the dream, but it stayed inside the basement. The place was unusually quiet. Dunn's steps echoed prominently. After he reached their staircase, light began seeping from the upper door's crevices. Tap. 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 He got to the living room. There he saw Mororrowi, leisurely sitting on his recliner. The gentleman's sleeves were rolled, revealing a huge laceration by his left forearm. "How did you get to my basement?" Mororrowi instinctively raised his voice. "That is none of your concern." Dunn's voice was cold yet soft. "What are you planning with the Heath family?" "Heath family?" Mororrowi answered, befuddled. "I do not have any disputes with the Heath family." "Then what are you doing with the altar by the basement?" Mororrowi hesitated. "I want to obtain power. Power to retrieve what's rightfully mine." "Power?" Dunn ruminated in his heart. Then he probed, "How are you going to obtain this power?" By. Mororrowi's voice trembled. "Ms. Roy's blood." Dunn froze. He subconsciously knitted his brows and further added, "What's stopping you from taking Selena Roy's blood? Why do you need it?" "The Heath family have her by their flock." The voice of a Terringman resounded in the living room. "I need them gone. I have her by my porch and she fled my grasp. And if I get her blood, and sacrificed it," a sinister flesh crawled into his skin as he finally said, "I'll receive the single Isa's blessing." At that moment, unexpectedly, his body spewed out blood from his head. Crimson stream gushed from the scalps of his hair, pooling onto the floor. His eyes bulged and forced themselves into one. "Ah. No. I take that back," he cried as each of his limbs retracts from its joints, trying to form a triangular symbol. Agony and pain carried his cries as the space began trembling with great frequency. Dunn narrowed his eyes. Outside of the residence, Selena watched as Leonard succeeded in picking the door. He used a hairpin's end. In doing so the handle clicked. "Mr. Mitchell's quite experienced. Are they used to doing this?" she mused, finding it a bit ironic. By the entrance hall, they saw heaps of dust blankets, each furnishings they passed by. At the end of the corridor, a spiral stairwell leads to the upper floor. "Let's split and search for the basement," Leonard suggested. Royale, who's holding the suitcase, nodded and chose the living room. Klene went separately to the kitchen while Leonard and Selena head to the library. She pressed her hands onto the molded volumes, feeling like the passage of time before she jerked away and afterwards went to the short hall. The layouts of housing units at Daffodil Street varies due to the demand by tenants. Due to this, the design were more or less similar in certain aspects, for example the entrance hall. The short hall on the left extending from the stairwell leads to a storage room. In the duration of her time, Selena did not find any door leading to a basement, only wooden trays and sacks of potatoes greeted her. Returning back to the entrance hall, she saw Klene walked out of the kitchen. Seeing this, she thought, "I guess Klene didn't find the entrance as well. Actually, doesn't it seem a bit odd if he did? Having the entrance of the basement from the dining hall. That sure is peculiar." While musing, Selena approached. "Should we head to the living room?" Klene suggested upon facing her. Selena agreed and walked along with Klene side by side from the hall to a door where Royale had entered. Inside, Leonard and Royale were already in front of another door, placed in between the bookshelves. "I guess this spares us the trouble of calling the two of you," said Leonard after noticing them. "Is this the door to the basement?" Klene asked, stopping just at an arm's length from Leonard and Royale. Leonard's mouth curled into a smile. "What do you think?" "I think having a cane acquaint your face would lessen the tense of the situation," Klene answered in his heart. "Let's enter before Captain lost his hold of the dream." Selena proceeded before Klene. "If the dream regarding a totem and a circle of blood are true, then the ritual site is undoubtedly beyond this door, inside of the basement. Divinations aren't to be trusted entirely." This is what Klene advised her during their return trip from the Divination Club. She hoped this is the case. Klene averted his attention from Leonard and watched Selena twist the handle open. Click. Upon turning the wooden pane, a chilling wind swept them by their shoulders. "Wait." Leonard placed his hand on Selena. Let me take the lead. Selena didn't stand on ceremony, letting Leonard took her spot. Tap. 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 Four unison steps resounded in the confined room. The quartet navigated the stairwell cautiously, and not long did the floor of the basement came in sight. When they took another step, a heavy muskiness and sickly scent wafted out the decaying rats. Selena instinctively placed her hand, lower of her face. What is that smell? Klene and the duo each covered their nose with disgust. Just as what the dream had depicted, a large wooden totem featuring a carved frozen eagle, a man and another, stacked in a column. It was at the center of a circle of blood, with symbols and crests written in Hermes. Its only distinction is the absence of the Heath family dangling on a metallic hook. This now become a testament to her, that danger are always near. Regardless, with a silent reconciliation, she sighed, easing the tension of her fingers across her lips. She's not in the comfort of her hometown, so she had to adapt. By the totem, standing high and mighty across a sea of candlelights, a man laid lifeless onto the floor. He had a pale face, akin to an effect caused by a disease in blood. The wrinkles on his face bore the passage of time, while his body clad in a shirt and pants. Mororrowi roundel, Leonard said in a low-sounding voice. He turned to Selena and explained, Beyonders of higher sequences will always have the upper hand against the lower ones. The fact that Mororrowi was easily pulled into a deep dream confirms that he's of the lower sequence than Captain. I see. Selena murmured softly. Still, Klene had an intuition. That totem. I believe there had been no cases of members from any distinct organizations have ever construct one. The Rose School of Thought, the Aurora Order, Theosophy, Demonis and Moses Ascetic Order do not use such a figure for a ritual. Selena had caught on to Klene's guess. Perhaps we're on the track of a new organization, said Leonard, smiling as he took another step. Soon, they reached the ground floor. The poignant scent of rotting made Selena's face contort. The sea of candles opens up a path illuminated by light. There was a table, a stone-made kind that had a book, a pestle with strange bloody strips and a pile dead rats. It seems he's using the rodent's blood for the ritual. Perhaps adding his own to increase the success. Klene approached the table with caution while Selena followed. Next to the pile of dead rats was a book. It was open. The content title read, in the language of Hermes, Interdimensional Blessing. Blessings. Selena snickered to Klene's side and began reading. An existence of untold power have granted me the knowledge of blessings. He, a being of multidimensional body, had crossed layers upon layers of existence to reach me. An unspeakable truth did he granted before me, the presence of multiple dimensions. I am bounded in a single plane. In a three-spatial existence I must lose shackles of. To see the truth in but one angle. The high dash. The entry was smudged with deep red liquid. Forcing Selena to skip past the following words disheartened. Shaman. I like it, the last words of the page. Following this was a language unbeknownst to both Klene and Selena. However, it made clear of itself, the totem part to be constructed. This doesn't have any relation with the Faceac, Loan, nor any mysticism languages. Klene said in a hushed tone. Multidimensional. Parallel world. Selena's heart palpitated. Could he be referring to the world outside Earth? Her hand subconsciously reached for the book. Selena's eyes glued to the dark red ink of the paper. Just as her fingertips pressed against the surface, a hand stopped her. Ms. Roy. Klene turned to her and said, It's not safe to touch anything, it's dangerous for a blood to be smeared onto you. Seeing this, Selena snapped awake and withdrew her hand from approaching the book. Why yes, I'm sorry, she said while caressing her hand. At this point in time, Leonard had crossed the bloody circle, the totem, and finally right before the sleeping Mororrowi. Suddenly, Leonard creased his brows, a strange of foreboding stirring in his heart. He turned to Royale, Klene, and Selena. His mouth curled up genially. Don't you find this a little too? How do I put this, pathetic? Klene's eyelids drooped. As if he wanted to criticize Leonard's anticipatory for danger. But at the same time, he couldn't help but let his mind word in thoughts. What Leonard suggested made him deeply consider the situation. Let's focus on restraining Roundel. Royale handed the suitcase to Selena and approached the body. Just as she took her metal cuffs, Mororrowi's eyes bulged open. The surrounding air turned heavy. Royale's body froze in place. Mororrowi, who was previously unconscious, woke up from his dream, staring with vacant eyes. Leonard and the rest was alerted. Instinctively, they've all reached for their revolvers in their holsters. Except for Royale Radine. Her right wrist was caught by Mororrowi's hand, tightening by the second. Bang. Leonard didn't hesitate to fire a shot. Crimson liquid spewed out of Mororrowi's arm, forcing it to loosen. Royale managed to withdraw her hand and quickly, she drew out her weapon. Laid on the cold floor, Mororrowi remained unresponsive, his eyes fixated on the ceiling. The air was still, cold and harrowing, the eeriness grappled at their hearts. Then, unexpectedly, Mororrowi's head bent toward them. His body faced upright yet his head was vertically upward to face them. His eyes began bleeding, his scalp moistened with blood. Mororrowi's limbs suddenly twists to accommodate a grotesque position. His arm and legs bent whereas his head turned by a degree no neck should allow. His face was completely toward them, yet the front of his body continued remain upright to the ceiling. There was no scream. Only the soft creak of joints protesting. This fact settled deeply into the hearts of the quartet. By the time Mororrowi's body stopped the agonizing reformation, he's left crouched, akin to a dog. However, something is wrong, the body still half facing the ceiling, the head rotated too far, the limbs bent into angles that mocked anatomy. Amid all this, Mororrowi's face was smiling. Bang. Klene fired a shot. His instinct was, do not let the transformation finish. The trio snapped from their trance, caused by the scene of deformation. But just as they regained awareness, Mororrowi's body vanished. Selena felt a strong foreboding coming to her right, as if an intangible part of her was frantically urging her to dodge. She complied and ducked to cover her head. A shadow lunged past her. At that time, Mororrowi's body, like an arachnid twisting his head and clinging onto the wall. His mouth hanged open all the way to his clavicle. By the time he leaped toward Selena, mouth wide enough to encapsulate her head, his body flew and went straight to a wall. Selena quickly recovered her footing and saw that the deformed Mororrowi had attacked from behind. Although perplexed by that intuition, she centered her revolver on his head. Bang. A bullet shot out of her revolver. However, it was easily dodged. Mororrowi's canine-like form crawled about in corners of the room, fast and unpredictable. Klene refrained from using a slumber charm. Not only will it highly missed, but with its tendency to affect both foes and allies would result in a backfire. In cases that the enemy is spontaneous, he had to find opportunities to safely use the charm. Leonard withdrew from wasting more bullets. Noticing that this rampager had gave up its assaults after its attempt on attacking Selena. Instead, he was circling the corners of the room, seemingly trying to play with their perception. At one instance, it would brush his fingers against the surface of the walls, it bleeds due to the wall's ruggedness, allowing him to leave trails. What's it doing? Leonard began reckoning the unusual behavior displayed by Mororrowi. It was clear that the man is indeed experiencing a loss of control. However, this actions contradicts how the rampagers should behave according to the documents. Said rampagers would assault anyone on sight, disregarding any rationale to wreak havoc to anyone. It does not address foes from allies. So the fact that Mororrowi, who had the evidence of being mad, displayed an act of painting nonsensical art on the four corners of the room, suggests a hint of intelligence. As Klene concluded this, completely stopping on shooting Mororrowi, thinking it would be simply avoided by his inhumane reflexes and speed, he suddenly began noticing a pattern. Are those, as Klene tracked its unusual movements, he began articulating as well. Each time Mororrowi had passed a certain point on the walls, his fingers would left a handprint. There was 4 of them in each corners of the room. It started by him leaving trails occasionally, until they reveal a glimpse. All of the paintings have the first glimpse of the tip of high waves, then extending from it, an ocean. Upon finishing the 4 arts, her abruptly stopped by the wall facing the stairwell. It slowly and calmly opened its mouth. Mororrowi's teeth bears great resemblance to a rotary tiller with his teeth sharply angled. Just as the silence grew louder, a horrifying cry broke out. Ah! Chapter 113, Mutated Rampager. A loud, deafening wail rang across the room. Selena staggered back, her hands quickly shot for her ears in a desperate need for cover. Perhaps due to the voices that always accompanies her in the dream world. The scream produced by Mororrowi was slightly tolerable. Even then, when she touched the warm liquid coming from her nostril, it was evident that her body still took a toll. She bled a crimson blood. Royale, however, failed to resist and began coiling her head from the agony. Klene and Leonard have their foothold being challenged. By the time the shriek subsided, the blood arts all across the room briefly came to life. Drip. 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 Droplets formed from the borders of the arts, then gradually, a stream formed. Klene, somewhat experienced in matters concerning incomprehensible voices, was the first to recover from the intense rave. Upon seeing the waters gushing out from the surreal paintings, he quickly held Selena's hand and brought her close. The pictures are coming to life. We need to get out of the basement, his voice was hasty yet controlled. Amid her recovery, Selena forced a nod and wiped her nose off of blood. Additionally, Leonard mysteriously recovered far earlier than her. Noticing the rise of waters on his shoes, he took Royale's hand with him and ran toward the stairwell. The arts from the walls transitioned to waves surging the room. In less than a minute, the whole basement is drowned under the surging waves of deep blue water. The liquid continued to pour out of the door. How is this possible? Paintings coming to life. Selena watched the waters gush out of the basement. After collecting herself from Klene's hand, she tightened her hold of the suitcase and reached into her holster. Pale crimson light courses through the curtains, painting the room in a rosy, pallid glow. Selena quickly took her revolver and adjusted the gun's barrel to lift the self-imposed safety and prepare herself. In this suspenseful atmosphere, Selena, Klene, Leonard and Royale have each saw an unusually dark object from the water's surface. The object slowly rise up, revealing itself to be a leg. The leg had a hairy skin, veins protruding from it appearing like glowing red sacs. Each of its nails have grown excessively long, forming thin white claws. Blood contaminated a part of the waters, the legs following flesh and veins bobbed in the waters. Selena couldn't help but feel nauseated and unsettled. A leg. Did the surge of waters tore Mororrowi's limbs off of him? She drew a silent gasp. If it weren't for the experience of seeing a large mound of corpses still vivid in her mind from the past Selena, she would have vomited right then. It kept her in a stance while pressing her hand to her mouth. Her hand angled to where it allows the filtering moonlight to be reflected from the gun's silver barrel. This seemingly harmless occurrence failed to phase the Nighthawks off of their alertness. In such cases, even the most innocent act, as long as it came from the foes, should be proceeded with caution. And as they anticipated, the leg shot flew out of the waters. From the reflection of the floor's waters, the leg's toes coiled to form a javelin, heading to Selena. Seeing the object flew into her direction, Selena instinctively threw herself into the side, completely disregarding the waters beneath. Splash. Her clothes was immediately soaked in water. Her hand cushioned her head. Leonard, Klene, and Royale were alerted. The latter two aimed their revolvers while the former dashed toward the leg suspended in the air. Selena straightened herself and coiled her hair, damped with water. Thanks to the thickness of her coat, the wetness won't be an issue while the sleeve protected her arm from a bruise. Pertaining to this, she raised up her revolver and entered a stance, allowing the moonlight reflects from her gun's silver barrel. During this, Leonard's state became calm and serene. He opened his mouth and recited a full peaceful poem, one that seemed to place a person into the night. Into the night, a shivering hollow. Cruise the waters with moon to follow. Evening brings a tempting tow. Dime-paved songs from the children's choir. The recital reverberated around them. Due to her inexperience, and the fact that she failed to hear Leonard's poems before, Selena nearly lost her tension and almost relaxed. To combat this, she swiftly entered a state of half-cogitation, adjusting her mental state to the battle. However, the moment she aimed at the suspended enemy, a reminiscence of her past enemy during the chase, the leg was nowhere in sight. This, she quickly tensed up and looked around. After seeing the corner walls, a shadow passed her sight within just a moment. Selena quickly realized that the leg was circling above the room. Klene and Royale's bullets had no match against the leg's speed as each hit missed. Additionally, Leonard's attempt at lulling it failed to affect its vitality. It became a homing weapon. Leonard muttered as he narrowed his eyes and held his brass revolver. While considering the situation, the leg, who had been storming around, suddenly changed its trajectory. Like a bullet that restored its momentum, the leg, with its claw-like nails bundled together to form one point, pivoted from the walls and now toward Leonard. Leonard saw this and immediately lunged, then rolled to the side, disregarding the presence of flood in the room. Splash. The flooded floor scattered water throughout Leonard's body. His hair now damped, but he kept his revolver at an angle. After the assault, having failed to pierce Leonard, the leg returned above the room. Leonard collected himself from the waters of the ground, fixed his hair briefly before turning to watch the leg fly. Is it going to act like this throughout its time? The leg remained suspended, flying like its life depends on it. Darting around as it circles the room. Shooting it while in this state is futile. The speed being displayed by it and its unpredictability would easily avoid any bullets. There's only one solution, and Leonard seemed to figure out as he smiled faintly. Let it attack them and deplete its own reserve of spirituality. With this in mind, he turned to inform the other members. However, in doing so he saw them already lowering their revolvers, indication that they figured it as well. From the reflection of the waters below, gushing out of the dark basement, a shadow glint past room's image. Whoosh. At the next second, the leg with its flesh hanging, dragged its elongated nails across the rugged surface of the wall. There, blood was further smeared onto its white porcelain nails. It used it as its ink to leave a trail. It was a line. The leg darted to the next wall, then another. It dashed to a different one, which is the wall separating the living room and the hall. It had completely abandoned assaulting them. Selena remained in her place, hand clutching the suitcase and the other her custom revolver. Fear and tense gripped her heart as she watched the leg darted. Although perplexed, This seemingly strange act prompted her to recall the paintings in the basement. It was clear, the leg is attempting to recreate this ability in the living room. We have to stop it. Klene exclaimed internally before gazing around. The room was properly furnished despite the owner's negligence. They're at a spacious area of the room, a bit farther from the sofas and tables. Near the table was a chair, the bookshelves are empty while next to it is a vase devoid of flowers. Klene rotated his revolver to an empty chamber before quickly putting it back to its holster. He dashed without hesitance. He took the vase, and used its hollowed interior to scoop the flooding water. The area to which the leg had left a trail bore a crimson line, beneath it were additional strokes, akin to an unfinished outline. Klene didn't hesitate upon confirming where the trails were, he quickly lifted the vase, half filled with water and threw its content at the blood line. Splash. The water dispersed after meeting the cold, solid wall. However, as it diminished, the red-crimson line remained glued to the surface. Seeing this, Klene almost cussed internally. This meant that if the blood left by the leg was unaffected by waters, the battle turned to a race. Selena saw this and prepared to stop the leg from ever slowing down. If they can't hinder the painting, then they have to resort into stopping its ability to paint altogether. Bang. A bullet left her revolver. It went straight to the leg's thigh, causing it to spurt blood. Did I do that? Selena felt lucky for hitting the leg for once. Since the distance was quite far and her daily marksmanship practice at the underground shooting range are still intermediate. To hit a fast foe, albeit slowing at an exact time, proves to be difficult. However, despite it receiving a clear shot, the leg remained in full vigor as it easily brushed off the injury. It's still moving. Confusion clouded Selena's thoughts that she hesitated to fire another shot. Leonard, just next to Royale, narrowed his eyes and casted his gaze toward a painting at the left corner that faces the door. After consideration, he abandoned shooting and dashed toward it, used the table as a stepping point and leaped on top of the bookshelf. And sure enough, the leg began to slow down near the bookshelf. Noticing its trajectory, Leonard squatted and ready to leap again. By the time the leg reached the painting, he jumped and while in midair caught the leg attempting to leave a trail. Huff! Leonard let out a grunt, the leg strangled in between his arms before both of them fell. Thud. Luckily, he managed to land and roll at the same time. Water further coated his bearings, mixed with blood cascading out of the leg. Blurg. Leonard spewed a foul saliva, thinking that a drop of blood entered his mouth. He quickly repositioned himself from the squirm leg. His feet and hand binding it with weight onto the flooded floor. Bang. 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 Except for Selena. Royale let out a barrage of bullets at the retrained leg, at distance near Leonard. Splashes of water jumped from the impact of the bullets, causing Leonard to look away. As expected, the leg did not seem to lose energy after all that. Selena observed and quietly confirmed. Is it perhaps an undead? Klene quickly noticed that it was unaffected. Thinking that it was an undead, he pressed his finger to his glabella and converged his spirituality to one point. Upon activation, the surrounding turned grayish-white. The aura of his members, Selena, Leonard and Royale have each presented different colors. His gaze went onto the writhing leg and saw no distinguishable light that could hint as its weakness. This meant that it wasn't undead or perhaps a being on its own. The latter suggests higher likeliness over the former. It's not a whole. Does this mean it's still part of Mororrowi's body? Klene speculated as he brought down the vase, drew out his revolver and rotated the chamber. While his spirit vision was still active, he took the chance to examine the room. Sure enough, by the time he looked at the basement, a light began to glow within its depths. Klene scrutinized this and confirmed. Mororrowi is controlling his leg remotely. However, at the same time, he saw another aura speeding into the hallway, approaching the living room. The door slammed open, and Dunn in his dark windbreaker had a solemn expression. Are you all right? His voice was deep and laden with concern. On the floor, wrestling with an isolated leg, Leonard with his damped and disheveled hair smiled. Captain, nice to see you here. Dunn didn't seem to mind Leonard's unprecedented humor as he walked up to them. His steps were accompanied by a squelching sound. After reaching them at an arm's length, he asked, what is happening? Klene briefly detailed Dunn of the situation, causing him to went silent. Nearly 10 seconds later, he shared his thoughts. It can't only be one leg. I assumed that perhaps Mororrowi could utilize all of his limbs. And since the other limbs haven't emerged yet, this allows us to have one member to contact the church while another group would monitor Mororrowi. Dunn turned to Selena, his deep tranquilized reflects a beautiful and elegant silver-haired woman. He said, Ms. Roy, you can go back to the company with Royale and return the sealed artifact. It seems we won't be using it. And while you're there, tell Kenley to send a telegram to the church about our situation. We'll take it from here. Selena had a mixed feeling after hearing Dunn's words. But regardless, she complied. Before following Royale, she readjusted her revolver to an empty chamber, tucking it back into her holster. However, just as they approach, Royale, who's inches away from Selena, felt her movements suddenly became dull and rigid. Her joints slowed down, her eyelids beginning to grow heavy. She stepped forward, in doing so risked her body from swaying. Selena was filled with confusion as she watched. But the moment Royale's body teetering to a collapse, she instantly reacted. Hey, she called, raising her voice. MMS, Radine. Are you all right? A physical contact from the shoulder broke Royale out of her trance. In her stupor, she looked back to see Selena and the rest with a either worried or solemn expression. Klene, with his spirit vision still activate, suddenly froze. He saw an illusory, thin veil of white and dark colors, coating the walls starting from the basement. Thud. A loud noise resounded from the stairwell, revealed by the door flooded with waters. At the depths of the waters where light failed to permit. The sound grew relentless. Thud. 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 The banging echoed and settled into everyone, tightening their nerves. And before they figure out what's happening, a skin-crawling silence followed. Seeing this, Selena felt a cold chill threaded through her spine as she began to realize, Monster Mororrowi used his leg as a distraction. Thud. 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 Inside the basement. Deep into the waters. A surreal painting is formed. Chapter 114, Mororrowi's limbs. Painting's progress, 20%. Thud. 3 dark and small spots appeared by the waters, beyond the door leading to the basement. These spots were small and with each split second it grew larger, fainter, and the objects more vividly. Splash. A leg and 2 hands, all laden with blood and droplets flew out of the gushing waters. Heading toward Leonard, suppressing a leg. Leonard saw this incoming attack and immediately rolled for cover. Splash. The flooded water further damped his clothes. This didn't seem to thaw as the waters from the basement continued pouring out. Selena. Stay away from the door. Klene informed Selena and Royale in a controlled yet desperate tone. Within the depths of the submerged basement, a blood painting reveals an invisible liquid, featuring symbols etched into its surface as it coats the walls. There was an eagle, the other 2 have a visage of an ethnic man and a woman. Both have an uncanny resemblance to the totem, centered by the blood circle. Selena felt a grip in her heart. She instinctively pulled Royale to her side, fearing distance with the walls. Selena. Behind you, suddenly, Klene shouted with agency. Selena perked up and turned, at that moment her pupils constricted. Out of desperation, Klene dashed toward her, hand clutching his brass revolver. But just before he closed in, a hand dragged Selena out of the limb's path. Completely saving her. It was Royale's hand. Her deep blue eyes reflected Selena laden with fear. Thank you, muttered Selena upon collecting herself. Royale nodded without uttering a word. During this, the arms and leg went straight on the walls and crashed. Bam. The smoke cleared shortly after, revealing damaged limbs. Skin peeling off and pus oozing from either its veins or flesh. Selena felt nauseated while seeing this, causing her to avert her gaze away, using her hand for cover. The limbs didn't stay as each of them flew to varied directions. Painting one detail at a time before immediately darting away. This happened in just a few seconds. Flying overhead. At the same time, the leg which was caught by Leonard earlier, hurriedly dragged itself on the walls to bleed, allowing the blood to coat its nails. Thanks to the additional limbs, the 4 paintings' upper area encountered its completion, but barely confirming a picture. Painting's progress, 30%. Dunn saw the unfinished work's upper details. Alerted, he quickly shouted, do not let the limbs finish the paintings. If they're slowing down, shoot them. Selena fought the horror looming in her heart and reached into her holster again, drawing out her revolver. Bang. A bullet pierced a leg that was slowing down. Dunn watched as blood spewed out of the limb and splat on the walls to which it diligently draws on. But instead of it ruining the unfinished art piece, the blood simply acted as though the walls are hydrophobic. It cascaded down without damping the wall. Ruining it using its own blood didn't even work. Selena muttered after seeing this, finding the tenacity of the environment to retain the painting's progress unfairly absurd. Progress, 40%. A leg was in trance, facing the wall on the corner right of Selena. Bang. Klene fired exactly at the moment it slows down, successfully hindering it. But at the same time, a stray leg that was revolving around the ceiling, pivoted on the corner and braced itself toward him. Selena caught the leg's image from the corner of her eye as she monitored the limbs flying around. Behind you, she shouted. Klene heard her voice and immediately rolled on the side. Running water drenched his coat and hair. He quickly straightened himself, slicked his hair back and assumed his earlier position. The leg flew past him and with the momentum it used during the assault, maneuvered from the wall and returned to the ceiling. Dunn's dark eyes reflected the limbs, storming past his periphery. Two would occasionally slow down, while the others would attempt to strike. All of this was happening simultaneously. It was clear to him that if this escalates further without properly restraining the limbs or ending this completely, their bullets would inevitably run out and the paintings would be finished. The painting's effects are a mystery, but they're not equipped with a privilege to know and live. The surge of ocean waters below served as a vivid exemplary of what might happen. As such, with this in mind, Dunn settled internally and called Leonard, Mitchell, prepare to dive and eliminate the main body. I will accompany you. Leonard lowered his gun and turned his head to their captain. Without having to explain, he nodded and withdrew his revolver. Bang. Selena fired a bullet, missing the leg that was slowing down but managed to impede its attempt of adding a stroke. Not a second had passed did she saw a limb flew to her direction again. Despite her heart pounding in her chest, she forced herself to lunge to the side, landing with her hands first before collapsing under the sudden impact. Splash. Selena's hair loosened and she began feeling chill creeping in. But thankfully, it was tolerable. She casted her hair aside before standing up. Around this moment, Leonard had avoided another assault from a stray arm. He turned to hint Dunn that he'll enter first. Just as he submerged his feet, the eeriness made him pause. What's wrong? Dunn noticed Leonard stopping at the shallow waters, one step into the stairwell. Suddenly, Leonard smiled before explaining, I don't think the limbs could be the only ones to detach from the main body. Dunn went silent, his thoughts unknown. It didn't take him long to acknowledge Leonard's suggestion, causing him to turn around to the other members. Then we'll capture the 4 limbs. Dunn didn't insist on diving in, choosing to trust his subordinate. Leonard nodded. Suddenly, he began stepping back from the basement and turned before dashing straight to the sofas. Using the momentum, he leaped from the furniture and onto the table. From there, he timed his squat, an arm slowed down above an oriel window. Plap. Leonard jumped, hands opened in the air and just like earlier, he managed to grab the arm gradually stopping at a wall. Splash. Water splat over his trousers on impact. His hair whipped and turned disheveled under the motion of falling. Although his vision was obscured by his hair, Leonard quickly struck the arm's hands trying to claw at his skin. One limb was captured. Almost immediately, the other parts changed their course. While one was slowing down to continue to paint, the other two swooped toward Leonard. Dunn lowered his revolver and immediately dashed in Leonard's direction in response. Using the sofa as a stepping point, he leaped. Doing so, his trajectory timely encountered the 2 limbs flying like missiles. Splash. Dunn landed on his feet before rolling sideways, mitigating the impact. But much to his capabilities, only 1 limb was caught by his embrace. Seeing this, his heart tightened. Dunn lifted his head almost immediately and saw that the arm was still suspended in the air. It had evaded him earlier and changed its course. Bang. Just before it hit Leonard, just a few inches gap from him and the limb, a stray bullet pierced its wrist, sending it away from Leonard. That bullet came from Royale, whose deep blue eyes forced calm and rationale under the glint of moonlight. Dunn felt relief, then soon after, he began growing anxious by the presence of the 2 remaining limbs still storming the room. Seeing the leg still squirming, he grabbed its toes and slammed it on the ground. Bam. Droplets of water, contaminated with blood splattered on his face. Using his own weight, he deprived the leg of its ability to fly. Klene. He called while suppressing the limb's struggles. Hold this while I catch the other 2. Klene saw the leg's surface peeling and veins protruding like sacs. He gulped first before nodding. After lowering himself down to Dunn's level, he clutched the leg by its feet, then using his weight brought down the thigh. Hair follicles brushed against his skin. A clear detest made Klene distance his face from it. While restraining the leg, he watched Dunn quickly stood up before locking his sight to a limb. Bang. Royale fired a bullet that missed the fast leg, however it disrupted its process of adding another detail to the unfinished painting. The limb quickly left. Since there are 4 limbs, leaving 1 member or 2 to restrain them would be troublesome and could potentially lose their grasp. While wrestling with the arm, Leonard quickly realized this and began searching for something to tie the legs with. Right at the oriel windows. Thin but wide, almost translucent drops of curtains was instantly reflected from his pupils. Due to this, he smiled at Klene, who's only meters away. Mororrowi, how about you take this load with you as well? As a former keyboard warrior, Klene couldn't believe what he had just heard. That clearly meant 2 things. However, just this time, he set aside his manly pride and tried to reach his hand out and said, all right, give me the arm. Leonard tried to hand the detached limb, but with just one of his movement, the arm quickly began wriggling. If he were to forcibly hand it to Klene, it would inevitably escape their grasp, rendering their effort futile. Hence, to solve this, Leonard tightened his hold of the arm, then suddenly he jumped as high and far as he could. Splash! Leonard slammed the arm onto the flooded floor after landing on the ground, causing more blood to spill out from its injury. Here, he let out a grunt while limiting the arm's movement. Klene adjusted his posture and with an available hand, buried his fingertips over the Mororrowi's detached arm. Finally free from having to hold a limb. Leonard didn't waste another second as he dashed to a nearby window and teared the curtains from its place. Amid all this, Dunn faced Selena and Royale. Don't shoot the leg, focus on the arm. Selena quickly understood what he meant. The captain is aiming to capture the said part without risking a friendly fire. So instead, she locked her sight on the suspended arm, slowing down on a painting. Bang. Her shot missed again and the arm flew off. It was akin to a housefly, difficult to rid of. The limb left her periphery, and just as she turned, her eyes suddenly froze. The painting was halfway in completion. In what the artwork Selena is facing is an image of a glade. Albeit made up of blood, it outlines trees swaying and grass blades tumbling. Her heart tensed and she averted her gaze away to see the other paintings. Sure enough, their details was beginning to become vivid. To her left, a lonesome house, deserted in a land laden with cracks and ravines. Meanwhile the walls on her right, a scene of giant mushroom caps, scattered in a forest. These are only 3, and when she turned back, she saw a painting of a raging maelstrom, isolated in an ocean. No way. The limbs are that fast. The terrified Selena quickly turned to inform Dunn of the painting's progress. However, seeing that their captain leaped from one furnishing to another, she felt somewhat relief. Dunn had caught the 3rd limb. Thank the goddess, she sighed inwardly before averting her gaze. Bang. Royale shot another bullet. It went straight toward the arm that was slowing down. Blood bloomed from the hole it bore, disrupting its attempt to create a line once again. During this, Klene, with the curtain provided by Leonard, strangled the limbs he is holding. They were tied individually and are connected by one knot. Leonard saw the arm slowing down again and shouted, "Don't shoot." At the same time, he leaped from the bookshelf he landed and propelled himself to the target. The arm quickly left. Splash. Leonard failed to catch it and landed in the waters. He expressed his disdain and immediately tried to predict where the limb was heading. And soon enough, he figured out where it was heading. Without intending to let it escape again, he positioned right above the sofa. Then as the arm gets noticeably slow, he jumped. Splash. Leonard succeeded in catching the arm. Seeing this, Selena drew out her held breath, feeling relief in between her horror and anxiety. All that's left now is to get Mr. Roundell's body inside the basement, while in thought, she subconsciously turned to look at the basement. Since the remaining limbs are caught. To prevent this from escalating, they would need to kill the source. As simple as this may, what greeted her upon glimpsing at the basement shook her body. A head, featuring a smile reaching ear to ear, was looking at her. Its eyes were blank. No, there was only one eye. This severed head bobbled up on the surface of the waters. Without any warning, Selena suddenly saw the world around her slowed down. Her vision darkened, before she even noticed. Her thoughts passed out. Beyond the gushing waters of the basement. At its dark depths where light refused to permit. The glowing crimson eyes of the totem grew brighter. Chapter 115, Head. The darkness shattered by one instances of light. Across the void, one candle stood alone. Its flames flickered by the draft coursing from the unknown. From just a single source, multiple spots of light suddenly began to appear one after another. Each joined to illuminate a claustrophobic basement. 1. 3. 10. 15. Selena saw the familiar, uncanny ritual site. Displaying a bloody circle with written ancient Hermes, and at its center was the totem. It was the same dream that had been visiting her every time she rested after the dream world. The similar layout of pipes, the stairs leading up and the tall black figure, it seemed nothing had changed. No, something was wrong. The totem, frozen on its stature, is a head of an eagle, a head of an ethnic man and woman above. All of them had their eyes glows with heinous crimson. Activated. Selena grew anxious upon witnessing the anomaly. Wait. Suddenly, she realized. Why am I here? Why am I dreaming? Selena's heart rammed her throat. At that moment, scenes of the battles with the Nighthawks inside Mororrowi's residence flashed in her mind. We were in the middle of capturing Mr. Roundell. In what situation did I found the ability to relax and sleep? In this illusory world, her hand grew colder, her eyes trembling. As the dream resumes despite her participation, it suddenly collapsed into a ball. The ball of light illuminated the scene in one giant explosion. Selena's vision turned pure white. Inside the vile world, writhing with organs. A mound of its part congregated to form a figure of a woman. When Selena's visage was sculpted, the world instantly terraformed into a luscious meadow, housing tall grasses stretching far into the horizon. The wind was refreshing, soothing even. The silence urges her to disregard anything else. But despite this, Selena's mind whirred uncontrollably, rendering her from feeling relaxed. How can I help them? Knowing that her members are still engaged in confrontation with the mutated roundel. Seeing herself here would be equivalent to risking her life outside the dream world. But when she was about to return, something in her mind tugged her into staying. Perhaps being here made her recall of a few certain things regarding the dream world, and one of them was the seed she had bestowed herself. That's right. I can animate the seed into a javelin. Her heart stirred. Almost immediately, she converged her consciousness into one object, sensing a distant and vague connection to repossessed again. This connection settled, for the seed snuggled into her coat. Beyond the seed's shell was a dark, smooth, and solid place. There, it sprouted a firm stem. Then slowly, it crawled out of the vial, and poked out of her coat in the open. She immediately sensed 5 body heats nearby. One was her, the others above and near her, while the rest move restless around the room. Klene and the others are moving a lot, but who's the 2-person right beside me? Muttered Selena briefly before immediately adjusting the seed's length. Right now, she's straining to feel if whether Mororrowi's limbs have body heats. But in the end, she felt nothing but the sense of furnishings, the presence of running waters, and the body heats of her members. She quickly retracted the seedling back to its shell. Mr. Roundel's limbs are dead. But what is the head that appeared by the basement? Could it perhaps belong to him? That one-eyed creature. It was smiling, and its pupil was the last thing I saw before entering a dream. Selena began to feel anxious of her stay. A dream. Suddenly, a pang of realization hit her. Since the dream that always appeared right after her visit with the dream world details Mororrowi's basement and what caused her to dream of that same instance right after the head had flashed her with its eye, it slowly became clear. And that is, Mororrowi had been actively using the dream against her. She muttered gravely, Mororrowi's head managed to detach. That meant it wasn't the limbs but the appendages that can fly around. If Leonard were to dive in. No, more importantly, it had left the torso. This meant that the true main body is the one left inside the basement. Leonard is safe if he dives in now. But regarding Mororrowi's eye, it's likely that it's using the same ability that induces that dream I've been having in the past. I guess I should be thankful of the dream world. But then a question hit her. How? Did Mororrowi manage to affect me? No, why is it me? Wait, this is no time to be thinking about this. Having said that, Selena didn't bother contemplating as she quickly simulated the sensation of waking. Her visage collapsed and the world reverted back to a grotesque environment. Klene hurled the bundled limbs heavily on the ground. Right to where Dunn was. Bam. Water splashed all over the impact, but amidst this, he managed to close the gap between him and Selena. Ms. Roy, wake up. His thoughts turned chaotic, seeing Selena's delicate face relaxed. At that moment, an intense light consumed the whole room. Soon, it receded, the whirling smoke from Mororrowi's single eye disappeared. It initially targets Klene, but not long after its other parts was passed to Dunn. It instantly changed direction. Do not look at its eyes. Klene echoed inwardly while keeping his eyes closed and facing away from the head. When the light vanished, he adjusted his stance and stood near his 2 teammates lying on the flooded floor. Around this time, Leonard was just about to dash to the basement when the head opened its mouth, wailed. Ah. Selena's nose involuntarily bled. On the other hand, Klene managed to cover his ears right in time. However, he still felt a warm liquid run down his nostrils. If this escalates, they would inevitably exhaust themselves and lose hostage of the limbs. As Klene aims his revolver, the head closed its mouth and prepared to attack. In that same interval, it dived straight to Leonard, who's in a dire state after the cry. Dunn was in a pinch. But without a second thought, he left the bundled limbs and dashed toward Leonard. Bang. His shot missed. As soon as he got near it, Dunn quickly threw a punch at the approaching head, derailing it from its attack. However, as this was all happening, the limbs, with their elongated nails, albeit crooked in alignment, have each began tearing the curtain off. Alerted, Klene glanced briefly at Royale and Selena's face, ensuring they're safe before quickly rushing back to the limbs. Rip. A nail erupted from the green cloth. Leonard quickly collected himself from the cry, still ringing in his ears. He immediately dashed toward the basement. The head had detached and the torso is now weakened. However, Mororrowi's one-eyed head didn't allow Leonard to pass by. It once again opened its mouth and let out a loud, reverberating wail. Leonard's nose bled, the whiteness of his eye turned bleak with blood. He kept on running and succeeded in reaching the door. But at this moment, the curtain that was holding the limbs bundled had long lost its grasp. The limbs flew out. Klene was late. All he could do was watch Mororrowi's arms and legs escape and immediately began darting around the room. He saw each of them got close with their respective unfinished painting. But to his surprise, no blood dripped onto their nails. Their reserve of vitality used as an ink had depleted from squirming in the waters. Klene almost braced for the effects of the painting when he suddenly saw this. They've run out of blood, he muttered to himself, but suddenly he glanced at the head. No, they still have something to draw blood on. Mororrowi's head was dripping of blood from its neck. Because of this, the four limbs centered on the appendage. Klene wasn't about to let that happen. He turned and dashed toward the head. Only when closed the gap did he shut his eyes. His distance wasn't far from it, however, it was unexpected, all it could do is to either flash another dream-inducing light or evade. The latter is what it did. When it evaded him, it also passed the four limbs. Seeing this, Dunn immediately realized what Klene is attempting to do. He prepared his revolver and aimed. The task is simple, never let the limbs get close to the head. Selena's eyes fluttered open. Slowly, her vision cleared, the first thing she saw after that was Klene heading straight toward the head, dangling a spine. She felt the suitcase right in her grasp, another hand was holding her head as she lay on the floor. She turned and saw Royale, laying unconscious like her. She was also caught by the Mororrowi's eye. No, it's okay, it's okay. If what affected her was the eye and the result was being pulled in a dream, akin to what Captain can do, then. Selena didn't immediately stood up. She feigned sleep in hopes that she remains untargeted. Bang. Dunn fired a bullet and went it straight to the head, causing it to bloom massive amounts of blood. One limb caught a droplet of it. Splash. Near the door of the basement. Leonard had braced himself and dived right into the gushing ocean waters. Throughout all this, Selena had recalled the sealed artifact's information based on the details that Dunn had disclosed. Sealed Artifact 3-0137. Name, Dreamcatcher. Security classification, official Nighthawk member or above. Sealing method, never stare at its flames for more than 10 seconds. Note that one can reset the timer merely by looking away and turning back. Description, a single sandalwood candle resting within a metal grid case. The description only details the artifact's appearance as Dunn only informed them of its ability. Which is exactly as the name suggests, it is able to siphon the dreams of any sleeping person near it. Failing to comply with its sealing method will subject the practitioner into a possible eternal slumber. But for Selena, that eternal slumber will only trigger the dream world into pulling her, essentially making her immune to its side effects. She had thought of this not long after figuring out the nature of her past nightmares. So without wasting time, she quickly pulled the suitcase and undid its lock. When it opened, a fist-sized lamp containing a lighted candle greeted her. Selena immediately looked away and brought it near Royale, letting its glow illuminate her face. At that moment, the flames burgeoned. It burned brighter than when she took it out. Following this, Royale's hand suddenly lifted itself, acting as if she was experienced sleepwalk. Inch by inch, her hand pointed its index at the candle's flame and the moment it touched it, Royale jolted awake. Ah, she exclaimed. Selena was instantly startled by the high-pitched sound, prompting her turn to Royale and said, I am sorry, but you were pulled in a dream. Pulled. Royale muttered audibly in her stupor. It only took her for a moment to recall what happened. I thought you were pulled into a dream as well. Selena perked up and immediately thought of an excuse. I did, but thankfully the sealed artifact burnt my finger so it woke me up. She squeezed out an unsteady smile despite the horror of the moment. Royale looked at her without a change of expression. Anyway, she stammered. I figured out a way to counter Mororrowi's single eye. That's what pulled us into a dream, right? Royale nodded before lowering her head to examine her body. From Selena's view, she looked ghastly pale, her deep blue eyes have grown lusterless and her veins became visibly red. An indicator that the dream was taking a toll on her. I did. Saw the basement similar to the one in Mororrowi's house. Royale murmured. Hearing this, Selena nodded, I saw it as well, but this time the totem is activated. Royale suddenly went silent for nearly 10 seconds. When she saw the head darting around because of Klene and Dunn's interference. She propped herself from the flooded floor and twisted her clothes to let out the waters. Retrieving her revolver, she said to Selena, Ms. Roy, please assist us in using the sealed artifact. Selena only responded with a nod before turning back to the other members, ready to notify them of the eye's ability. However, her blood suddenly run cold. Reflected on her eyes were 3 distinct paintings, clearly outlined by blood. Despite them lacking any colors, their vividness still captures the surreal vastitudes of life. The painting's progression is complete. Chapter 116, Selena's Strange Vial. In this region. Owa County Police Department. Inside of the holding suite. Wah. SHHHH. It's okay, we'll return home soon," while cradling his youngest child. Marl diligently lowers her voice to soothe the baby. "Marl," said Martha anxiously. "When can we get back? There's so many detainees here." Marl perked up and lifted his head to scan the whole suite. Each sofas had a family or a group of people occupying them, similar to his situation. Some had already chose to let their family members sleep while they monitor the police's next actions. Based on the discussion he had with the other gentlemen, he found out their situation. Some are similar to the reason why he's here, the uncounted financial record of his business, while others are because of taxes that they supposedly overlooked. He noted that strangely, the police acute in trivial crimes just for this moment. "Excuse me, Mr. Heath," a benign voice of a man approached Marl from behind. When he turned around, he saw a gentleman wearing a fine navy blue tuxedo while presenting a peak mistouched. He looked very presentable. "Can I offer you again with some bottles of milk?" It seems the little one had gone wild again. The gentleman smiled genially. Marl smiled wearily, unusual for his upbringing nature. "I can't thank you enough, Mr. Galbraith. I apologize for the unnecessary ruckus Marl Jr. is making to your family." Goldbridge softly shrugged and said, "I was in the same pinch as you. My son would put us up for days, relentless when it's night time, haha." A light chuckle escaped from Marl's grin. "Such is the duty of a husband. By the way, have the officers finally said anything for when can we leave?" He raised a matter. As Galbraith handed a bottle of milk to Marl, attached with a blue-colored teat, he said, "We're still on hold, unfortunately." He sighed, At times like this where we are accused of a trivial matter, a proper compensation should be in order, right? My son was already asleep waiting." Marl laughed as he accepted the bottle. "That is true. Compensation for emotional inconveniences should be ordered. Oh, and I'm not saying this for my personal benefits, other families might find this very unprecedented. But alas, the system very much leans in favor of those in power. Us middle classes have to obey. You've already tacitly accepted the clause of our system, Mr. Heath. However, I do not think the lower classes would have very similar thoughts," Galbraith remarked. Then he added, "Also, have you heard? A rally was brewing at the docks." "A rally?" Marl blurted out with a raised brow. "Yes, I think it will be on the headlines by next week," said Galbraith casually. "What was it about?" Marl pressed. "Well." Goldbridge averted his eyes from Marl. "The blue-collared workers was claiming that an importing company was housing vagrants, using the rations to feed instead of the working class, so they raised a dispute against the company. That is ridiculous. The working class union was situated near the docks. They're handing out free rations for the vagrants and helping them get a foothold in the society. Why would an importing company help them?" Marl retorted. "That, my good sir, is something I'm not knowledgeable of. But I can give an opinion," Galbraith smiled. "For me, I think the working class are looking for a pretense to start a rally." Marl chuckled dryly and said, "I guess so." Suddenly, a hand pulled his cufflink, causing Marl to startle and turn his head. "Dear, I haven't seen Ms. Roy around." Martha's face looked restless. This made Marl recall of their situation. If they're here, then Selena Roy should be around as well. However, in the time they spent waiting, they haven't seen a single person entering with the curled, silver hair. "Where is she?" A worried voice tugged a chord within Marl. It prompted him to speak in a controlled and calm voice. "Perhaps she's not accused of something." Martha's eyes drooped, unconvinced. She said, "All of the people here lives near us, Marl. Except for Mororrowi, whom I haven't around, but that doesn't invalidate my point." This meant they cleared out the area for some reason. Marl felt like he was hit by a bullet. He quickly rattled his mind for an excuse. Didn't she said that she's now an officer? I'm certain that because of this, she'd be on duty until we return." Martha couldn't brush off her unease. "Let's find her." "Whoa. Wait, hun, calm down." Marl coiled his arm around his wife. "We can't distract her on duty. What would she say if we do?" Martha suddenly glared at him. "When I first saw her, it felt like I'm seeing an orphan who had lost her home. Although she might not acknowledge it, but for me I've already settled on taking her in. She's an adult." Marl tried to reason out. "And yet had lost her family. Do you saw her eyes whenever we invited her for dinner?" Martha said with conviction. Amid all this, Galbraith quietly left. Marl's walls began crumbling. After deliberation, he finally said, "All right, we'll see her, but after we return home. I promise she'll be in her residence, cooking her dinner." Suddenly, Martha felt gazes around her. This made her unsettled to the point of choosing to resign. She said, "I'll trust you. May the goddess protect us and Ms. Roy." She drew a crimson moon over her chest, to which Marl mimicked the gestured. Under the course of the crimson moonlight, the running waters quietly reflects a red-tinged room. A blend of blood contaminates the flooded floor. The silence was skin-crawling. Illuminated on each corners of the room, a organized formation of blood outlines each distinct paintings. All of them look surreal that one might even find themselves captivated. Convinced that the images within foretells a true event. As Selena sat on the waters running out from the basement, she suddenly felt the ground tremble. The chandelier of candle sways gently above before slowly, it began shaking violently. The air became pungent and miasmatic. The draft slowly grew denser. On the ceiling, illusory grayish clouds began to coalesce. Small sounds of crackles and grumble whispered in her ears. As all of this happens, Leonard had succeeded in entering the basement, letting his body submerged into the ocean waters. From he stood, he saw the wooden totem glowing, standing at the center of a blood circle. Different miscellaneous items such as candles, bottles, pen and corpses of rodents float evenly in the waters. Then, he finally saw it, a body devoid of any appendages. A crest jewel crawled open from the torso's stomach. It stared at him. Leonard felt his hair stand on ends. He quickly lifted his revolver, and despite the currents in the waters aimed and fired. The undulating waves suddenly bulged. A part of the basement cracked open, revealing a ravine. The waves suddenly pulled him out. As if winds are being sucked from the basement. Caught by the intense surge, Leonard was thrown out of the waters. Splash. Bam. Blood spewed out of his mouth, his vision blurred. Leonard saw the waters from high above, as if he were glued to the ceiling. Following that, the intense wind hurled him back to the living room, severely inflicting him. Arg. Leonard grimaced in pain as he felt his back tightened by the impact. Splash. He was thrown off to the wall facing the basement. Suddenly, he caught whiff of a scent, pungent but at the same time fragrant. It was confusing. When Leonard tried to collect himself, he saw a piano. It had a large organ pipe erupting vertically. It wasn't there before. Grumble. Klene was thrown onto a wall, his back absorbing the full impact, causing him to spew blood. Bam. Splash. His body collapsed onto the flooded floor. His vision began to fog. Klene couldn't move his body if he wanted to. But with force, he managed to tilt his head. He saw Dunn collapsed near a wall as well, his mouth covered in blood. Royale was the next that caught his sight, her disheveled hair a mess and her body unresponsive. His heart begged to have a solution, prompting him to desperately seek for a useful object only to see a silver-white hair at the center of the room. The lady was struggling to get up, her eyes completely awake but her expression in heightened horror and dread. Klene's thoughts stirred. Out of frustration, he subconsciously inhaled the air. Suddenly, he saw a totem standing at a corner of the room. It was clear, tall, and its visage frozen in its wooden surface. Underneath his feet, the ground trembled violently, cracks began appearing everywhere. He wanted to shout, but something in his throat irritates him to not voice his word. Klene forced himself to exert strength to his joints out of desperation. Instinctively, he wanted to dash and retrieve their silver-haired teammate. But when he achieved a foothold, he was launched to another wall by the heavy wind. Ack! Klene's voice followed up with blood. Splash. Damn it. As a seer, Klene's capabilities are very limiting. At most, he had to prepare and be cautious of battles where it involves direct confrontation. However, the events led him to respond reactively. Right. Selena's self-made goddess's gaze. He exclaimed in urgency. He forcibly moved his hand again, taking out a deep blue vial from the pocket of his coat. Thankfully, the bottle didn't break and spill its content. His hand quietly twisted the cap and lifted the vial over to his face with difficulty against the turmoil. Gulp. Klene downed the liquid and felt chill traveled down his throat. Then, out of urgency and as the images of Selena flickered in his mind, he forcibly raised his head to scan and find her. In his mind, only one thing remained. Save her and the Nighthawks and escape by breaking down the door. In a split second after downing the bottle, he had considered using himself as a vanguard against the illusory and invisible symbols that coats the walls. After all, he can maintain lucidity and simply wake up. But when Selena came into his view, Klene was greeted by a visceral scene. Ah, a heart-piercing scream of a familiar voice echoed. Dunn, Leonard, and Royale have each turned toward the voice. They saw Selena's body wrapped by a massive red and scaly serpent, extending from a body that had resurfaced from the basement. The tongue coiled at the silent maiden, frozen and unresponsive. Rip. Splash. In a state of horror and dread, Selena saw Klene flew off under the heavy tempest, causing him to crash to a wall. Klene. She wanted to shout. But something in her throat compelled her to shut. As this were all happening, she suddenly saw Dunn, Leonard, and Royale. All had their eyes seemingly blanked and intoxicated. Then she saw the microscopic dusts being drifted in the air. Are those spores? she reckoned. At this moment, she realized the effect of the mushroom forest painting, inducing hallucinogens to the inhalers. Hump. She held her breath, but that only lasted for a few seconds before she releases it. Upon taking a whiff of the spores, she found herself normal. I'm fine. Realizing this, being an apothecary, she has a relatively resistance to poisons. For once, she was grateful of her pathway. When she turned to check on the others, her eyes dilated. They're heavily affected by the spores and being dragged about by the wind. Being inside of the tempest, she was relatively unharmed by the converging winds. However, she's not in a position to be considered safe either. I have to kill the torso, she exclaimed inwardly and immediately scanned the area for her lost revolver. When she spotted it, she forcibly exerted strength to her limbs. Thud. Her legs felt sluggish, her body in great pain while the ground shook her violently. Selena stumbled down again and again until finally, she reached and retrieved her revolver, laying on the flooded floor. By the time she turned around to see the basement, her blood turned cold. Inside of the door's basement, the torso floats right above the surface of the water. It appeared by itself, she muttered, her voice fleeting. After a moment, she exclaimed inwardly. It appeared by itself. Selena quickly seized this chance and aimed her revolver. She saw the crest at its belly to be its lifeline, a critical spot. Without wasting any time, she squeezed the trigger and pulled. Bang. Blood bloomed from a serpent organ extending out of the torso's mouth. Selena was shocked and her heart sank. Her finger didn't stop pulling the trigger. Bang. 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 Multiple bullets pierced the organ, embedding themselves into its flesh. Selena kept on firing, every last bit of hope that one would slip from the tongue's guard, hitting the torso. But suddenly, click. The revolver was emptied out. The tongue, blood prickling from its body, rushed toward her. Its slimy surface pinned her down and coiled around her body. Ah. Selena let out an instinctive cry, echoing across the room. The next second, she saw a single long slit by the torso's crest. It opened and revealed hundreds of teeth, spiraling to a single light. The tongue began dragging her in. Selena's face was filled with despair and dread. I'm dying. No, I can't. She squirmed vigorously, grunting and hissing, trying to escape. It was futile, but the instinct to live drives her to do so regardless. As her fate seals, she felt a vial in her coat, alongside the drugs she had prepared but wasn't used. Suddenly, she recalled the seed. Out of desperation and a kindled faith, Selena wriggled herself until her hand managed to went into her coat and successfully retrieved the vial. Her feet was nearing the basement, the torso ready to devour her. In a pinch, her hand that was holding the vial poked out of the tongue's coil. Then, she positioned the vial to her fingers and flicked it. Splash. The vial made it to the waters in the basement. After that, her vision blurred and Selena passed out. Inside of the dream world. Soon after, Selena's body manifested from the congregation of the environment. Amid the terraforming of the meadow, she tuned out the surrounding and focused on sensing the seed's location. Sure enough, it was there floating in the water. And near it, she sensed a body heat shape in the form of a torso without any appendages. Without hesitation, she willed the seed to sprout. Inside of Mororrowi's residence, by the living room flooded with waters. Certain by its victim's frailty, the torso merely glances at the vial, containing a useless seed. After that, it focused on consuming Selena. In just a matter of time, it would achieve her blood, covering up the needs for a descent. Spectating from above, Mororrowi's head, featuring a single eye, could not help but smile widely. The eye it bore screams delightfulness and certainty. All of the limbs suddenly halted and watched. Finally the damsel's feet reached its teeth. Then suddenly, all of his body parts, the head, the limbs, and the tongue extending from the torso, froze. The smile on the head's face faded. Lowering its gaze down, it saw a thin vine-like stem growing up from the torso's mouth. Blood traveled down until it sent droplets to the waters. Drip. The seed sprouted. Chapter 117, Contemplation. A seamless stem grows all the way up the front of the body. In a suspended form, the crest prickled a bluish-black blood, dripping down to the waters and producing a silent ripples. At the moment the crest began to bleed, an illusory force started to pull each appendages, floating in the room. Whoosh. Ah. A stacked illusory wail rang out, settling deeply into the likes of Klene, Dunn, Royale, and Leonard. They were all dumbfounded. By the time Mororrowi's body remade itself in a grotesque form, a head and limbs of lumped flesh as pus exudes metallic scent, it had already lost its spirituality. The raging howls of the wind, the hallucinogenic spores, and the storm brewing on the ceiling. They have begun to settle and the paintings boiled and dried out. Splash. Mororrowi fell into the flooded basement. As it sinks, more of blood contaminated the waters, bobbling up and down on its surface. A frail-looking tiny seed retracted its stem. Ugh. The soft and unsteady voice of Selena waking up resounded. What happened? Klene, who's in a state of dire health, had his limbs greatly weakened, failed to process the situation. Dunn spoke with a shivering voice. What is that thing? His hand was pointing at the innocent seed smeared with blood. Selena traced the end of his finger and saw that the seed she bestowed to herself had easily shattered the vial. Quickly, she found an excuse. I saw it in a street. It was lonely, so I decided to nurture it. Blood suddenly spewed out of Dunn's mouth, his body shaking while cradling his left arm. Whatever that is. Arg. It seemed it had decided for a right time to repay you. His voice was brittle. Then, as if mentioning the weather, he casually said, ahem. Now's a good time to make use of your medicines. Selena perked up. All right. But when she tried to stand up, thud. Splash. Her legs failed to respond in her will. I can't stand up. Oh, all right, this must be the result of intense fear. I have a drug I could use just for this. With the strength on her arms, she produced a vial from her coat. The vial holds a deep blue liquid with hints of greenish dark. She quickly lifted it up, tilted her head back and drank. It's the Serenity agent. Gulp. Almost instantly, she felt the moist travels down her throat. Just give me a few seconds, Captain, she hurriedly notified. Apothecaries have natural talents and the capability to tame plants, which is why they're able to produce almost seemingly magical medicines. However, medicines made from normal materials are and will always result in a non-mystical medicine. Using ritualistic magic is an exception. As soon as she felt her legs relaxed and her heartbeat normalize, Selena immediately stood up and went to quickly tend her other members. Here. Goddess's gaze. It had some few tweaks since I couldn't perfectly replicate the ones in the church. But in exchange, I made it a bit more pleasant to drink. Mint. Dunn blurted out after drinking. Selena nodded and said, I apologize if the effects weren't as potent. It's all right, I'm just used to blandness, replied Dunn casually and smiled. It's a nice change of pace. Hearing that, Selena felt relief. In just a span of several seconds, she had tended Royale, then Leonard. Klene, on the other hand, deliberately waited for his turn. Are you all right? Said Selena while inspecting his body. In silence, Klene just looked at the way the silver-haired lady tended his bruises and checking his injuries. His thoughts either bleak or unknown. Klene, her raised and quite possibly irritated voice stung him awake. Yeah, I'm fine. I drank the goddess's gaze you gave me earlier. Klene observed her, smearing an ointment evenly on his bruises. Suddenly, he spat out blood. Selena jolted and quickly brought the soothing medicine over to his lips. After quenching the pain, Klene drew a silent breath. He clearly heard her rumbling about how her version of the potion is inferior compared to the church's. But for an inexplicable reason, he couldn't have been more grateful of drinking it. Seeing Selena finishing up with his injuries, over the reflection of the waters is still running but had noticeably dried out, Klene suddenly said, How about you? As she was about to leave and help Royale to the carriage, Selena paused and turned to look back. She saw Klene's eyes looking strangely serious. I'm fine. Selena smiled softly. You should focus on your health and hold until we get to Old Neil. His ritualistic magic is much better in terms healing you. Klene failed to utter a word for nearly 10 seconds. If there's nothing more, I'll dash, just as she thought that was the end. Selena felt a hand grabbed her wrist. Startled, she returned her gaze back to him. It would certainly allow me to recover much faster if you could tell me your condition. Klene pressed while facing her, added with a faint smile. Mr. Mororrowi is unusually troubled. Is it perhaps seeing me almost at the brink of death unsettled him? I would have died if it weren't for the seed. Selena thought for a moment and said, Yes, I feel bit soreness and pain, but luckily I didn't experience any injury. I have a medicine just for this, so don't worry about me. Hearing this, Klene suddenly went quiet. The monster Mororrowi really reserved her as a meal, almost devouring her. If this wasn't it, then when's that destiny going to happen? After some consideration, he blurted out, What about the... Just as he was about to add, Klene suddenly recalled something. Right, she passed out. What is it? Selena tilted her head to the side. Klene shook off the first question and subsequently added a new one. Do you remember anything after you wake up? The dream. Selena blurted out of guess. While loosening his grasp of her hand, Klene shook his head gently. No, the one after that. Once again, Selena fell into a short thought before finally replying, No, I don't. When I woke up, I saw that the storm and winds began slowing down. Klene once again fell silent. As the scenes of him and his teammates' helplessness flickered in his mind, the duo suddenly heard Dunn's deep voice. We'll need to return back and seek medical health or ritualistic healing. I don't think Ms. Roy's goddess's gaze would sustain us for long. Selena's eyes lingered in their captain's direction for a bit before saying to Klene, I'll need to help Royale walk. Mr. Mororrowi, could you stand on your own? Klene examined himself shortly then answered, thanks to you I'm feeling much better, it's all right to leave me now. He saw her nod with a beautiful and calming smile before leaving. The lady with the silver hair now cascading down in relation to its usual braided bun style briskly walked to the basement and take out a vial. After emptying the vial, she carefully scraped the seed out of the waters, tying her hair loosely shortly after and before rushing to escort Royale. Seeing this, Klene secretly reminisced the minty flavor of both the goddess's gaze and the soothing medicine in his mouth. Being used to the bitterness of administered medicines in the past, he found himself unfamiliar with the flavor. Subconsciously, he muttered, it's not bland. 36 Zutland Street. Over the course of the moonlight, the dark silent halls of the reception area greeted Selena after the unlocking the door. Roseanne wasn't there and the partition was calm and quiet. Their shadows passed the crimson light filtering from the blinds, following a hasty steps down to the basement. Lamps stayed alit regardless of the absence of the staffs. Selena merely glanced at them before fixing her gaze forward. After reaching the intersection and taking a turn, they arrived at a separate room, few doors away from the armory. They saw old Neil, reclining back to his chair. Good goddess. Old Neil said in shock. What happened to all of you? Dunn rustled himself from Selena's side. He presented himself to old Neil while saying, we were caught in an unexpected case of a rampager. Ha. Ha. Royale's breathing began to grow heavy. Selena noticed this while escorting her arm and body, prompting her to say, Mr. Old Neil, my goddess's gaze are losing its effect. Old Neil jolted, all right, quickly, lay them here. He pointed to the couch, where Leonard, Klene, and Dunn sat. Feeling the aches of their bodies worsening, like an anesthesia expiring. All right, we're here, said Selena in the process of putting down Royale on the couch. I'll be outside. Wait. Dunn called right as she reached the door. Ms. Roy, take the suitcase back to the Chinese gate. Just give 3 consecutive knocks and wait for the keeper inside to take it. All right. Selena nodded and complied. Soon passing the intersection and taking a turn, she reached the heavy, cold and domineering black iron gate. Forcing herself to set aside the pressure. Since the door was likely too thick to be knocked in a casual manner, Selena drew her breath and slammed on the door. Thud. The bang resounded across the hallway, startling her. That was loud, maybe I should have just knocked onto it normally. She raised her right hand and again greeted the door with it. Thud. Thud. The sound now wasn't as loud as the one from earlier. However, she waited too long that she began reconsidering. It has been 30 seconds. Let's try it again. Right before she raised her hand, she suddenly heard a loud mechanical turns echoing from the inside. Selena's body tensed up, sensing that the Serenity agent was waning. What is it? A frail voice of aged man spoke from the door's gap. Oh. Selena was startled for a bit, turning her head to the fellow inside of the gate. That fellow had a gaunt face and a lifeless expression. Sporting a clergy robe, he stood hunched right at the door's crevice. Here, this is the sealed artifact 3-0137. I'll be returning it. Selena presented the suitcase. Without uttering a word, the old clergy simply took the suitcase and dragged the door close. Selena wasn't in the mood to say anything as she only watched and left. She returned back to the only door filtering a golden light. All right, now lie down on the table. Old Neil's voice muffled vividly from the wooden pane. Selena became hesitant on entering that she later decided to stay outside. Her mind stirred in thoughts while her eyes stared blankly at the illumination of the lamps. I almost put them in danger, she suddenly muttered. They almost died if it weren't for the seed. She lifted her hand right before her face, opening it to reveal a turquoise seed inside a clear vial. Ha! I'm glad they're safe, a sigh escaped her lips. The cold air seeped into her coat, damped and was now drying due to her body heat. Won't I catch a cold? Selena murmured subconsciously before recalling that she's a beyonder. Apothecary is a duality of both bad and good. Bad that it's almost unusable outside of medical field but conveniently good for specific environment. Speaking of its use, I can tame plants right. This seed is also a plant, her hand caressed the vial from inside her coat. Suddenly, she hesitated. It's from the dream world, let's just, let it be inside the vial. I think it cozying up inside it. Her hand slowly pulled away from her coat. All right, Klene, you're next. Old Neil's voice continued to resound across the room. This made her recall of the following rituals that bestows healing. One of them was with the use of thin silver needles. Old Neil calls this spirituality redistribution. What this do is it allows the spirituality to focus on one point, which was the point where the needle had pierced. This creates an area of high spirituality, increasing the process of healing. The procedure follows the usual altar preparation, a deity to be prayed which granted with a response can greatly aid the process of healing. This is another one of the clear advantages of being affiliated with the Orthodox churches. Subsequently, the use of the silver needle requires spirit vision to precise penetrate the damaged area. Silver is used because it corresponds to the Evernight goddess. Similarly, the needle's material must direct to the god it plans to be prayed to. Spiritual darkness, tranquility, the goddess's loving grace. Selena reviewed the incantation silently. Right as the evening deepens. The door right next to her rattled open. I pray for the condition of our member. Suddenly, Selena noticed a foot coming out. Almost instantly, she jolted upright from where she sat on her legs. Captain, she murmured. Seeing Dunn walked out with the damped clothes but with a much better posture. Are you feeling well? Dunn's eyes reflected Selena's visage. While recalling some things, he said to Selena, aren't you going for a ritualistic healing as well? It's fine. Selena replied with lowered voice. Seeing Klene after she turned to the door, undressed as he sat on the table. She immediately turned away and added hastily, I don't think I've suffered that much. Rather, I think my mental health should be the one that needs treatment. Especially since I didn't get to contribute much as I kept on fainting, she commented playful in her heart. Dunn sized her up and found nothing out of the ordinary. You should take some rest. Beyonders with poor mental health are prone to losing control. All right. Selena didn't reject the kind suggestion. Then, just as she turned away, her mind rushed back to the sealed artifact they held. Captain, she called right as Dunn was about to head into the other direction. Having been called, Dunn turned back and heard the young lady say, can I know the full description of the sealed artifact, 3-0137. The Dreamcatcher. Chapter 118, Dunn's Offer. Around this point in time, Selena saw Fry and Kenley, carrying a post-mortem bag to a separate room, across the hall. They were put into standby prior to the operation. In any cases that it exceeds an expected time of completion, they would quickly inform the church. Luckily, it didn't escalate and instead they went for the corpse retrieval. Remembering how Mororrowi's torso almost devoured her, Selena quietly touched the back of her faintly trembling hand. Suddenly, she heard Dunn say, the Dreamcatcher? Dunn raised his brows while observing Selena. For what reason do you wish to know? He instinctively raised a question. Other than that, he also wished to know how this lady acquired the seed that finished Mororrowi's torso. However, he wasn't about to ask that blatantly. Everyone has secrets and sometimes they're best kept in order to remain safe. As she conceals her emotions, Selena rattled her mind for a proper reason. You see, I have used the sealed artifact to wake up Royale. Without a description, I didn't know that the dreaming person would reach out amidst their sleep and touch the flames burning the candle. She then smiled awkwardly. It hurts but it didn't actually burn my finger. Dunn remained silent for an extensive amount of time right after her explanation. Selena's mind ran in a frantic as she tries to display uneasy sincerity. The tension soon broke after Dunn replied, I guess my haste almost put you and Royale in danger by lack of information. Selena kept her lips pursed. Considering how Dunn's words trails, she wasn't about to ruin this by reassuring that they're all right despite the information. However, inwardly, she vowed to comfort him right after. Dunn took the door handle and closed it before saying, the Dreamcatcher's candle burned consistently and does not melt. Its actual origin is unknown but it first surfaced in a thatch far into the woods and west of the borders. A college student states that he had been dreaming of a flower, which irritated him enough to decide on whether to inform his peers. Over the next course of their conversation one of them mentions a thatch that presumably allows for a dream extraction. There's but one aged woman who lived there and had said to have treated his grandfather's insomnia. This was a testament from the child's parents right after he have gone missing. Selena's mood was decent until Dunn mentions along the lines of missing, to which she immediately grew uneasy and felt horror. The college student have gone missing. His body, along with the woman who lives at the thatch, were cold long before the officials have responded. What they saw at the scene was but an innocent candle burning the darkness away. One of the officials became limply merely by being exposed to it for almost 10 seconds before it faded right after he turned away. Dunn continued to explain. The effects are unknown but the cause is certain. Never to stare at its light for more than 10 seconds or you might never wake up again. Feeling horrified, Selena staggered for a moment, only to regain composure soon after she noticed. Are there any reason why the person won't wake up again? She subconsciously pressed this by belief that everything had to have a reason. A cause and effect such as how the mysticism works regardless of its complexity. One thing about rituals remains, and that is, it follows a certain order of who or what to pray to. Dunn observed Selena's expression, then nodded to himself while disclosing, one of the Nighthawks who have done several tests have concluded that the 10-second rule can be reset just by looking away, thereby lowering its danger to 3. Moreover, it does not actively attempt to lull you into staring at it, but it pulls you into a dream once you hit the 10-second mark. This meant the sealed artifact does not remove the dream entirely but instead stores it under its illumination, growing brighter and prettier to reel you in before transferring an unknown amount of dream into the victim. Dunn sighed and then finally said, the candle's light did not recede after the 2 victims' death. Hearing this, Selena felt a chill threaded through her spine. She had initially thought of using the sealed artifact to one day deal with the dream world, only to be informed that it merely contains the dreams and not destroy them. However, thankfully this didn't affect her mood and instead found it a bit interesting. At the time Mororrowi was trying to use the totem, to which she finally figured out that it drains the person's vitality evident by Royale's paleness. The dream world have prevented this actively, suggesting that if she's in danger in a dream, she'll likely be pulled into the dream world as a safe haven. The dream stored inside sealed artifact 3-0137 can easily be countered by the dream world if ever she wished to visit it, effectively gaining immunity against dream-based attacks. Selena now wanted to try this but have to contemplate on how to plan an operation that demands sealed artifact 3-0137 again. Not only that, it requires isolation. Unless she wants her true nature to be delved, she'd rather hunt for opportunities than to force them. Are there anything else you would like to ask? Dunn said in a soft tone. Selena succinctly shook her head. That is everything I'm curious of. Thank you, Captain. Oh, and we're completely fine even after that. Dunn watched the silver-haired woman bowed and curtsied before him. Just as she turned and left, as if forgetting something, she turned again and drew a moon over her chest. Seeing this, he returned the gesture. May the goddess guide you, he said languidly. Selena smiled and in exchange, she also said, May the goddess guide you as well, Captain. Soon, the lady whose clothes and hair are damped and whose seat had saved them left. Only after seeing her silhouette did Dunn recall. I should have offered her a promotion. However, this pang of regret swiftly disappeared when the lady suddenly returned at the corridor. She was slight red by the ears. Why did you return? Dunn was perplexed. Didn't I tell you to get some rest? While holding her head low, Selena muttered audibly, Captain, it's midnight. There are no carriages roaming around. They're asleep. Dunn realized this and immediately went silent, his mouth slightly open. Agape. I'm sorry, he said apologetically. I forgot. Having said that, he dug his hand to his pocket and fished out a watch. Upon popping the case open, he lowered his gaze to tell the time. It's 12:15. It's dangerous for you to go out alone at this hour. And creepy. Captain, how could both of us forget? Selena felt as if she's slowly turning into Dunn by each of their interactions. Anyway, perhaps I could stay the night here. I wouldn't mind sleeping on the couch by the second floor. No, replied Dunn after some thought. Klene's place is in Daffodil Street. He'll likely return back to check on his siblings. I suggest to have him as your company as you return. Then he added seconds later, oh, and tomorrow, there's no need for you to work, you can stay at your home and rest. The same goes for our members that participated if they wish. Rest day. At the day after that will be my turn to guard the Chinese gate. Selena briefly recalled Roseanne, Brett and old Neil's settled routine for her. The roster consists of Mrs. Oriana the accountant, Brett the staff that handles reports for the church, Cesare is in charge of procuring necessities, Roseanne the receptionist, and finally old Neil who handles the archives and patrols. In the midst of it, there's her the newly appointed medicine doctor who's also an officer of the Ottawa County Police Department. As Roseanne had hoped, Selena is about to enter their shifts. I can still picture Roseanne's face at the lunch table earlier. Selena shook her head indiscernible before saying to Dunn, all right. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Dunn nodded and left. Right as he reached the corridor, he suddenly turned, mimicking what Selena had did earlier. I almost forgot. Seeing their captain return back. With weariness, Selena mused in her heart. Is this how birds of the feather flock together? It seems the end of this is quite far when in reality it's so near. Her playful comment sits inwardly as she smiled, what is it, Captain? I have to thank you, and the seed for saving us. Dunn said in gratitude. The church will be informed of this. No, it's okay. Selena instinctively deflected by smiling and raising both her hands to wave off. The seed is what we should thank for. Perhaps we should celebrate the seed's goodwill. And we can add Miss Sikatron's successful promotion and start planning on her publication fund, she added inwardly, recalling how Roseanne informed her of the news. Wait, actually celebrating for a seed? Doesn't that seem pathetic? An actual seed saving your life? Ah, and the man I saw when we were about to promote Ms. Sika's novel. Doesn't he seem a bit familiar? As her mind stirred from one connecting thought to another, she suddenly heard Dunn say, "Do you want to become a full-fledged Nighthawk?" Selena was immediately dumbfounded. Lifting her gaze up, she said, "Pardon. A Nighthawk. If ever the higher-ups would see your ability and consider your position. Do you wish to accept?" Dunn's voice was both gentle and deep. "A true Nighthawk. I'll be part of the church's supernatural forces in just a month." Selena quietly processed what that meant. Wouldn't it be appropriate to assign the seat of such position? Dunn smiled as if seeing an impaired person. "You have quite a sense of humor, Ms. Roy." He chuckled before turning away. "Don't deprecate yourself. As an apothecary, the reason why this sequence's botanical skills are almost mystical is due to their ability to tame plants. The seed is a plant as well. This meant that it was because of you that the seed sprouted, skipping the seedling phase to jump straight to its hardened stem." Skipping a phase. Doesn't that seem like it had magical properties? Selena pursed her lips, being careful not to let her captain realize it. "Which is why you are the one we should be thankful for. I hope you accept the offer of the church." Dunn's voice fleeted. "Also, there is an independent mission to be assigned before becoming a fledged Nighthawk. However, your contribution today already qualified that." With that said, he turned around and left, certain that he didn't have anything to add further. Becoming a full-fledged Nighthawk. Selena ruminated silently. I wonder how Roseanne would react about this. Half a minute later, Klene walked out of the room, feeling invigorated. So that's the feeling of healing ritual. It's painful, he began caressing his arm, still feeling the pricks of the silver needles around his body. Anyway, I wonder how Ms. Roy got home. She didn't get a treatment, so I guess she went out first. Mr. Moretti, a melodic voice suddenly echoed. Klene, who was about to don his hat, had his spirit jumped in fright. Hiss. He quickly turned and saw the elegant Selena standing idly by the door, poised with her hand intertwined to her lower abdomen. You're still around. I thought you left, he controlled his voice while sizing her. What do you mean? It's midnight. Selena tilted her head slightly to the left. Klene didn't know what to reply. However, it didn't take him long to guess, are you waiting for me? Well. Selena gripped her damp coat below and said sparingly, Captain told me that you live on the same street. So we'll walk together. Klene wasn't behind on the matter. In the dead of the night. Shall we go? It will be like walking to a nearby carriage station, heading to Mr. Gawain's, said Selena, intent to spell out the awkwardness. Klene quickly began to turn contemplative as he observed Selena's face. He quickly realized how average she looks after a close inspection. Which was very strange that on certain instances that he scrutinized her, she looks breathtakingly beautiful. But now, for some inexplicable reason, he wasn't too reactive over this profound revelation. Moreover, he had just seen worse today. If this perception of her appearance is indeed a hint of her true destiny regarding the city of Tingen, then a heavy burden was lifted when he saw her alive right after Mororrowi's death. All right, he sighed, dusting off the brim of his top hat and donning it. After adjusting the placement of his cane to his left hand, Klene nodded. Chapter 119, Long Walk. The crimson moon's glow contends with the street lamps around the silent road. At this waning hours where one's biological clock hits its due time for rest, Klene and Selena walked side by side at the empty district. Tap. 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 Selena felt a cold draft all the way from her coat. She immediately snuggled around her arms, tightly wrapping them to her shoulders. Regardless of being a beyonder, immunity against the cold is simply too unrealistic. Selena silently mused while listening to their footsteps. Klene's eyes remained fixed ahead. He's neither cold nor unsettled. I wonder if seers are an exception. Selena noticed his calmness. However, his hands hidden beneath the pockets of his coat shivers uncontrollably. I wonder how far do we still need to walk? Klene's teeth have been secretly chattering long after they left. I should suggest a pair of clothes to be made available. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, that's already a thing, right? Reimbursement. How come it didn't cross my mind? Suddenly, he looked at the lady beside him, cradling her shoulders. I'd freeze if I lent her my coat. I suppose being a gentleman is just a fancy word for being the first person to die in a cold snap. While lampooning, Klene reluctantly sighed and started unbuttoning his coat with a strange intent. Hey. Selena's slightly frail voice spoke. How come Captain was the first to come out when Royale was the first to be treated? Klene paused his hands while keeping a steady walk. He answered casually, right after she received healing. She went and helped old Neil in tracing the silver needles. I see. Selena murmured. Then without any warning, a coat was brought to her front by a hand. She saw this and Klene's arm stretching over. What is this? Selena asked politely while raising a brow. My coat, you're freezing, said Klene, appearing quite indifferent. What? Selena was puzzled. But won't you feel colder if you take it off? I'll be fine. Klene's thoughts went blank. Seeing this, Selena quickly observed his expression and found it odd almost instantly. You dummy, I can see that you're resisting. Damn, tell me why am I doing this again? While saying this inwardly, Klene shrugged it off and smiled. It's in my nature. In my nature? Selena's eyes narrowed while her thin brows knitted. All of us are drenched when we were at the carriage, Mr. Mororrowi. Our clothes are now damped, and even if I layered myself with hundreds of wet clothes it would still feel cold. Sensing the tone of her voice, Klene's arm slowly pulled back out of instinct. So if you don't want me to get mad, then wear back your coat. Selena stopped walking altogether. Klene went silent for a few moments before snapping back. Right. I'm sorry, I didn't know what came to me. Our clothes are wet, didn't I told myself that I would freeze just as I unbuttoned my coat. He wrestled in his heart, seeing his melancholic face as he wore the coat back. Selena fought the guilt of rejecting his offer, and in exchange, she tried to lighten the mood. But thank you, she smiled, acknowledging the effort. While still cradling her body, she asked, how was your siblings doing? After adjusting his clothes, Klene lifted his head. My siblings? Selena nodded unhurriedly as she began walking again, assuming that he'll resume as well. They're all right. Fortunately, our unit is several blocks away from Mororrowi's residence. Klene answered casually and politely as he could. Right on the heels of that, he suddenly turned to Selena and asked, what about the Heath family? Both Selena and the family lived next or 1 block away from the operation. I suppose they have been temporarily detained. Thankfully your divination is accurate that they're going to safe, said Selena in passing. Having said that, the atmosphere suddenly went quiet. Among the looming fog illuminated by the street lamp's light, faint taps of boots both heeled or flat fills the silent venue. In a few of the buildings, there were lights within forming a silhouette of the room's interior by the window. The hushed tones of the awake citizens couldn't have been more audible. It was only when Klene decided to bring out a matter that the silence was cut off. Where do you usually go if you're off duties? He asked without turning to her. Selena thought momentarily before saying, I usually just stay at home. Because I have to constantly check those believers of mine while reading more of the documents. Actually, last time my stay was prolonged by a few minutes. Does that mean that each time I visit, the dream world extends my stay? What about you? She casted her gaze to his side profile. Klene stole a glance at her on the corner of his eye. At morning, I continue my mysticism lesson with old Neil with you. After that, I would visit the Divination Club. Anything in between can concern my investigation or daily life. Investigation? Selena blurted out. It's about the Aurora Order members running about in the city. Klene answered as he paced. Aurora Order? How many have you identified so far? Selena murmured before adding. Klene deliberated his words and said, the Antigonus book was brought into the market by Sirius Arapis and have caused the deaths of the innocents. I later found out that the book was sold by Sirius Arapis and Hannes Vincent, who are members of an ancient secret organization, the Aurora Order. The Antigonus book. Selena ruminated over the term. Why is Ray Bieber after the book? It's an ancient relic of the 4th epoch according to the church. Klene refrained from disclosing more as he said, the book in under the Holy Church now. What's left is the root of its appearance. I see. Selena murmured to herself. According to the Hanged Men, the book originates from an ancient and mysterious family. Antigonus. What about you? Huh? Selena turned toward Klene. Me. Klene nodded and said, what have you been doing ever since joining the officials? Other than reading. Selena mused as she recalls how most of her time had been allocated to knowing her believer's history, the documents, and her pathway. After about 3 seconds of listing her mind, she answered, in the morning, I go out to buy pastries right outside Daffodil Street. Then I head to Blackthorn to continue mysticism lesson like you do. Around lunchtime, I socialize with the staff upstairs. After that I'm free for the rest of the day until it's time to go back to Mr. Gawain for training. You can clearly tell I'm just here to be monitored. Experimenting on botany, medicines, and such. I guess the mysticism lesson is another way to hook me into the company. Klene nodded indiscernibly. Then what do you around that free time? I spend it in recluse inside of the alchemy room. Refining my skills as a medicine maker, she sighed self-detractingly. Anything else other than that? Klene struggled to picture a room where all he could do was work. Selena shook her head gently then chuckled. The pestle and vials are my companion. And besides that, I just read. Klene became unsure on how to respond. Simply looking at her as she smiles. For him, he wasn't too against being in seclusion. Although it's peaceful, he would be lying if he states that he can spend the rest of the day inside it, with only but work tasks and lacking entertainment. Being a corporate slave had already made him glimpsed at the nature of workaholism, and surely enough he wasn't impressed. However, he had to experience it at some point. Through this, Klene became acute in figuring out common practices against mental drain. And what could be a better way than to have a cup of coffee to wrestle the cost of expenditure? How do you prefer your coffee? He instinctively asked. Coffee. Selena stammered and turned to look at him. Coffee. Klene repeated for her, but it left him puzzled. Don't you drink a few cups to suit the mental drain? Oh, I guess he must be referring to how I like my coffee. Selena shook her head and confessed, I don't drink coffee. Klene was slightly taken aback, then he remembered how she used to decline old Neil's frequent offer of Fermo coffee during the start of his lectures. I prefer milk, replied Selena with honest. I don't know why, but in the past I'm very accustomed to drinking coffee, however now the taste is just too strong for my palate. Right. Klene didn't press further as instead fixed his back ahead. Over the course of their trip, Selena was engaged into discussing different trivial matters with Klene. The street was engrossed with the crimson moonlight that it did not distract the duo. Really, she exclaimed. Sweet iced tea, in Iron Cross Street. That's a few districts near Daffodil. Klene smiled while facing forward. He was in a good mood, promoting the best bakery in Tingen in his opinion to a potential daily customer. Kind owner, delicious pastry, and affordable price. Where could you possibly find such a humble bakery anywhere in this city? He gave his utmost compliments in his heart. Smyron's Bakery. Selena murmured as she commits the shop's name in mind. You know, I have been really thinking of a beverage to go well with Desi pie. Klene perked up and repeated, Desi pie. Yes. Selena nodded with enthusiasm. Its sweet and slightly sour taste brought by sliced apples, coupled with rich meatiness of the tiny bits of meat. Klene continued casually. Hearing him quickly pick up on the dish's taste made Selena paused immediately before turning to look at him. You also like Desi pie? Selena asked in disbelief, only to think that it must be common due to its taste. So in haste, she immediately retorted, I mean, who wouldn't like Desi pie? Klene smiled and nodded. He said wittingly, in the past, we could only afford one serving of it on a local restaurant. But even now, we don't often buy one. One serving is 1 soldi and 5 pence. He couldn't help but picture the amount of pound bread allocated to one serving of the pie. 1 soldi. Why's Mr. Mororrowi worrying about a spare change if he wishes for a piece? At this moment, Selena's ignorance of money was beginning to worsen. Then out of goodwill, she offered, if you can suggest a good restaurant, then I'll consider treating us both for one serving each time we head to Mr. Gawain's. Each time, you mean daily? Klene looked at her with astonishment. That's 1 soldi and 5 pence per day, 5 to 6 times per workdays, that's 8 soldi and 5 pence. Almost half a pound. Seeing his expression, Selena was brought into terms of what she had obliviously blurted out. Each time, her body tensed. That's daily. Ah wait, in the spur of the moment. Selena quickly tried to cover her slip-up, I meant each time I receive my weekly pay. Right, I will finally receive my first 10 soldi pay at the end of the week, so maybe then we can have Desi pie. I see. Klene almost thought that the lady was actually an aristocrat in disguise. Following this relief, he turned his head. Upon seeing Selena's relaxed and anticipatory expression, a few thoughts quickly ran into his mind. To think you were just about to be eaten and here you are, smiling as if those were false. At this moment, Klene merely observed the lady as they walked. But regardless, their time slowly turned into a session of blended disputes and trivial topics. Klene grew uneasy of how Selena processed today's mission. When the street's signage entails the district's name as Daffodil, it didn't take them long to arrive at Unit 17, where they both saw multiple carriages took off from each houses, and for Selena to see Martha Heath about enter her porch. After an exchange of pleasantries and reassurance, Selena saw Klene tipped his top hat and subsequently strolled away. Martha on the other hand couldn't help but smear what had happened, prompting her to smile wearily and simply nod her way to the lady's assumption. I'm sorry for worrying you, Mr. and Mrs. Heath. Selena gave a courteous smile at the couple. Martha nodded and gave a firm offer, if you ever feel like your home is too large, you're always welcome at our doorsteps. Thank you. Selena expressed her gratitude. Marl, who's right beside Martha, took off his top hat momentarily before donning it back. Well, Ms. Roy, have a pleasant evening. You too. Oh, and say hello to Odell for me. While waving, Selena exhaled silently, watching the couple return to the next unit. Chapter 120, A Common Issue. Under the pallid glow filtering from the draped curtains of the windows, Selena's figure slowly pushed the door close, producing a faint thud. Suddenly, her legs weakened. She collapsed onto the doormat and her hastily tied hair quickly unfurled. What a deafening silence that echoed in the short entrance hall. Despite its usual quietness, the atmosphere was exceedingly heavy. Selena's silhouette curled up on before burying in its knees. She went silent, her mind whirred and her hands shaking. Although she had experienced taking a life herself, what she had with Diemsfell is entirely different with Mororrowi. Diemsfell had personal ties with her, stemming from his sin against the town of Milo. If it weren't for him, or perhaps the original Selena's loss of control, she wouldn't have transmigrated into this world. However, Mororrowi's goals was her, simply due to the torso's desire to devour her. If that were the case, then she would simply let herself be eaten if that meant that the operation to subjugate Mororrowi wouldn't be needed. Effectively rendering the danger away from anyone else, and she can sacrifice herself to save others, just like how she plans to prevent Diemsfell from ever catching her. How could she be used as a vessel if she's already dead? But that would most likely happen if she did not confront Diemsfell herself. Sigh. As long as Klene and the others are safe, oh, and we're safe. Slowly, Selena lifted her head. She saw the slightly furnished hall, devoid of anyone but her. A faint pressure tugged a string in her heart. After a couple of seconds, Selena calmly collected herself and stand up. She crossed the short hall and quickly went upstairs to her bedroom. After a few minutes of shower, drying her hair and picking out her nightgown, Selena readied herself to sleep, completely abandoning her daily routine of visiting the dream world. Just like what Dunn had advised. A Beyonder's mental health is just as important as their physical health. Both are literal, and she wasn't about to disregard it. Much better. Selena took in the comfiness of a changed clothes. Laying in the cover of her bed. Just as she went to sleep, her mind suddenly thought of something that has been a part of her evening routine. Feeding the black cat. Right, I forgot to feed Fallacy. She immediately sprang up and turned her body, feeling the cold floor on her feet. At the hallway, Selena paced to the lounge. There, she saw the black cat, resting peacefully by its usual spot on the desk. It sleeps so resoundly that it purrs ever so often. Did Fallacy get his own food while I'm away? I wonder if it was startled by the fight. Selena was relieved and quietly approached the feeble cat. The black feline immediately sensed her and woke up. Meow. The high-pitched sound was neither displeased nor indifferent. Caressing the fur of her companion, Selena suddenly recalled her self-imposed routine of writing every day. Hoping that it would ease her, she left the cat and opened the drawers. Her hand lifted a plain brown paper, torn from her grocery paper bag, and a white fountain pen. Selena picked up the pen and began scribbling. The rustles of the paper reverberated in the room. As the night deepened, she finally finished writing her thoughts. This piece of paper, however, lasted an only just moment before Selena burned it inside the lamp. "Good night, Fallacy," she said softly before closing the lamps. Distant bell rang across the cityscape. And under the peaks of the daybreak, Selena took off from a nearby general store, holding a box of pads in hand. A gentle and cold breeze swept her dress. Today, she realized that it was actually her body's time of the month. Her mattress was damp with blood the moment she woke up. "I have to quickly return," she exclaimed, waddling around her feet while constantly checking both her skirt and a leakage. Walking this way was very strange to look at. A few pedestrians lingered on her gait. She's like a pregnant woman trying to make it to a hospital. A little more. She saw 17th unit materializing in her view. After a few more push, she made it to her porch with minimal blood trailing her walk. Phew. 2 hours later, Selena was now at the first-floor living room, enjoying a relief that almost incomparable to when she managed to escape Mororrowi's torso. Thank the goddess. Thank the heavens. Thank, while amidst of her internal praising, her expression contorted. And you, Emperor Roselle. It was actually frustrating for Selena to find out that in this world's manufacture of menstrual pads, what pioneered it was Roselle, her senior. As much as I appreciate his generosity of inventing pads for the women, I can't just overlook this. What's that pervert doing throughout his life? Selena was fuming at the thought of her senior doing all sorts of shenanigans. Okay, calm down. You have to consider his thoughtfulness. This doesn't mean he's a pervert. He likely had a wife who's suffering with the same issue, yes. That's right. It's not like it's because he had many concubines. I have to be thankful. Then she stated, a bit hesitated, Emperor Roselle is a respectable emperor as they said. But now it makes me wonder. How's the era before Emperor Roselle get through such issue? Selena wanted to picture it but couldn't bear how it would go, so instead she adjusted her seating posture and strained to feel her lower body. Sure enough, she felt it sticky and very slimy. At the same time, her mind couldn't help but let her emotions swing around while giving her a dull ache. I still have to check the delivery men I saw last time. But will I be able to go out like this? Selena pressed down on her lower abdomen, sensing a sharp pain from within. All right, for now I'll stay here until after lunch. By the way, how come that man is so familiar? Have I seen him before? She crossed her legs and placed both her hands to her kneecaps, picturing how the encounter took place. At that time, while Sikatron was explaining the media industry, a man with a high nose bridge, cleanly shaven face, dense brows, and sporting a mundane cap caught her attention. For an inexplicable reason, she felt she had seen him before. But it was vague that merely seeing high from afar wasn't quite enough. She needed a way to get near him and perhaps plan on how to interrogate him. On the tea table, a sweet, grainy scent wafted the air. Taking a whiff of the scent, Selena suddenly grabbed a fork while her other hand gathers her hair. I can probably use my status as an official, after tying a loose braided bun. She leaned over to the table and quickly took a piece of the desi pie. Ahem. Meaty sweet juice danced at the all over her tongue. Then out of habit, and relief that no one is watching, her hand reached for her face while closing both of her eyes. By the time she took another bite, her expression slowly eased. I'll think of it right after breakfast. Under the scorching sun, a man concealed by a dark cloak went past several districts until he arrived at a building. The signage says, Braveheart's Bar. After entering, he quickly found the barter and sought him to ask, where can I find Marek? The bartender was wiping a glass when he heard him this. He casually lifted his head and turned to the other door. Right inside that, he said without a hint of concern. The cloakman left a few notes and immediately left the stool. He strode to the room, and inside he saw multiple people, playing cards by a long table at the room's corner. In between them, a man with a pale face and malicious brown eyes averted his gaze from the cards right to him. The cloakman shuddered. Why are there many undead here? He quickly realized that a majority of the contenders of the fighting evil game was but a shallow and husked zombies. However, there's but just one person that amidst. Who are you? The man clad in a white shirt and black vest completely folded his cards. The zombie on his right took the opportunity to unfold, revealing court cards. He had one. Following the victor's hands, the rest of the undead each threw out their cards, revealing many deuces and less three of a kinds. While the cloakman seized the zombie with a radical hair hoard each of the coins to him. He simply ignored it and said, Marek right. Marek merely observed him without uttering a word. I'm here to haggle with you. The cloakman turned his head back, revealing himself to be Uzur, Mrs. White's believer. What's there to haggle? Marek's voice carries dullness of the undead. His limpid eyes couldn't care less of the men in front of him. However, when he saw him reveal a dark goatskin, hard-covered book, he instantly ordered the zombies to halt. Marek's eyes reflects Uzur, standing with a book and a few accessories in his hand. The indulgence. The scene quickly turned grim. The strands of Uzur's hairs stood on ends and he felt another presence in the room, in every inch of the crevices. From Hawkthorne's intel, the other counterpart of the Rose School of Thought resides in the city of Backlund. Through Kothi's circles among the Harvest Church, he was able to point several establishments that might hold the operation of this faction. By his 18th mark, it finally paid off by hearing Marek's name and his reaction regarding the indulgence. As what I have said, but stood his grounds. I'm here to haggle and sell you all of these artifacts. I am not a part of those amalgamations. Marek seized his hand underneath the table. Subsequently, each zombie settled back, returning to their seats. How much for all of it? 10,000 pounds. Uzur have deduced the market price beforehand and prepared for the negotiable price. The artifacts in his hand consists of a ring, a brooch, and an ornament. The Book of Secrets used as the symbol of the two factions' integration is now nothing but a tracking device, prompting him to dispose of it by transferring the burden to opposing force. Marek's deadpan expression didn't shifted. Instead, he suddenly offered 8,000. Hearing this, Uzur nodded indiscernible and agreed, all right. He complied and handed all of the accessories on the table, along with the book. The reason why he can carry them around is due to their side effects requires activation. Just like the ring of teleportation, the subsequent artifacts require something consumable or are consumables. Uzur then saw one of the zombies leaving the table and headed to the other room. In the presence of a corpse collector, he felt the atmosphere drop. Trusting them to keep their words, he quietly stood still and waited. At a venue packed with vendors, poopers, and pedestrians. Resisting the aches of her lower abdomen, Selena arrived at Birchwhite Street by a public carriage. While munching on her fifth sweet caramelized cake held by a napkin, She glanced at the busy street and onto a building, harboring a signage titled, Tingen Daily Post Office. Here, she didn't enter and instead strolled around the area, occasionally checking the faces of each passers-by she crossed. Where have I seen him last time? The carriage left just around here, while actively recalling the past scenes of her and Sikatron. Selena bit down on another chunk and gulped. Should I just wait and ask Klein and Leonard for the city's delivery companies? At that moment, she remembered that around this district, there is a tourism board left by the Parliament for the people that are new in the city. That's right. There's a billboard with the city map at the intersection. Her heart raced as she quickly navigated the street to reach the station. When she arrived, Selena briefly threw the thin napkin onto a can and didn't waste a time tearing the layers flyers over again. Didn't I tore them last time? Why did it piled up again? As she took out one more pasted paper, a hand suddenly tugged her coat. Selena startled that she quickly turned her head. Right to her, she saw a boy with a prominently sewn gray cap, holding a satchel and a rolled-up paper by the other. She heard him say, "Miss, do wish to read today's news? Here's a newspaper, for only 1 pence. Chapter 121, Smooth Stalking." After seeing the familiar kid around the same place again, Selena's brows lifted up. Oh, isn't this the boy that I gave a free medicine to? And the kid who sold a newspaper to me the first time I came here. I wonder how is his mother doing now? Oh, hello there. Selena said softly. How's your mother doing? The boy was instantly perplexed. His expression was that of fear and apprehension. Instinctively, he took a step back. Selena noticed this and perked up. Wait, no, don't you remember me? Just before she leaned over, the boy dove his rolled newspaper into his satchel, tipped his cap and concealing face and dashing off. Wait. Her hand was left suspended as she saw the boy run off, completely ignoring her. I wonder what's wrong with him. Having seen the city map across a sea of flyers, Selena committed each general carrier companies around Birthright Street. One of them is called Bayron & Sons Carrier Company. The establishment is situated at Unit 34. Among the other buildings, it didn't lack the appeals from the other unit. There was a plot next to the building, and where one can see the shipping carriages stationed. Selena wandered around for a while until she realized that none of the staffs are familiar. Sensing the pang of another craving for a sweet, she quietly left and decided to head to a company that was near a cafe. After another series of walking while missing the sun she forgot to bring. At the turn of the district, she saw the cafe mentioned by the map. Around this building should be the Halster Retrieval Company. I'll take another cake along the way. Selena didn't mind the walk on the shop as after taking a heavy creamed slice, she immediately munched at the tip while holding it by a napkin. Sending her regards to the shop owner and the baker, she strode to her next destination filled with satisfaction. This must be it, she muttered inwardly while savoring the sweetness. She's looking at a 4-story building, with the same plot serving as the station for vans, a large, enclosed horse-drawn carriage meant for transports. Upon seeing it, Selena didn't plan on entering, and instead found a corner by the street to observe again. The creamy filling is really delightful. I'm not sure if it's a cow's milk or a goat's milk. Wait, are there even cows in this world? Considering that there are circus animals that looked akin to Earth zoo animals, would a cow have a different pigmentation? What if the black spots in their white pelt switched colors? While critiquing the cake, she mused and continued to bit down on the slice until only a napkin was left. 6th sweet. Sigh, it still hurts. I wonder if I can punch someone, it will relieve myself a bit. Her hand threw the paper in a nearby trash can. Observing the building, Selena suddenly spotted a man with a blue cap exiting from the cargo area. This young man had a bark-colored skin, with a hair that was combed but noticeably mocked the effort by producing small curls. At this moment, regardless if the man wasn't the person that caught her attention back then, Selena is sure that she have seen him before. Again. This time with another courier. She reckoned the strange connections forming by her subconsciousness. Okay, think. Who is he? Where have I seen him before? As she rattles her mind, the man in blue cap was quickly approached by another courier. This man have an angular face and dark hair. Perhaps due to the distance before and the disruption from Sika, only now did she notice his almond skin, in contrast to his wool-made coat and heavy boots from when she saw him. This man is now wearing a trouser and vest fitted with a gray sock coat. It him. Selena remained by the sidewalk, observing them. While she is an officer, there's still an imminent danger that may loom once she entered the building. If it were just an ordinary company, I would certainly try to speak to their manager. And by leveraging my profession as an officer, I can learn their name. But this case is different since I feel a sort of familiarity even to his colleague. considering the root of her origin and how the original Selena never experienced leaving the town of Milo. She is certain that with this familiarity, it will lead her right back at the Ivory Mansion. Everything associated with this place had to be taken with extreme caution. In regards to this, the men can be a survivor of the disaster, just like that mysterious man she boarded to the train with or a member of the Rose School of Thought. The latter is undeniable. So much so that she refused to enter the establishment without confirming this familiarity. So while she watched the two couriers board the carriage and the other taking the helm, Selena settled to herself. I can follow one person home and determine their names from the locals there. A sly smile crept to her face. After nodding indiscernibly to her plan, she didn't linger long on the sidewalk and planned to spend the entire afternoon at the cafe from earlier. Around the dim glow of dusk, Selena, who had eaten her fill of her 10th sweet cake, walked right back at the sidewalk where she spotted the familiar man. Won't I gain weight from this? She anxiously rubbed her stomach while waiting for the staffs of the building to exit. It wasn't long before she saw the same person with an almond skin, wearing a sock coat to walk out and turn from the street. There he is. Selena quickly but stealthily went behind an alley. The man with dark hair and almond skin strolled about the Afu district. Luckily, he didn't seem to notice her. The darkish blue sky slowly put out the day's orange light. By this time, the lamplighters had begun to work their jobs. Selena saw a group of these lamplighters reach up their metal sticks in order to turn the valves. However, she remained focused on the task of tailing the men, occasionally darting from one wall to another, taking in quite a myriad of odors. Selena had her nose covered throughout the stake. Thankfully the men didn't seem to notice her. And after a few more maneuvers of the plain districts, she finally saw him slowed down and settled onto a house right by a floral shop. Hiding behind the blinds of the alley and concealed from the crimson glow of the moon, Selena watched the men enter the unit. Recognizing it as his residence, she quickly figured out what street they're in. House Street. A few blocks away from the Divination Club. Thud. She heard the door shut, and after committing the street and the unit in mind, Selena didn't linger around too long. Her next move now is to plan how to interrogate him. And although that sounds simple, for her it have certain limits. Firstly, she had to do so while preventing the company from being alerted. That is to say, if the company also have connections with the Milo disaster, which is very likely since she had sensed familiarity with the two staffs. Second is without making herself known. Her hair and face could incite that same familiarity from them just as her, and if that is the case, having him into custody afterwards would be risky for her identity. Lastly, she had to squeeze every detail out of him, and what could be a better way than to settle genuine fear in his heart throughout the interrogation? Having a fair lady in front of him would be anticlimactic. As Selena considers all of this, her gaze is fixed onto the rhythm of her footsteps in the path. It is already evening, and hawkers of different sizes are still alit in hopes for the day's last toil. Luckily, after she passed a carriage station, she saw that the service was still going. This avoided the expenditure of having to walk all the way back again just like yesterday. Although Selena didn't mind it, she had already set a standard for herself to only be on the premise that she have a trusted company to escort her. She's still weak, and she acknowledged that in a way that doesn't belittle her. Upon securing that her badge and the vials are still in her coat, Selena drew out a breath and followed one of the pedestrians going to the station. Inside of the dream world, with the daily evening chores and routine finished, Selena quickly freshened up for bed and returned to the escape. And as usual, she used the soil formed from her body's vine-like structure to produce a stack of papers. This time, she got to know of the Beyonder potion formulas that the faction currently hold. Excitement rushed in as she read. Sequence 8, Beast Tamer. Main ingredients. A spring of the elves' marrow crystal. Fruit of the king's sword flower. Supplementary ingredients. -100 milliliters of water from the spring of the elves. -1 flower of the king's sword flower. -10 drops of wild eggplant extract. -10 grams of animal corpse oil. Sequence 7, Vampire. Main ingredients. True blood essence of a sanguine. Supplementary ingredients. -100 milliliters of sanguine blood. -3 sanguine teeth. -10 hairs of the long-eared rabbit. -10 drops of osmanthus flower pure water. Sequence 9, Planter. Main ingredients. The brain of a golden gorilla. The eyeballs of a rainbird. Supplementary ingredients. -90 milliliters of golden gorilla blood. -3 feathers of a rainbird. -9 grains of rice. -100 grams of bread or 100 grams of rice. Sequence 8, Doctor. Main ingredients. The green bark of the blessed poplar. The core of the water of life. Supplementary ingredients. -100 milliliters of water of life. -5 leaves of the blessed populace. -9 different kinds of herbs. -100 milliliters of oatmeal. Sequence 9, monster. Main ingredients. Tail of a colorful carp. -1 silver 4-leaf clover. Supplementary ingredients. -100 milliliters of murky river water. -3 ordinary 4-leaf clovers. -10 drops of monkey flower pure. -1 lucky charm. -9 drops of one's own blood. Selena had skipped the apothecary part, knowing she already had the formula committed in mind. But seeing how it had covered her potions subsequently formula from 8 to 7. Heath's heart couldn't help but raced in surprise. Is this a perk of having an already established cult following? I don't even need to hunt or work my way to obtain them. I have to thank you, sir, she exclaimed, but suddenly rehearsed. But not as the White Maiden but as her foster believer. After the celebration, she slowly reverted back to her inspecting mood. But how come that young priest deliberately added this formulas? Is he trying to win favor by giving me a general knowledge of what they know? Very likely. But there's also a chance that he failed to notice that these formulas are added. Although she chose to wait for the sequence 8 potion. Knowing the formula sooner still made her ecstatic. On the other hand, she also noticed a third formula, unlisted from her believers' respective pathways. Sequence 9, monster. What's that? Do you turn into a monster literally, she muttered. Curious. Selena quickly scanned the whole content of the documents, giving her an advance glimpse of the next topics, but not a single reference appeared. How mysterious. I wonder how can I consult Mr. Old Neil about it? Her hand absent-mindedly rose to caress her chin. I can't be blatant, or else I'll become more suspicious than I was from their eyes. I have to make it look like an accidental discovery. She casted her gaze toward the horizon and thought. That familiar men or that company may have connections with the Milo disaster or even the Rose School of Thought. If I were to confirm the latter, this would become a viable chance to frame him of having that formula in mind or even possessing a written note, whichever is more convincing. And Klene can confirm or even divine what he knows. I'm sure that formula will appear. We can also consider mediumship ritual just in case. A soft chuckle escaped her rosy lips. Anyway, the point is that through this formula, it might help in tracing the other members of this secret organization. Preventing the marketing of ingredients to lessen the emergence of more beyonders, she nodded at her own conviction. At this moment, Selena noticed the distant, chaotic, and incomprehensible voices slowly start speaking again. So before it worsened, she immediately severed her connection and descended back into her bed, faintly glowing with the streaks of the morning light. Chapter 122, On Duty. In the midst of the flickering lights, emitted steadily from the glass protection of the lamp, the well-ventilated but quiet and dark underground remained alit regardless of the time. Selena sat in the duty room and casually flipped through dozens of books piled up beside her. Some of her attention lingered on the gate occasionally, serving as her way to guard. Her windbreaker coat was hung by the rack and she wore a vest fitted to her waist. Underneath it was a layer of white shirt. Despite this style aligns more with the male fashion, Selena didn't mind the more masculine appeal. As a matter of fact, it accentuates her feminine more than wearing long dresses. It is practical, suited for combat, and was the attire she frequently wore ever since joining the officials. Sikatron and Royale Raydeen also wore this in respect for their profession. Under the illumination of the gas lamps, her mind drifted off to picture the scenes being narrated by the book. Engrossed to the story written by different authors. Being a hobbyist of the novels in the past, boredom became tolerable for Selena as long as books and any literature are accompanying her. Needless to say, her interest was quickly taken from the moment she entered a local library. Before, her issue with taking so many books is their prices. Of course renting is present, but in certain aspects, she's also a collector and couldn't help but buy the books she sought interest in. But what is a price when she can withdraw an excessive amount of wealth in the first place? At least being in this world has some perks. Although it's a shame that the authors I've grown to love didn't exist. Alright, I guess it's time to open up for new possibilities. Selena muttered while her eyes traced the words. In one occasion before she entered for duty, she had considered several things for entertainment and to pass the time. What quickly brought in mind was her studies. Old Neil would begin teaching her of carving a charm by tomorrow and she wanted to be well informed beforehand. However, practically speaking, it would conflicted with her duty. Once she became engrossed in learning, she could easily overlook any movements and changes happening outside by the Chinese gate. Phew. Selena picked up a cup of milk and carefully blew at it. The sweet and savory gentle liquid danced in her mouth before strolling down her throat. It was refreshing but wasn't effective against drowsiness. She could only fight it by directing her thoughts onto the next book. The earlier one quickly bored her as opposed to how she pictured the story by the cover. However, on this next novel, the title quickly caught her attention. Stormwind Mountain Villa. It's this novel again. Just how popular is this? While mumbling, she quietly turned a page. It must be from Roseanne. Stormwind Mountain Villa was a novel about Lady Sisai, who was 1.65 meters tall and weighed 98 pounds. It was a story of her embarking as a home tutor in the Fruis Mountain Villa. As she read, something about the woman faintly reminded her of a certain novel. She quickly closed it and spoke her mind inaudibly. Jane Eyre. Is this the alternate worlds version of this? However, just as she thought it was a romance novel, an evil spirit emerged in the story. When she believed that it was a ghost story, Lady Sisai revealed herself as a detective and made a marvelous deduction. Just as Selena felt that it was definitely a detective novel, the main male character took a heavy blow to the head and lost his memory. Then, it became a heart-rending drama. This is confusing. Selena made a silent criticism against the story. Is this meant to depict the beyonders of this world? Because if not, then it should have stick to being a romance at the start. Or perhaps it was meant for a roller coaster ride. Despite the distasteful impression the story made to her, she still commended its publishment. Putting that book aside, revealing the signature behind, telling a vivid, cursive name, Wall. Her hand lifted another novel following that. Between two names, author, Holland Cozier. Selena read the cover content. Between two names depicts another lady protagonist named Lady Clothier. In the story setting, it shows a clear legal minority on the women and the concept of domestic sphere in society. She dreamt of being a successful author. But due to the limits placed by the society on the women, achieving it would impossible. This compelled her to don a pen name and a person, Theodore Pole. Following that decision was her fashion leaning into masculinity and deliberate assuming herself as a male even against the law. This story turned into a political dispute pertaining to women's rights, the active protest, and eventually the revoking of this expectations on women. Lady Clothier's life felt like a biography of a certain author. She murmured while recounting the past. Who was it again? Ah, Aurora. George Sand. Selena nodded indiscernibly to herself. Quite a good read. The plot is clear and the world building shows effort. But I can't say everyone would have the same opinion. After taking a sip of her hot milk, something made her wonder about the author. The name also leans into being masculine. Then suddenly, she chuckled to herself. Could it be that the author is a she? Then just like the other books, she piled this finished novel into a separate place, planning to place them by the shelves at the break room afterwards. In the eerier silence of the underground basement and the comforting light casted by the lamps. Throughout her time on duty, there was no strange anomalies that occurred, and at the evening, just before she left the room, she drew a crimson moon and subsequently thanked the goddess that the cloth doll did not appeared. Now in her windbreaker, Selena deliberately sought Dunn in his office, seemingly made up her mind. Reflecting on his eyes was her beautiful silver-white hair tied to a braided bun. Dunn took out a paper and handed it to Selena. While in doing so, he said, "This is the review made by the archbishops. In summary, they found no reason not to include you in the Special Force Nighthawks. All I need from you now is confirmation." After scanning the paper, Selena collected her thoughts before answering, "All right. Welcome to the Nighthawks," said Dunn with a genial smile and then cleared his throat. "Ahem, this wouldn't be proper welcome if there's no celebration. When do you want to have a toast?" Selena said after a moment of thought. "Tuesday seems to be appropriate." Hearing her answer, Dunn carefully listed the members' availability during that time and tomorrow. Knowing that Fry and Sikatron will be busy by tomorrow due to the matters of Mororrowi, he nodded. "That is actually when our members become available for the evening." "You are considerate, Ms. Roy." Seeing her smile and expressed her gratitude, Dunn added, "You can leave now. I still have to create an official registration and note for the church to acknowledge your entry into the Nighthawks." "Ah, I almost forgot. During the clearing of Mororrowi Roundell's unit, we have retrieved most of his belongings. The totem at the basement was divine to be capable of siphoning the spirituality that was caught into its made-up dream." And at that moment, Dunn saw Selena handing the review paper to him. He first took it and placed in a drawer before continuing. "And the notes he had with him details another existence relative to the evil gods worshipped by the known secret organizations. This new being didn't have any records and was only referred by him as the single eye. A being of multi-dimensional body." Selena still recalls the contents of the notes quite vividly. "Through a ritual, this being is able to bestow shaman to the recipient. Mororrowi calls this ritual interdimensional blessing, and it seemed to require a certain sample and a totem." Dunn's voice was solemn. Selena quickly realized what that sample is, and it managed to instill fear into her heart at that moment. The torso want to devour her. It just meant that the sample is her. But she spoke frailly. "Why did Mororrowi mutated? Wasn't he in the middle of being bestowed?" Dunn nodded at the question and answered, the likely reason is that he was given half of the blessing in order to construct and utilize the totem. Since he's a normal person, it is hard for him to actually conduct rituals. So with the promise of the full blessing, he must acquire something to complete the power he possesses. Shamans are territorial as mentioned by the indigenous tribes of northern continent. There are already shamans. Selena blurted out. Dunn averted her eyes to the Chinese gate and told her, these are not actually shamans. They're mostly wild beyonders of the apothecary or corpse collector pathway with mysterious motives. Apothecary? Corpse collector? Are they acting as shamans to digest their potion? Captain, aren't you a least bit curious as to why they're acting? Selena thought that the details aligns with the acting method and it needs a bit of curiosity for Dunn to uncover. However, she remained silent, knowing it would raise suspicion the moment she mentions it. I'll find a way to inform Dunn and the rest of the acting method. Anyway. Dunn briefly adjusted his windbreaker. Shamans being territorial actually shows when Mororrowi refused to head out for rehabilitation. Suggesting that being one subjects into acting one. Selena's smile staggered. Oh Captain. In the future. We'll now be looking out for the signs in case of a possibility. Having said that, Dunn opened a drawer and prepared to write a registration note. You still have combat training, right, Ms. Roy? You may head out now, I won't taking more of your time. Feeling as if she's being edged. Selena wearily nodded and drew a moon onto her chest. May the goddess guide you, Captain. After seeing Dunn return the gesture, she quietly left. In the evening, as the dusk settles from the horizon and the lamplighters roam about, Selena was dropped off by Klene to her residence, carrying a satchel by her shoulder. She did not forget about the celebration she promised to seek a Tron through Roseanne. Instead, she figured it would be held the same time as her welcome celebration. When she mentioned this, Roseanne's expression was that of shock and disappointment. The latter was caused by a loss of another member in the civilian staff. She couldn't help but keep that down face every time she thought of this receptionist. But strangely enough, right after that this receptionist had her emotion changed on when Klene came to pick up Selena. It was that of excitement and fantasy. Thank you again, Mr. Moretti. Have a safe trip. Selena curtsied briefly before him and smiled. Klene gave short nod and stole a glance at the other unit. Catching the movement of his eyes, Selena turned and traced it, only to see the residence where Mororrowi lives. There was a person wearing a suit and a cap walking out of the entrance. That must be the agent sent to inspect the house. She withdrew her gaze afterward and asked Klene, are you troubled? As the carriage where the housing agent boarded left, Klene turned to her and shook his head. Have pleasant evening, Ms. Roy. Then just as he turned away, he suddenly added, we lived at Unit 7 Daffodil Street. If you wish, you can visit us anytime. Selena expressed her appreciation. All right, I will. After seeing him off, she first went to the Heath family residence, with the intention of greeting them. But as usual, this ended with another invite for dinner as the last time before finally returning home. Chapter 123, Ideal Rewards. In a gutters located somewhere in Eastborough, the crimson glow casted by the crescent moon reveals a dilapidated building, standing among the other unregulated urban. It had planked and broken windows, unsupervised walls and unkept floor that looks almost identical to the outside street. In this rundown, 6 individuals were present in their own spots. 2 sat at the stairs leading up, the 3 were scattered in the room, some are at the sofa while 1 stood at the center, holding a ritual. This ritual costed them time to weave a wreath followed by a 3-candled stand, essential oils, flowers, fertile soil, and a table. The man at the center is Isabelle. Still wearing the same black cloak he concealed himself during his transaction with the Temperance faction. With the ritual site's completion, he turned to the other members and scanned their faces. Mr. Pig's King, his true name is Piolo Kingo, is the chubby man who sat by the sofa, wearing a dignified gentleman's attire. Next to him is Greg Ford, a biologist who wears a lesser-class clothing. Catherine Rue stood a few meters away from Isabelle. With her arms crossed, she was clad in a long, violet dress and her hair coiled within a net. Kothi Warren wore a black-rimmed glasses right beside another member, Julius Brown who is a zoologist have occupied or posed by the stairs. Is this how many of our members left? He said condescendingly. Without my grandfather, you're all frail. Catherine scoffed. You're just as dependent as we are, low priest. Focus on the ritual. We need to be certain that the goddess did not forsaken us. The goddess is alive. Yes. Praise her. Piolo zealously raised his hands. Piolo Kingo was originally a follower of the Earth Mother. However, each of the rituals he conducted didn't get a response. Only after meeting Kothi Warren did he found the reason and thus proselytized to the child of God. His prayers were fulfilled in an expense that he had to associate himself with the Aurora Order. Afterwards he became an apothecary. Ysir glanced at him and nodded. The goddess is alive and we ought to call her Mrs. White. Mrs. White. What a strange pronoun to be taken for a goddess. Judius was the man with dark hair and brown eyes. Slightly tinted skin of almond white. He was resting with his back against the stairs railings. It is the most effective disguise, praised Ysir. No one would even bat an eye to how we refer our goddess. Mrs. White could be mistaken for a mortal. Enough with the pleasantries, howled Kothi with a heavy tone. He suddenly nodded. Mrs. White knows our name and our identities. She have disclosed my wife's whereabouts. I could only count on this. Ysir secretly snorted and turned back to the table, containing a tall candle. This candle was made of oxwood wax. It burns brighter and faster so it makes up with its height. The circle below it was made to further strengthen the connection. For the bestowment, there's an already constructed wreath altar on the corner. Now that the setup is done, the remaining members threw all of the planks and barricades off from the windows, allowing the crimson light to filter. The coarse salt around the room was quickly tinged in red. With the single candle stand lighted using spirituality and the barrier lifted, Ysir performed a brief prayer gesture. Striking his chest, tapping his shoulder from right to left until finally placing his arm onto his abdomen. He then drew a foul breath and lowered his voice. The White Maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. Beginning and the end of the extending vines. I implore your grace to acknowledge the completion of the task you have given me. I have gathered your remaining followers in one place. In a world of vast horizon. Seemingly with no end. Selena's figure was clad in a porcelain white gown, overgrown with moon-patterned laces. She had been waiting here for a while. Flipping the document. I see, my believers are quite brazen when it comes to matters resurrecting me. Ysir's grandfather, who was an ancient vampire, could respond to prayers. I wonder what sequence Valor is, while she was preoccupied. Selena suddenly noticed a change in her surrounding. Dusts and sparks of emerald light began to cluster toward a vine segment. Oh, it's from Ysir. Did he completed what I told him to do? Her hand threw the document to the ground and let it get devoured by the soil. Without wasting any time, Selena reached her hand out and bridged her desire onto it. And in that moment, the surrounding took a heavy turn. Thin but clear mist blanketed the region where she's in. The light from the sun still seeps to sustain the soil. She saw a person wearing a cloak with the hood down. It was a man with dark grayish hair and granite eyes, molded into a stern face. Selena recognized him to be the young priest. It's Ysir. She immediately willed the world around them to echo, I am pleased that you have acted on what I have tasked of you. However, Ysir tensed up and heavily gulped down his saliva. These weren't all of my followers you have brought into one place. Others are at sea, contained in a sailboat heading to the Tree of Flesh and Blood. Tree of Flesh and Blood. Ysir's expression turned grim with an array of shock and disbelief. Just by seeing his face, Selena quickly knew that it meant danger. However, judging by her situation now, she really doesn't have much to contribute. If reporting that a group of innocents had been abducted somewhere in the sea and was heading for the Tree of Flesh and Blood could be that easy, then Selena would have done it by now. Let's just pray, her voice almost leaked out by the weight of the situation. The Tree of Flesh and Blood is the flagship of the infamous Admiral of Blood. They're being transported there. Ysir unknowingly spoke his thoughts out. No. No, no, no. He shook his head. We cannot retrieve them. They're a lost cause. But would you accept if it was you in their place? How would you oppose the situation? The dream world spoke on Selena's behalf. I would pray. He murmured. Yes. I would pray. That's the spirit. Selena almost cheered. Let's pray to the Evernight. To the goddess. Her thoughts cut off. Yes, said Ysir with conviction and zealousness. O great and benevolent Mrs. White. I pray that you relieve them of their circumstances. So we can have an addition to your believers. That's sweet, dearie. Selena almost broke out of her character by having the urge to sigh. But even your goddess is praying to a goddess. Thanking the blinding light that obscured her expression in her heart. She willed the world to say loftily, you may return and conduct a ritual of bestowment. Ysir struck his abdomen devoutly. Yes, your grace. His connection with Selena abruptly cut off and he was sent back into the material world. While waiting for the door of bestowment to materialize, Selena, in the middle of the mural, naturally thought of what Ysir had said. Flagship. She muttered under her breath. The Tree of Flesh and Blood is actually a flagship. During this revelation, she had been picturing a literal tree covered with rotting flesh and river of blood. It was unsettling. I don't know if I should be thankful or not. While musing, she suddenly noticed specks appearing all around her. Tracing their path, she saw an outline of door made of emerald light. That was quick. Are they expecting my bestowment? Selena was intrigued. It quickly made her curious. Let's see. As the door of emerald light opened, she saw 6 people all across the room. Some were unfamiliar while majority she tell their names. Piolo Kingo, Kothi Warren, Uzer Birming, and Catherine Rue, a sanguine. Selena quietly recounted the members that had descriptions in their list. Piolo Kingo, also known as Mr. Pig's King during each gatherings he attended. Catherine Rue, a vampire woman who have advanced long before proselytizing to her. Her reason is that she's also of the Ormer lineage, same with Uzer and his grandfather. Alright. Since there's 6 of them, I'll be bestowing each of them a seed. Having said that, Selena lifted her hand. After watching it melt into soil, she incubated a tree that skipped different phases until it left with only a seed. Then a second later, an issue arose. It was when she pictured how her members would carry it around. Having a seed in their pockets would be kind of unusual. She blankly placed a finger over her chin. Wouldn't it be convenient if they were to forge it to an accessory? But then it would have to malleable, and seeds have a hard shell. While thinking, Selena suddenly balled her hand in an attempt to crush it. The seed quickly bore a gaping hole when she opened her palm. However, despite the damage, she's still able to sense and extend the long, thin stem as she pleased. This quickly excited her. They have done a lot of terrible things. A faint mischievous smile followed that excitement. Let's leave the discovery for them. Using my goddess name to personally tell their functions would be a risk. With that said, after the creation of additional 5 seeds, Selena quickly produced the paper slip, containing the account details in her hand and threw them into the door of light using her vine limbs. While having a storage system for her believers would benefit her, the constant sacrificing and bestowing herself while unconscious brings unknown and greater risk than enabling her to use their artifacts as the middleman. Not to mention the possible side effect that would otherwise be determined if she were a seer, forcing her to set aside the idea for a safer option. Seeing the items enter the material world and her believers reacting to the side effect caused by this invasion, Selena rehearsed her lines for her next voice. Uzer felt an intense carnal desire swelling inside him. He thought that if he didn't manage to react in time and enter cogitation, he would have attacked and be killed by the only female of their circle, Catherine. On the other hand, Catherine was unfazed, watching him contemplatively. In contrast to her, the other members reacted similarly to Uzer, with Mr. Pig's King Piolo already staring at Catherine's pale complexion. Just as he stood up, a dark bat smacked him by the face as it flew from behind, returning back to Catherine's shadow. Catherine glanced at him with displeasure. Hee. Piolo laughed dryly and briskly entered cogitation. The rest was able to handle the sudden surge of desire, only resulting in their teeth gritting. When 6 strange seeds and a slip appeared by the altar, they all suddenly heard a distant and layered voice coming from the fire. It was a melodic voice of a woman. Oddly familiar, as my gratitude for the bestowment and sacrificial ritual. Here's a slip containing an anonymous bank account, with a balance of £1,500,000. When all of them heard the amount, each and everyone felt a jolt tread through their veins. Oh, 1 million. Uzer was in total disbelief. Mrs. White had instructed the money to be used to construct a pharmacy. Each of the members here can have a share for different branches across either the South or North continent. The company name can be decided amongst yourselves. The layered voice was cut off. Following that, the wreath altar that Catherine have deliberately weaved to beauty suddenly withered and collapsed. Then whole rundown room was filled with silence. In the morning. Next day. Considering her plan of abducting the familiar men from Holster Retrieval Company, she have devised a way to cleverly get him without being detected. And that is using a sleep-inducing gas. That is her reason for being in the underground market at such a period of the day. Being early means also being early to leave. One of her motto for workloads as a past secretary, which was effective, that she had indeed got home and left for work in less than an hour. As usual in Blackthorn Company, she had attended old Neil's mysticism lesson with Klene, checked for the supplies in both the armory and the alchemy room, with an exemption of allocating the time to procure medicine to instead knowing more of the history. Thanks to her clearance, she was allowed to be informed of many potion formulas, including the Sequence 8, Beast Tamer. At around 2:45, Selena deliberately excused herself from any different activities, to which Klene had also agreed. Drawing her curtains off and closing the door, she waited with a hot cup of milk by the bed and a book. It didn't came to her that time had quickly gone by. She was suddenly greeted by a blinding crimson light. In a space above the grey fog, 3 individuals materialized from the crimson stars that burgeoned. Following their appearance was the blonde lady's courtesy that went in company with Selena. Then, with an amiable and cheerful voice, Audrey said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Chapter 124, Completion. In the majestic divine hall above the grey fog sat a long, ancient mottled table. Selena appeared at her designated seat, right beside the Fool and Justice. She looked around, peered into the vast space, still couldn't make out anything. Out of courtesy, she stood up and following her was Justice. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," her voice was sweet and amiable, almost eluding the stirring of her emotions. Suddenly, this young lady straightened herself. She briefly looked around before organizing her words and finally saying, "Honorable Mr. Fool, Mr. Hangman and Miss Lovers, who has helped me all this time, I have a question to ask. What can a pet with beyonder powers do for its owner? In other words, how useful is it?" She had just said her piece when she noticed Mr. Fool and the Hangman slip into silence. The atmosphere became a little weird. Hey, say something." Audrey quickly turned to Selena, hoping to have her handle the awkwardness as her only fellow lady. But to the best of everything, she saw her hesitant. "Don't look at me with those eyes, I did nothing. Really, I was asking for a friend." She wanted to burrow into a hole out of shame. She deeply regretted asking that question. I wonder indeed. Selena didn't know the answer. However, she can picture how it would look, considering the intelligence that her little stray companion had displayed around her. If it were truly a beyonder, then it would definitely help her in investigation. Not to mention the case of the apothecary's next sequence beast tamer, having a pet beyonder around will significantly widen her arsenal. The hangman Alger Wilson was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he replied in a strange tone, "That depends on what kind of beyonder powers the pet has. For example, if it's a spectator, then it can help you observe or listen in on certain occasions. As you know, most humans are wary of each other, but would never suspect that a pet would be eavesdropping on them, even if the pet was sitting right by their feet." "Oh. That's very interesting." Selena secretly commended Alger's intel. A spectator pet will prove to be very dangerous when left alone. And as its owner, it can inform me of the happenings around the room. Perfect for gathering intel. It makes sense. Audrey had a sparkle in her eyes as many thoughts welled in her mind. Father would avoid me when discussing important matters with the nobles, cabinet members, and other ministers. They would often lock the door to the room. But if Susie could hide long enough to be locked in with them, then she wouldn't be chased away. Also, many ladies like to interact within private social circles. Also, since Susie can speak, she can tell me the content of the meetings directly. Susie is great. I have to treat you well. I have to teach you proper pronunciation and vocabulary. Should I teach Susie the aristocratic pronunciation or a more normal Backlund accent? Would other dogs pick up on where Susie comes from when they interact? Wait, why am I considering this? Susie wouldn't use human language when interacting with other dogs. Wait, Mr. Hangman, why did you use spectator as an example? See, could you have guessed what happened? Audrey's expression changed. She regained her posture and smiled. In the middle of this, while the obvious young lady was enthusiastic, the other was strangely intrigued as well. Klene noticed this and was puzzled. What made Miss Lovers excited over the matters of beyonder pets? Wait, don't tell me. Oh, now I definitely feel pathetic for being the boss of a heretic cult, with 2 of them as members. Mr. Fool, I found another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. Audrey said not long after. I got this from Fur's wall. Great, you have repaid what you owed, Klene replied, regaining his mood. I am sorry, but there's not much content on this page of the diary. Audrey was conjuring the content she remembered onto the piece of goatskin. Klene raised his hand and made the goatskin parchment appear in his palm before saying, "That doesn't affect my promise. Furthermore, the parts of the diary you handed me previously had 2 pages. The pages collected by Justice and the Hangman were not originals. They were copied by researchers. Some would copy it on one page for recording purposes, while others kept the original look of the diary for convenience. But on the heels of that, Miss Lovers had yet to bring a page herself. This quickly made Klene felt an odd intuition that he looked at her with spirit vision. Her emotions are chaotic. So Miss Lovers is aware of this and ashamed that she couldn't produce a page yet. I wonder how she's doing now. Well, at least her ally is safe with me. He turned his gaze back and looked down. All while he secretly emphasized, yes, she'll be safe. December 20th. A new year approaches, but the feedback I received is making me very confused and troubled. There is no crude oil in this world. There's no crude oil to be found. After his nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klene reined back his thoughts and let the diary in his hands vanish into thin air. You can start your discussion now. Selena drew a silent sigh and collected her thoughts out from wandering. Since she had finished the majority of the documents and was in luck that it mentioned a certain organization, the only thing left for her to complete her rewards for the Tarot Club was to discuss them now. Only Mr. Fool's reward is left. I wonder when will this admirer for his give me the details of his account. Deliberating her words. She took over Audrey, who's about to speak her mind. Miss Justice. How would you like for me to tell the whereabouts of the secret organization, Psychology Alchemists? She meant to either tell it across the table, which includes Mr. Hangman who had already received his reward, or in person through Mr. Fool after the gathering. Audrey's heart was tugged with a sudden bout of excitement. Here, she blurted out. I am mean. It's all right. Mr. Hangman had shared with us the reward of knowing the details of the incident. I think it would be fair to share as well. Selena didn't mind that. Very well. After deliberating her words and with an adjustment of her intertwined hands, she began explaining. The psychological alchemists are a group of enthusiasts covering the field of academics about the heart and mind. They're quite active and would appear as audiences under a grand setting. Their activities as of the moment are unknown. However, this doesn't necessarily mean they're not seeking to widen their scope of members. Just ensure that you're well acquainted with the Beyonder circles around for them notice you. As spectators, it wouldn't be an issue to distinguish a fellow Beyonder of the same pathway among a crowd. That is good news. Audrey was so excited, she nearly broke out of her spectator state. With the pace I'm going after meeting Madame Furs. Coming to contact with the specialists of the spectator pathway will guarantee me the next sequence formula. That is more than what I could have hoped for, Miss Lovers. Thank you. On the spur of her arousal, she almost failed to comply with manners fitted for her status. Thank the goddess. Selena let out a draft of breath before nodding. I'm glad. Alger waited until the explanation ended before sharing his thoughts out. The psychological alchemists consists mainly of spectators. So it wouldn't be surprising to meet a majority of them in a courthouse flocked with different painted faces like their accessories. After becoming a spectator, I believe you're now aware of the charades circulating among the people surrounding you. In such cases, it would easily make a spectator immerse into a play that it may lead to the play itself sweeping you. Play itself sweeping you. Audrey ruminated over the terms of becoming a spectator. Thinking about it for a short while, she shook her head and anchored herself. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Hangman. It is a valuable insight you gave me, she smiled with reflective content. While sitting next to her, Selena have encapsulated to herself the meaning of Hangman's thoughts. Acting is also associated with dangers. This means that behind all of this acts is still a person vulnerable in a world of play. So in the end, you're only acting. After the discussion regarding the psychological alchemist ended, with it as her reward, Audrey let out a sigh and adjusted her state. She smiled faintly and said, I'd like to know if there are any sequence potion named Tribunal, or a kind of Beyonder that can go through wooden doors or make locks ineffective. Tribunal. Walk through walls. Selena instinctively thought of a game she used to play as a child and her manager spouting about during transactions. I know about this. Enveloped in the grayish-white fog, the fool Klene was going to reply, but the hanged man answered first. Considering the advice I gave you was on a whim. This time, however, is different. I need you to help me investigate something in return. What is it? Audrey asked with interest as well as with puzzlement. Alger glanced towards the fool and said, I'd like to know if the king has the intention of taking revenge on the Fasak Empire and launching a new war on the east coast of Balam within this year or before June of next year. The Tarot Club was currently using the Lone language, which was confirmed by the quartet's accents at the first gathering. Hence, Alger knew that Miss Justice was a noble in the Lone Kingdom, while he also believed that Miss Justice knew that he was alone. And considering Miss Lover's stature as well, he hoped for a more detailed and thought-out answer than the initial person asked. As for the fool, Alger believed that his behavior as alone was merely a disguise that would ease the discussion. Ever since the ritualistic magic, Alger started using him to address the fool politely. The king's intention regarding the matters of the Fasak kingdoms occupying the Sonia Island. Selena wasn't behind in the discussion's turning point. Even though she lacked knowledge on this world's field in politics, she is aware of the Lone's current state and the trends it was heading. Sonia Island is valued for its geological location in the Sonia Sea, allowing for an occupying country to have an advantageous strategic military position. While noting the prominent reason behind Hangman Alger's question, she noticed Audrey glanced at her before saying confidently to Alger, no problem, but I would need sufficient time to be certain. Miss Lovers, can I trust that you'd verify my words and perhaps add more yourself? Selena's hands jolted underneath the table. She smiled unsteadily and calmly said, I'll look forward to it. No way, no way. I don't have that kind of position even as the original Selena. A standing required to be informed with things like that are astronomical for me to obtain. Her intertwined hands were clenching her dress. How can I help when I'm nowhere near my status? I can wait. Alger smiled and said, with Mr. Fool as a witness, I believe you wouldn't go back on your promise. Audrey looked towards the quiet yet mysterious fool engulfed in grey fog as the corner of her mouth curved upwards. But I think the value of this information is worth more than both questions put together. When you confirm the answer, I'll provide compensation depending on the situation, Alger replied with an answer he prepared beforehand. Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, do you need virtual currency to determine value? Klene smiled and leaned backwards while he looked at the two people before him. Audrey relaxed and cheered for herself in her mind. Well done. Audrey, you learned how to negotiate. She was so excited that she nearly broke out of her spectator state. She quickly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, Mr. Hangman, did you receive the 1,000 pounds? I'm sorry, I'm still sailing. I have yet to return to land." Alger wasn't willing to bring it up. He answered her original question, the beyonder that can go through wooden doors and foil locks would probably be Sequence 9 apprentice. The secret organization, Theosophy Order, has its formula. However, don't ignore the possibility that it was obtained through other channels, such as an ancient tomb of the Fourth Epoch. The Theosophy Order. I believe this organization has ties with the Demonist sect. Selena slowly eased her hands and relaxed. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't refute what was said, Audrey couldn't help but sigh. If I had found the formula for apprentice before, I might not have opted for spectator. The performance was simply outstanding. Alger didn't bother with Miss Justice's remark but continued his explanation. There is also a sequence potion that is entitled Arbiter. I think you should be familiar with it, because it is the sequence pathway that the Augustus and Phaenopotter Kingdom's Castilla family has. Of course, the low sequence formulas were used as rewards in ancient times. Some nobles might have received it before. The Augustus family was a royal family of the Lone Kingdom while the Castilla family was a royal family in the Phaenopotter Kingdom. It turns out that the Augustus family are all arbiters. Audrey was enlightened and felt that it cleared up her suspicion. She sighed and thought, it's no wonder I've always gone along with their arrangements, always uncomfortable, always willing to admit defeat, like I'm never myself when I'm before them. I thought it was because I was timid. The Arbiter has a convincing charm and considerable authority, as well as outstanding combat ability that can deal with the unexpected. Alger described the situation simply. Audrey nodded slowly and leaned backwards. She then spoke elegantly, I have no more questions. The churning noise of the grey fog resounded from across the table. Just then, as Alger thought and looked towards the seat of honor, he was suddenly interrupted. Mr. Fool, said Selena with a strange internal conviction. If I may, I would to discuss a specific matter with you. And if possible, I would like for it to be private. Chapter 125, Stakes to be Blessed. In a world coursing with grey fog, a model bronze table hold 4 individuals with one figure standing from the rest. Selena held up her skirt and curtsied before saying, if I may, I would like to request a private exchange with you, Honorable Mr. Fool. That sentence settled into the likes of both Audrey and Alger. Alger instinctively reckoned Miss Lover's need for personal consultation with Mr. Fool while on the middle of the gathering. If she desires to have a private exchange with Mr. Fool, she could have do so over the past week. The psychological alchemists. That was Miss Justice's request to be as her reward. Could it be that due to her conscience, she found it difficult to request something from Mr. Fool if her promise for rewards haven't been done? While in her spectator state, Audrey herself couldn't help but wonder in puzzlement. What matter could it be that Miss Lovers wanted a personal exchange with Mr. Fool? The fool Klene had his fingers on the armrest froze. He was about to signal the members that he's about to say his thoughts but was abruptly interrupted. This suddenness of hers reflects the first gathering we held. Miss Lovers, how will you challenge my impeccable acting for the second time? Klene playfully grinned. He was already prepared for such an occasion. Having 3 members at once would dishearten the integrity of the gathering if all the members would be required to participate in the transaction. Hence, through his studies of Jotun, specifically of what he suspects the ancient kind used by the mysterious person praying to him before, he now have necessary knowledge to understand this and incorporate it by the use of the grey fog. Klene had already materialized a table, a few seats, and goatskin parchments for the members. What's stopping him now from translating? That won't be a problem, he replied unhurriedly. Following that, Klene lifted his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger. This doesn't do anything at all whatsoever. He can manifest the 2 goatskin parchments for both Hanged Men and Miss Justice without any movements. However, he did have to instill a display of power for the onlookers, just to establish his image. The churning grayish-white fog suddenly collided with the bronze table, cloaking the only 2 individuals, the Fool and Selena, in heavy mist. Audrey could discern their expressions a bit, but it's impossible to not notice this isolation. What an incredible power, she said in awe. Alger remained glued to his seat. His expression was a mix of puzzlement and the desire to know the situation. Throughout their gatherings, He had concluded at the start that Miss Lovers may have an identity of an influential figure among the ranks of an organization. Her allies, the men who have delivered the compensation for the spectator formula, and possibly many others, had verified this and threatened his thought that the Ivory Lady and their Tarot Club member may have been two distinct persons. What are you really? Alger narrowed his eyes while sustaining his questions. What is your reason for involving with the Rose School of Thought? Are you perhaps from the Life School of Thought member? Behind the curtains of the congregated grayish-white fogs, Klene slightly leaned back and placed his right hand on his chin. So what is it do you want for this exchange? He said with mild interest and intrigue. Finally approaching this moment, Selena tried to ease her racing heart by controlling her breathing. Ha. 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 Miss Lovers is nervous. Audrey quickly discerned Selena's state even across the bounded grey fog. The sounds thumping echoed for Selena to hear. In the boundless streams of almost liquidous mist, Klene, Alger, and Audrey all have felt somewhat pressured. Is she going to request something of them again? Would it concern another secret organization's attempt at descending their gods into reality? Will she confess her feelings? That last line was from Klene trying to ease his own tense nerves. A corner of his mouth almost lifted up in humor. Mr. Fool. At last, Selena spoke. What the other two members heard, however, is a language that wasn't unlike the mysticism languages they have heard or have studied. This had certain traits that are almost identical to face act but also distinct. Klene maintained an open mind while appearing relaxed. Do you know of the existences of transmigrators? In one of the transactional rooms of a bank within Southborough, Backlund, User, along with the remaining believers of Mrs. White, saw a briefcase brimming with hundreds and thousands of pounds. Greed almost and always stirred in each and every one of them. This is the goddess's blessing in a tangible form, the only thing they've all looked forward to since that gathering. And while they deemed the seed useless, their mysterious additional member that have been praying to Mrs. White and the one responsible for the £1 million have said to use the seed as a way to verify themselves. She also possessed one as well and suggested to instead install it as an accessory. User and the rest naturally found it malleable, enough to be carved without damaging the internal, as that member warned. As what the goddess had willed. The wealth will be evenly divided and be used to construct pharmaceutical company across different locations. As the member whose sequence is the highest among them, Catherine was the first to speak her thoughts. This is a start. A way to rebuild our empire again and return the favor the Rose School of Thought had kindly given us. What should we name it then? The chubby Piolo in his grey coat asked the eventual question. The rest have exchanged looks, and moments later, User suggested, the goddess's children choir. All of them shook their heads. I've seen zealous people walk straight to peril. It never end well, said Kothi with a mocking tone. User grit his teeth and said with exasperation, that what do you propose? Backlund's health center. Kothi didn't take long for a reply. Piolo was the next to cut in. I guess you'd expect nothing more from a laicized priest of the Earth Mother. Didn't take you for a critic, especially for something healthy. Even then I thought you referred to her as fake mother. Kothi's expression was solemn. It ignited Piolo's emotions, and in a fit he yelled, what did you say? Alerted, Kothi pulled up his shirt, revealing a revolver strapped to him. Piolo staggered back when he saw this. All right, enough. Catherine commanded with her raised voice. The names you've all suggested can be used. But note that this is due to Her Grace Mrs. White. It would only be appropriate take the name into consideration. White Cross. A voice suddenly reverberated in the room. Each of them glanced at Greg Ford, who's a botanist and worked with multiple pharmacists in the past. White Cross Pharmacy. **** no existences of. Following Miss Lover's question that Audrey and Alger could only comprehend slightly of. The relaxed posture of Mr. Fool suddenly stiffened. Klene's eyes constricted and his thoughts took a drastic turn as he looked intensely at the figure of the silver-haired woman. How does she know of the transmigrators? There are more of people like him and Roselle. Since when did they arrive? Was Miss Lovers a local all along? Many questions clouded Klene's processing facility that he completely ignored the exchange. It left Selena in a hanging position. After such a long time of silence, she finally heard the fool asked, why do you ask? Selena perked up. It clearly demanded explanation and reasons for her side. It was your presence. She replied honestly. The grey fog was a description my ally had told me after her attempt of returning. Ally? Who? Wait, she. Selena. Klene's emotions went in an upheaval fluctuation. Unknown to him, his hand already betrayed him by clenching. Luckily, he cloaked the sub-area between just him and Miss Lovers in a denser fog. The mist this time specifically settled to his armrest. Initially, I have seen her die. But in a miracle, she returned, continued Selena. It was so bizarre I took her in for a personal interrogation. She detailed that she was from different place and had no idea of the world. She said she desired to return. So I aided her. In respect that my friend is truly gone and what took over isn't her. So I gave her an instrument. She explained what might have triggered this phenomenon. But after chanting gibberish, she stayed the same. However, she explained that the area suddenly felt denser and heavier, almost like a fog was forming. Selena suddenly began caressing her hands. I committed this in mind, and when I was pulled into this space, I knew this had connections with the transmigration. She almost got here before me. Klene found the possibility terrifying. It wasn't rooted from the fact that his seat was almost occupied by another. Instead, it stemmed from the fear that the person might not be Selena and their intentions are unclear. So this led you pursue the tarot club? Selena nodded firmly. Yes. I wish for that transmigrator to return and for my friend to finally rest. If only it's that simple. Then there wouldn't be Mr. Fool around to talk about. Klene gave a self-deprecating remark before shifting back into his state. And what do you wish to achieve by disclosing this to me? The fool spoke languidly with faint interest. Selena finally eased her held breath and said, as it seems that the only way for that to happen is for you, honorable Mr. Fool, to regain your strength. I wish for myself to become one of your direct envoys. A blessed. A corner of Klene's mouth twitched. Have I gone too far? Miss Lovers, you do not need to serve me. You wish to become my blessed? Yes. Selena nodded and stated her desire. This is her true intention for disclosing this to him. Not only will it establish that Mr. Fool can use her to build back his strength, it also builds her relationship with him. Miss Lovers. It was only recently that you have escaped a catastrophic event. Why would you concern yourself with another issue? Klene secretly sighed. Then, for nearly half a minute of silence and presumably contemplation, the fool finally spoke with a calm voice. An admirer of mine is also a transmigrator. He wanted to know this individual. To understand what was the difference between her and his arrival in the space above the grey fog, and quite possibly find out what occurred that led her into this world just as he do. But most importantly, the company of a fellow earthling would lessen the burden of a bystander in a world littered with unknown. Klene knows this and is aware. This is why sometimes he finds comfort in reading Roselle's diaries. This is a way to connect and maintain his true identity. However, this interaction or possibly a meeting obviously wouldn't come with a cost. But he's willing to risk a few if it meant he could extend his reach into other Beyonder circles in case of help. Seeing his colleague almost died, he found agency in getting stronger. Klene will finally digest his potion soon, and along with his progression to his sequence pathway, he needed tools alongside him. Selena, having heard the fool's revelation of another like her, suddenly found her body unwilling to move. There was another transmigrator. And he or she is already working under Mr. Fool. See, can I know them? She blurted out. Klene was taken aback. I mean, can my ally know them? It would help her find comfort into this world if she knows she's not alone. Selena quickly fixed her words before Mr. Fool. Right. It's a she. What are the chances? Klene joked as he understood the term allies Miss Lovers always used. Could you first describe to me what is her character before I consider informing him? Chapter 126, The Fool's Consideration. Him? So it's a man. Alright, I forgot to assign roles to my believers. I'll work on it after the gathering. Selena suddenly recalled something on a whim. I currently do not know who she is as of the moment. However, I have the means to establish connections with her. My involvement with this gathering and your existence is currently unbeknownst to her. I guess it's not surprising for her to feel her friend as a completely person. Klene muttered inwardly before saying, what was her name? Linda had assumed another identity, said Selena with half-truth. As of the moment, she couldn't afford to disclose her new identity. She have colleagues, friends, and a comfort life away from danger. It's uncertain whether or not involving that identity with the great Mr. Fool is safe. So for precaution, she used her Earth name in order to isolate herself as the officer Selena. This is where her goddess role of the Child of God's faction does the heavy lifting. Linda. That's her name. And she assumed another identity. Klene wasn't least bit relieved hearing the situation. After ruminating his next action, he asked, what location do you propose for their meeting? Selena was already prepared to say, in Tingen, Westborough. Puado's cafe shop. Isn't that where we searched for the whereabouts of Huddsman's accomplice? Klene was quick to recall. He didn't bother pressing it as he added. And when will they meet? Wednesday this week. Selena said calmly. The fool Klene quietly settled his emotions of knowing another like him is around. He thought for nearly 20 seconds before saying. That can be done. But Miss Lovers. Whatever happens, I will hold you accountable for the meeting. He's warning her this in case of this interaction ending in a brawl. Of course he didn't rule out the possibility that the other party is friendly, but he's cautious enough to consider different chances. Selena confidently nodded. I will. It's just me after all. I will consider your request. However, one last thing. Selena perked up. What is it, your grace? Grace. Klene's mouth twitched. Do not expose the existence of transmigrators to anyone. As you may already aware. That transmigrator have entrusted you her safety. Respect it. Selena felt Mr. Fool's tone akin to being instructed by her higher-ups. Since she doesn't intend to anyway, it wasn't difficult for her to nod and agree. All right. If that's all, then you may return to your seat. Klene waved his hand off, slightly above the armrest, signaling the ending of the exchange. The tension from Miss Lovers had subsided. That's a relief. So it wasn't too much of an issue. Audrey nodded indiscernibly while maintaining a state. Alger could not help but want to be part of the information circulating among the two. From a god to a mortal, it is almost always bound to be something related to secrets. What could this be? Miss Lovers is more informed than I am over the scriptures of the gods. What is it that only she and Mr. Fool can discuss? For the past few minutes, he was considering which of his possessions should he offer in exchange for the valuable information. You have my gratitude, Mr. Fool. Selena's voice finally turns into the standard Loanese. Following that, she lifted up her skirt slightly and performed a courtesy. Klene gestured for her to sit down. Audrey failed to contain her curiosity and blatantly asked Selena, Miss Lovers. How much can I offer in exchange for the information you have told Mr. Fool? I'm willing to spend any amount. As a mysticism hobbyist and fond of mysteries. She marveled at the matter seemingly only within the two. It's not fair for Miss Lovers to not share such an information for the rest of us. We're a member. Before replying, Selena glanced at the fool from the seat of honor. His silence speaks volume for what to answer. I'm sorry. Selena was sincere on her apology. But don't be disheartened. It only involves a trivial dispute among my allies that I need Mr. Fool's insight of. Even then. Audrey felt under the weather for being casted. All right, her tone had a bit of noticeable disappointment. She wasn't the only one who's dispirited for being isolated. Alger, whose excitement was kindled when Audrey asked in his stead, settled gloomily on his seat. A dispute? Why would you ask Mr. Fool for such a trivial matter when I can give you an advice as well? To be putting a god in such a dispensable issue. Miss Lovers is hiding something. He thought, then followed up Audrey's question. If it doesn't bother you, I suggest asking our advice for that matter instead of requiring Mr. Fool. Or perhaps, you do not deem our qualities to be worth considering. Selena felt her heart tightened. She looked at Audrey, who had mixed emotions while facing her, and to the fool again, only to be met with silence. It's all right. That was only meant for one time anyway, she secretly sighed and nodded. I deeply apologize for my inconsideration. I do think of any of you to be incapable. Please forgive me. She stood up and slightly held up her skirt to bow. I'm surprised, Mr. Hangman. Do you perhaps have a nature of being a professional martyr? Klene couldn't quite put a finger on Hangman's character. But regardless, he was actually satisfied by how Hangman handled this tilt on the social circle. Hence, he watched the table calmly. On the other hand, Audrey gasped inwardly, witnessing her first and currently only female member bowing down. Miss Lovers didn't do any wrong thing. If we desire to have personal exchange with Mr. Fool, shouldn't it be normal? Then suddenly, it occurred to her what presence they're in. A god is at the table overseeing the gathering. He generally was calm, relaxed. However, it is foolish to ever belittle Mr. Fool. Through this train of thought, all Audrey could do was really to just accept the forgiveness silently. Amid this, Alger did not initiate the act of sparing. He turned and left it for Mr. Fool to decide it. You may seat. Klene told Selena as he gestured for the chair. You are full of surprises, Miss Lovers. For once, I'll overlook this. Selena heaved a sigh of relief before musing. But it actually involves a very mysterious matter of transmigrators. Well. I'm thankful that Mr. Fool went along. With that settled, Audrey quickly changed the topic to lighten the mood of the table. I have heard from a friend that some issues rose after the Milo incident. That friend is my father. She quietly praised Earl Hall's ability to seek information from his circles and connections. Her intention for saying this was to make the Tarot Club aware of the situation outside of the cities, specifically Miss Lovers. The House of Commons found that secret official forces are extremely scarce outside of city borders. Although this is as valid reasons due to statistical populations. This also raised concerns regarding the brewing of different cults that might exploit this weakness, leading to more casualties. Audrey's thoughts was still clear of her father's disclosure. What I mean by casualties is that when putting Miss Lover's situation back in Milo, a descent could occur without anyone suspecting. Milo is unexpected and isolated. Alger calmly refuted. Its geographic location made it a hotspot for travelers and letters across the Sonia Island. That is why it is called a postal town in the past before the steam train pioneered by Roselle. It is rural and at the end of the Tussock River. The distance to travel between Tingen and there is nearly half a day. Which is why it likely didn't occur to the churches that this town was attacked. Selena agreed to this. If it were not for the distance, she wouldn't have considered taking a swim at the Tussock River and hoped to be washed ashore. Seriously, I think Milo was the only one to have experienced this as in Winter County. There are towns there that are clustered into a short distance. Although that is correct. Milo isn't the only one was affected. Audrey shook her head slowly. There are many villages and towns that was subjected into an invasion. Luckily, the churches quickly caught on. However, others were a bit late that when they arrived, many inhabitants have gone missing. Alger said with mild interest, how did they propose to fix this issue? Audrey tried her best not to soil the image of the parliaments. The House of Commons have already reached the constables of Tingen and many associating towns for this issue. Heh. Alger sneered. Do you think the other affiliated members wouldn't seize the opportunity to challenge the integrity of the ruling system? I wouldn't say that the House of Commons would idle this issue throughout, but the fact that there's still a domestic dispute ongoing in the court. I think the opposing force will have a field day because of this issue. Domestic disputes. I can vaguely remember Selena's father telling this during one of their dinner nights. Selena tried to dig deeper into her general knowledge of the world. This domestic dispute surfaced after the emergence of the new party, formed mainly by the capitalists. Due to this conflict, it put many bills on hold, including the raising of worker salary, the improvement of working hours, and revising of the poor law. They will press them. Alger remarked. Audrey pursed her lips. Due to what her father theorized when he was telling her the results of her help, she couldn't make a proper feedback. Seeing that Miss Justice didn't add on, Alger thought and looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I'd like to ask if the true Creator's holy residence that the Aurora Order advocates is the legendary Forsaken Land of the Gods. Forsaken Land of the Gods. Selena ruminated the title. Forsaken Land of the Gods. I have only seen that term once in Roselle's diary. It might be in the secret dockets of the Nighthawks, but it isn't something I can know of currently. How do you want me to answer? Klene nearly twitched the corner of his lips. He considered it for a while, then he replied in a calm tone, this is not something you should know now. Alger felt his heart tighten, and he immediately lowered his head and replied, please forgive me for overstepping my boundaries. Audrey wanted to ask about the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but she also gave up the thought when she heard that. In the lofty divine hall above the grey fog, silence suddenly filled the air. At that moment, Audrey felt that she should say something. Mr. Fool, if, and I'm saying if, I have the opportunity to join another organization, such as the Psychology Alchemists, is it permitted? The Fool Klene maintained his posture of leaning backward as he said with a chuckle, that is no problem. My requirement is that the existence of the Tarot Club is not to be exposed. If you become a member of another organization, the materials and information you can use for exchange will also increase. After saying that, he suddenly recalled that he was also a member of another organization. He was a real Nighthawk, while the Lovers was most likely a part of another secret organization, and the Hanged Man seems to be related to the Church of the Lord of Storms. Would my Tarot Club be the so-called Rebels Alliance? Traitor Gathering? Klene was drowned in deep thoughts. That's good. Selena thought of her own affiliation in relief. She was worried that because of her plan to associate the Lover's identity with the Child of God's believers, it would compromise her ability to attend the Tarot Club gathering. Which is why she refers to them as allies instead of direct subordinates. I can command Yzer and the others as Mrs. White and also advise them. So in a way, I guess I'm a distant member. I wonder what to call them. Have they finally made up a name for their company? I understand now. Audrey was excited, but she immediately thought of a question. Mr. Fool, if I found a suitable gentleman or lady for this gathering, could I guide them to join? How do I do that? Alger thought and asked, Mr. Fool, what is the requirement to be a member of this gathering? How do we determine? Ambitious, ethical, cultured, disciplined. 4 words popped into Klene's head instantly. He maintained his silence for a few seconds and only spoke when Justice and Hanged Man appeared a little uneasy. You can inform me here of people who you find suitable. I will decide if they will join us. Before that, you can't give any hint that would cause the secret of the Tarot Club's existence to be exposed. You must remember, to non-gathering members. Klene paused and said in a heavy voice, you must not speak my name without my permission. Chapter 127, Hidden Act. You must not speak my name without my permission. In the West Borough of Tingen. Daffodil Street. Selena set her book aside and pulled open the curtains, allowing for the breath of fresh air and sunlight to seep across her room. She could still hear the words of the fool reverberating in her ears, but it came natural to her to abide. Being familiar with the scriptures and revelations of the Evernight made her aware of the gatherings at the start, reminding herself to always be respectful under Mr. Fool's vision. With the thoughts of his words receding in her mind, Selena recalled Mr. Hanged Man's agreement of her commission. She had disclosed that one of her allies, now she calls peers, had been held captive in one of the sea vessels heading to a flagship known as the Tree of Flesh and Blood. The Hanged Man's response was curiosity and uncertain word that should not be held as promise for the request of knowing Admiral of Blood's whereabouts. Senor, so that's Admiral of Blood's name. Even resting her arms on the window's railing could not scrape the anxiety she has for her believers. They're heading for the flagship and quite possibly will arrive very soon. Selena felt responsible for keeping their hopes up only for her to abandon them. No. Kothy Warren's wife is innocent. It seems her husband had deliberately caught all of Child of God's faction's ties to himself without involving her. Selena sighed while letting her gaze swept across the passing pedestrians. I hope Mr. Hangman can relay this plea for help to the Church of Storms. In Northborough. 30 House Street. Art had just returned from his grocery trip, bringing with him a paper bag of ham, a bread, and a few bottles of jam. The sun had just begun peeking on the horizon. He deliberately went around this hour due to lesser competition for the fresh hams and for the steaming hot loaf that's commonly served in this period of day. Now back at the street. Art didn't took long for him to see the house he had rented. He chose it specifically for its distance with his workplace. Click. His key fitted just right and he opened the door. Without thinking, he placed the paper bags he held at the living room and proceeded to shower first before breakfast. At the washroom, he twisted the faucet and water droplets came streaming to his body. Ack. It's cold, he complained. Art had been considering installing a boiling room at the basement, but his allowance could bear the weight of the bills. Forced to shut, he dealt with the shivering of his body. For exactly 5 minutes, he stayed in the washroom, and during those times and unbeknownst to him, a faint clink resounded from the living room. Art finally closed the valves and walked out. With a towel wrapped over his pelvis, his hand drying his hair, he quickly turned for the second floor. After another 5 minutes, he returned to the living room ready to make breakfast. Another damn day, a dull ache made him press his temples. Clink. Suddenly, a small bottle rolled from the table's leg. Inside of its glass container is a match already lit up with a small flame. Ah! Art instantly felt inclined to inspect. But after just taking an inch, the bottle's contents erupted from within. Hiss. Art was taken aback and withdrew his body away. However, the cork that was keeping the bottle sealed finally failed to hold the pressure. In the end, it popped out. Excessive smoke poured out into the confines of his room. It was strange because of the small contents of the bottle, it shouldn't make this kind of reaction. Unless there's an enemy attack. Art caught whiff of the scent and instantly covered his nostrils. It's a sleep-inducing gas. Before he took action, the whole living area was submerged in a sea of grayish-white fog. The mist could still be see-through and Art didn't waste any time to dash for the windows. But in the spur of his agency, a thin wire of stem suddenly tripped him as he ran. Thud. Art's hand cushioned his fall, but in exchange he loosed the cover of his nose. He instinctively inhaled the lingering fumes. There's a danger. Powerful, be under. He wanted to yell, but the fumes wouldn't allow it. He coughed and spat foul breath to expend an oxygen. I must. It wasn't easy to regain his foothold due to the effects of the gas. It made his thoughts rigid and hazy. But Art managed to place his feet in a position of a runner. However, the seed from earlier that he didn't notice leaped on his behind. A thin, stem-like vines injected out of the seed's turquoise shell and it wrapped and bind him. Thud. Art was restrained to the ground. Damn it. What is this? He tried flailing around for the bind to loosen. But his mind couldn't process the strength he usually had before the fumes. No. In the end, Art stopped resisting. The fumes quickly came into his respiratory and traveled from his spine until it reached his basal forebrain, stimulating its ability to promote the release of adenosine and force the recipient to sleep. Following the dispersion of the gases, the seed jumped around to find a rope. It found one when it opened and entered the basement. Returning back to the living room. With effort, it dragged the unconscious Art down in the basement. Each step's a hit on his chin and a bumpy ride for his body. However, since the gas was made to be potent as the inhaler continues to be exposed, he ended up sleeping through the trip. When they finally arrived at the floor, The seed went back at the surface again, leaping around with the use of its stem vine. Thud. It dragged a chair on the door leading down. Thud. 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 After so many jumping and propelling, the interrogation room is finally prepared. With great effort, the seed hefted the unconscious Art to sit on the chair, and using the rope, the seed encircled him to bind his arms and legs. However, when it finally comes to knotting, the seed kept on failing. Perhaps somewhere deep into a wall of gray fog, and a place tucked away, the woman made up of flesh from the ground was fuming with frustration. For what almost seemed like eternity, or nearly 10 minutes, the knot was finally tied not to break loose. The seed jumped around in circles happily, enjoying that sense of accomplishment. However, when it occurred to it that the effects the gas won't extend for too long, it quickly hit itself hindsight, quietly waiting. After just another 3 minutes, Art finally woke up. He saw pitch-black darkness, illuminated only by a candle on the side that he didn't recall placing. That's right, he quickly recognized this as his basement. Damn it, there's an enemy. Who in the hell would provoke us? Tap. 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 Suddenly, under the light casted by the candle, a turquoise-colored seed that rests on a table called for Art's attention. Art quickly looked where the sound came. A seed. And it extends a stem. A sudden bout of horror hovered in his heart. It was a knowledge that lower sequence beyonders would always have to resort into a confrontation if they want a certain someone abducted. This is due to their abilities for being within the limits of a human. However, for a seed to act instead of the beyonder, it already explains volume. He's in the presence of a powerhouse. What do you want? He shouted in a frantic. The seed, of course, didn't give any expression or verbal response. Instead, with the tip of its stem that had grown a solid bark, it tried writing on the wall. Grating noise echoed in the room. What the seed produced made him skin unsettled. It confirms it. The seed is being controlled by a human. The words on the wall was that of Loanese. What is your name? It's Art. Art feud, out of fear and plea for mercy. Art instinctively yielded to the person's wish. Then the seed leaped to another spot and began writing, what is your connection with the Holster Retrieval Company? What is their true operations? Art instantly became hesitant, in fear of telling the person behind the seed's control. Tap. 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 Oh, okay. Okay, but his fear of the moment quickly took over. His mouth trembled open. I am a helper. I am assigned to general moving and labor, and about our operations. Considering the person's sequence and their capabilities, Art once heard of a beyonder ability capable of discerning lies from truth. Because of this, in a fit of horror and apprehension, he just chose to submit and comply with honesty. Our director is associated with a secret organization. I knew it. Behind the seed's mystical connection. In the vast world of a dreamscape. Selena, clad in her white gown embroidered with strange symbol laces, finally confirmed her suspicion. He was one of the large investors of the Red Light Street. The Red Light Street is known to have bars and hostesses being held within the area. To put it simply, this is this world's equivalent of a red light district. Selena was immediately put to unease just the thought of other women bidding their bodies for money. But that's how lower class usually thrives from it in order to leave that social status. What's his name? The seed wrote. Art ruminated his words before answering. We don't call him by his name. Usually, when we refer to him, he's ought to be called just director or head manager. He forbids ever bringing his name from the mouths of his employees. You're a non-beyonder. The lines written by the seed were a bit more jagged. Shit. Art forcibly pushed his agency aside and nodded. Yes, I am just a human, so please. What do you do besides carrying? I often use my allowance to indulge in the Red Light Street, he answered with an irritated heart. As much as he can, he wanted to keep the enemy in the dark. Why did you join them? The director promised that if I stayed long enough, I'll have the privilege to use whatever woman I want without any costs. Selena's eyes narrowed and her hands began caressing one another as they rest underneath her abdomen. Tell me what illegal operations the company do. We are usually just a retrieval company. Other than that, we are involved in the process of carrying materials in the market and hire more members to widen our influence. The Red Light Street seemed to have most of their members. Selena willed the seed to say. What is your organization's name? Although she's already certain about the answer, she still opted to hear him say. Rose School of Thought. Suddenly, when Art said that, he recalled having a gold coin with him in case of danger. What Duford had told him was to flick the coin and he would immediately alert it to dispatch his peers around the area. This is House Street, near the Holster Retrieval Company. It was around this time that he praised himself for choosing a location based on his laziness. Inside of the dream world. When Selena finally sensed his face, a vivid image surfaced in her memories. Suddenly, the seed wrote again, at June 29th. A caravan from Milo traveled into a manor in the outskirts of the town. The crates it held at the time originated from Tingen. Tell me. Reading this, Art's hand suddenly stopped, trying to reach for his back pocket. Did those crates came from Holster Retrieval Company? Chapter 128, Innocent Lady. Did those crates came from Holster Retrieval Company? Art couldn't believe what was written. Those exact same name and date had already faded into the past yet chose to resurface again. Why are you bringing Milo in this matter? Who are you? His voice was trembling while in a state of agency. His only thought was, is this the Ivory Lady's ghost haunting us? Although he didn't got to see the Ivory Lady, he heard news regarding the Milo incident. Hence, while being a member of the cult behind it himself, he became wary of it. The seed wrote, stay put and just answer. Then in a gritting and jagged lines did another words it made, or you'll die. I had to threaten him. Selena wasn't usually the type to resolve things through violence. She can, however, warn them of a bluff. Art's blood run cold. His thoughts spiraled into horror, and while in this state, he became determined to reach for his back pocket. Yes. They came from the company, he reluctantly abide. At this moment, Selena managed to recount who the man was. Back when she was at the upper floor of the main wing manor, she saw the caravan used to transport the crates. The hackney used to move the vans came from Milo along with the tent carriages. A few members were tending them. Perhaps due to stress. Selena subconsciously etched their faces into her mind, but through erosion of time, she could only vaguely recall their faces when meeting them again. Art viewed, while ruminating the name and formulating a plan on how to arrest them. Selena suddenly heard a coin bounced away from the men. Without hesitation, and since her objectives are complete, the seed leaped from the table and jumped all the way to the door. Watching it escapes, Art yelled in frustration. Damn it. Where are you? The seed made it to the living room. There, instead of returning back from where it entered, it grabbed the bottle and leaped to the side, heading upstairs. Due to his struggles, Art fall headfirst from the chair, squirming while trying to undo the rope. Ack. Bloody cursed be under. You'll regret letting me free. Around this moment, the gold coin that produced consecutive noise rolled a bit before stopping. There was no reaction. The seed arrived at Art's bedroom. It entered and rummaged the drawers, hoping to find something that can be used to arrest them. At the lower corner of the wardrobe, it saw a contract and a few documents. The former paper held the company's terms and conditions. Of course, being an aspiring worker of a company that was run by a secret organization would always be under the bribery of their corresponding beliefs. The contract says, within a given period in time, a special promotion will be held for new workers. A chance to receive privilege. This can be a good follow-up evidence. However, Selena doubted that was enough. Soon, rustles of footsteps arrived at the front door. The seed quickly sensed that they're not officers, evident by the fact that she didn't prepare to report. They're quick. The remaining time lessened. Inside of the basement, Art heard a few people barged in upstairs. They're here. He exclaimed and turned his body to yell, I'm here. Those same people rushed to the basement. A man dressed in a blue coat began untying his pier. He had a bent nose and freckled face appearing stern. The enemy is controlling the seed. It went up. Art wanted for it to be confiscated more than for him to be freed. One man with an even more burly body scanned the basement before telling to a helper, search the entire house. If it's a seed, it couldn't have gotten anywhere. Two of them paced to the living room and split as the other went upstairs. While wearing a cap, he saw the door leading to the bedroom slightly ajar. He instinctively went in to inspect. However, by the time he opened the door fully, the wind was already flailing the curtains, entering from the open window. The seed rolled from the roof along with the bottle and both landed on the soil. Using its stem, it pushed the glass container away and quickly burrowed into the ground. The building's front door opened again, and the 5 individuals, along with Art, scanned the street. The taller man with recessed eyes but deep features fixed his voice and said, find that person. They shouldn't be far from here. As his people scattered. Hidden beneath the street, the seed was digging its way across. Thanks to its ability to sense the surrounding, it shot out of the tiny tunnel when it arrived at an inn. Then before anyone could notice, it snuck into a crevice of the wall and entered the reception hall. It's now at the break of dawn, and many occupants have started to act for the day's toil. As multiple faces, wearing either plain white shirt or fully dressed, walk down. The seed leaped one stair level at a time, ensuring no one notices it. Then, out the best of everything, a kid that wears a cap, noticed it roll upon reaching the second floor. Curious, it tried to pick it up. No, sweetheart. Selena's heart raced. At the same time, two people entered the main hall. It was Art and another peer who's wearing a wool coat. They're here. Without wasting any time, she willed the seed to open its shell and pushed itself a little while revealing no stem. Ma. A seed, the child pointed at the seed rolling. Art was alerted by the child's innocent antics. He immediately nudged his accomplice. Upstairs. Eek. Selena kept the seed rolling with a bit of its stem. Finally it entered her room. It didn't stop rolling until it reached the bed frame. Then it jumped, landing at Selena's hand. Selena's eyes fluttered open. Art and the men arrived on the second. They instantly thought of scouring each room for the seed, hoping that it led them to its owner. An old man walked out and the next was a woman with silver-braided bun hair, clad in a dress and a capelet. Good morning. The lady politely greeted them with a soft smile. Art and the men perked up and both tipped their caps, watching her strode past them. Their gazes lingered at her without explanation. Hey, he struck his accomplice by the abdomen, waking him from a trance that doesn't quite add up. We're here for the seed, so stop dallying and search every room. Outside of Fabulous Inn. At 35 House Street. Two more individuals entered the building before a man taller than them followed. Seconds later they all exited. Damn it. What ability is that? Art balled his fist and slammed the door in rage. The staff said, hey. That's private property. Grr. Art withdrew his hand and glared at the attendant. I wasn't aware that a powerhouse is present around this district. The man towering all of his peers said in a deep, contemplative tone. It's getting late for work. We'll inform the head manager and await for orders. Art nodded along with his peers. Suddenly, when the men turned around, he glanced at him and coldly said, say everything what you said to it. Art's heart sank. His thoughts stirred by what's to come. The four of them didn't budge until Art himself gave a reply. He nodded anxiously, yes. Their silhouettes fleeted from the passing of pedestrians and pacing carriages. Amid this lively street, a woman with a silver-braided bun hair walked out of an alley. They left. Selena sighed in relief and continued with her fine, habitual steps until she suddenly staggered. Ugh. Her hand quickly caught onto a wall. Perhaps I should refrain from controlling the seed too often. Or else waking up would left me groggy. Slowly, she managed to recover, allowing her to walk smoothly. In an apartment located somewhere in Northborough. Birchwhite Street. A door leading to one of the rooms at the third floor creaked open. The blinds of the windows were shut, and curtains were drawn close, denying the natural light from fully entering. Klene took his top hat off and helped himself in. Hello, Mr. Duford. His voice was calm and professional when he tried greeting the tenant. Inclined to one of the sofas is a man wearing a white shirt, untended and unbuttoned. He had frazzled hair, deep sullen eyes, and pale complexion. Who are you? He rasped, looking at him at the corner of his eye. Klene drew a silent breath and said unhurriedly. My name is Klene Moretti. An officer from Owa County Police. He presented his badge along with his permit from his wallet. I came here to talk about certain things. Just get straight to the point. Duford grated while raising another glass cup. It contained Southville beer, to which he tilted his head back and downed it. Gladly. Klene praised secretly before saying, did you know that your son have involved himself in a clandestine association? Merrick. Duford blurted out, a bit surprised. Klene nodded while keeping his top hat near his chest. Seeing the officer confirmed. Duford spat out a condescending laugh. I didn't take that fool for a son. I feel personally attacked, while lampooning. Klene adjusted his tone to adapt according to his situation. Had he visited you recently? Duford slammed his glass cup down and said, let him try to face me again and he'll see not a father but hell. So I take it he didn't visited you. Klene extended his patience. Please cooperate or I might have to detain you for interrogation. Hiss. While expressing his displeasure, Duford eventually submitted. He came here last week. And what did he say to you? Said Klene, paying full attention. I threw a wine bottle at him. Surprisingly, he evaded. What a way to greet a family member. Klene's corner mouth twitched. Duford continued after downing another glass. Ah. That kid spouting nonsense about indulging into desires would bring us wealth, urging me to join. Heh. If I were younger, I would've, but by then Flora would still be around. Flora. Klene opened his mouth. Was your disputes, about the death of your wife? We're not married. Duford poured another liquor into his glass. The bottle was emptied out. Because I couldn't contain my own carnal desires, the stress brought misery to her. You're alcoholic and a philanderer. Klene was surprised to see that his impressions of him could go any more lower. Their family matter is confusing. It's best to revert to the reason why I came here. So he urged his father to join the Rose School of Thought. So did he say anything about where? Oh, forgive me, not carnal desires, but addiction. Duford interrupted him. Young man, that must have altered my impression to you. There's not much to alter in the first place. Klene smiled awkwardly. That's all right. Due to Merrick's birth, I had to double my wealth. In order to do that, I gambled it. Klene didn't bother commenting in his head anymore. I wasted everything, and Flora along with it. All because of him. He started going around, neglecting school and indulging in all sorts of antics. You can only blame yourself. Klene sighed and donned with top hat again. If you would, please tell me any place that your child had mentioned to you. Holster Retrieval Company. Duford simply answered without batting an eye. He drank the last liquor. Before going, Klene tipped his top hat. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll be sending a specialist to inspect your mental condition. Rest assured, the cost is already covered. I don't need a therapist. Duford persistently lifted and shook his bottle, trying to get every last drop of the liquor into his mouth. Klene didn't utter another word as he turned around, fixed his coat and eventually closed the door after leaving. Chapter 129, Knowing a Clue. At a turn of a district. Klene, still in his inspector outfit, walked seamlessly across the crowd. His thoughts are occupied by the scenes he had divined above the grey fog. It occurred to him after the gathering ended to carefully examine Ms. Roy's destiny. The scene didn't change, and so he confirmed that the matter with Mororrowi wasn't related to the city. This further added the horror and apprehension that Klene developed when he saw this. Selena's lifeless and single-handed body formed a puddle of blood. A hand scooped the thick liquid before fading. Hundreds of hair strands were littered, and on the window covers the whole empty cityscape of Tingen. It was still the same. Except that when Klene scrutinized the horizon, he could faintly tell a distinct building standing out from the rest. It had a red-painted chimney, appearing similarly to when he divined the reasons why his fate was disharmonious. A comment given by his professor. Within this train of thought, it occurred to him that perhaps consoling Mr. Azek of Selena's destiny then fragments will surface to help him resolve it. Considering tomorrow's meeting with Miss Lover's associate, Klene need to arrange appointment on when he'll request Selena's company. This afternoon will be a banquet for Ms. Roy. She's officially entering our ranks as a Special Force Nighthawks. His thoughts instinctively started with today's occasions. While tomorrow, I will meet a fellow Earthling, a mixed emotion stirred within him. Who would have thought that at the same era, two transmigrators would exist? Setting the melancholy aside, Klene kept a relative pace as he forced his gaze to be occupied by the passing buildings. Thursday seems appropriate. His reason for strolling about is to find a particular building. The establishment of Holster Retrieval Company. It is near this district, so he didn't bother taking a public carriage, lest he wants to take a roundabout trip. His time spent needs to be allocated responsibly. When he took a turn, he suddenly saw a 4-story building installed with a plot meant for parking vans, a cargo carriage for transportation of furniture and goods. It was at this moment that he saw 5 people sporting a cap and clad in workers' attire. They're blue-collared workers with firm bodies forged from pressure of lifting. 3 of them seems to be mumbling to each other. Klene couldn't decrypt what they're saying from a distance. I'll have to release this steam tonight. When they reached a certain range, he finally heard an irritated and slightly ecstatic tone coming from the men towering his peers. Klene didn't approach them nor have any intent on entering. This is an establishment that he confirmed to have operations branching from the Rose School of Thought. It would be dangerous if his cover was breached. Hence, he merely watched them until their shadows fleeted upon closing the entrance. Are they a part of the organization? He muttered inwardly before taking a seat at a bench. As of now, what he needs is information from a member within. Divinations can only go so far and have certain limitations, especially since he's still at sequence 9. Considering the limited methods he can do to extract information from a worker, it was clear that reenacting what he did with Sirius Arapis is not allowed. There's also a fault where the person could genuinely be just a worker who have no backgrounds relating to the Rose School of Thought. Appearing like he took a short rest, Klene didn't take long to formulate a plan. It involves 2 charms he obtained from Old Neil and a mediumship ritual. What he needs to do is wait for a laborer to be isolated. An opportunity he's now attempting to divine. There will be a laborer or a staff walk off alone from Holster Company. He recited this 7 times underneath his breath, lifting the topaz pendulum slightly over the paper containing the company's whereabouts on his right. The pendulum began turning, its clockwise. A positive. Klene grinned faintly and waited, turning for counting the carriages and clothes dyed in blue to pass the time. After an hour later, for what felt like eternity, A laborer with robust physique and droopy nose walked out alone. The boredom induced by waiting had finally receded. What occurred to Klene now is the act of execution. He left the bench and proceeded to go on a different route. It wasn't that he's letting this opportunity slip him, rather, this is to ascertain that the target would not notice him and flee. Klene is aware of this. Hence, he didn't blindly tail him hoping the laborer isn't a beyonder. At a turn, he etched the man's image into his mind, a slightly tall middle-aged man with wrinkled patches and burly physique. Through divination and the man's peculiarity, Klene managed to establish his cane to detect the man's location. A dowsing divination he had been mastering for quite some time. His cane is turning left. He let it slid from his palm and thus went into a parallel street, humbled by the dents of the venue. Klene recognized it to be the street's farther end, bordering House Street and Iron Cross. Subsequently, he began to realize where the man is heading. He continued to tail him. Not visually but by the resonance of his spirituality and imprints laid on in the spirit world. Gallopin is a 34-year-old man who works at Holster Retrieval Company. He had a burly body for his silver-streaked black hair and his nose were a bit flat. His reasons for heading out is simply because he couldn't help but let off a steam. The hours are stressful, it acts as a disguise in order to remain privileged for the local brothels. The more your stress contains for disguise, the more the pleasure of union will feel. But for Gallopin, even his mouth drools for a fresh body at this moment. Waiting for a carriage at the stop and boarding it with more hours wasted wouldn't cut it. That is why he's opted to pace to get to where he's heading fast. Unbeknownst to him, a dark light suddenly burst right from a silver object, just as he enters an intersection, where at a turn reaching the red light street. The dark light consumed his vision and he collapsed. Then a man with a top hat and a cane just like any other passing pedestrians found him. He sighed and carried him. Others did indeed saw this but after noticing a help arrived, they each averted their gaze. Klene immediately left for the alley, acting like he's rescuing Gallopin. When their forms northwest longer at the street view, he placed Gallopin at the path's dusty and putrid surface. Before Gallopin could wake up, he quickly sanctified the area with the use of a silver knife and coarse salt. Then with the essential oil he made using dragon's bark, night vanilla extract, and silver tooth powder, Klene completed the mediumship. After finishing his preparations, Klene put away the materials and entered a state of cogitation. He recited the Hermes incantation softly, I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess loving grace. I pray that you'll allow me to communicate with the heretic spirituality inside this altar. As the incantations reverberated throughout the sealed space, Klene suddenly felt a massive, terrifying, and mysterious energy descend upon him. His eyes turned completely black as though he had lost his pupils and the whites of his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Klene recited a divination statement in his heart, every operations and abouts of the Holster Retrieval Company. Every operations and abouts of the Holster Retrieval Company. As he was reciting the statement, he used cogitation to temporarily enter a dreamlike state. It was a hazy gray world without a sky or ground. Klene was unusually alert as he observed a transparent, ethereal figure. He extended his right hand and touched the dreaming Gallopin. The scene in front of him changed with a rumble. It was inside of an office. In front of him was a man dressed in a fine suit with stripped edges, he had women around him on a leash. Gallopin's lower half was raging. It seems he's envying the sight. Right on the heels of that, the man behind the table spoke, don't you want this as well? You've already had your way with someone, right? If you're going to be detained then why not join our ranks and resume the pleasure? He lifted a glass of wine for Gallopin. The next scene was a brothel. Many women dressed fervently danced to woe the audience, consists mainly of men. Gallopin was one of them, now he had peers. I'll pick that girl. He pointed at a woman ripe of age. Dark brown curly hair and innocent face. It was clear she's new and influenced to work. She had a terrified expression when the host walks up to her and pointed to Gallopin, smiling. That day never went well for the little girl. Many scenes flashed in Klene's vision. Torturing the girls with the man's indulgent, twisted desires and antics. He couldn't help but want to quickly finish the man's life right after. Then one scene suddenly stood out. It was at a pasture, meadows rolling into the dense shadowy forest. Gallopin and his peers rides a group of carriages, a caravan heading north. Inside of the tents are crates. When they arrived, they all saw a large manor that have north and south wing. One butler exchanged words with the main coachman and afterwards many servants came to alight the crates. Gallopin was tasked to lead the caravan into the parking plot, outside the storage and kitchen room. There, all he wanted was to lie down and rest. So the main coachman came to their needs and guided them to a guest room. As they head there, Gallopin caught a glimpse of two women sitting at the manor's living room, right across the kitchen hall. The lady sitting right beside a well-dressed gentleman had an exceptional mature beauty. while seated not far from them was another woman. She had youthful but mature air. Her silver hair was cascading down, but her stature and silhouette invoke a strange feeling. Even if her back was turned to Galopin. A sudden desire stirred. If just her back could instill him an urge to such a length, then what could happen if he saw her full image? Just the thought of it made his breath heavy and body moist. The lady's image struck his very type for a woman. Seeing this all unfold, Klene became certain that the woman Galopin saw was Miss Lovers, and it was obvious that her image seared into the man's memory that he likely scour every woman in the red light street just to fill that emptiness. Then as this progressed even further, Galopin was invited into an underground tunnel, opened by a torch in the hall leading to the basement. Arriving at the floor, Klene saw a huge room filled with mountain of corpses. It reeks of thick aura of death that the divination can't but permeate. Bones scattered, intestines is everywhere, and phantoms hovered around the spiritual barrier. A harrowing fear settled deep into him, and he can see Galopin trembling. But when the men saw yet another pretty woman, just not as beautiful as the silver-haired lady at the surface, he instantly began having his way at the corpse. And in the midst of it all, a tall figure made of wilting black bark and brittled wood had a face of a woman covered by strings. The lower half of the statue had no abdomen, but right next of its face is a head of a man. That frozen man's eyes, made entirely of wood and lifeless, suddenly turned to him. A bright dark green light filled Klene with desperation and innate need to live. Crack. Chapter 130, Telling of Swindler. The scene he had witnessed shattered as his legs buckled, almost causing him to kneel to the ground. Klene felt pain in his head as though he had been struck ruthlessly in the head with a bat. His vision turned blood red as his hands involuntarily reached out to protect his knees. He recovered several seconds later and stood back up. He felt that his spirituality was unusually weak, as if he had heard the murmurings that penetrated his mind once again. But due to his experience, the adverse reaction calmed down quickly. Giant tree, a female figure carved to a wilting tree. This man's name is Galopin. Holster Retrieval Company have ties with the Rose School of Thought. Klene took 2 deep breaths and waited for his spirituality to slowly recover. During his first formal discussions with Dunn and the rest, he was informed of the following pieces surrounding the Milo incident. One of which details of a secret passage leading the manor's another large basement. The figure frozen in a wilting giant tree is a testimony for the chained god's involvement. The Rose School of Thought believe in that deity and was an orthodox organization in the highlands of South Continent, hinting that its origin. Their belief was about the perseverance of the mind and in volition to the cages of the body and the world. This was their former doctrine, but after years later, a record containing a result of the faction's condition suggested a fracture between 2 separate groups. According to the internal documents of the Nighthawks, the Sequence 9 hold by the Rose School of Thought is named prisoner, quietly connecting with their doctrine. However, over the past years, they have also begun to collect those of the Harvest Church, mainly the Sequence 9 Apothecary and Sequence 9 Planter. Apothecary is the one Ms. Roy had intake. This could likely explain her past of being intertwined with Miss Lover's case in Milo. The details of the report regarding the Rose School of Thought flashed through Klene's mind. His initial theory was that Merrick, Ruther Huddsman's accomplice, the vampire that joined the chase for Ms. Roy, was of the prisoner. However, his ability of being able to allow a gold coin to magnify a person's Scrooge didn't reflect what a normal prisoner beyonder can do, suggesting they have acquired another sequence in their ranks. After his spirituality recovered slightly and before Galopin can wake up, he briskly concluded the ritual with the appropriate procedure and dismantled the wall of spirituality. Several seconds later, Galopin woke up with his clothes smudged with feces and dirt. He was alone in the alley, and thoughts about that silver-haired lady resurfaced right after recalling the dreams he had, resulting in his desire's petition to be met as soon as possible. Without giving regards to his attire, he sprang up and immediately left 36 Zutland Street, Indus region. It was lunch by the time Selena was finished with her daily mysticism lectures and experiments. Currently sitting on the couch by the second floor, waiting for the meal boxes to arrive, she was engaged in a trivial conversation with Sika Tron about fashions, articles and her novel. A feeling of intrigue and interest made her time well spent. Suddenly, a voice coming from the open door resounded, overlapping with the chuckle from Selena, enjoying the exchange of trivial matters from Sika Tron. "The lunches are here." It came from Roseanne, dressed in her formal attire of dark emerald dress. After placing the boxes on the table for the members to eat, she briskly fetched hers and occupied the space beside Selena. "Ms. Roy, did you know that over the past days many commissioners came for you?" she fawned over while opening her box. Selena unhurriedly picked hers. The contents were a smoked steak cut glazed with balsamic, the side dish is a bamboo shoot soup. "What did they come here for?" "Why me specifically?" she asked first before lifting a fork, while in between her mouthfuls. Roseanne mumbled, "I suspect that it's because of your medicine." "Miss Roseanne, please chew and gulp first before speaking." Selena smiled wryly. Is that so? But you're gone most of the time. Roseanne spoke cleanly after downing her food and while forking another piece of her tenderloin. Delicious. Selena exclaimed inwardly after tasting the steak. The velvety texture of it adds succulent quality after a bite, allowing it to sit moistly on the tongue and the beef to roll smoothly in the throat. After critiquing the meal, she responded politely, but in a dryly tone. Do try to give them my apologies if ever they visit again. I'm preoccupied most of the time. If you could, I would greatly appreciate the effort. Roseanne gulped another piece of meat. That won't be an issue as they settled to have another appointment. Selena halted from taking a bite. Appointment? You assigned one. Roseanne refrained from speaking. Then afterwards said, they kept on pressing so I recommended them to try by Thursday or Fridays. Because tomorrow is my day off. How thoughtful. Selena smiled softly. Thank you. Roseanne smiled. I'm really looking forward to tonight's dinner. Though I'd argue on the fact that just like Klene, you're already becoming a Nighthawk. Selena laughed dryly. I'm sorry, but on another note, why are you already looking forward to dinner when you're still eating? I thought we finally have you secured in our roster. Seeing that Mr. Mororrowi had joined just recently. I guess you don't know what fate has in store for us. Selena dipped the steak and used it to scoop more of its sauce while subtly consoling her. In the meeting room of the Divination Club on House Street. Klene, who had arrived hours ago and have requested for a divination from Christina and Glassy pertaining to the whereabouts of Lenivis. He took a piece of paper and a fountain pen. Then let us do an astrolabe divination. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Between the questions, Klene marked out the thunderous constellation and the corresponding symbols of various situations before completing the astrolabe. He used more elements in his astrolabe than an ordinary person would have. The method he was going to use to interpret the astrolabe was going to bring him closer to the truth. Madam, sir, you are now at a crossroad. If you don't restrain yourselves and succumb to your greed and anxiety, you will fall further into the abyss, never being able to free yourselves. But if you can be patient and wait persistently without being greedy, then there will be an opportunity of you seeing the sunlight. Klene said, his tone unhurried. I understand. Christina nodded. She thought for a moment before saying, Mr. Mororrowi, can you divine Lenivis's whereabouts? No, I don't think so. The information Lenivis left behind is most likely fake, even his name might not be real. How can I divine anything? Unless you can give me very specific details, or an item he carries with him all the time, Klene replied truthfully. Christina fell silent for a moment before pushing a one-solely note toward Klene. I have heard from Glassy that you are a true seer, who is respectful and fearful of fate and not greedy for money. You can think of the rest as tips that I am giving to the club. Thank you for your confidence in me. She stood up and bade farewell before leaving quickly. Not greedy for money. No, I am a materialistic man. Klene was regretting his actions of acting as a charlatan. Seeing Christina leave, Glassy closed the door and asked, is there really no way? I told you the way just now. Klene smiled as he leaned back. Glassy sighed. Lenivis took off with over £10,000 and his victims totaled over 100 people. Luckily for me, I only lost £50. Those were my savings, and I have no debt. But Miss Christina invested £150. To her, this is not a sum that she can bear easily. Have you called the police? Klene suddenly felt anger towards the cheat after hearing the sum of £10,000. One could be considered rich even in Backlund with money like that. I don't know if the police would enlist the help of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind for a simple case like this. Klene thought, a little distracted. Glassy nodded and said, we've already made a police report. The police are paying a lot of attention to this case. After much discussion, we're willing to take out a portion of the money we would get back as a reward. One can get £10 as a reward if they manage to provide clues about Lenivis's whereabouts. If you can give a precise location and help the police catch Lenivis, you can get a reward of £100. £10 for a clue. £100 for catching Lenivis. Klene's eyes nearly sparkled after he heard that. His breathing became heavy. He happened to be worrying about how he was going to pay the detective in the future. He could barely afford the second phase of the payment with the extra salary of £3 he received this week, but if the private investigator managed to complete his mission within the next week, then he wouldn't have enough to pay off whatever he promised to pay. He would be lacking a few solely, provided that he wouldn't need to spend his savings elsewhere this week. Perhaps the police will have some items belonging to Lenivis. But they won't be very useful if he's already left Tingen. Klene felt a mixture of excitement and disappointment. In the next hour and a half, Klene got another 2 customers due to Angelica's recommendation. One was a divination for a 1-year-old toddler. Klene immediately drew the corresponding birth astrolabe and explained it, much to the satisfaction of his customer. The other was searching for an item. Klene used tarot reading, coupled with dream divination, to give him a general area. This made his customer very shocked, for he had never seen a fortune teller that could give him such accurate information. Perhaps I could obtain enough funds just by doing divinations for others. Klene, who had received some tips, put on his hat, held his cane, and walked toward the exit of the club. At this moment, he saw Christina enter the club once again with a young girl wearing a sun hat beside her. Christina saw Klene and immediately approached him. She asked softly, "Mr. Mororrowi, you said that you could try divining Lenevis's whereabouts if there was something belonging to him." "That is correct." Klene nodded. Christina heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a serious tone, "Then is his child something that belongs to him?" "Ah." Klene fell into a slight momentary lost. Around 5:30 in the evening, at a corner table of Red Sterling restaurant. With the exception of Royale, guarding Cheney's gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company are present. 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staffs occupies the seat. Served over the long table draped with white tablecloth. Selena saw roasted beef fillet, barbecue steak, honey-glazed rotisserie chicken and topping them off with side dishes. Without wasting time, Dunn glanced at the expectant Selena and raised a toast. It hasn't been a month after the recent join of Mororrowi within our ranks. However, it seems fate had pivoted, allowing us to celebrate yet another newest official member, Selena Roy. The pale corpse collector Fry, the laxed and impervious Leonard, the seer Klene, as well as the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet novelist Sika Tron all raised their cups and looked at the new addition of their team. Selena adjusted a crease of her coat and raised her glass of amber champagne. She stood up, curtsied before saying with a smile, "Thank you." She exchanged pleasantries and clinked glasses with every Nighthawk. She tilted her head and finished her small amount of champagne. Usually, she doesn't drink. But on certain occasions or if necessary, she can allow herself to indulge in winery or class champagnes, with limit of beers. After the celebration ritual, Roseanne took the lead of announcing, "Following this celebration is Miss Sika Tron's novel." That's right, it's gaining traction in the industry. The Northern Voyage had received praises from different articles, passing off as an interesting take over the romance literacy. Due to this, Sika was given an opportunity to work under a publishing company to cover the expense and the marketing of the series. This is the fund she had been expecting from Dunn. Now she can rightfully smug turning to their captain. What a great news. Dunn feigned oblivious to Sika's expression. "I hope you can produce more works, Miss Sika." Selena quietly commented while clapping. Klene bit down on a piece of meat and while eating he began to mind the meal's overall fee. Red Sterling restaurant is across the district. The food here isn't costly compared to Old Will's restaurant. Perhaps I can bring Benson and Melissa here sometimes. Suddenly, he turned to Selena, savoring the taste of the rotisserie chicken. Did she deliberately pick this location knowing that Captain had just held a celebration recently? Suddenly, Leonard abruptly burst into Klene's personal thought by snickering. He winked and while both corners of his mouth lifted, he advised while asking, "Were you going to eat that? I know for certain foods do not deserve to be wasted." Klene glanced at Leonard's servings and subsequently, his mouth twitched. "Your plate says otherwise." Nearing the end, Selena took a piece of the table napkin and while clearing her mouth of the stains, she suddenly saw a scene that made her heart warm. Dunn bickering with old Neil about work. Sika Tron scribbling a few more notes before the day ends. Klene fending off Leonard from tasting the ice cream he specifically ordered and the others mingling with cups in their hands. For an inexplicable reason, it felt like the weight of being alone had lessened. Her smile softened. What a lovely scene. Chapter 131, Upstart. The next morning, Selena felt slightly tired. Both mentally and physically. Mentally due to the fact that most of her 6 remaining believers have simultaneously began praying to her. In bedtime and earlier at brunch. Then physically because of the woes from yesterday and the escalation of her training. In addition, considering their fight with rampaging Mororrowi, Selena came into realization bio-based confrontations that the Nighthawks would likely face in the future. Since the Harvest Church documents can only cover so much and the possibility of varied scenarios led her to experiment with how to deal with each confrontations. Hallucinogens may not be the only environment condition there is and her sleep-inducing cloud is the best example. Hence why during the celebration, her stomach was growling secretly as she eats. In her stay in the alchemy room after lunch, she had been throwing up one bin to another. Sigh, thankfully it's just throwing up and not symptoms of sickness, or else I might have to question my abilities as a beyonder. While musing, she furled up her silver hair strands and braided them twice by the sides. As for my believers, will they begin praying to me thrice every day, she muttered. Perhaps I should have think twice before ending their gathering without saying any limitations. It's alright, maybe next time. Due to the elasticity and silkiness of her hair that doesn't argue with changes, she was able to casually curl it to a bun without needing a tie. Alright, she smiled while facing the mirror. She turned her head left and right, seeing if she have any mysterious bruises that's likely the result of her entering the dream world. Seems my face is safe this time. Once this is done, she briskly left the washroom. Today is her day off and in the afternoon, she's expected to meet a fellow Earthling at Puado's cafe. Even at this moment, she still couldn't believe of another transmigrator like her roaming around. Usually, there is only one transmigrator in the stories. Roselle is likely a transmigrator too, but that was from a past era. Encountering another in the present is definitely a surprise, she remarked while watching her steps walking down. I pray. Another one. A layered voice coming the distant reverberated on her ears. Selena felt the premonition of another prayer. Seriously, should I begin limiting them? But won't that be too pitiful? Musing, she pivoted from approaching the door and settled to a sofa. In the world of grotesque floor, vile organs coalesced into Selena wearing an intricate gown. She saw the swarm of light, emerald green clouding over a vine segment. Prior to her beliefs, Selena was still amazed by how hundreds if not thousands of vines spiraling from her feet, and how she could casually dissect which segment corresponds to a person. At this moment, the one with burgeoning lights of fireflies points to her believer, Kothy Warren. Eating breakfast. Selena extended her spirituality to intertwine with the fireflies. Out in the eyes of a passing creature, she saw a room with vintage sofa, a table draped with red and blue cloth serving a meal. There, Kothy had his arms stretched and his hands curled. As he sat on the table, he said with aching heart, "Please, keep Jean safe and away from harm. May you spare her life." After that, he took one bit of the bread and subsequently left the roasted meat, butter, and the toast. They're all reserved for a person sitting in an empty chair. I guess being a Sequence 8 doctor helps in keeping your complexion regardless of your nutrition intake. Selena felt slightly emotional that she quickly dismissed the swarms of light. All of the Child of God's believers had done countless deeds that she loathed dearly. Their history of slaughtering infants to construct a ritual, the instigation that increased the conflict between Balaam and Lone, as well as cannibalizing with the intent of gestating the goddess. She detests every single one of them, they're almost non-humans to her sight, and if there's an event that annihilated each of them, it would only be minor casualties. Selena have different ways to earn money instantly in this world. However, there's an exception that allows herself to still be a human herself. In cases that the member joined through forced circumstances, Selena might be able to relate and thought of them as equals. Kothy Warren joined so his wife could bear a child. Something she's unable to do before. His crimes was to keep her from being involved to the secret organization. Hence, if Kothy sinned, it does not mean the same for Jean. A normal human without any history of associating with her husband's crimes should not be involved in the organization's disputes. Let's hope Mr. Hangman succeeded in reporting the situation and that the transport ship hasn't made it yet to the main fleet, after bathing in a refreshing breeze in a bit. Selena simulated the illusion of waking up, descending back into her body. After returning back and without much to do until afternoon, Selena chose to spend her time gathering her thoughts over the past days. It details of this week's Tarot Club gathering, the Halster Retrieval Company being associated with the Rose School of Thought and the echoes of the Milo incident. While on the topic of formulas, Selena is conflicted with how her pathways is advancing. The apothecary's subsequent sequence is Beast Tamer, following that is Vampire. How painfully ironic. To become the beings I despise is such a disgrace. However, fortunately I have the option of permanently staying as a Beast Tamer, and staying I shall. Her voice was hushed. The Sequence 9 monster have records in the Nighthawks that the Beyonders of this pathway have immense spirituality and grasp of fate, allowing them to see glimpses of others' destiny. Old Neil also mentioned of a half-Beyonder around the underground market, is it perhaps Adam Insall? I wonder if he can be recruited if I gave the formula. Selena reclined back and faced the window, watching the passing pedestrians. She muttered, right now, reporting the Halster Retrieval Company would be turned into an accusation. If I hinted it without a structural reason, it might expose me. Fortunately, they're still neutral. Let's observe their activities for now, not be rash. Thud. 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 Suddenly, 3 knocks echoed across the hall. Selena snapped out of her deep thought and went ahead to check. When she opened, she saw Marl and Martha, holding little Marl Jr. and Odell. They're both well dressed for an occasion while their kids are still in their nightgowns. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Heath, please come in. After seeing Martha nod, Selena quickly led the family to the living room. There, she asked while holding Odell, hugging her waist, can I get you both a tea? Martha shook her head. No need, we came here for a short favor. A favor? Selena quietly took a single-seated sofa. She heard Martha say, do you recall the invitation we gave you? An invitation? Selena smiled politely, but her eyes betrayed from keeping her puzzlement. Martha exchanged looks with Marl and both of them chuckled. Mr. Heath laughed and consoled. Haha, it's alright to forget sometimes. Even I could overlook certain matters every once in a while. Believe me, operating a company requires immense work. I hope my boss was just like you back home. Selena mused, unable to smile steadily. It's about the celebratory integration of the Woodman family. Martha gently reminded. I believe we gave you 2 invitations, one if ever you find a new friend in the city or your workplace. Perhaps you could nudge that handsome gentleman who brought you home. Oh, speaking of, how's he doing? Did he kept his promise? Is he good person? Are you talking about Klene? Selena sighed inwardly while maintaining a polite expression. She thought for a moment before replying, Klene brought me home safely, he's doing well and yes, Mr. Mororrowi is a kind gentleman. Although I have to admit, I completely forgot about the invitation. Martha relaxed. That's good. Oh, don't worry about the invitation, dear. We're about to head now. Now. Selena blurted out. Nodding, Mororrowi replied while casting his eyes toward his daughter clinging to Selena. Odell here doesn't want to go. It wouldn't be a problem at first if not for the fact that Mr. Wright, head of the Woodman family, now hold a portion of the company's shares. Right. Head of the Woodman family invested in Mr. Heath's company. Dear, do you plan on going? It will be best to make use of the invitations to bring the Klene lad with you. Martha began cradling Mororrowi Jr. in her embrace. Selena thought. Wouldn't it be too sudden if I ask him right now? I'm sorry, but I think Mororrowi has duties today. It's only me who's on a day off, so I won't be coming, she smiled, not intending to stand in ceremony. I don't like being in a heavy congregation. Then strangely, Martha was cheerful hearing that, as if a weight was lifted. That's great. So dear, could you please look after Odell? Her voice smoothened. She was against going with us and even suggested on playing with you. Oh. Selena looked down and she saw the child burying her face to her clothes. What a mischievous little girl. Hee hee. Odell's laugh resounded as a muffle. All right. Selena lifted her head. You can rest assured, little Odell here is safe. Martha heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, dear. Then as they all stood up, she lowered herself toward Odell and caressed her head. Don't go causing big sister Roy problems, all right? Odell nodded without turning. Martha chuckled and stood up. Later, when we get back, I'll cook us a seared mutton, so be a dearie, and join us for dinner, all right? Very well, Miss Heath. Selena smiled, a bit tensed. After bidding them a safe trip at the doorstep, she casted her gaze down to Odell and hyped her up. So what games do you suggest we play? At 36 Zutland Street. Klene entered Blackthorn Security Company, greeted Roseanne, and asked, where's today's newspaper? The sweet brown-haired girl Roseanne sized him up and said, puzzled, Klene, you're so weird. Why? Klene asked in reply, smiling. Roseanne rolled her eyes and said, you always read the newspapers during noon break because you have mysticism lessons in the morning. Old Neil is already waiting for you in the armory. I found out earlier that there would be a case offering a reward, so I want to read the newspaper to memorize the criminal's appearance. Perhaps I might one day come across the person. Klene explained with a smile. Is that so? Roseanne picked up the day's newspapers and started flipping through them out of curiosity. Wanted. Lenevis, right. Klene immediately answered, yes. Yes. Wicked swindler. He stole about £10,000. Roseanne read carefully for nearly 20 seconds before cursing suddenly in rage. Klene shared the same feeling. It's really ridiculous. Even I want to apply to take over the case. Roseanne continued to read and shook her head regretfully. The case doesn't seem to involve supernatural factors. Even if it did, it would be passed to mandated punishers under the Lord of Storms. Klene didn't quite understand what Roseanne meant, but after he took the newspaper and read it, he sighed. Yeah, there were so many people cheated. There must be believers from all 3 major churches, and Lenevis's steelwork company was said to be located in the south. If a case was related to supernatural factors and involved only the believer of one god, it would be passed to the corresponding team. However, if it involved believers of the Evernight goddess, Lord of Storms, and the god of steam and machinery, it would be assigned based on jurisdiction area. The Nighthawks controlled the Golden Indus Borough, the North Borough, and the West Borough. The mandated punishers controlled the East Borough, South Borough, and the port, while the machinery hive mind troop was responsible for the university and suburb areas. As he flipped through the newspapers, Klene memorized Lenevis's appearance. He had a plump forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and a pair of spectacles with almost round lenses. He smirked faintly, looking as though he was mocking everyone. Besides that pair of spectacles, Lenevis didn't seem to have any obvious traits, and looked really ordinary. He chatted with Roseanne casually, then passed through the partition, in preparation to head underground. Then, he saw the pale and cold corpse collector Fry and the white-haired black-eyed author Sikatron exiting the entertainment room and turning towards him. After a simple greeting, Klene watched his two teammates leave and discovered Dunn Smith in a black windbreaker standing by the side of the door he opened. He instantly thought of mentioning the Holster Retrieval Company. But due to the lack of appropriate leads, he quickly ought to handle that case himself for the time being. So instead, Klene set his thought to the back of his mind and asked curiously, "There's a case?" At that time of day, there wouldn't be two Nighthawks heading out together for no reason. Dunn looked over with his gray eyes. He nodded and smiled. "There seems to be a paranormal incident in Westboro. I've sent Sika and Fry to check on it, but you don't have to worry about that. I have previously sent you and Selena on a mission for Mororrowi. I failed to realize of the hidden danger it brought simply because of divination. For now, take a rest, and until you mastered combat techniques, I won't be sending the two of you to any missions. Captain, you are such a nice person. Besides the receding hairline and bad memory, you are flawless." Klene complimented inwardly. He asked for confirmation. In other words, I only need to attend mysticism classes and combat training. I don't have to contribute anything, and I can still get my pay. This is only temporary, Dunn confirmed. I only need to attend classes and work out, and I'll get an ample paycheck. It's great just thinking about it. Klene thought happily. I hope there are no more coincidences. He prayed in silence. Chapter 132, It's You. Around the afternoon at Pua Do's Cafe, Westboro. A soft chime resounded in the shop and the entrance door opened. There were many customers around this hour. Some spent quality time with their partner, while others reminisced of the faint aroma of coffee drifting in the air. Some wore top hats while sporting a cane of varied crafts, while others simply wore cap and a coat. Ladies are often clad in vintage dresses, their bows by their laps. The atmosphere and the decorum made the shop seem like it was suspended in time. A recollection of the Earth's former era. Klene in his brown vest and dark coat produced a chime when he entered. He flipped open his watch and determined the time. It was 4:21. Afterwards, he placed right back into pocket and walked through each tables. It was obvious by his gait that his nerves is tensed. Each step he had carries a hope for returning back. If he could analyze and determine how the transmigration phenomena occurred through the lens of another person. Perhaps that he can simulate it above the gray fog that heeds his wish, giving him a chance to return himself and the other person back to Earth. Of course, this didn't come without a cost. The other party may have other plans for this meeting, turning it dangerous. He have faith in Miss Lovers and to his own abilities. Which is why he took the chance. Having an ally from a different circle could open up new resources he can acquire by requests. Through that, Klene, even if he's still Sequence 9, could obtain sealed artifacts to combat the approaching destiny of his colleague. He will soon digest the seer potion steadily. At this rate he'll opted to file for the Sequence 8 clown, just like Madame Daly with a special request. But fate wouldn't be waiting for him to advance, which is why I have to act immediately. 5. The tables were all occupied by 2 to 3 persons. Why did Miss Lovers chose this specific time for a meetup? Pua's cafe is packed in the afternoon and evening. Klene complained while looking side to side. He began to wonder if this person will ever come if he did find an empty table to wait. A pang of nostalgia hit him when he's still the software engineer Joe. Finally, when it's just the last chair. He saw a silver-haired woman, tied to a braided bun. She was dressed in a conservative clothes of capelet and floral dress. Klene. Klene's chest palpitated. Selena. Toward where he's facing. Selena's eyes were opened wide and her mouth agape. And in the spur of moment, both of them echoed. Why are you here? Moments turned to seconds until half a minute later. Selena suddenly chose to break the ice. While stammering, she explained in a fluster. I am here to order for a milk tea. It's very sweet and refreshing the last time we came here, so I just had to retry. What about you? Klene tightened his hold of the cane and briskly fixed his voice. Without thinking, he just blurted out, I came to investigate. I see. Selena went silent. The atmosphere turned awkward for the two. Many customers stride past Klene as he frantically turned his head from side to side, scanning the whole room. Unfortunately, this colleague of his is the only lady around that sits alone. Are you lying? Suddenly, Selena spoke her mind while observing him. Klene smiled awkwardly, trying not to fidget when holding his cane. What do you mean? Am I lying? It's an instinct. Selena didn't bother explaining Klene's habit that made it obvious for her. Perhaps for others, it will be convincing. But strangely for her, they're clear as the sky on broad daylight. Klene stood on his word and continued to press. I am investigating a case. What case exactly? Selena raised a brow. It's. On the spur of the moment, Klene quickly settled on a reason. About Huddsman's accomplice. But haven't we came here before? Probed Selena, clearly unconvinced. A follow-up, investigation. Klene nodded at him himself internally. All right. Selena sighed in consideration. Have you found anything? Klene thought and deliberately chose his words. No, I failed to find anything that will help. My dowsing still points to this direction and the second apartment. While I'm here, I plan to ask Pua for a few more things before concluding the follow-up. I see. Selena murmured. I wonder if that transmigrator will come. It's already 4:30. Perhaps he chose to reconsider. Suddenly, she lifted her head to see Klene scanning the room once more. He's doing that again. Not only is his fingers fidget slightly but his head couldn't settle to face me. Is he searching for someone? I'm here, aren't I? Why can't you face me? She secretly inflated her cheeks, pouting. I'm also searching, or in this case waiting for someone, but do you see me averting my attention? How about you stay here for a bit? Selena's corner mouth lifted a soft and impeccable smile. The investigations must have took a toll on you. Klene darted his gaze for the last time before considering if he should take the offer. All right, he settled. After watching him took the seat. Selena immediately broke the ice. Speaking of cases. How's your progress in tracking the members of the Aurora Order? While placing his top hat and cane aside. Klene responded, as of the moment. Only Hanas and Sirius Arapis are the only members we've currently known. I guess this suggests the end of it. I see. Selena caressed her dress thrice before saying, are there any interesting things happened at the Divination Club? Klene didn't take long to find a topic. Glassy, a fellow member of the club, brought with him Madame Christina to be asked about the whereabouts of the wanted swindler Lenevis. Lenevis is the founder of the Steelworks Company. Supposedly, he had discovered an extensive, high-quality iron deposit in the Hornacis mountain range. Lacking the capital necessary for development, he issued for funds with promising returns for investors and seeks to loans from banks. This is what the recent headline post had on their front covers. She read this after receiving her daily newspaper. What a harrowing-natured swindler. Selena instinctively remarked. Klene found it relatable. I even began to consider taking the case personally. A seer who specializes in divinations. That's a perfect matchup for tracking. Inside, Selena praised Klene's thoughtfulness. She nodded and stated her opinion. I think you'd make an effective contender in finding that detestable con artist, no, that crook. Ms. Roy, it seems you're starting to pick up a few traits of Roseanne. Klene laughed dryly. But on a serious matter. Why is she here sitting alone? Enjoying a sweet beverage shouldn't take her long from staying, unless... A pang of realization suddenly hit Klene that he looked at Selena with intent, resulting in her unease. She's also waiting for someone. Ms. Roy. At last, he spoke. Selena snapped from her deep thought and quickly questioned. Are you? Klene hesitated. Are you, what? Selena tilted her head to the side, gazing at him. Suddenly, she realized. As Klene's mouth opened, she finally heard him say. Linda. Selena's heart sank. Shortly after hearing that name, her thoughts went blank and her hands jointly tightened. A plethora of thoughts came undulating her mind. Klene is. The atmosphere returned to a silent and heavy atmosphere. It was later broken only by a soft chuckle after a minute had passed. Out of nowhere, the corners of Selena's mouth curled up a gentle smile before saying. So it's you. Klene dazed. He thought he had considered the possibility of Selena Roy. Not only was she tied to Miss Lover's case, her background is forged and that her true origin may have been from Milo's few survivors. Leaving no room for doubts. However, the personal confirmation still left him baffled. It was the same for Selena. Rather, she is much more shocked than Klene was after hearing him say her true name. But instead of overreacting and immediately darting off, she chose to stay calm and try to melt the ice. Running off to process would risk the chance of creating a bond, with perhaps the only transmigrator other than herself, roaming this era. So Selena is stammering. Didn't expect it to be you. Klene quickly looked away and nodded. Same as well. Seconds turned to minutes and silence became more than just occasional. It became often. So, how long have you been under him? Said Selena after a long time, still averting her eyes. The one admired by Miss Angel. She was referring to the name she chose to burden with the ivory title and the mysterious Mr. Fool. Without looking. Klene responded with a prepared answer, it was when I tried to return back, using a ritual. A ritual. Selena pursed her lips. What about you? I heard that, you tried going back as well. Klene drew a breath and with great difficulty, he faced her. Selena lifted her head to look at him. It was easy to keep eye contact with Klene before that. She didn't a staring contest, but now it doesn't look like it. She quickly looked sideways and replied mindfully, yes, mine was a mirror. Klene didn't know what to follow after. The cafe greatly lacks privacy. If they were to discuss matters about their transmigration, it would inevitably leave a print that can be divined or overheard by others. That's why Selena made a close-ended response and Klene going silent. This is. Selena smiled faintly. Really a surprise. Say, can I ask you a couple of questions? Feeling like the tension is loosening up. Klene relaxed a bit and said, only if you answer mine in return. Hearing that, Selena's emotions that was hurling seconds ago slowly turned normal. She found relief only for it to immediately stirred again by her excitement. While smiling she pressed, so where are you from? What's your previous gender? Do you watch dramas? Anime? Novels? Books? Oh. Can you read Senior Roselle's diary? Whoa. One at a time. Klene was taken aback, overwhelmed by the list of questions about himself. Do you think there's more of us out there? Selena kept on adding enthusiastically. Out of the blue. Klene suddenly chuckled and sighed. I would appreciate it if you could ask one at a time. I'll gladly answer them. Oh. Selena's ears reddened and she reclined back. Sorry, it's just that, it's been so long since I have discussed things like this. I really like novels. Oh, did you read the novels of this world? It's not as great as the ones back home, but I recommend reading Between Two Names by Holland. It's about a woman who. After that, this usually refined and conservative lady began ranting her heart out while Klene just watched there, utterly speechless. I have never seen Ms. Roy like this. A corner of his mouth twitched, but at the same time, it felt relaxing. For the first time. It didn't felt foreign. And for some inexplicable reason, it refreshed his mind out of returning back. Hello. Klene. I didn't expect you to break your word so easily. Aren't you going to answer? Selena had a worried look. Klene gently shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, I don't plan on hanging my words like that. Yes, I watch drama a few times, maybe novels too, and yes, I am a man back in Earth, only a slave. Oh, and I'm from. A four-wheeled carriage van strode past a populated street. Because of the bumpy road littered with cans and pebbles, the vehicle would experience a sudden turmoil once every few seconds. The coachman's eyes fixed into the loitered road with vendors and pedestrians walking and stationed about. Inside of the carriage are boxes filled with letters. Among them was a regular-looking envelope. It had no emblem etched wax that secured its placing. Because of its poor condition, the paper within slipped out. The box strangely had a thin slit that for a reason managed to allow the paper to fall. It continued to reach into the crevice of the carriage van until it finally escaped. The horses galloped and left. Losing on the dusted and clouded tracks was a note that says, Dear Ms. Roy, I have recently found out that you're a fellow apothecary. Because of your adept at brewing and concocting, I felt I had developed a responsibility of nurturing you into a part of a larger organization. If you want, I can help you advance through the paths and allow you to join into our organization. You can find me at Winchester Street at Westborough, Backlund. I have a store there and I have been joining some gatherings as a way to promote my products. I'll be waiting. Sincerely your great mentor, Lawson Darkwade. P.S. That £50 you've given to me is more than what I have anticipated. So in exchange, after accepting my offer, there won't be any charges for a month. You couldn't get any better condition than that. Chapter 133, Appreciation. It was already 7 by the time Klene and Selena chose to end the meeting. Similar to Klene, Selena felt it was exhilarating. To be able to discuss her true, stripped interests as the secretary from Earth. It felt like she gained a genuine companion, an ally with common goal of returning home. Now walking side by side in the empty road of Daffodil Street. The two suddenly stopped at a unit, Selena's residence. Well, this is goodbye. Selena's curtsied briefly. Have a safe trip. Klene's mouth curled up gently. With a delay, he assured. Continuing again won't be an issue. I'll see you tomorrow. Selena sighed and smiled, watched him off while waving a small gesture. Seeing his silhouette fade after a turn, she finally released her held breath. Klene is a fellow transmigrator. I'm not alone. Without a pocket watch after reaching the Heath family's porch, Selena hesitated on entering. Knowing Mrs. Heath, she likely would have been worried why it took her long before going back. She had promised a delightful dinner and maid Selena ought to join. They usually eat at around 6. Seeing the stars glimmer onto the night sky made her assume it was way past that. Considering that Martha and Morrow returned home early, the house's lady should have prepared on making dinner. She was thankful because she didn't have to face the issue of leaving Odell alone. but also a bit melancholic that she might not attend their dinner in time. This is what made her reluctant on knocking. Selena quietly took a step back after coming this far. At that moment, just when she thought her theory is true, Martha suddenly opened the door. "Oh, Selena. Thank the goddess you're here." Her voice was ecstatic relief. "What took you so long, dear? Don't you know how worried I am? I thought you're all asleep." Selena said in surprise. "Why would we already be asleep, dear, if we haven't had supper yet? Come, Odell and Marl is already at the table." Martha took Selena's hand, brought her in and added, "Oh, could you close the door?" Thud. Selena complied and was shortly led to the familiar dining hall of the Heath family. There Odell immediately jumped and greeted her, "Big sis. Ah, finally, now we can eat." Marl finally put down his newspaper and pressed his hands together. As the hours proceeded, Selena watched as the served meals on the table be devoured. Marl gorged to his heart's content, and Odell, who inherited more of Martha's demeanor, took her time savoring her food, reflecting her mother. The supper soon passed. At the front door, Selena curtsied first and smiled amiable to Martha, seeing her off. "Thank you for the meal again, Mrs. Heath. I promise I'll prepare a dish of my own to compliment the next time I'm invited." "You're always invited, dear, but don't even think about cooking, I do the cooking." Martha crossed her arms and stood highly. A corner of Selena's mouth twitched. "I love seeing you eat the dishes I made. If you ever feel lonely, we're always here." As she said this, Martha opened her hands, offering a moment. Selena gaze deepened and something in her heart was filled. The Heath family have always been accepting her ever since she entered Tingen. Marl was the first to initiate guidance and Martha provided comfort. Although it's still a foreign world, she somewhat felt eased. A simple hug, she smiled and approached Martha, hugging her. "Good night, dearie." Selena nodded, taking in the warm embrace. Afterwards, she saw Martha in their porch waving at her. However, once she stood at her own porch, the sensation became clearly apparent. Even then, the thought of getting close would perhaps hinder her return. So after swallowing a lump in her throat, she opened the door. A sound of paper rustled after her first step. Upon casting her gaze down, Selena saw an envelope. It was white except for the wax stamped with an emblem, the housing company's. In a room devoid of any furnishings except for a circular mat, a spot glowed under the casts of the crimson moon. Prostrated under its radiance, a man with deep features and hollow complexion was praying solemnly. His hands were visibly shaking and he was chanting in Hermes, the one and only crimson moon, the symbol of life and beauty, mother of all spiritual forces. I pray that you acknowledge me. I pray that you spare me of death. I pray for the blessing of your will." Shortly after his chanting had ended, the man felt the air became heavy. A strange, distant and terrifying power descended to force him to lift his head. Beyond the glass panes that perfectly shaped the moon, the round crimson ball was getting larger and larger. He saw an ocean of blood, drawing currents and waves that looked as though the planet itself was rearranging. The men heard layered voices coming from it. It was mesmerizing, resplendent, and beautiful. How could it have the ability to strip off your humanity? The moon seemed as if it was prying into the lens of the men. It grew larger and larger, getting closer as the men stared at its ocean. Suddenly, the man's visage was reflected from the bloody waters. Thud. He abruptly collapsed under the gazes of the congregation. The metallic scent drifted and the incense surrounding the carpet died out following the aftermath. The members exchanged looks and bickering their voices amongst each other. Every one of them had their hearts palpitating at the thought of being blessed. In the midst of function, Isabelle watched in horror. She saw his eyes cried a pool of blood. His mouth was extending roots made of his veins and the moon. It hasn't moved for a while. It was already 12 p.m. The moon. It's alive. Isabelle, with her brown curled hairs buckled to the floor. She felt her legs weakening. No. No, 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 no. Your turn, said a man coldly. He was clad in a brown pelt robe held together by a bark cincture. Dangling on his waist was multiple charms, mostly composed of a mannequin. Isabelle slowly turned her head. Go there. No. No. Her heart ramming her throat. She tried to lift herself up, but her body denies her will entirely. Come on, move. Tears began streaming from her eyes, her lips was bleeding from the pressure of her biting. Suddenly, she rose up from the ground. Which was strange because her legs had lost strength due to fear and anxiety. Then she looked sideways and saw hands that could wrap her head grope her shoulders. She was being brought onto the center without her consent. No, please. She wanted to shout, but her throat felt burned every time her voice leaked out. Thud. Isabelle was in the presence of the beautiful, lofty, and distant moon. She looked around. They were all staring at her. Suddenly, her voice wasn't so painful anymore. Isabelle quickly took 3 deep breaths and steadied herself. However, the apprehension forced her heart to ram excessively and continuously. Pray, that same voice echoed once more. As her body trembles, Isabelle slowly lifted her chin up and looked at the endless sky, peering all the way into the cosmos. She gulped secretly and slid her head gradually down. In her mind, there are 2 things that might occur if she took too long or if she complied. The latter will subject her into the mercy of the living crimson moon, and the former will force her into praying, resulting in the mercy of moon and her cognitive facilities being retained. Both cases lead to one conclusion. And the thought of it projects intense fear to Isabelle. For the period of time she remained there, the host was beginning to lose patience. He turned, and as he was about to call for his aid, he suddenly saw Isabelle clasp her hands zealously. She lowered her voice, enough that only she can hear, denying the congregation of hearing her, and began murmuring. The noble queen of desolation and harvest. Benign mother of the land and its dwellers. Goddess consort of the twilight king. Subsidiary ruler of the city in silver. I pray that you accept me and bestow upon your blessing. After finishing the incantation of the honorary title, Isabelle remained at her place and the incense continued to burn. The process of selection was simple. If the practitioner lose consciousness in the middle of the ritual, where each members were being siphoned of their spirituality with traces of the primordial moon's will, then the moon had rejected them and are to be sacrificed for the blessing bestowal ritual. Otherwise, the practitioner will remain lucid, resulting in a mark showing on their back palms. As of now, this blessed group has only been a handful of individuals out of the 20 participants in the area. It was highly unlikely that she will be added among the lists. However, even then she refused to be a part of it. Seeing that there was no response, Isabelle heaved a sigh of relief and turned to the oracle hosting the gathering. Only to hear a skin-crawling question, present the symbol to us. The deity she prayed to was long been a wraith roaming the depths of the spirit world. Even then, it's uncertain whether the deity would respond positively at all. Isabelle's hands trembled and the relief she was instantaneous. I don't have the mark. No. No. Her eyes quivered as her mind stirred desperately. Then at the spur of the moment, she caught sight of her long, thin nails while prostrating down. Her heart skipped a beat and suddenly she bit her lower lip. Oh, okay. As she stood up, she covered her left hand, the part where the mark usually emerge upon the prayer's acceptance. Using her right hand, she secretly slid her index finger onto her left hand's back while subsequently concealing it. She could still recall that crimson symbol emitting heinous glow. Even if she couldn't imitate the glowing part, the pattern is manageable. Because carving has once been her hobby, scribing that pattern to her skin won't be a problem. Rip. A jolt of pain quickly traveled to her head, increasing her bite over her lower lip. It's okay, Isabelle. We'll escape very soon, then she resumed. Rip. Suddenly, as the prickle forms a stream of blood and her fingers preparing to move as she walks, the dark corners of her eyes grew. What? What's happening? Her vision turned blurry and the flickers of light slowly fades. She didn't felt her body, however the sight of herself collapsing in front of the guest speak volume about the situation. Everything turned dark. In a landscape dominated by overgrown grass that extends into the horizon, Selena stood at the end of the mural like vines clad in a laced white gown that hugged tightly around her waist. As part of her daily visit, she read and studied the contents from the documents Ysir gave. After this, she would return back before her spirituality reach a critical point and use the time to write about her day. Today was quite a surprise. She muttered while scanning the topic. A smile crept across her face, only for her mood to suddenly cast down after recalling the letter. Eviction notice. After the second week, at the end of the month, the housing company will evict me. Earlier this evening, after returning home from the Heath family's dinner feast, she found an envelope loitering on her doormat. The contents details of how she haven't paid for the week's rent. It wasn't an issue for her if not for the second paragraph of letter. Renewing your stay of the house won't be taken into consideration. A partner of ours had taken a liking of the property and had bid to become its next applicant with a much favorable amount. Seeing as the situation of the current tenant doesn't necessarily fall into our category of consolation, we have taken careful analysis and we deeply apologize for the inconvenience, but in cases of tenant numbers, we added this to our considerations. Recalling this in her mind made Selena pout while reading. Just because I'm alone doesn't mean they have to evict me. If they want money, I can offer them larger than those clients. While she complains, a series of overlapping voices suddenly echoed across the infinite horizon. In one of the vine segment, Selena naturally took it as a prayer. However, it was clear to her that it's different. Someone else is praying to me. Chapter 134, Not Reflected. After instilling one of the segments of her spirituality, The world turned lusterless. Beyond the thin discernible gray fog, capable of allowing Selena to pry into the vibrant environment. She saw a woman with a curly chestnut hair, disheveled down to the clavicle of her shoulders. Selena immediately thought. She's the woman who prayed to me instead of the primordial moon. What are they doing anyway? Why is she trying to skin herself? Seeing the lady regained her mental facilities. Her body instinctively took the posture and the role of being a goddess. Isabelle pressed her temple gently and noticed the grass bed silking on her palm. Almost instantly, she snapped back and realized she's not in the manner. What? Where am? Her head vigorously darted around. Suddenly, she saw a figure clad in white gown. Isabelle hissed after seeing Selena. A look of horror, fear clawed at her delicate contours with eyes glimpsed desperation. She tried to kick herself away from the figure. She needs to escape. Why did you pray to me? Suddenly, a layered majestic voice of a lady echoed in the meadow. Isabelle's nightgown that consists only with an elaborated shoulder design swayed under the gentle zephyr. The child of God. After this epiphany, the grounded soil bearing life filled with grasses suddenly trembled. Isabelle's body shook and she curled herself. What's happening? Trees started to sprout, skipping multiple stages to reach maturity. Multiple bushes and rivers emerged and gushed from mountains of the distant. Suddenly, it wasn't so pressuring anymore. The breeze brought a tranquilizing and fragrant scent from the flowers that bloomed. She recognized them as night vanilla flowers. You can go ahead and rest, the world's voice was distant yet gentle. Isabelle felt her mind eased, worrying about the impending disaster she would face. And for some inexplicable reason, it coerced her muscles to relax. It was unknown when was the last time she slept peacefully. But when she woke up, she saw that her body laid on a thin sheet. I slept. Isabelle forced her body to sit up. She found herself atop a hill, with flower beds forming a sea beneath it. It seems you're stressed. Isabelle's body jolted and she looked to the side. She saw the woman clad in a laced white gown, whose face obscured by divine light. The world softly advised, try not to overexert yourself. You can rest here as much as you want. Until I woke up, of course. Selena mused internally without any intent of saying that. Isabelle slowly looked down, she saw the grass danced in sync as her hair flailed with the wind. Her thought process, however, was in disarray. Is she, really the child of God? Isabelle clawed at the cloth beneath her and turned to Selena, asking with a hint of fear, are you child of God? Selena prepared for this question, and just like how she responded with such accusations, she simply let the world interact. A solemn voice of a young lady, unlike what the world had produced earlier, echoed, Mrs. White. Following that, a myriad of voices was produced. They began overlapping with each other. These were the prayers of her 6 remaining believers, who have began to adapt the name into their incantations. Mrs. White. Mrs. White. Mrs. White. Isabelle heard the name and it was immediately etched to her heart. So it's not the child of God. Suddenly, as she felt a sense of relief, an epiphany quickly muddied her easing tension. She quickly thought to herself. I am, in the presence of a goddess. Stand up, the melodious, enchanting voice returned. This supercilious yet gentle tone embraced her to comply. Isabelle stood up and straightened her poise. She was clad in a simple nightgown. It covered her entire body, ending only at the shoulders and discreetly reveals her neck. While Isabelle regained her mental fortitude, a foreboding suddenly nudged the back of her mind. At that moment, she heard the world say majestically, what is causing the heaviness in your heart? Isabelle paused. She was dumbstruck by the question. The goddess Mrs. White is concerned of me. Selena maintained a static front, but within, she secretly mused. That probably shocked you, right, sweetie? A goddess, that might be in the level of the other gods who stood aloof, would relay such trivial question. But wait, shouldn't I already know the answer to that? I am being put into trial, to determine if I should live. Isabelle's voice was brittle and scathed. The primordial moon is deepening, that is what they say, and they're now allowed to be blessed with powers achieved by sacrifice and ritual. The primordial moon is deepening. Blessed powers by sacrifice and rituals. Selena inwardly repeated what the young girl had said with slight undertone. Instinctively, she recalled the description of the faction's members. They're crazy and would chance on every attempt of sacrificing a life they get. However, examining this girl denies the characteristic that would normally be present in this clandestine group's rankings. Selena re-evaluated her hypothesis over the girl's nature. What is your name? The world heeded her will and produced a distinct voice. Isabelle perked up and sought her throat to clear before replying, Isabelle. Isabelle Letitia. Isabelle. Have I heard that name before? A precarious familiarity surfaced as the name reverberated in Selena's mind. Subsequently, she willed the world to say gently, do not be afraid. Rest and express your thoughts, I will be here to listen. Isabelle suddenly felt emotional. While gazing at the figure, regardless of the divinity she exudes, a particular maternity reeled her in. It was unknown when her eye began to blur, and droplets began to dampen the cloth right beneath her feet at a spot shadowed by her chin. She was tearing up and finally, the dam wrestling with the containing tides finally rushed down. Her heart cried her voice out, my grandfather. They killed him. I was only involved only for him. Sob. Grandpa. Isabelle's body curled and tears cascades to her chin. Selena watched with a tightened heart, she remained there standing. I don't want to stay. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Isabelle covered her face. They're monsters, I don't want to die, I don't have anyone. I'm alone. Grandpa, please help me. Please make it stop. In the world of distant, never-ending horizon. Mountain peaks at the clouds blanketing the plains that reveals no inhabitants. A whimpering voice echoed loud and wrenching. The dense forest flailed gently, carrying an invisible but comforting breeze that swept Isabelle's hair and dress. After a few hours, she regained clarity. Dusting and wiping her tears, her eyes rosy and nose running. She heard the plains say in a gentle tone, seems you've gone better. Isabelle's body stiffened and she completely forgot the presence of a divine being with her. She jolted up and briskly dolled her dress. Thank you, your grace. So you're from southern continent. That explains your accent of Highlander, and your grandfather is a primordial moon believer. He was casted by their goddess, resulting in him being sacrificed. Selena committed the details, this chestnut-haired girl bellowed while she expressed. As someone with a perceived god status, albeit being a survival deception. In her moral pin, she could at least leverage this to obtain information, of course this also acts to help the individual be heard. In silent, Selena recounted with concealed horror. There's 3 selections that were tribute prior to her group. The second had her grandfather, which resulted negatively. Due to the selectiveness of the goddess primordial moon, within those past attempts, it only had a finger-counted blessed that lived. Isabelle's group was the last. Both cases result horribly, becoming a blessed which brings one closer to the god, otherwise they would meet death, instantly sacrificed to the moon. The crimson moon does not move during that event. Selena felt a haunting force coiling her heart. Crimson moon does not move for the believers of the primordial moon. It's alive and it follows them. But suddenly, seeing as it doesn't add up, she retreated her mind and quickly concluded based on the girl's situation. It's a part of the ritual, she sighed. Subsequently, Selena began lamenting the girl. Not only was she teetering to madness evident by the fact that she perceived the moon is alive, her emotions had also been leaking out. The moon isn't alive, she settled, using the dream world to relay her majestic voice. What you're experiencing is an edge of madness. That is the byproduct of the ritual. The wind blows east and it held Isabelle's chaotic thoughts, granting them a way to tether. She chose to trust Mrs. White's words as it is physically impossible for the orbiting, shifting moon to be sentient and capable of staying at one place. Perhaps it's a projection. However, behind the divine light. Selena didn't actually compile the thought away, she layered it as a potential truth, but her own reasoning cannot be ruled out. She thought for a few seconds and suddenly she recalled another believer whom did not appear at her believers' assembly, the man that once disguised as Marquis. He's not around during that time, was he captured as well? I didn't seem like he's with Arola and Jean heading to the Admiral of Blood Seigneur. Where is he? Selena speculated that the men had other motives for joining the Child of God's believers. Not only was he displayed detachment for the goddess, he also deliberately severed his connection with her. Implying he has autonomy to leave the faction. Perhaps due to this reason, he stayed, and because the Child of God's believers is a minor threat in place of the ancient Rose school of thought. It's likely that he blended and integrated to the other faction, maybe even helped in damaging the Child of God's faction. Considering this, and his capability, Selena would naturally expect higher of him, and that he's currently present to where Isabelle is held. This doesn't mean there's no fallibility in her conclusion. But just like them, she's just a human disguised as their goddess. She can only hope for the best. My child, the world echoed in Zephyr. I want you to seek a gentleman whose intent doesn't reflect him. Your search wouldn't be far. If that man who severed his connection with her, and Selena acting upon her promise. Then, contacting him through the mysterious dream world would breach it, potentially drifting him further. There's humanity in him, and this isn't baseless. Selena is willing to gamble if it meant providing hope for this lost girl. Once Isabelle is sheltered, only then will she begin to employ guidance based on circumstances given. A glint of luster appeared onto Isabelle's brown irises. Mrs. White is asking me. Can you do this small favor for me? The dreamscape pressed. After a deep thought, Isabelle hesitated with her lips before finally replying, yes, your grace. Isabelle woke up and found herself in the manor's sleeping quarters. Bunk beds greeted her and the sheets were covered with her sweat. She casted her gaze down and saw a glowing symbol radiating heinous red light, and downward crescent embracing an orb and streaks of light falling. It faded. It's real. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice conversing with a peer. Through the gap unlocked by the ajar door, she saw a man with black hair, aquiline nose, and an outlined face. He was composed, ensuring a fixed marble gaze. For an inexplicable reason, she felt he was different. His visage fleeted on the door's view along with the others. A gentleman whose intent doesn't reflect him. Isabelle murmured. He was the one of the few selected individuals that remained lucid after the trial. It meant he was selected, but his expression betrayed the ardor prior to his turn. It was clear that being here didn't reflect him. Her heart tightened and she left the bed. In the next morning, Selena sat gazing at the passing buildings, beckoning vendors, and street paupers. Her eyes were distant and thoughts increasing in depth. She recalled that old Neil talked about the activation of spirit visions. Focusing on your intent and converging your spirituality in concentration through cogitation. This is the initial step, and next would be the gesture. Pinching or tapping your glabella twice would be too conspicuous, leading to bouts of questions to raise from onlookers. Too inconvenient. While thinking this, she considered. Maybe using the back of thumb for activation. No, it would be an issue if the confrontation required my hands full. Eyelids. Too conspicuous either. The scene outside of the moving carriage strode past a sign indicating that they're at House Street. Of course there's already passengers prior to her boarding, so it would take relatively long to reach Zutland Street. I see, finally, Selena settled. Let's use our teeth. She intends to incorporate her molar region as the activation point. Flicking it. It is both concealed and doesn't rely on external movement. With this in mind. As the trip became a bumpy ride, she leaned to her seat and drew a silent breath. During this, she had thought of different things that had happened, resulting in her introspectiveness of her life up to this point. Her eyes reflects the passing pedestrians and other carriages. She felt her mind, body, and soul suddenly entered a familiar magical state. Selena closed her eyes and smiled. Apart from making drugs and medicines, see beauty and value in the thorns of life. Behind the reason why she's considering to redesignate her spirit vision activation, and only now her principle is because Selena is now getting closer to digesting her potion. Chapter 135, Foreboding for the Lady. At 36 Zutland Street. Selena entered Blackthorn Security Company, greeted Roseanne, and afterwards was led to the basement and to the duty room outside Cheney's gate. Roseanne sized up Selena and expressed her discontent. I never would have thought becoming a Nighthawk was that easy nowadays. I had great expectations on you before, Ms. Roy. Neither was I. Selena's mouth lifted up as she replied, I share the same sentiment. Roseanne sighed while saying despondently, I will be looking forward for lunch with you. Selena chuckled mildly, don't be disheartened, if you want I can still be a concierge or exchange turns being the receptionist. That's how it works. Roseanne spoke in a lowered tone. You have to become a civilian first and then be assigned. I had been proactively petitioning for your role as a concierge, you know. It would most certainly reel in more commissioners than those detectives. But isn't the point of disguising as a commissioning company was to rule out suspicions? Selena reined her thoughts and consoled, there's no rule about taking turns, I for one knows a thing or two about tending guests. Or even more if we count as being both a secretary and authorized proxy. My boss back then is really lazy. This thought settled at the back of her mind while she adds, besides, I don't think I'll be dispatched anytime soon as my combat training hadn't finished. Klene mentioned it. Speaking of Klene, I wonder what he had in mind regarding me, Miss Lover's ally, obtaining the Sequence 9 monster from her. Well, I already sought his suggestions. I'll wait until it's evidently safe to hint it for the Nighthawks, then one scene surfaced after another. And he said that a week from now he'll introduce me to a professor. I do hope it's from Tane University. The original Selena once dreamed of meeting one there, I can at least fulfill it. Roseanne's brows suddenly lifted up, her emotion changed on a whim as she grinned. Have you two been seeing each other? Selena was taken aback before following it with a heave of breath. You are too cheeky, Ms. Roseanne. The word she used to refer was spoken as culotte. Due to this, Roseanne looked at her in a daze while reckoning what the word meant. She watched her enter the room. There, Captain Dunn and members Fry, Sika, Royale, Leonard, Kenley, and Klene are all present. His gray eyes glanced at the newly promoted Nighthawk. Dunn smiled and said, as you already know, we have a routine meeting every Thursday to summarize past missions and discuss various challenges. Selena nodded and took a seat next to Klene. Of course, she was already acquainted with everyone in the room, introducing herself wasn't needed. Dunn smiled and turned to Fry. Briefly tell us about Mororrowi Roundell's autopsy. Fry was the pale gentleman who greeted her at the reception hall. With a skin that almost reflects a blood disorder. He looked to be in his 30s with black hair and blue eyes. He thought and said, the body of the former tycoon 5 years prior had gone into a grotesque transformation. However, I managed to salvage as much as I can from the fragmented lingering spirit. It was. Fry hesitated. Something that can only be explained in analog. An eye in a myriad of planes depicts a spirit touching it, that spirit was Mororrowi. I suspect that the eye is what Mororrowi call the single eye. Responsible for the power called shaman that he'll receive. However, there is another object with him that he mentioned. He described it as something that radiates an imaginary color, breaching the color spectrum. There was no such object after the forensic. No object. Selena felt like she was hearing a cosmic horror tale. Not only that, her hair stood on ends when she realized that over the past days, Mororrowi had no visitors. The proximity is so close yet she failed to be alerted. Fry continued, thankfully because of the fragment of Mororrowi's spirit, old Neil was able to extract a few things to the best of his abilities. On his behalf, I will explain. Mororrowi told that before it landed to his hands, it was auctioned at a gallery. Evident in his diary. The origin of the meteorite was explained to him. Beyond the Sonia Island's coast, there is another island bounded by the extremities of the weather casted by the Sea of Ruins. It does not appear merely by just scouring it. The auctioneer described its formation as something painted into reality. It does not exist yet. It enabled a piece of rock, undeniable to have space origin, to be drifted to the coast. After Fry is finished, Selena couldn't help but feel unsettled. Because at the end, he told them one crucial detail about what's happening. The meteorite was sold as a mere collection. Not as a mystical item but a display. Mororrowi had a collection fanatic that he likely bought the origin and purchased the auctioned item at an astounding price. Now in his pit of fall, he tried to allocate his faith to this meteorite's origin, hoping that if it's true, he can pry and activate it, giving him a power and bypassing the requirement of becoming an official. If Selena did not find him, the Nighthawk's Captain Dunn, Klene, Leonard and the rest wouldn't be aware that he's here. Not only that, the collection item will perhaps remain dormant with only just a strange origin. This is probably the reason why he had no Beyonder-related records in his life. Because he indeed had no relations with it. Internally, Selena tried her best to ease the flashes of her life, the resurfacing of the nightmares that took following her near death. It's fine, it's over now. Fry finally ended his explanation. Dunn nodded lightly and shared his findings. Although the meteorite mysterious disappeared, the Holy Church have uncovered several key points from just his diary. To summarize it, Mororrowi began using the title Single Eye because the entity did not disclose its existence and... Suddenly, he turned to Selena and smiled. Ms. Roy, I recalled something. Could you leave shortly and fetch the document at my office table? There was no meteorite. Selena's nerves was unsettled. Set it aside down and placed her focus on Dunn. A tug of familiarity reacted to her heart. Captain wanted me to fetch something. Klene mentioned during their meeting at the cafe about certain characteristics of a Sequence 7 nightmare. One prominent trait is occasional memory loss. Now I'm second-guessing if I would pick Sleepless as a secretary back home. All right. Selena nodded, stood up, and said to Klene. I'll be right back. Klene nodded and watched her close the door. However, he was not amused. This stemmed from his intuition telling him that Dunn deliberately left those documents on his desk. His usual abstraction convinced specifically Ms. Roy, Captain Dunn's intent is to exclude her. He turned around and saw his captain's usual gray eyes deepened. All right. Dunn tried to lighten the mood with a smile. I assume you're already aware Ms. Roy's case. Tron nodded. She was the first to respond. Is she in danger? Klene instinctively perked up. Quite possibly so. Dunn minimized the graveness of his words. He averted away and then said. During the time I invaded Mororrowi's dream. He discussed to me about his goal of staying in his residence and his answer, blood, most specifically from Ms. Roy. Unknown to Klene. His hand subconsciously twitched and the solemnness of his face betrayed his feigned indifference. What measures can we propose? Tron asked with a hint of unease and concern. Dunn fixed his gaze and said, I have already contacted the Ottawa County Police. The only solution I can think of without alarming her is to relocate her nearby or in the vicinity of another member. The former is an issue. Many units around Indus region have already been occupied, even clearing one out would require the tribunals. This fact demonstrates the clear gap between the hierarchical class of the lower and middle. That would leave us with deciding who will have her as their neighbor. Tron muttered and the rest of the Nighthawks followed this thought. Leonard, Fry, Royale, and Kenley all exchanged looks, leaving Klene silent. At the office, Selena was perplexed because according to Dunn, the documents should be on the desk. Being forced to rummage some drawers made her frustrated. Where is it? as she checked every compartment there is. One document caught her attention just now. Investigation report. Selena read the front cover. It only had that Loanese title and number, 034. Perhaps this is what Captain intends me to retrieve. Why is it on the desk's drawer when he told it was on the desk? Selena sighed and chose to sympathize with their forgetful captain. After taking it, she went back to the Cheney's gate and arrived at the duty room. There, just as she opened the door, she heard Leonard's voice muffling behind it. You'll rarely see me at my own residence. I'll suggest myself out. Looks like they continued. I'll ask Klene for details later. With this mind, she slowly opened the door. Done, Klene and the rest each turned their gazes to her. This particular timing made her unsettled. Like her first time arriving in Tingen and boarding a carriage. Their gazes lingered at her. Did I do something wrong? Please don't stare too much. Selena lifted the document in her hand. Here's the document's captain. Dunn exhaled. After inspecting it, he expressed gratitude. Thank you, hope that didn't bother you. I missed on the intel. Selena roared inside while maintaining a smile. Not at all. Dunn's mouth curled up, nodding. He proceeded to say, you can all decide who until the end of the month. All of the Nighthawks nodded except for Selena. During this, she felt excluded. So instead, feeling like she would disrupt the meeting if she asked for briefing, Selena snickered to Klene's side and whispered without looking, saying in softer, more hushed tone, what did Captain meant by deciding until the end of the month? Rather than answering blatantly. Klene adjusted his voice and leaned closer. He told her while whispering, it's about our turns guarding Cheney's gate. We're both excluded because for the time being, we're fixed to one day. I see. Selena murmured. Dunn held the folder and before opening it, he said, this contains the details of the remaining vampires that have chased Ms. Roy in the past. Share with us the relations of these creatures to a man named Oxen from Bisick Street, he added after turning to Kenley. After the meeting and their mysticism lessons with Old Neil, Klene and Selena managed to borrow the few Roselle's notes from Old Neil. Driven by promise during the cafe meeting, Klene had no choice but to comply, perhaps even regretting the fact that he mentioned his nationality. By the afternoon they went over to their combat teacher, Gawain, to do basic strength, endurance, and overall coordination training. In the dark room underneath the floorboard of a deck, sweeping cries and muffling sobs echoed as cacophony of grief. Aurora returned back. Her mocha skin had prominent bruises and bite marks. She dressed anew once or twice since after their abduction. Jean looked at her and immediately knew what happened. She caressed her bloated stomach and said sparingly, they did something to you again, are you all right? Do you want a hug? Aurora's eyes had lost luster long ago. She spitted to the side and grunted, keep your mouth shut and just curl there. Those disgusting men wouldn't bat an eye on you if you do as I say. Why, you're hurt. Jean said worriedly. Plap. Aurora swiped Jean's hand away and said gravely, your child will save me here. You're just the mother. With enough time, the goddess will bring divine retribution to these filthy wretches of the sea. My child. Jean's voice became brittle and confused. Splash. Thud. Suddenly, the whole basement shook. Aurora and Jean was startled. The rest of the prisoners echoed shock, fear, and dread. The candlelight flickered, the furnishings trembled, then a muffled, distant shouts reverberated across the whole ship. The vessel of the Admiral of Stars is approaching. Chapter 136, August. Time flew by and Tingen bade farewell to the end of summer. The temperature hovered between 26 and 27 degrees Celsius. Whoosh. Selena left the bathtub with 2 towels coiling her hair and body, sending droplets of water to the floor. She looked at her image from the mirror and loosened her drape to reveal 4 streaks of lines. They were now darkish brown, receding to her silky snow skin. Apart from that, her body was prominently more slender and toned. There were no muscles, but one can tell she is now more flexible, light, and agile. She doesn't need to heavily rely on brute strength. What she lacked in contrast to Klene was charted to efficiency and precision. The ability to quickly end the fight is what mattered. This is her belief and Gawain delivered it perfectly in her training. Tap. 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 Selena stepped out of the bathroom barefooted, feeling refreshed. At the hall, she stopped and took whiff of the air. It had a soapy rich, lavender aroma. She tightened the towel over her body. After the meeting with Klene and their shared secrets, matters such as the Holster Van Retrieval Company's involvement with the Rose School of Thought, Huddsman's accomplice Merrick and the echoes of Milo have all seemed to postponed. Thinking about it now, it all seemed a coincidental chances that she escaped for this 2 whole weeks. Without the constant beyonder-related matters, it brought peace to her life. She was able to focus on her mysticism research in depth, received her paycheck on time, trained her marksmanship, slowly learned Mandarin thanks to Klene, developed new recipes from Martha, figured out parenting, asked her teammates about supernatural cases in the past, give attention to the growing commissions for medicine and health, turning the company to a semi-pharmacy, as well as strictly following the principles she figured out. This made her more settled. If not for the late nights that which reminds her of Earth, the Holster van retrieval company that had yet to trigger an investigation, her disharmonious fate told by Professor Isaac, or the occasional thoughts of her near death in the hands of Mororrowi, she would have started getting used to her current life and think of it more affectionately. During that time, 3 Tarot Club gatherings were convened and had yet to submit a page of Roselle's diary herself. This led her to divulge the situation of her allies, which the fool acknowledged, and the meeting between Klene and her were discussed discreetly. Meanwhile, Justice had succeeded in scaling her circles. According to her explanation, she had gotten to know 2 Beyonders and she was getting in touch with them consistently, as well as proceeding to acquaint herself with the people she suspected of relating to the study of the mind, the psychological alchemists. On the other hand, Hangman expressed that he had hinted of Senor's stay in Byam. Considering of his significance in the status quo of the 4 Seas, the Church of Storms are likely to take notice. That wasn't a reliable result, but thankfully, Hangman is willing to wait. For her believers, Yezer, Greg and Piolo are all trying to process the money by working on a small pharmacy separately. Catherine deployed her own circle of acquaintances as a medicine doctor to speed up the process. It would likely take months for the company to be realized, but it's an issue for Selena. What mattered is how willing they are in changing. However, for her other 2 members, they chose different tasks. Kothi was sent to investigate the Rose School of Thought's presence throughout Backlund, including their whereabouts, whilst monitoring the other secret organizations in exchange of abandoning his profession. In contrast, Judius wanted to return to Intis, perhaps starting a branch there as well. Aurora, who's with Jean in the vessel heading to Admiral of Blood, had not once contacted her again. She wanted to check if they're all right, but feared that it would instead endanger them. Fortunately, her anxiety was lessened. Isabelle, the girl that she guided while forced to be a primordial moon believer, found the men she told her to look for. A stern, almost hollowed expression that she saw hesitating with the massacring rituals, is named Dylan. Thankfully, he was the reason that she was exempted from the sacrifice. The blood symbol that appeared when she was pulled into a dream became a contradiction that allowed her to be put aside. Dylan Hawkthorne. I didn't expect that I'll be needing your help again. Selena let out a heavy sigh, feeling helpless and could only place her hope to a fellow human. Of course, this doesn't mean that she's safe. Dylan is a temporary solution. What it demands is her escape, but that is easier said than done. I can only just hope. As for me, it won't take long for me to digest my potion. In fact, perhaps a week from now. Miss Justice also said that she clearly feels the signs of the potion digesting. She might need another 3 to 4 weeks until she completes her acting as a spectator. Selena placed her towel to the mattress and walked up to her wardrobe. As she thought of the Tarot Club, she turned over a long sleeve hang by the closet racks, picked a trouser and dressed up with a windbreaker. In the process, another matter came into her mind. Disharmonious fate. How is Klene's professor able to sense that just by sizing me? Her colleague Klene invited her for a walk to his university during the time. She and him conversed trivial topics regarding the school system, the hierarchical positions of advisors that needed to reorder, and the original Klene's past. Naturally, they would chance upon his professor, whose notable trait is a wise pupils and bronze skin. He looked calm and amiable. Her obliviousness before was now eclipsed with the awareness of coincidences that Klene brought during that. Strangely, Professor Isaac's first impression of me was my fate. However, beyond that, he's actually kind and approachable. Maybe that's why Klene was eager to introduce him. If only I could introduce my own acquaintances. Selena looked down and gathered a chunk of her hair until one thick strand stood out. Using her skills, she meticulously braided it in under a minute. She did it again on the other side. Now with 2 braided sides, she lifted them behind and coiled them, forming a bun. After styling her hair in a habit, she left. Her steps tumbled her hair into having loose strands. Tap. 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 Selena walked down the stairs, and while she held the railings, she turned her gaze to the entrance. There, she saw Klene, formally suited and waiting with his top hat held over his abdomen. Seeing him in a hall that was once always been empty each morning, brought consistent softness in her chest. Before going, she suddenly stopped at a stair level and smiled. Sorry you had to wait. That's really no issue at this point. Klene returned the expression in a manner. You haven't had breakfast, right? You're right. Selena nodded with a glint in her eyes. Should we detour a bit to Smyren's? Klene watched her walk over before quickly opening the door. As they left to the porch, he agreed, that wouldn't be a problem. Rinsing her face for a minute, she later put on her white shirt and trouser back, proceeding with the tuck-in style. She then picked up her knight's training suit from the floor and tossed it to the laundry basket. She opened the door and exited the bathroom. Selena and Klene had just finished their Tuesday afternoon combat training, and was still at their teacher Gawain's place. "How are you feeling?" Klene's voice spoke while waiting for her. Startled, Selena turned to him, standing by the entrance, and replied, "I'm all right." "Hello, Mr. Mororrowi, MS. Roy." Gawain's maidservant happened to pass by, and she quickly bowed. Klene nodded slightly and pointed at the messy bathroom. "Could you clean this up, please?" "Of course, sir. The clothes will be taken care of by the laundry maid. She'll come over at 6. The maidservant held her head low when she answered. Laundry maids had no accommodation or food included, so they weren't hired by only one household. They were normally contracted to handle the laundry from several households. Either they rushed around daily, washing one household's clothes before going to the next, or they would gather all the clothes from different households and take care of it all at the same time, before sending it all back. Only then could they barely make a living. Selena had thought of having a maidservant to help tend the house. Sadly, she abandoned it after receiving an eviction notice. As her stay ends near, she had begun to pack her belongings. The fake identity documents, the tin card given by the mandated punishers, and her father's revolver to a suitcase. Multiple thoughts surfaced in her mind, and as they leave, Selena and Klene bade farewell to Gawain, resting by the living room's rocking chair. On the way to the station, just a few meters from the exit, Selena slowed slightly, her thoughts drifting. "You really intend to invite me into your home?" Klene Mororrowi adjusted his pace, cane tapping lightly against the ground. After a brief pause, he replied. "Yes. It'll be easier to keep track of our disharmonious fate. I reckon it's going to be just the two of us, but if I observe it from a different angle, I might understand it better." Selena lowered her gaze, the earlier lightness fading. "Your siblings? Benson and Melissa." Her voice softened. "Won't my presence trouble them?" "They'll manage," Klene said calmly. "You'll only be staying temporarily, until we figure things out, or until the captain arranges somewhere else for you." He hesitated for a fraction of a second, then added, almost offhandedly. "I've mentioned you to them before." Selena's lips curved faintly. "What an honest gentleman. That shameless senior would have learned quite a bit from you." Klene let out a dry chuckle. "What did you tell them?" she asked. He glanced at her, composure returning. "That I have a colleague who enjoys teasing others, and occasionally treats herself as a test subject." Selena halted mid-step. "How rude." She turned away, though her steps remained measured. Klene leaned slightly, unable to hold back a laugh. "But it's not inaccurate, is it?" Selena shot him a sharp glance. Klene felt a faint chill run up his spine and immediately straightened. "I didn't actually say that." That, of course, wasn't entirely true. One of his past references had indeed hinted at her peculiar tendencies. His siblings hadn't pressed the matter, but the implication likely hadn't gone unnoticed. After a moment, Selena's expression eased. "How's your progress on the red chimney?" "It's steady." Klene faced forward again. "The detective I hired on Bosick Street, Henry, said he'd have results before the end of the week. I suspect this has relations with our current situation. My private stash of money has returned to slightly more than £7, so at least I don't have to worry about making the final payment," he added with relief in his heart. Selena nodded slightly and raised another matter. "About the Rose School of Thought vampires that chased me. Dunn told me that the leads led them to the Red Light Street. Gallopin was the name of the men you've sought before, right? Do you have any suggestions on how we can lead the investigation to the company?" Prepared, Klene didn't take long to reply. "I'll provide a photo of him using you as the medium. That way, you and I can lead the case. Following that, we'll naturally encounter the Halster and Company. Though we have to be careful on making the formula known." Selena nodded. "That won't be an issue. The formula came from user that was compiled from what the Child of God's faction have recorded. Seeing as they've once integrated with the Rose School of Thought and that it's of a starting sequence, it's likely that they have the formula." After reaching a station and boarding a public carriage, both of them found a available seat near a window. Chapter 137, Praying to a Goddess. The White Maiden was mentioned and confessed by Miss Lovers to be the being behind why Mr. Fool was unable to pull Selena into the grey fog. She is also the reason for their indirect communication and for the seed that saved the Nighthawks from the rampaging Mororrowi. Knowing this, Klene deliberately asked for the honorary title and the corresponding altar setup. On the table, where filtering light casts a golden glow, a bundled twig cross stood on a mound of fertile soil. Around it, a wreath made of flower assortments was hung. It was followed by the typical candles. After lighting the candles, Klene entered a state of cogitation and sanctified the surrounding. An illusory barrier hindered the sounds outside. The White Maiden from a distant time. He chanted solemnly. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. Selena stood in her white gown and cascading gold and silver hair. In no time, she began hearing familiar voices, layered and distant. Flutters of emerald light swarmed a segment of the vine that had appeared long ago after Klene's first prayer. She reached her hand, letting her spirituality connect with the specks of light. This formed a bridge that allows her to see Klene's room. Klene suddenly felt a strong urge stirring from within the wall of spirituality. Heat gathering to a region on his lower body. If not for the cogitation and his concentration, perhaps this carnal feeling might have erupted. I pray for your attention to notice my affection. I pray for you to open the gates of your kingdom. I pray for the bestowment of your grace. At the prayer's end, the wreath hung on the cross suddenly glowed like a portal. Klene lifted his numbing head and saw 3 thin, vibrant, turquoise vines. They placed a seed on the table. Right then, the desire to copulate intensified. He felt his abdomen churning, as if something was forming from within. He began to notice the curviness of the wooden frame of his bed, the smooth solid legs of the table and the beautiful radiant flowers on the wreath. Items that shouldn't invoke any sexual intent was strangely intoxicating for Klene. Ha! Ha! His breathing became heavy and he forcibly pressed his face. Soon, the pounding of his heart changed. His body temperature was dropping, his rosy face returning to normal. Phew! Klene let out a sigh. He rested there until his body fully recovered before ending the ritual with appropriate procedure. Looking at the wilted altar and the seed, the result suddenly felt underwhelming in contrast to the coaster of an experience. Even allowing him to joke internally. The Rose school of thought would love praying to Mrs. White for a rush of aphrodisiac. Tidying up his room, Klene carefully brought the button-sized seed on a plate. It looked frail and tiny that it can hardly make anyone use of it sanely. However, this harmless item is an exact replica of what allowed Selena, the team, and himself to live. What fixed the rush of fate that denied him of preparation? Klene couldn't have been more grateful. But the issue now is how to utilize it. Old Neil once mentioned that an apothecary beyonder is able to tame plants. In this manner, they're essentially equipped at herb affinity. Of course I'm not an apothecary, Selena is. He muttered while sizing up the turquoise seed. Inherently speaking, the usage of the seed's ability to extend a bark-laden stem is exclusive to a specific pathway. As a seer, he has to formulate a way to turn this item into an asset. Klene could only thought of a single way, and that is to use it as a material. Knowing that this item requires a condition that unfortunately, he doesn't met. Something gifted by a true god in contrast to him. He would naturally console Mr. Azek for an advice beforehand. Using a high-level material as a vessel to store bestowed powers from a higher existence, stabilized by the corresponding symbols engraved on a precious metals that symbolizes the deity. Klene listed his thoughts outwardly. He held the seed over his left palm, stood up and performed a 4-step counterclockwise motion in the middle of the room. In a grand edifice meant to house giants, Klene found himself sitting on a high-backed chair facing a bronze table. In the world cloaked with endless gray fog, he made the turquoise seed from reality materialize onto his palm. This isn't technically the true seed, he can't transport items into the space unlike Mrs. White. However, seeing as Miss Lovers revealed the bestowment and sacrificial rituals, this led Klene into considering of a better and secured method of handling the Tarot Club's affairs. Azek's second letter regarding this is still underway. He planned to consult Miss Lovers again by the next gathering about this ritual and to formulate the fool's version of this ritual in the future. Returning to the present. The seed on his palm glowed with brilliant emerald light. This shows that it stores an abundance of spirituality ready to harvest. Klene was right, but he wasn't intending to determine the properties of the seed only. He wanted to see the dangers that Miss Roy and Selena warned about. Cautiously, he slowly instilled it with his own spirituality, and through cogitation, he began to hear distant, soft, and overlapping voices. There's a substantial amount of gibberish that hardly connects to any known language Klene have learnt. However, it until 2 words sounded cohesively. My child. His hairs suddenly stood on ends. Just now, in the midst of those murmurs, 2 spoke like non-fluent Loanese. The voices continued to reverberate across the majestic hall. Klene's thoughts turned chaotic as the undulating murmurs reached his spiritual body. You. Suddenly, a blood-curdling, clear and concise accent resounded. You're not my child. Immediately, Klene's body in the gray fog felt a heavy force. It was coming from the seed. The seed's shell was pried open. Unlike what he had seen from Selena. The small crevice surged to frantic waves of vines. The entire edifice shook. Roots that are made of organs and flesh flooded the vicinity of the bronze table. It did not bother hiding under an appearance. Klene's right hand convulsed while holding the seed. He let go of it. However, it was too late because his veins began protruding, as it was alive. Ah! His veins bloated and the clear, visual tissue began infecting his entire body. Everything turned gelatinous for Klene. His eyes bulged and there were many thick viscous mucus forming around it. The formerly thin and frail vines gained shape. It thrashed around, crumbling each pillars and the dome above. Following that was the different symbols forming around the seed. Then, at that moment, a sea of aqueous fog blended into the scene. It cloaked Klene's wilting body along with the dome and pillars. It was painful, feeling like his body was beginning to gestate a sentient life form. But upon the arrival of the fog, it dissipated. The mottled bronze table, the high-backed chair and the pillars each reformed from rubbles. The flailing vines slowly reverted back. Klene's vision turned normal and he buckled back to his chair lethargically. Because of the gray fog's timely intervention, the seed's shell recovered, appearing like it hadn't germinated before. The voices was gone as well and the ache caused by the disturbance at the level of spiritual body vanished. If one could describe it, a mother that had been longing for her child lost in grief and she projected it to others. Klene was unfortunately the only individual around. But unlike the analogy, this particular mother's grief could very well force you into labor, body disfigured and morphed as well as unrecognizable. The dangers is clear. The seed's origin came from the White Maiden, but it's uncertain whether it is safe. Even Miss Lovers and Selena warned it. However, it came from a goddess. This seed also have an abundance of spirituality incomparable to the things he saw back in old Neil's stash. Klene, knowing of the risk, still took it with clear intent. Of course, now understanding the scope of this danger and how vague Selena described it. One thing was concluded: never request one more seed from the White Maiden. After his spirituality and mental facilities recovered, Klene immediately went into analyzing. So the seed is able to infect you. Then his eyes lingered to his veins hidden on his palm. This means that after you prayed for one seed, you have unknowingly invited a kind of infection to your body, one that seeps into your spirit. The thought it left Klene in horror. Looking at the reformed bronze table, his perception toward the seed resting above wasn't so innocent anymore. Perhaps its act of saving us before made one overlook of its actual danger. Klene reclined a bit but leaned forward after. He took the seed and examined it once more. In that moment, he made a silent breath. The danger is manageable. What's next is power to be contained. Mrs. White has yet to recover, just like how Klene portrayed Mr. Fool's divinity. This is why Miss Lovers advised them not to pray for power. Not to mention he had burdened her already with the seed. If he tries for power again, the cost will be greater. As for himself, the space above the gray fog is unlikely to abide him. While the Evernight goddess is a risk that could potentially strip him of identity. All are unreliable and praying to other deities would subject him to a possible title of blasphemy. It's best not to associate with literal gods. Sigh, if only I could use the space above the gray fog, but I'm not a literal deity. Klene wrapped his armrest, massaging his temple of fatigue. At that moment, he suddenly recalled Selena's mention of a sealed artifact held in their department, sealed artifact 3-104 Dreamcatcher. As the artifact's confidentiality surfaced in his mind, Klene muttered, the Dreamcatcher siphons the dreams of a sleeping person, stores them, then transfer it to an unsuspecting victim who happens to stare at its candlelight beyond 10 seconds. It stores them. As the thought reverberated, he suddenly had an epiphany. The sealed artifact's danger lies in its stored dreams. Selena wants to know the dreams stored in it. Both Klene and Selena are transmigrators. If the other is capable of being lucid in a dream, then perhaps the latter can as well. However, there's an issue and clear distinction. Klene have the space above the gray fog whilst Selena merely had a goddess's attention. Not only that, it's uncertain whether if staying lucid meant safety. If Selena is indeed planning to uncover these dreams, then Klene can't scrape the thought of danger. But in the end, after nearly 20 seconds, he simply added in defeat, I can only trail her and ensure safety. I'll ask Mr. Azek if dreams can be used as powers for charms, then Mrs. White for protection. In escape of unending field of horizon, Selena finally reached the document's end. In summary, other than the names and terminologies in mysticism, the Child of God's organization is revealed to formerly have a hierarchy that partially reflects the Church of the Earth Mother. But that was abandoned shortly after. Fowler Ormer's sequence wasn't recorded as per his request. The Rose School of Thought have exactly 6 factions within and only 3 have discovered so far, the Child of Gods, the Primordial Moon, and the Indulgence. The Milo ritual is known as Goddess's Reconstitution. According to it, using Selena Ivory as a vessel for descent wasn't solely the point. The main goal was to invigorate the goddess's state that suddenly began to wane for an inexplicable reason. This ritual involved a borrowed power from the chained god, allowing for the 2 souls to connect, Selena Ivory and the goddess. This results in which one dominates and becomes the main consciousness, stabilizing the goddess who's clearly powerful. However, the most haunting part wasn't this actualization. It's the fact that the wedding is merely to awaken the goddess that had already achieved merging with the vessel. Chapter 138, Loud Intro. So when I was transmigrated, another variable was added into the fusion of Selena, Ivory and the child of God. This resulted in me becoming the heir of the body and the only consciousness. Selena made a chilling statement to herself. So in a way, I killed the child of God as the original Selena dissipates, due to my transmigration. This makes this phenomenon much more mysterious. After the remark, she gazed onto the distant. If the fusion was indeed the cause, then her inheritance and the accessibility to this dreamscape was tied to the identity of the goddess. Previously, the child of God can only impose murmurs to the believers which have the Ormer bloodlines. Of course, this family tree was hidden from the world and does not pose a threat prior to the goddess's waning spirit. This meant that her transmigration have a deeper mystery that left an impact. Thankfully, Selena wasn't worried at the moment. The past can only echo into the future, she's done hiding as well. List of herbs from the southern continent. Heh, I wonder why a fig is called pommel when translated to Loanese. It's someone who's unfazed to be brazen. While committing the contents of the documents to her mind, Selena suddenly began to pick up illusory voices emitting from afar. When she turned, a vine segment was pulsating with emerald specks swarming around it. She recognized it corresponding to Isabelle's. The girl forced to become a believer of the primordial moon. The thin but conceivable mist formed as per Selena's will. She saw a woman clad in plain white dress, almost looks like a pajama. She watched her turn. Upon seeing her, she revered, "Great Mrs. White. I have come to report." The divine being engulfed in brilliant light nodded. Dylan Hawthorne stalled his own blessing ritual while other majority who have received powers have now transcended to being called gardener prior to antagonists. Earlier this past week, Isabelle, who had become an undercover for Selena to understand the primordial moon believers' operations from within, made a few significant discoveries circulating among the members. The power bestowed them after a gruesome sacrifice of others was named according to Moon's shadow Malvar, one of the oracles, as antagonist or preferably villain. Corresponding to it later on is the gardener. It seems that praying to the primordial moon is the only way to advance to gardener. Is this a pathway? What does it take to become a villain and why does it associate with being a gardener? Do I antagonize a target then settle somewhere afterwards? After musing, Selena unveiled the winds and let the world echoed, and Dylan. Isabelle nodded and after some thought, she replied, "Dylan is excusing himself whenever the ritual is held." The oracle became infuriated, denying his entry and to make a ritual site himself. This confirms his moral compass is still humane. The world then posed another question, regarding your condition. After finally agreeing to my request, he promised to aid me in escape. In exchange, I have to wait for the right moment, whatever that is, it's better than hopeless, said Isabelle melancholically. Isabelle, you've gone better than the first time you prayed to me. Great result. Selena praised inwardly. Remain as my eye within the faction and heed Dylan. If he ever asked you of something, always consult me by praying first. Isabelle inhaled deeply and sighed. She said with a puffed chest, "Yes, your grace." Kothi was next to pray. He wore a trench coat and a half-top hat. His gray-streaked black hair peaked and his piercing eyes regained luster of life. "How's my wife, your grace?" he asked with reverence. "Trust that you'll see her again." Selena let the world replied back. Kothi took in the fresh breeze and exhaled. Upon lining his thoughts in order, he reported, "I have came across a gathering convened by an Aurora Order oracle by the alias of Mystery. An artifact there was put into the board called Tree Brand, it likely corresponds to Harvest Priest of the Planter Pathway. Since it is the pathway of your authority, I will gladly sacrifice it for your recovery." Beast Tamer. Selena had a jolt of excite. Because of her believer's request for charm making along with Klene. Seeing that her grasp within the dream world is limited to only communication, she ended up divulging of her weakened state to excuse herself. But this resulted in her believers now seeking the goddess's pathway-related artifacts for her. Unfortunately, even bestowing herself is an issue. Selena sighed and regrettably let the world say, "That is all right, my child. As of yet, I do not require such items. Besides, it might ended up awakening the true child of God after many artifacts is accumulated in this dream. It will render my efforts to nothing." All right. Kothi didn't insist and instead, mentions, "I will continue associating myself with the Temperance faction. Temperance Fat Ion. It would be great to have them as ally." Selena nodded. "Do not divulge me." Kothi nodded and said piously, "By your will." The next morning, Selena's stay in the dream world was profited by her members to the maximum. Some prayed themselves to sleep while others briefed her of their plans. Simply put, she also had a breakdown due to loss of spirituality. After getting ready, she hefted her luggage with one hand and slowly walked down the stairs. Now dressed in a floral dress and capelet, Selena turned to the entrance where Klene is again waiting for her in his windbreaker. Ready to go? Klene politely asked, seeing her approached. Selena paused, then a faint smile tugged at her lips. Feels like something that Shameless Senior would have made a line for. Klene's expression shifted almost immediately, the corners of his mouth lifting. Autobots, roll out. Selena pressed a finger lightly against her lips, laughter slipping through despite herself. Ha ha ha. Watching this. Klene dazed for a moment then immediately began chuckling. The shared sentiment lasts and for the remainder, Selena gazed a bit, catching glances of the basement, the arched paths and the short halls with stairway leading up. I'm fine now. I will miss this place and the Heath family as my neighbors. Though I can visit them, but still. She muttered. Klene donned his top hat and opened the door with a gesture. Our unit isn't exactly far. You can visit anytime, assuming you don't get busier than me. Selena sighed slowly and nodded. Finally at the porch. She saw Martha, Marl, and their 2 kids waiting for her. Odell ran and embraced her while the mother, Martha, had a look of sentimentality and grief. Ms. Roy, we can still renew your rent, you know. My husband have meddled with civil affairs before. Maybe we can. Selena gently replied, I'm sorry but I would rather not trouble you and Mr. Heath. Don't worry, I'll come visit. It's just that, I only learned it from Klene that I'm being relocated because of Captain's effort. There must be a reason for it. Marl caressed the shoulders of Martha, he leaned and said in low voice. It's all right, dear. Her due rent wasn't solely the reason of her eviction. What? Blurted Martha out. Marl jolted. I am mean, the company seems to want to house a family rather than one person to increase revenue. That is just wrong. Martha raised her voice. Marl, you have to do something. Selena is moving away. At that moment. Without her being aware. Selena was already an inch from her. She felt a warm embrace followed by a soft voice. Thank you for having me, Mrs. Heath. Martha went silent and returned the intimate gesture, tighter. After nearly a minute, she finally let go and held Selena's hand. Visit us. Always. Odell hugged tighter and muffled while burying her face. Always. Selena's emotions calmed down and nodded while saying, I will. Klene stood and only watched. As a transmigrator. Mrs. Roy is lucky to have met them after being away from Earth. Then out of nowhere. He bowed slightly, took his top hat off and curtsied. Mr. and Mrs. Heath. Thank you for taking care of Selena. 901, Unit 2 Daffodil Street. After returning the credentials at the housing company. It took them several minutes to finally settle moving out as it involved an agent's personal inspection during it. Her utensils was also stored in the meantime. From outside the door. Selena could hear 2 voices muffling at once. Right then, she turned to Klene and asked her worries, You're on duty today, right? Klene nodded. I will simply introduce you to them. Leonard actually came here before to tell me about a case. What's it about? Selena tilted her head to the side while facing him. The number of death incidents within the past 2 weeks are 5 times the normal rate. Although these death incidents appeared normal during initial investigations, Captain believed me, Leonard and Fry should investigate them once more. It might require the help of divination or ritualistic magic. I see, then be careful. Selena sighed and assumed an elegant poise. Klene examined her for a bit and remarked, Are you nervous? Selena chuckled mildly. I would be lying if I said I didn't. That's your family behind the door. I wouldn't want to intrude into your life. I've thought of that, murmured Klene after looking away. At that moment. The door rustled. The handle began to shook and moments for Selena became a panic that she failed to notice Klein's voice. Then it opened. Right behind the door plane. A girl with dark hair, deep brown eyes and pale face confronted her. She wore a lace-up bonnet, dark blue. Her dress of the same color. Who? Her voice brittle upon seeing Selena. Then at the corner of her eye, she noticed Klene, smiling wryly. At that moment. The surrounding terrace houses suddenly heard a shout, Klene brought home a girl. What? Selena exclaimed, completely baffled. Klene grabbed his sister's shoulder right then. SHHH. You're yelling. At the hall. A series of steps coupled by the sound of falling chair echoed all the way to the door. Benson appeared by the frame of a door, peeking his half-body out. He was currently eating but he said, a girl. As all of this are happening. Klene felt a tug on his shirt. Suddenly for him, his intuition screams not to turn. I thought you've told them already. Despite her smile. Selena is quite intimidating. Klene chuckled dryly. So you're moving in for the meantime. Melissa seemed to have finally grasped the whole situation. Brother never mentioned anything. Is that so? Selena had her hand pinched Klene's side and heard him stammered in pain. Ow. 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 I said it twice before. Stop squirming, said Selena with clear anger. So when did you mention it to them? At dinner last night. Melissa thought for a moment then realized. But you said a colleague would have to stay here for a while. Not a girl. See. Klene was careful not to nudge on her hand, or else the pain will worsen. That's vague, Mr. Mororrowi. With your attitude, of course they would expect a fellow man. Selena understood the siblings' reasons and finally let go. That's mean. For his own safety. Klene found keeping his mouth shut as the best move. Watching this unfold. Benson nodded and apologized. I'm sorry for our inconveniences earlier. We only want what's best for Klene, and that is to find himself a wife who could take care of him. Melissa also followed. I'm really sorry. Selena smiled impeccably and softly replied, that's all right. For proper introduction, my name is Selena Roy. Klene's colleague. Melissa Mororrowi. I'm a student at Tingen Technical School. Melissa placed a hand to her chest. Benson smiled, and I'm their brother. Benson Mororrowi, pleased to meet you. Chuckling behind a finger. Selena said her thoughts, I heard quite a lot about you and Melissa. Mr. Benson, the nominal head that have sustained his siblings to the point where Klene is now a respectable officer. Regardless of your background. You are a very respectable gentleman. Benson was frozen. He exchanged looks with Melissa and in fluster, he adjusted his voice, I'm glad to have made a good impression on you. As for Ms. Melissa. You have a talent of mechanical engineering. Klene talks about how you should be noticed by prestigious schools. Prestigious schools. Melissa muttered soundly. Finally Selena stood up from the table chair and curtsied once more. Please allow me to stay here for a while. I assure you that I won't be a burden. Benson jolted. Then. Have Klene already mentioned where you'll be sleeping? At the guest room. Selena nodded. At that moment. Klene stood up and hurriedly excused. Ahem, Ms. Roy, you'll be fine now. Leonard and Fry should be waiting for me at Iron Cross Street's lower street. Selena half closed her eyes while looking at Klene before letting out a sigh seconds later. I'll settle myself in. Klene briefly explained that he couldn't dine tonight and that today is Selena's day off. Afterwards he nodded, hearing Melissa and Benson's farewell, then left. In the hallway. Selena sized up Benson as they walk. They're a middle-class family. Despite only having 3 siblings, it's really impressive how far Benson has brought them. Here's the guest room. Benson opened a door by the time they arrived upstairs. Help yourself in. The bathroom is across the hallway, the kitchen is downstairs and the living room is around the corner by the entrance. Melissa have school to attend today and I have to get to the harbor early, so you'll have to prepare lunch for yourself. We're sorry. I understand. Selena smiled softly. Benson nodded briefly before leaving. Upon closing the door, Selena exhaled. Held on her hand was her suitcase and she opened it ajar. She took out a brass revolver. Under its handle was a bold V letter, the emblem of the Ivory family. After looking at it for a period of time, Selena let out a faint breath, returned it to the suitcase and sat on the mattress. Disharmonious Fate. Chapter 139, Investigating Causes. Selena took the time to rest. The mattress was soft and springy. It's not completely distinct from what she had back in her unit, but it's not without its differences. For example, it was fuller in comparison, perhaps due to the presence of a metallic spring underneath. The Mororrowi family sure is well versed in consideration of guests. It makes me wonder if they already had one after coming here. Selena thought of how Klene explained that they were once from the lower street. It is common to start consideration trivial things when transitioning to a class. Which is why it wasn't difficult for Selena to guess. By the time she woke up, it was already lunchtime. Because Klene had asked her to postpone the plan regarding the Halstead and Company because of his absence. She thoughtfully accepted. Not only will it be dangerous but would also incite suspicion and would label her as problematic by the Nighthawks. Now she's left with nothing to do. So I was right refraining from bestowing myself another seed. Another seed would cause the hidden infection to mutate, endangering the receiver. I should warn my believers later. Selena muttered as she faced the ceiling. I'm dabbling on a dangerous matter by constantly visiting that dream world. Her melancholy was brought upon by the reason to use the dream world and the faction in aiding Mr. Fool's recovery. Regardless of wanting a stable life until she returns, there's really nothing free in this world. Everything has a cost, it can only be mitigated by knowing what to exchange. After placing her luggage underneath the bed, she took her capelet, wore her sun hat and left the Mororrowi residence. She refrained from using the stove without permission. So instead, she sought Mrs. Smyron's bakery for pastries to be accompanied with a milk for lunch. Then perhaps afterwards commit another revision. This has become the most peaceful I have ever been. Selena adjusted the rim of her sun hat to deflect the light before strolling off. Tinjin City. Iron Cross Street. It was already a little past 5. People were returning to Iron Cross Street, and the sides of the streets were becoming crowded. Some children were mixed in the crowd, coldly watching everything, placing their attention on the pockets of the pedestrians. While Klene was slightly occupied by something else. He was suddenly struck by the setting of their path and quickly reminded the group, "Be careful of thieves." Leonard smiled. "You need not mind them." He pulled on his shirt and adjusted the holster of his gun, revealing his revolver. Suddenly, all the gazes fixed on them shifted away. The pedestrians around them instinctively made way. Klene froze for a moment, then caught up to Leonard and Fry with large steps. He lowered his head, trying hard to avoid being noticed by anyone he knew. Benson and Melissa still had dealings with the neighbors here. After all, they hadn't moved too far away. The three made their way past the area that was and had many peddlers, then turned into the true lower street of Iron Cross Street. The pedestrians here were all dressed in old, ragged clothes. They were cautious of strangers wearing bright and beautiful clothes, yet, there was also greed in their eyes, like vultures eyeing a meal, waiting to strike at any time. But Leonard's revolver prevented any accidents from happening. "Let's first investigate the death from yesterday. We'll begin with Mrs. Lawis, a lady who glued matchboxes together for a living." Leonard flipped his notes and pointed to a place not far away, first floor, number 134. As the three of them walked forward, children who were playing in the streets and dressed in shabby clothes quickly hid by the corner of the road. They observed them with eyes full of curiosity and fear. "Look at their arms and legs, thin as matchsticks." Leonard sighed. He entered building number 134 first. Air that was a mixture of numerous scents entered Klene's nostrils. He could faintly detect the stench of urine, sweat, and mold, as well as the smell of burning coal. Klene couldn't help but pinch his nose. He then saw Bitch Mountbatten, who had been waiting there for them. Officer Mountbatten had a brownish-yellow mustache and was envious of Leonard's rank of inspector. "Sir, I have already asked Lawis to wait in her room," Bitch Mountbatten said with his unique, shrill voice. He clearly didn't recognize Klene, who now looked more energized and proper. All he cared about was sucking up to the three officers in front of him as he led them to the Lawis family on the first floor. It was a simple apartment. There was a bunk bed laid upright inside the room and a desk filled with glue and hard paper on the right side. The corner of the room was piled full of frames for matchboxes, while an old cabinet sat on the left, acting as a storage space for both clothes and cutlery. A stove, toilet, and a small amount of coal and timber occupied the two sides of the door, while the center of the room was occupied by two dirty mattresses. A man was sleeping under a torn blanket, leaving no space for anyone to walk. A lady lay on the lower level of the bunk bed, her skin ice cold. It was clear that she had lost all signs of life. Beside the corpse sat a man in his 30s. He had oily hair, looked dispirited, and his eyes had lost their luster. "Lawis, these three officers are here to examine the body and ask you questions," Bitch Mountbatten shouted, without any regard for the sleeping men. The dispirited man looked up weakly and asked in surprise, "Didn't someone already examine the corpse and question me?" He was dressed in a grayish-blue worker's uniform which had visible signs of being mended multiple times. "Answer when I tell you to. Why do you have so many questions?" Bitch Mountbatten berated the men, then turned to Leonard, Klene, and Fry. "Officers, this is Lawis. The person on the bed is his wife, who is also the deceased. According to our preliminary analysis, she died from a sudden illness." Klene and the rest tiptoed to the edge of the bed. The high-nosed, thin-lipped Fry did not say anything with his cold demeanor. Instead, he patted Lawis gently, signaling for the men to make way so that he could examine the body. Klene looked at the sleeping men and asked, "This is my tenant?" Lawis rubbed his forehead as he said, "The rent for this room is 3 solely 10 pence a week. I'm only a worker at the harbor, and my wife made 2 1/4 pence per crate of glued matchboxes. Each crate each has up to 130 boxes. We also have a child. We can only rent the rest of the space to someone else. We only charge a solely a week for the mattress. I have a tenant who's helping out at the theater, and he's not back before 10 at night. He sold his rights to the mattress in the daytime to T. this man. He's the person who watches over the gate of the theater at night, so he only pays 6 pence every week." Hearing the other party stammer as he explained, Klene couldn't help but look at the crate in the corner of the room. One crate had 130 matchboxes and only earned them 2.25 pence, about the cost of 2 pounds of black bread. How many crates could she manage a day? 1. Leonard surveyed the surroundings and asked, was your wife acting abnormally prior to her death? Lawis, who had been asked similar questions, pointed to the left side of his left chest and said, from last week, well, perhaps the week before, she said that she felt stuffy in this area and couldn't catch her breath. The precursor to a heart condition. A normal death. Klene interrupted, did you see how she died? Lawis recalled, she stopped working after sunset. Candles and gas are more expensive than matchboxes. She said that she was very tired and asked me to talk to the kids and let her rest. When I saw her again, she had already stopped breathing. Lawis could no longer hide his grief and pain when he said that. Klene and Leonard asked several questions, but could not find anything unnatural about the death. After they looked at each other, Leonard said, Mr. Lawis, please wait outside for a few minutes. We are going to conduct a thorough examination of the corpse. I don't think that you'll want to see that. All right. Lawis stood up anxiously. Bitch Mountbatten walked toward the mattress and kicked the tenant, violently chasing him out of the apartment. He then closed the door and guarded the room from the outside. So. Leonard looked at Fry. She died of a heart attack, Fry said with certainty, retracting his hands. Klene thought for a moment before taking out a halfpenny, intending to do a quick judgment. Mrs. Lawis's heart attack was due to supernatural causes. No, that is too narrow, the answer might be misleading. There are supernatural factors influencing Mrs. Lawis's death. I'll use that. He quickly decided on a statement. As he recited the statement, Klene made his way to the side of Mrs. Lawis's corpse. His eyes turned darker as he tossed the coin. The sound of the coin reverberated around the room as it fell, straight into Klene's palm. This time, the portrait of the king was facing up. This meant that there were supernatural factors influencing Mrs. Lawis's death. There is the presence of supernatural factors. Klene's eyes returned to normal, and he looked at Leonard and Fry. Leonard suddenly chuckled. Very professional, and deserving of the title of seer. Are you trying to hint at something? Klene muttered in his head. Fry opened his suitcase and took out a silver knife and other tools. He paused and asked, the corpse tells me that she really died of a sudden heart attack. Do you have any way to divine a more detailed answer? Klene nodded seriously and said, I can attempt to combine a mediumship ritual and a dream divination. Hopefully, I'll be able to obtain something from Mrs. Lawis's remaining spirituality. Fry maintained his cold and reserved state. He took 2 steps back and said, give it a try. He turned his head sideways and looked at Klene. He suddenly sighed without much fluctuation in his tone. You're getting more and more used to this kind of situation. It's not like I wanted it. Klene had an urge to cry. He then took out the bottles of pure dew, essential oils, and herbal powder. Then, he quickly set up the mediumship ritual. He chanted the honored titles of the Evernight goddess in the middle of the spirituality wall and recited his prayers in Hermes. Soon, wind spun around him and the light grew dimmer. Klene's eyes turned entirely black, and he repeated the divination statement, the cause of Mrs. Lawis's death. The cause of Mrs. Lawis's death. He entered the dreamland whilst standing and saw a translucent spirit lingering around the corpse. Then, he extended his illusory right hand to touch Mrs. Lawis's remaining spirituality. In an instant, light burst out in front of him as scenes flashed past, one after another. There was a skinny and sallow lady dressed in ragged clothes, busily making matchboxes. She suddenly paused and held her chest. She was speaking to her 2 children. Her body wavered as she gasped for air. She was buying black bread when someone suddenly patted her. She was having the symptoms of a heart attack again and again. She was feeling weary and got into bed, but she never woke up ever again. Klene observed every single detail, intending to look for a trace of the supernatural factor. But when everything ended, he still hadn't gained any clues. As the blurriness shattered, Klene left the dreamland and returned to reality. He dispelled the wall of spirituality and said to the waiting Fry and amused Leonard. There were no direct symptoms. Most of the scenes revealed that Mrs. Lawis had a heart ailment a long time ago. The only scene that was different was when Mrs. Lawis was patted on the back by someone. The hand was fair and slender, apparently a woman's. For such a family, they wouldn't go to a doctor unless they're very, very sick. Even if they were to queue at a free charity hospital, time is not something they can afford to lose. A day without work might mean no food on the table the next day. Leonard sighed emotionally like a poet. Fry looked at the corpse on the bed and sighed lightly. Before Klene spoke, Leonard quickly got out of his pensive state and said thoughtfully, are you implying that the supernatural factor came into play when Mrs. Lawis was patted? It came from the slender hand of a lady or madam. Klene nodded and replied, yes, but this is merely my interpretation. Divination is always unclear. Chapter 140, Leonard's Hypothesis. After leaving 134 Iron Cross Street at Lower Street, the 3 Nighthawks and Bitch Mountbatten parted ways. Silently, they took a turn to the nearby workhouse in Westboro. As they got closer, Klene saw a long queue. It was just like when the people from the Footaholic Empire on Earth queued for a shop that gone viral on the internet. The place was packed. There's about 100, no, closer to 200, he muttered in surprise. He saw the people queuing were in tattered clothes with numb expressions. They only occasionally looked towards the door of the workhouse impatiently. Fry slowed down and said coldly, there is a limit to the number of homeless poor each workhouse will accept daily. They can only take them in based on the queue order. Of course, the workhouse will examine and refuse entry to those who fail to meet the criteria. The economic recession in the recent months has played a part too. Leonard sighed. Those who don't manage to queue will have to figure out a way of their own. Klene asked subconsciously. They can also try their luck in the other workhouses. Different workhouses have different operating hours. However, each one has the same long line. Some of them would wait from 2 in the afternoon. Fry paused. The rest of the people mostly starve for a day. Then, they lose their ability to find a job and fall into a vicious cycle that leads directly to death. Those who can't withstand the hardship end up losing their struggle to stay on the good side of the law. Klene fell silent for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. The newspapers never publish any of this. Mr. Fry, I hardly ever hear you speak so much. I was once a pastor in a workhouse of the goddess. Fry maintained his cold attitude. When the three of them arrived at the door of the workhouse in Westboro, they showed their identity documents to the doorkeeper, who was eyeing the queuers arrogantly, before they were taken into the workhouse. The workhouse was transformed from an old church. There were mattresses and hammocks all over the mass hall. The pungent scent of sweat mixed with the smell of athlete's foot permeated every corner. In and out of the hall, there were many poor families. Some swung hammers to break rocks, some picked oakum, no one was free. In order to not let poor people rely too much on workhouses and turn into scoundrels, the Poor Law established in 1336 enforced a rule whereby every poor person can only stay in the workhouse for 5 days at most. Any longer than that, one would be cast out. During the 5 days, they have to do manual labor, such as breaking rocks or picking oakum. These are the same tasks that criminals in prison do, Fry explained to Klene and Leonard briefly without much emotion. Leonard opened his mouth, and no one was sure if he was teasing or explaining. When they leave this workhouse, they could go to another one. Of course, they might not be able to move in. Hey, perhaps, to some people, poor people are like criminals. Picking oakum. Klene was quiet. He didn't know what else to ask. The fibers of old ropes are actually a great material to seal the gaps in boats. Fry stopped and found a burnt mark on the ground. A few minutes later, the director and pastor of the workhouse rushed over. They were both men in their 40s. Salas started the fire here and only burnt himself to death. Leonard asked, pointing at the ashen mark on the ground. The director of the workhouse was a man with a broad, bumpy forehead. He scanned the area where Inspector Mitchell was pointing with blue eyes and nodded in affirmation. Yes. Before that, did Salas act strangely in any way? Klene asked. The director of the workhouse thought and said, according to the person that slept next to him, Salas had been chanting, "The Lord has given up on me, the world is too filthy, I have nothing left," stuff along those lines. He was filled with resentment and hopelessness. But no one expected him to break all the kerosene lamps and start a fire to burn the place down while everyone was sleeping. Thank the Lord, someone found out in time and stopped his wicked act. Klene and Leonard then found a few people who had slept next to Salas the night before, and they also found the guard that stopped the tragedy. However, those people didn't have anything new to tell them. Of course, they used spirit vision, divination, and other methods to check if any of the people were lying or misleading them. It seems that Salas long had the idea to take revenge and self-destruct. It seems to be a very normal case. Leonard waited till the director and the pastor left to express his opinion. Klene pondered and said, "My divination tells me that a supernatural factor had influenced this case. Let's eliminate Salas's fire case temporarily," Leonard concluded. Just then, Fry suddenly said, "No, maybe there is another possibility. For example, Salas acted at the instigation of someone else, a beyonder who didn't take any supernatural measures." Klene's eyes lit up as he echoed, "It's very possible, such as the instigator from before. Instigator Triss. But that wouldn't have any connection with Mrs. Lowies's death," he thought, creasing his eyebrows lightly. After hearing Klene's and Fry's guesses, Leonard tugged on his collar and paced about, saying, "Then we have to investigate everyone in the workhouse who came into contact with Salas, as well as everyone he came across after he went bankrupt and was chased out of the house. It's very troublesome indeed. Time is of the essence. Let's split up and do a cursory check here, then head to the third reported death in the West Borough and leave the rest to the police." "All right," Klene answered without hesitation. Fry didn't have any objections. He turned towards the people who had been sleeping near Salas last night. Klene was about to find someone to question when he suddenly saw Leonard shooting looks at him. He was motioning at the side hall of the workhouse with his chin. What does he want? Klene was a little lost. He acted as though nothing had happened and strolled around the hall, then followed Leonard into the side hall while Fry was distracted. They made their way through the partition to a silent corner which had no one else around. I have a hypothesis, Leonard suddenly said, stopping in front of a shattered window. Klene looked around in confusion. What's your hypothesis? Leonard with his deep green eyes, he returned a question. If there were no supernatural factors, what do you think Mrs. Lowis's outcome would have been? Klene thought for a moment, then said solemnly, the same, just delayed by a week or two, perhaps a month. But to a family like theirs, they would have only seen the doctor when she really was at her limit. As long as her heart problems turned for the worse, there would be no way for her to be saved. Then what about Salas? If he hadn't been instigated by someone, what kind of end would he have? Leonard asked again. Klene pondered and said, from the description in the information, Salas was already very angry about his bankruptcy, and was furious that no one saved him. I think that he would have exacted his vengeance sooner or later, but not at the people at the workhouse. He might have targeted the boss that made him bankrupt or the staff of the bank that seized his house. What would the result of his revenge be? Leonard pressed on. Without a doubt, he had already decided to end his life. He would have died no matter what the result of his revenge was. Klene gave an affirmative answer. Leonard nodded and revealed his signature flippant smile. Then can we conclude that Mrs. Lawis and Salas were both people fated to die soon? Klene was a knowledgeable keyboard warrior. Upon hearing the question, he immediately had a guess. You're saying that their deaths were moved forward by some supernatural factors. But why? A more accurate description would be, their life force had been shortened by some supernatural factor. It was stolen. And life force is the best material when it comes to summoning evil gods and devils or conducting terrifying curses. Leonard smiled as he corrected Klene's guess. Summoning evil gods and devils or conducting terrifying curses. Klene looked into Leonard's emerald eyes and recalled the Milo ritual site, viewing it from Gallopin's point of view. Life force. There are mounds of corpses piled at the foot of the figure tree and willow phantoms around Selena's hometown. Leonard noticed Klene's change in expression. He smiled cynically, seems you recalled something. Hey, Klene, there's no need for any pretense between us. I saw you break free from the control of sealed artifact 2-049, and I know that you're special. You and Selena. Klene's pupils constricted indiscernibly. It was enough for Leonard to quickly tell. And what made you deduce that from Ms. Roy? He tried to retort. She possesses that item that I can hardly classify as a mere seed. See. Even you are left guessing its true source. Leonard confidently replied. Being around her most should have made you sense that I'm a little different from the average beyonder. His smile disappeared as he looked into Klene's eyes. I've told you that there are many special people in this world that can always do things others can't, such as both of you and me. This world has a long history. There are many magical items that people wish to obtain, to control. They wish to become the stars of their own show. There aren't many people like that, but it's impossible that there are only 1 or 3 of them. I don't think that a beyonder with his or her secrets is a bad person or an evil thug. I don't think that we even need to be clear on where their special abilities come from, and what they represent. As long as you and Ms. Roy's actions are not endangering me, the Nighthawks, or Tingeon City, then the both of you are still my partners. Similarly, I hope that you'll look at me with the same attitude. Of course, it's best not to speak of this to the higher-ups. Those fogies are old-fashioned and conservative, always thinking that special people like us will definitely lose control, definitely feel the pull and temptation of the evil gods or devils. I'll keep in mind whenever Selena is around. Klene thought to himself. He said frankly, I share the same sentiments as you. I'll only look at your actions and your motives and don't care about how special you are. I will also try not to probe into your secrets. Leonard unfastened the buttons of his shirt and nodded with a chuckle. I'm glad that we have this understanding. Do let me in on your tandem with Ms. Roy. 3 protagonists fated in the action novel, it's intriguing, don't you think? The wheels of history are truly set in motion. How shameless. Klene gave a perfunctory smile. The phrase, wheels of history are set in motion, came from the Emperor Roselle. Chapter 141, The Result of Divination. Through Leonard's theory. Klene ought to comply and attempt to divine it. However, due to the environment. He demanded a quiet and undisturbed place as well as needing the personal belongings of Mrs. Lawis and others. While his place had these qualifications, the thought of Ms. Roy made him hesitate. How's she doing now? Benson is out and Melissa will be returning any time soon. How about your house? Leonard suddenly suggested. Klene hesitated to answer. Why the silence? Is there a? Leonard grinned. He had an epiphany that made his flippant smile brighten. Oh, I see. Ms. Roy had just moved in today, right? Yes. I wouldn't want to disturb her. Klene replied calmly. Leonard's lips curled up. He suddenly said, it wasn't surprising, I guess. Klene paused. He subconsciously creased his brows. What guess? Don't act dense, Klene. Everyone in the department is starting to see it days ago. Leonard shrugged teasingly. But honestly, everyone agrees that the thought of it isn't too far-fetched. It makes me wonder how it would turn out. I didn't know nonsensical bouts is a part of your vocabulary. Klene cursed and simply smiled. Leonard abruptly laughed. You can be sure that the lady gets her well-deserved rest. But just as he leaves, he added, do consider first before anything else. After that he suddenly stepped past Klene and walked toward the hall, not saying anything more. Lady. Klene froze only to realize it moments later. Is he talking about Selena? He ruminated for a while before finally returning to where Leonard and Fry are. Around this point in time, Selena just got home from sightseeing around the Indus region. When she returned, Leonard and Fry greeted her at the living room. As they conversed trivial topics, the department's miscellaneous mishaps, Fry's mention of Leonard's whimsical excuse about not wanting to be laughed at by Roseanne and the others, and discussion about the case. Klene locked the door and sealed his room with a wall of spirituality. Muffled voices and streaks of chuckles that echoing suddenly tuned down. After which, he set up an altar and asked for the help of the goddess, eliminating any disturbances. Then, Klene wrote a divination statement on a piece of paper. The position of the altar. He gave a sweeping statement to prevent himself from missing out on any information. Grabbing the piece of paper and the belongings of the dead, Klene laid down on his bed. He first recalled the scene Leonard described, then silently recited the statement 7 times. He didn't try using the world of fog, firstly, because that weird and mysterious Leonard was downstairs. Who knew if he would notice something weird about the ritual? Secondly, his seer potion was about to be completely digested. It was likely that the aid of the ritual was sufficient for the success of his divination. Klene would only consider finding an opportunity to enter the world of fog if he didn't get a result. After all, the summoning of an evil god or devil was something that could threaten Benson, Melissa, and himself. With the help of cogitation, he quickly entered the dream and saw a hazy, illusory, fragmented scene. Soon after, an image floated before his eyes. It was a 2-story grayish-blue house bathed in a sunset glow. The windows of the first floor were shut tight and the dark curtains had no gaps. However, they expanded and contracted from time to time. The soil around the house was dark brown, but nothing was growing in it. The garden around the house seemed to be covered in shadows, dilapidated, and dark. There was a river flowing silently near the house. Sometime later, Klene exited the dream, having not seen anything else. Leonard's hypothesis was correct. Where could that building be? There are too many rivers in Tingen City, such as the West Borough, Southwest Borough, the Harbor area, the University area. He opened his eyes and rubbed his temples as he thought, his expression serious. Seated on the sofa, Selena maintained a posture while saying, that is true. Captain can be scary sometimes. Leonard nodded. One of the symptoms unique a nightmare. But it's not as problematic as forgetfulness. For a nightmare, with dreams and reality intertwined, it's often hard for a person to differentiate between what is real and what isn't. They need to remember what isn't part of reality. Selena recalled the description she read from old Neil's given confidential records. I initially thought of it as caused by burning a midnight oil. That's partly true. Leonard enlightened. But it's mostly the fault of becoming a nightmare. I can't fathom becoming a nightmare. Selena thought to herself. Thankfully I'm an apothecary. I have finished divining the ritual site. Klene's voice echoed from the door. He turned and before telling the details, he instinctively asked Selena. How's your stay here? Have Benson toured you around? Selena nodded as her lips curled. I only inquired the necessities. There's really no need for a tour. Leonard sneaked a glance at Fry, who's looking cold and pale. It was uncertain whether he's teasing or playing humor. But out everyone in the room, he's smiling at Klene unusually. Feigning obliviousness. Klene didn't press and instead walked to the room before explaining. My divination revealed something. I saw a grayish-blue 2-story building in my dream. The windows on the first floor were all shut tight, and the curtains were drawn. It's surrounded by a few meters of brown soil without any greenery or flowers. It also has a terribly gloomy garden, just like the kind you find in a horror story. The only characteristic that can be used to identify it is a nearby river, a slightly broad river. It might be the Tussock River or Koei River. We could only find out through process of elimination. Hopefully we can still make it in time. The Tussock River was the biggest river in the Lone Kingdom, coming down from the northwest where the Mirminsk mountain was and situated near it is Milo. It flowed towards the southeast, passing by the mid-seashore, Owa County, and then passing through the capital, Backlund, and into the sea near Pritz Harbor. The locations where it converged in Tingen City included the southwest corner of the West Borough and the harbor in the South Borough. The source of the Koe River came from the northern York Mountain as it passed through the University District in the East Borough and locally merged with the Tussock River. Those were the two main rivers around Tingen. The rest could only be considered streams, and none of them had an expansive water surface. Selena, who had grasped the case from the perspective of both Leonard and Fry, instantly knew that process of elimination is the only efficient method. There was no other clues besides that. Just then, Leonard smiled and said, "Perhaps we can narrow down the possible locations of the target." "How do you propose we narrow it down?" Klene calmly asked in reply. Leonard chuckled. A criminal with a plan and a goal would select targets somewhere far away from the location of his altar. This is a result of their natural instinct, to be safe. Only when there aren't many soon-to-be-dead people left in the areas far from his altar would he consider the nearer targets. So, we should read through the information again, exclude the areas where the number of death incidents rose rapidly above average standards. Hearing all this from the ambivalent poet himself, Selena couldn't help but muse in heart. Should there ever come a day that I disappeared, perhaps I can rest assured Leonard and Klene will be able to quickly find me. Klene acknowledged it and praised, "What a brilliant conjecture." At the same time, he sighed inwardly, "I didn't thought of that. Do I even have what it takes to be a detective?" Fry nodded and picked up the documents on the coffee table and started reading it again. After a few minutes, he deepened his hoarse voice and said, "There really is such a region, and there's only one possibility." "Which area?" Klene asked, and Selena paid close attention. Fry passed the thick stack of information to Leonard, who was next to him. He pursed his thin lips and said, "West Borough." "It's the West Borough." Klene clenched his fist and immediately suggested, "Then let's search the southwestern area of West Borough. That way, we can further chart the options as the area isn't too big." "I agree," Leonard echoed as he waved the papers in his hands in agreement, as though he wasn't the one who suggested narrowing down the scope of their search. As Fry readied his tools, he suddenly confronted Selena and asked, "Do you wish to join?" Selena waved Klene and Leonard goodbye on the door before shaking her head. She calmly replied, "No need, Mr. Fry. Please be safe on your operation." She didn't mention the case of Rose's school of thoughts in the city. Regarding that, Klene had already briefed her of the progress. Fry didn't insist and quietly left. The two-wheeled carriage slowly drove along the muddy road. Beside them, the red and orange glow of the sunset reflected off of a broad river that was colored with the twilight radiance of the sunset. Klene and Fry looked out the windows from both sides of the carriage, inspecting one house after another. They were searching for a grayish-blue house with a dilapidated garden. If possible, they would take note if the curtains on the first floor was drawn. Leonard leisurely sat in his original spot, leaning against the wall of the carriage as he hummed a popular local tune. The dim scenery flew past, and Klene caught sight of a grayish-blue two-story building from the corner of his eye. In front of the building was a gloomy garden that appeared in ruins. "There it is," Klene said while suppressing his voice. Before he finished his sentence, Fry and Leonard squeezed over to look out the window. There was almost no space between them. As the carriage drew closer to the building, the dark curtains that were drawn on the first floor appeared before the three Nighthawks' eyes. Klene didn't even need to divine whether they had the right building, he was completely certain that it was the building that he saw in his dream. That was where the evil altar was set up. None of them stopped the carriage, but instead allowed the carriage driver to continue driving forward. They passed their target and continued away from it, as though they were just passing by. When they could no longer see the building when they turned around, Leonard told the driver to stop the carriage. "Klene, return to Zutland Street in this carriage and tell the captain to come here for assistance." Leonard snapped his fingers and smirked at his teammate. Is he thinking of me as a rookie and that I shouldn't be involved in such a dangerous mission? This fellow is still quite a nice guy. Klene was stunned as he realized what Leonard meant. Fry nodded in agreement. "You just started combat training and your job is a support role. A person who could kill so many in order to hold a ritual won't be an easy opponent. Only the captain could make this situation less terrifying." Klene took a breath and agreed rationally. He looked at Leonard, then at Fry before forcing a smile and said, "Be careful. Don't worry, I cherish my life a lot. Until the captain arrives, we'll only keep watch, and we won't get close." Leonard smiled. Fry didn't say anything but only picked up his suitcase. Klene was quiet for a while, he then took out a copper penny and said, "Let me divine once for you." He chanted, "What will happen here will lead to a good outcome." He flipped the coin at the same time his eyes turned dark. Dang. The coin flipped into the air, then landed firmly in Klene's palm. Klene looked and saw it was the king's head. He immediately let out a breath of relief. It's only a blurry symbol, so there are other interpretations. The most important thing is to be careful and prudent at all times, he explained to Fry and Leonard like a seer would do. Leonard had already turned around. He waved and jumped off the carriage. As naggy as my 80-year-old grandma. Fry nodded seriously and got off with his suitcase. Watching both his teammates head towards the target building, Klene touched the revolver in his armpit holster and told the driver, Zutland Street. The driver, who had been hired by the hour, didn't object but allowed the horses to continue the journey. Chapter 142, Against. 36 Zutland Street. When Klene entered the Blackthorn Security Company, Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and the others had already gotten off work. It was unusually quiet and dim. Dunn was sitting on the sofa in the guest area. The gas lamp was unlit, and he seemed to blend into the darkness in his black windbreaker. Found any clues? Klene, who was searching for the captain, was given a shock by Dunn's deep voice. Klene quickly turned around and looked into Dunn's gray eyes as he said, yes, we. He quickly told him about Leonard's bold hypothesis, his confirmation via divination, and the subsequent discovery of the house. As for Leonard's confidence and the uniqueness that Leonard had discussed, they were unimportant and obviously not worth mentioning. Dunn cut in from time to time. When the briefing ended, he abruptly stood up and walked towards the door. When he was almost down the stairs, he turned around and said, I almost forgot, you stay here just in case there are any emergencies here. All right. Klene nodded solemnly. At that very moment, other than Kenley who was on duty guarding Cheney's gate, the other Nighthawks were busy in the field. Dunn Smith ran down a few steps and suddenly stopped. As he put on his hat, he shouted at Klene through the door, lock the door and follow me. Hey, we won't need you to join the battle. I can't allow what happened to the Mororrowi operation that risked your life. We might require the assistance of ritualistic magic during the final search or inspection. It's understandable that during the operation of seizing Mororrowi, Dunn and the rest would equalize the resources to the threat. With 5 people equipped with beyonder powers and a sealed artifact all to be dispatched against a single person. It seems overkill. Mororrowi is expected to be a sequence 9 without physical prowess, even if he rampaged that wouldn't change. But they were caught off guard with the sudden spike of power that could estimate to at least sequence 6. Dunn's gray pupils softened as he emphasized. Remember, until everything is over, you have to be at least 50 meters away. You cannot get close to the building. Finding the meteorite might have changed everything. Klene sighed and nodded firmly. All right. The sun sank beneath the horizon, and the surging Tussock River turned eerie and dark. Dark clouds obscured the crimson moon, making the grayish-blue 2-story building look like a monster hidden in the shadows. The garden before the building was extremely quiet. It was as though it didn't have any insects, nor any other forms of life. Klene looked at the scene from a distance, his palms sweating and his body shivering. He felt that there were countless terrifying things hidden, waiting, and hungry for a bloody feast. He watched Dunn, Leonard, and Fry move carefully towards the target building, blending into the darkness. On the second floor of the grayish-blue building, in the bedroom without any lights, a gentle and sweet young maiden with a round face was seated before her dressing table, looking carefully at her face after the complicated skin care routine she had just completed. There was a silver mirror next to her right hand, its surface coarsely ground, almost unable to reflect a figure. Suddenly, a stream of blood seeped out from the mirror. The expression of the gentle and sweet-looking Trissy suddenly grew grave. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out in silence. Vines grew all over the dilapidated garden outside the glass windows. The river flowed softly, reflecting the stars in the sky as warm glows suffused out of the nearby buildings. Everything was silent, as if awaiting the arrival of night. Trissy, who had ordinary features which combined to make her look surprisingly beautiful, retracted her gaze and walked quickly towards the clothes rack to retrieve a long black robe fitted with a hood. She quickly put the robe on, fastened the buttons and belt before pulling the hood over her head, transforming herself into an assassin. Trissy raised her right hand and swiped her face, immediately turning her appearance under the hood blurry. Right on the heels of that, she grabbed a handful of shimmering powder from the hidden pouch near her waist and scattered it over herself while reciting an incantation. Trissy's figure started to disappear bit by bit, her outline vanishing like how pencil marks were being erased by an eraser. She silently left the bedroom after completing her concealment spell. She moved to the opposite room and then opened the non-grilled window. With a light leap, Trissy stood on the windowsill and looked over the grassy plains to the back of the building. She looked down at the steel fence that had seemingly fused with the night. There, she saw corpse collector Fry who was silently making his way over the fence. She took in a deep breath and fluttered down like a feather, stepping onto the grassy field without a sound. Fry, who was wearing a black windbreaker, cautiously surveyed the surroundings with his custom revolver in his hand, seeking out vengeful spirits or evil spirits that might appear. He could see such entities directly. Trissy approached Fry silently, made her way behind him. It was unknown when a dagger smeared with black paint appeared in her hand. Poof. She struck quickly, plunging the dagger into Fry's lower back. But at this moment, the scene in front of her shattered, as if everything was an illusion. Trissy realized that she was still standing on the windowsill, still looking over the grassy field and the steel fence. Except this time around, it wasn't only corpse collector Fry who was standing outside the fence. There was also Leonard Mitchell, who was aiming straight at the windowsill, as well as Dunn Smith. The captain of the Nighthawks was hunched over as he pressed down on his glabella, his eyes closed as formless ripples spread outwards from him. Trissy's pupils constricted. She understood that everything that had happened was just a dream. She had fallen asleep unknowingly. Bang. 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 Leonard and Fry fired 3 shots, accurately hitting the invisible target who was still waking up from her reverie. Crack. Trissy's figure started to appear, first cracking, then completely shattering into fragments of a rough silver mirror. Inside the building, Trissy, who had used a substitution spell, turned around to escape. She followed the corridor and the steps, sprinting all the way to the first floor. Whoosh. A cold, sinister wind blew across the first floor, one that could freeze a person. Formless, transparent figures were numbly pacing around every corner of the building in a daze. Trissy, who had lost her concealment, felt her temperature drop every time she passed through the spirits. She could no longer control her shivers when she finally reached the sacrificial altar. The altar was a round table with a figurine of a deity carved out of bone placed in the center. This figurine was about the size of a grown man's head, with only a mere indication of her eyes, but the figure was that of a beautiful woman. Her hair extended from her head to her heels, each strand clear and thick, as if they were poisonous snakes or tentacles. There was only one eye situated at the tip of every strand of hair, some closed, others open. There were many puppets strewn around the figurine. The craftsmanship of the puppets was crude. Names and relevant information were written on the puppets, for example, Joyce Mayer. There were 3 candles on the table, flickering with a yellowish-green flame despite the cold, sinister winds. Trissy bowed at the deity's figurine and quickly recited her incantations. She then pushed away the puppets and extinguished the flames of the candles before picking the figurine up. Whoosh! The winds howled fiercely as they shook the closed windows violently. Clank! Creak! Shards of glass flew around in all directions. Fry, who had just made his way to the other side of the building, didn't dare to barge into the sacrificial altar recklessly. He shivered, feeling his blood turn cold and frosty. It was making his actions visibly slower. Suddenly, he felt tightness around his heels as though they had been grabbed by something invisible. An accentuated sense of coldness spread upwards from the point of contact. A Sequence 9 Beyonder would have turned completely numb by now. But as a corpse collector, Fry was no stranger to such situations. He turned his revolver to the side of his heels and pulled the trigger. It was as if he could see who the enemy was, and exactly where it was. Bang. A silver demon hunting bullet pierced the air, causing a shrill howl in response. The formless figure dissipated and Fry regained his ability to move. Elsewhere, Dunn Smith, who wanted to reach the second floor by avoiding a frontal assault on the altar, was similarly affected by the cold winds. His body froze as he stopped right outside a shattered window. Whoosh! The curtains behind the window lifted suddenly and engulfed Dunn, as if a monster had just opened its mouth to devour its prey. The curtain wrapped around Dunn's head, seeming to have been imbued with life. Dunn's facial features began to press through the constricting cloth. Dunn, who was about to be suffocated, stomped down with both feet. He straightened his knees and twisted his waist, loosening the curtain's grip with raw strength alone. He grabbed a corner of the curtain around his head with his left hand and yanked it away before tossing it toward the ground. Bang. He fired a shot at the other half of the curtain behind the window, stopping it from attempting another assault on him. The curtain stopped immediately as a dark red liquid oozed out from it. Whoosh! On the field, Leonard Mitchell was reciting his poems and was also hit by the cold, sinister winds infused with the intense sensation of death. His teeth chattered, making it hard for him to enunciate his poems. The messy weeds in the garden suddenly extended, wrapping themselves around his heels. A black shadow hurled itself at him along with the violent winds. Leonard, whose body had become rigid, failed to fire in time. He could only pull back his shoulder and raise his arm. Thud. The black shadow smashed into his forearm, the thorns on its body piercing his skin. It was a pretty, bright red flower, its origins unknown. In pain, Leonard tossed aside the flower dyed with his blood. Bang. He fired a shot at the spreading vines, causing dark red liquid to ooze out. Tap. 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 Leonard quickened his pace and charged towards the shattered window on the first floor where the altar was situated behind. The vines retracted abruptly from where he had previously stood, as if hiding from something invisible. Trissy took advantage of the chaos created by destroying the altar and a suspension-style ritual to conceal herself once again. She managed to fool the spirit visions of the Nighthawks and escape the pincer attack before making her way to a spot behind the 3 Nighthawks. She extended her right hand, immediately causing a cold wind to blow. It carried the flower dyed with Leonard's blood right into her palm. Trissy did not stop. With the flower in hand, she nimbly made her way over the steel fence and escaped in the direction of the tussock river. Leonard, who had just entered the first level, turned his head abruptly, as though he was listening to something. His expression changed. He frantically pulled up his sleeve and looked at the wound caused by the flower. With his constitution, the wound had already stopped bleeding. There was only some red swelling that remained. Leonard's expression became grim. He pinched his left index finger and pulled his fingernail straight out. His face contorted in pain, but he did not pause. As he recited something silently, he sliced open the coagulated wound with the fingernail. When the fingernail was dyed with his dark red blood, he pulled out a few strands of hair from his scalp and wrapped the fingernail with his hair. Beside the tussock river, Trissy slowed down. She shot her gaze toward the flower in her hand. She was chanting something as a ball of black, illusory fire suddenly appeared in her palm. The flames enveloped the flower, burning it to ashes. After completing this, Trissy jumped into the river and submerged herself. At the same time, Leonard tossed the blood-stained fingernail wrapped in his hair to the corner. He saw it burn and release a foul stench. The fingernail and hair disappeared quickly, leaving only some dust behind. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief. He entered the first level through the window and said to Dunn and Fry, who were destroying the altar, "The target has escaped. But it's all right, our primary objective was to stop the ritual." Dunn sighed and looked at the puppets on the table. She was very cautious and very powerful. She sensed us approaching her ahead of time, otherwise, she should be, at the very least, a sequence 7 beyonder. Give Klene the signal. Ask him to come over. Through the brief interaction in the dream, he had determined that the enemy was female. Chapter 143, Intensive Display. Klene was hidden in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away from the target building. He heard the faint sound of gunshots and the howling of violent winds. He still had a vial of Goddess's Gaze, Serenity Agent for maintaining rationale, lucid sedatives for effective dream divination, and a wellspring that promotes spirituality recovery with him. They were all a token made by Selena. But even with this preparation, he still can't help a cold sweat. If the enemy runs towards me, should I draw my gun or should I pretend that I didn't see him? He pressed onto the slim vials in his coat. A beyonder that could, through various means, cut short the lives of others definitely wasn't a sequence 9 or sequence 8 beyonder. They certainly wouldn't be someone that a seer like him could fight against face to face. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to slow the target down enough for Dunn and Leonard to catch up with him. It was fortunate that the Evernight goddess, the mistress of disaster, seemed to hear her loyal guard's prayers. No one ran towards the location where Klene was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard a melodious song coming from the target building. Cocking his ears to the side so he could hear better, Klene confirmed that it was the popular local tune that Leonard Mitchell always hummed. It was filled with bass words. Phew. He let out a breath of relief. He held his gun in one hand and his cane in the other. He then walked out of the shadows towards the target building. The popular local tune was the meeting signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the rest. Klene took 2 steps and suddenly paused. He leaned his cane against the metal fencing and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then, he took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally. Klene waited till the topaz stabilized and immediately closed his eyes and entered a cogitation state. He recited a divination statement. The singing earlier was an illusion. The singing earlier was an illusion. After repeating 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendant spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klene put away his pendulum, grabbed his cane, and quickly got close to the arch-shaped metal gate leading to the target building. He then passed the black cane to his right hand and held it with the revolver. He extended his hands to touch the fence, intending to push it open, but he suddenly felt a piercing chill. It was as though someone had poured a bucket of ice down his neck without warning. Klene hissed and jerked his hands back, his teeth clenched. It's just like winter here. Under the dim starlight and distant street lamp, he looked through the garden behind the metal fencing. He saw the withered branches, fallen flowers, and leaves covered with white frost on the brown soil. Klene silently commended, lifting his hand before pinching his glabella twice to activate his spirit vision. He returned his silver-inlaid cane to his left hand and pushed it against the fence to open the closed gate. The gate squeaked, and he passed through it sideways. He stepped onto the stone path that led directly to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were twisted plants that seemed to resemble ghouls in the dark. The scene reminded Klene of various horror stories and paranormal films. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and paced mildly. Unlike the scene of Mororrowi's body complete with body-morphing horror, this much is at least manageable. Yet at the same time, Klene can't help tensing up. Tap. Hiss. He felt his hairs stood up. Quickly, he aimed his revolver and turned away. In the dim light, he saw a flimsy branch that had nearly fallen off. A corner of Klene's mouth twitched. So much for prior experience. He raised his cane, waved it, and knocked the stick off, adding a self-deprecating grin before walking away. Faint sobs sounded in his ears. Blurry, translucent shadows appeared before his eyes. These shadows had swarmed over after feeling the breaths of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood. Klene saw them and quickly recalled the phantoms roaming around in the lens of Gallopin and the ritual site of Mororrowi. Comparing them was a gap, he could at least stand the wailings of the present spirits. After entering into the door of the grayish-blue building, he instantly realized the atmosphere. The resentment of that aggrieved spirit is more rigid than the shadows. She hadn't taken the initiative to attack back then. He thought as he walked towards the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table full of crudely made puppets. 3 unlit candles stood amidst the puppets. Dunsmith stood right before the altar with his back to Klene. He took one puppet after another and looked at them. Corpse Collector Fry looked at the floating shadows and extended his hand in an attempt to comfort them, but all his hand did was pass through them helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him, seemingly recognizing him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell noticed Klene's arrival, he changed his tone, turning his voice softer but charming. Calm as the morn without a sound. Calm as to suit a calmer grief. And only through the faded leaf. The chestnut pattering to the ground. In the soothing recitation of the poem, Klene seemed to see a clear lake reflecting the moonlight and a crimson moon hanging quietly, high in the sky. The restless shadows calmed down and stopped chasing after the warm breath of the living nighthawks among them. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand, turned around, and said to Klene, "This is a ceremony for a terrifying curse. It's fortunate that we've already destroyed it. First prepare a ritual to comfort the remaining spirits, then try to communicate with the spirits of the dead and see if you can get any clues from them." Klene, who realized that he was no longer a burden, immediately held his chest out and said, "Yes, Captain." He reached the altar in a few steps and extended his hands to sweep the puppets off of the round table. At that moment, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that every puppet had a name and a corresponding message. "Captain, did you discover anyone you know?" Klene asked in passing. Then, he glanced at Dunn as Dunn looked at him. Both of them fell silent. "I'm so silly. Why would I ask any questions that tests the captain's memory?" Klene nearly covered his face and sighed. "If it were any other boss, they would definitely find an opportunity to make my life difficult because of this. Luckily, the captain will forget about this. I wonder if that's an advantage or a disadvantage." He thought, half glad, half joking. After a short silence, Dunn seemed to finally be capable of differentiating reality from the dream world. He replied, "There's someone you know." "Who?" Klene stopped, his hand still extended to put a candle back to where it was supposed to be. "Joyce Mayer, the survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn replied simply. "Joyce Mayer? Anna's fiancée?" Klene suddenly thought of Salas in the workhouse. He seemed to have been instigated and misled by someone, causing him to bring forward his rage and committing arson. Klene retracted his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator Triss." He used the lives that were cut short as a sacrifice, intending to curse all survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy. Because he didn't know who uncovered his involvement and lodged a police report. If Triss took revenge directly, it would have been impossible to wipe out all the targets scattered throughout Tingen. After 2 or 3 murders, he would have been noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Then, he would have lost his chance to continue his murdering spree. Klene filled in the blanks of why Triss had started all this. Dunn nodded first, then he shook his head. "Not all survivors, but only survivors in Tingen. His curse ritual can only affect the people within this range. Besides, the host of the ritual is a female, not Triss." Klene creased his eyebrows and asked, "Perhaps it's an expert that the Theosophy Order sent to help Triss?" "Yes, the origins of the Theosophy Order might involve the Demonist sect. It's fairly normal for their experts to be female." Dunn smiled and said in his deep voice, "I agree with your judgment. Although we only encountered that woman and not Triss, there are guesses that we can make. Such as, the woman and Triss don't stay together. Or, that Triss was out looking for people who are dying soon." Klene didn't say anything further. He set the 3 candles in place, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood, and other ingredients, and set up the altar quickly. After he used a silver dagger to make a sealed wall, he started praying to the Evernight goddess, the mistress of calm and silence. He prayed that the shadows inside and outside the house would be comforted completely. Unfortunately, in the subsequent attempt to communicate with the spirits of the dead, Klene could only see a little of what the spirits had seen before their deaths. There weren't any useful clues. After settling the shadows into a peaceful sleep in the dark night, he ended the ceremony and removed the spirituality wall. He then shook his head and told the others. The backlash from the disrupted ritual caused severe damage and the remnant images of the host were lost. Dunn wasn't surprised. He pointed at the stairs and said, "Let's look around on the second floor and give it another try." Okay. Klene, Leonard, and Fry nodded in agreement. The three Nighthawks went up the stairs to the second floor and parted ways to search through each room. In the end, they met in a bedroom that was filled with a faint aroma. They saw messy dresses lying around and open boxes. Dunn took up a box from the dressing table and smelled it before asking, "Are these cosmetics?" To be exact, they are skin care products. Ever since Emperor Roselle, they were not lumped together with a broad term, Leonard explained with a smile. "Captain, as a gentleman, there are certain things you have to know." Klene didn't join their discussion but cast his gaze towards the mirror on the dressing table. There was an obvious crack on the mirror, and there were shattered pieces on the rug beneath. The Beyonder left in a rush. She didn't destroy it entirely. He suddenly said in a deep voice. "Maybe I could give this a try." "I'll leave it to you," Dunn replied in confidence. Klene quickly brought the candles up from the first floor and lit them in front of the shattered mirror. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, he took out the items like full moon essence to create a spirituality wall. After Klene prepared everything, he stood before the mirror that reflected the lights of all three candles and chanted in Hermes. "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for the mirror to receive a brief restoration. I pray for it to show every person that it reflected in the past month." As the incantation was being recited, a strong wind suddenly howled within the spirituality wall. The shattered pieces of the mirror swirled off the ground and returned to their original locations. The mirror that was covered in cracks suddenly rippled with a gloomy brilliance. Klene wiped his hands over it and a human figure suddenly appeared in the frame. But that figure wasn't Klene. It was a gentle and sweet-looking young maiden with a round face. Perhaps it was because the mirror was broken, or perhaps it was because the backlash of the interrupted ritual that affected the second floor as well. Her facial features were blurry and her actual appearance wasn't exactly clear. But even so, Klene found the person unusually familiar. Chapter 144, New Perspective. When faced with a strange sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall or even disregard and forget about it. But a seer was different. Klene immediately ended the ritual and dispelled the wall of spirituality. He took out a piece of paper and wrote on it a statement, the source of the sense of familiarity. After which, he sat on the edge of the bed in the room and silently recited it with the piece of paper in hand. 7 times later, his pupils became darker. He fell asleep with the help of cogitation and started conversing with his own spirituality. In the hazy, contorted world, Klene saw a carriage. He saw a young lady wearing a long gray dress. This lady had smooth black hair, her face a little round. She had a gentle and pleasant demeanor, but her body was shivering unnaturally. The image flickered and once again, Klene saw this young, pretty lady at the underground market, walking past a rather pale lady, inched below her. The silver-haired lady was walking gracefully meanwhile she was hurrying. Later she was seen squatting and conversing with someone. Selena. Klene abruptly made a constructed guess. Basing on the mannerism of the second lady and how she tends to walk. Even Dunn or others will quickly make that assumption. No, that can't be right. There's 3 silver-haired ladies I've already met so far. It would be discrimination if I were think of them as one. He felt genuinely penitent that he quickly resumed. The dream soon receded and Klene woke up, understanding why the image he saw in the mirror was so familiar. He had met this person before. The first time was at Daffodil Street, in the district near Iron Cross Street. The captain and the rest were chasing down instigator Triss that night. There must be a connection. Klene thought for a few seconds, then set up the ritual once again. He asked for the help of the goddess to sketch the portrait of the enemy in his memory. Dunn and the rest had been waiting silently, without interrupting Klene unnecessarily. Only when he was done sketching did they crowd over and inspect the portrait. "You met her before?" Dunn asked. Klene nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes. I saw her at the public carriage stop on Daffodil Street the night when you were going after the instigator. It was in the district near Iron Cross Street. Then, there's a good chance that she was the enemy just now. The partner of the instigator." Dunn nodded in thought. Leonard suddenly chimed in, "Don't any of you feel that this portrait is very familiar? She looks a lot like instigator Triss." Klene froze, immediately casting his gaze at the portrait again and studying it carefully. Yeah, they look very similar indeed. Round face, narrow eyes, gentle demeanor. The more he looked at the portrait, the more he felt that what Leonard said made sense. The biggest difference was that instigator Triss had ordinary features while the young lady could be considered pretty. Klene raised his head and looked at Leonard, noticing that he was signaling something to him by raising his brows. What does he mean? Klene was confused. Dunn Smith guessed she could be the instigator's sister. Maybe like her brother she joined the Theosophy Order or the Demonist sect. Leonard sighed after he realized how bad Klene was at reading his mind. He said in a serious tone, "I have a bold idea." "What idea?" Dunn asked. Leonard described succinctly, "I think that this person is instigator Triss." "What?" Fry exclaimed in shock. Dunn creased his brows and said, "What you mean is that instigator Triss is actually female, or a male who's pretending to be a female?" "No, from the dream, I can confirm that she's female." Klene had been exposed to many creative and ridiculous plots after all. He took another look at the portrait and immediately had another guess. Could it be that instigator Triss became a female? That could explain many things. For example, why would the trail leading to Triss suddenly sever? Why couldn't they find any traces, even with divination? Perhaps because there was a fundamental change to their target. The only question was how he could change into a woman in such a short span of time. And it appeared to be rather simple. He had pretty decent looks after his transformation even. I mean, to be honest, she's pretty attractive. Klene thought, distracted. Leonard nodded in relief. "Yes, that's my theory. This can perfectly explain why instigator Triss had seemed to vanish. It also fits with the strange fact that the upper echelons of the Demonist sect are all female." Dunn and Fry were momentarily at a loss for words. Even though they had seen many monsters and wondrous things, including rampagers, it was their first time dealing with a transformation like this. "What you mean is that there are a considerable number of women in the upper echelons of the Demonist sect that used to be men?" Dunn asked. He didn't wait for an answer before saying, "That could be possible. Perhaps it's the unique characteristic of their potion." Klene shivered a little as he listened. He felt that the potion of the Demonist sect was a trap. Let's hope that a similar potion doesn't exist in the pathway of the seer. No, definitely not. That is the pathway of the Demonists. Even the name of the potion sounds wrong. But I still don't know what the corresponding sequence 1 to seer is. Klene subconsciously started praying to the goddess. Can potions accomplish such a thing? Fry asked with a little disbelief. Leonard laughed and threw up his hands. Even a mid to low sequence potion can cause unimaginable changes. After all, they all originated from the creator. Dunn turned to look at Klene. Try to divine where the target will appear next. All right. Klene went over to the pile of dresses and picked out one with mixed emotions. He spread it over the carpet. He held his cane over the dress and recalled the target's features and relevant information. He then began to recite in his heart. Trissy's whereabouts. Trissy's whereabouts. 7 times later, Kline's pupils turned from brown to black. Wind started to blow around him. His left hand released his cane, allowing the black cane to wobble. Despite the shaking, the cane failed to fall. It stood tall in its original position. "There's an interference," Klene said with a deep tone. "An interference implies that our assumptions are correct. That lady just now was most probably instigator Trissy." Upon seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. They live up to the reputation of the Demonist sect which has been active since the last epoch. Since Triss had transformed into Trissy, Dunn deduced that she wasn't part of the Theosophy Order, but the Demonist sect. Surveying the surroundings, Dunn sighed and said, "We can search for her through different means, such as where these clothes came from or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to patrol the train stations and piers. We might be able to get some clues like that, but Trissy will definitely have had enough time to leave Tingen." "Yes. I'll try it again above the grey fog when I'm back at home." Klene was cautious of people like Trissy who wanted to unleash a massacre on a whim. He wanted to desperately find her and execute her on the spot. "Leonard, head to the police department and gather a group to wrap up things here. Klene, you can go back and rest now." Dunn rubbed his temples and paused for a few seconds. He said to Klene, partially to test him and also to teach him. "I forgot this the first time we went for operation. Klene, how would you have handled this evening's mission? Assume that me, Leonard, and Fry are the only members on your team." Kline's mind flashed with scenes of flooded room. He creased his brows and thought for more than 10 seconds. "I'd first use divination to ascertain if the ritual would take effect soon. If the answer was negative, then I'd stick to observing and not approach. Then I'd notify the police department to deploy personnel around the area, as well as gather at least 5 cannons to bombard the entire building till wherever Trissy was hiding was leveled. She could either be blasted to death in the building, or attempt to flee amidst the cannon fire. This would easily expose her. Until then, I would station you and the rest at different spots." He got more and more relieved and excited as he continues. Roughly due to what happened in the urban district of Daffodil Street, he couldn't suggest such a barbaric but decisive plan. However, similar things should have crossed his mind as well, such as using dynamite. "I wonder why I hadn't thought of that." It wouldn't have resulted in Selena's near death if we entered with explosives first, intel later. As a seer, death doesn't imply no chance of interrogation. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were dumbfounded. They didn't say anything for a long time. Captain, is that not a good idea? The excited Klene's heart thumped rapidly when he saw that they had no reaction. Dunn was silent for a few seconds before he said, "No, it is a good idea. But the premise is that we have to confirm that forceful destruction of the altar wouldn't create a more disastrous outcome." Sigh. As longtime Nighthawks, we're accustomed to relying on ourselves, our powers as Beyonders, and guns in all circumstances. We're not used to allowing normal people to come into contact with supernatural incidents. All right, I was always an ardent fan of firepower bombardment. Klene added in his heart. Klene and Leonard walked to the carriage station about 500 meters away before they saw it. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One went to the nearby police station, while the other returned to Daffodil Street. When Klene arrived at his front door, he adjusted his clothes and made sure that everything was all right before fishing out his keys. But surprisingly, it was already opened. He turned it forward and leaned into the gaps. Wondering if there's an intruder. "What are you doing?" A melodic voice resounded. Klene jolted and pushed the door wide. He saw Selena, holding a cup of milk with her silver hair cascading down. Down. He echoed in disbelief. This was the first time Klene ever saw Selena with her silver hair down. She looked incomparable to when she had her signature hairstyle. "Melissa and Benson are already here. They're at the living room," Selena said in passing while looking extraordinary. Klene snapped back. "Oh, I'll greet them. What are doing with that milk?" Casting her gaze to the mug. Selena thought and frankly said, "I'm used to having something to drink while tutoring." Tutoring? Klene was a bit dumbfounded. Later, he realized what it meant. "You're helping Melissa." Selena smiled earnestly. "She's a very talented and hard-working, so I just can't help but chime in." "And she let you?" Klene's initial thoughts about having Selena over would be kind of like his first day in school with new peers around. Shy, jittery, and filled with caution. Did I over-explain Melissa and Benson in the past? Thinking about it now, he began to wonder what Selena is like during her school's years. Is she proactive academic type? Or a conservative and ambivalent? He followed her to the living room. Watching her smile softly and initiates an aid to Melissa after seating beside her. It's the alternator, it's an accessory within the engine that. While having his gaze glued to Melissa and Selena, Klene slowly walked over to Benson and silently greeted. Benson smiled and saw where his brother was looking. "Do you know what accompanies a handsome salary?" "A caring partner," he said with a smirk. "Knowing the trade-offs with books and academics doesn't necessarily grant you the ability to pull it off, yet here you are." Impressive. Klene faced his brother's smug face and then said, "You're misjudging. She won't be here for long." And addressing your remark. "There's always a price for everything in this world. There's something we must give before we can gain anything in return," he added with a smile. "That's apparently something Emperor Roselle said, right?" Melissa stopped writing and looked up. Selena also did the same. The Tingen Technical School was different from universities and public schools. There was only 2 weeks for summer break, from late July to early August. Their lessons resumed the moment the hottest days were over. "Is that so?" "I don't remember," Klene replied, his expression a little rigid. He turned, and saw Selena chuckling. I can vaguely tell where he likely tribute the saying. She pressed a finger to her lips. Tribute. Klene was beginning to feel his lips curling up. Of course. Our emperor knows how to be a people's man. If Roselle is here, he'd start fuming at his junior's humor of his antics. Benson and Melissa watched from the sidelines and felt utterly isolated. In their minds they're reckoning what are they talking about. As the moment appears to finally let go. Benson tugged his brother closer and whispered, "You sure there's nothing?" He narrowed his eyes and said, "Even the curly-haired baboons seated aloof in the rulings can tell something is going on." Klene smiled at Benson and slowly withdrew. "You're being overreactive, my good brother. I'll be up my room." He took off his hat and headed upstairs. He intended to divine Trissy's whereabouts as soon as possible. Without bothering the two ladies. He intended to leave quietly. That was until he heard his stomach rumble. Followed by intense hunger pangs. Oh right, I haven't had dinner. But the note I left said that the security company would provide food and asked them not to leave any food for me. Seriously, Captain, you actually forgot about it. Klene's expression changed several times as he intended to pretend that he was full. At that moment, Melissa turned and looked at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, "We left a small piece of lamb chop and a bowl of thick vegetable soup for you. There are a few sticks of bread left too." After saying this, she buried her head back into her work and muttered to herself, I felt that meals provided by work wouldn't be too good, probably making people lose their appetite. Say Miss Selena, how does this work again? Chapter 145, Worries. Around midnight. As the serene cityscape of Tingen begins to reach its peak nocturnal hour, Selena sat on the edge of the bed and noticed a silhouette coming from the window. Tap. 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 It was fallacy. After undoing the latches, she saw the black feline pounce from the silo and onto the bed. It stretched itself first before going onto her lap. How do you always know where to find me? Selena wondered with a contemplative look. This fur friend had always been on the move wherever she goes. Hello again, fallacy. I've brought leftovers for you, just in case you find me. It's at the dresser. Caressing the cat, Selena added softly, sorry I couldn't cook anything fresh because Klene and his siblings might notice. I can't predict their thoughts of having a cat around. The cat strolled from her lap and subsequently leaped onto the dresser. While watching it dine its midnight snack, she explained, it's a lamb chop. Hope it suits your taste the same as fish. Meow. Selena curled her lips slightly before collapsing onto the cold, soft bed. She stretched all her limbs of the extremities before releasing a sounding sigh. Klene's original identity have a loving family. I wonder why there's only 3 of them. Where's their parents? Well, I think it's not worth paying too much on such matters. Joe would definitely prefer introducing his real parents. Selena muttered only to realize something. Introducing his real parents? Why am I thinking of this? Sigh, I guess I'm starting to miss my own family. Over her brooding, Mororrowi's notes naturally crossed her mind. Within depicts multi-dimensions, but Klene's thoughts about it is negative. The single eye is a not known deity. Anything outside of the Orthodox churches or Mr. Fool will likely not result in their return. Selena shook her thoughts off of her head. She turned over, faced the wall and resumed muttering. The case today is about instigator Triss. I'll ask Klene about it. Also, speaking of cases, Holstervan actually had many associates. There's Gallopin, the man who was also one of the people that entered the Ivory Manor based on Klene's divination. He saw Selena, but what mattered is that Art, who was actually a newcomer months ago before Milo's destruction, was coerced into a promising privilege at the Red Light Street. The very same promised privilege that made Gallopin went out to excrete the temptation. It was also his vulnerability that allowed Klene to put him into slumber with a slumber charm. Art, on the other hand, was brought along in the trip to Milo as an unloader. Unlike Gallopin, he does not have close relations with the director yet. So far, old Neil and Kenley's investigation seem to be reaching another dead end with the Red Light Street. There's a lack of solid evidence that the vampire, let's say number 4 since he's the most recent vampire they identified in the city, had ever been into the district. Vampire number 4 was a drug dealer. He specialized in aphrodisiac compounds and sexual performance sedatives. Drug dealer. Selena felt a tug on her right lips. She naturally thought of doing it once before becoming an official. Thank God I didn't become like him. Anyway, it seems now is a good chance to take on the case as Klene suggested. I'll wait until there's a lodged report. At the moment of her relaxation, she started to hear distant murmurs, overlapping around her ear. The tone was familiar but was difficult to ascertain. Maybe it's Isabelle again. Praying before going to sleep. Cautious about her voice. Selena closed both of her eyes and tried to recall hugging her parents. Instantly, she felt her body relaxed. Something beyond was pulling her. In the wide pasture of Milo with tall grass and a willow-like tree, Selena was reformed from the soil. She had her gold and silver hair cascading down while a pure white gown coiled her waist. She was back in the dream world. There was nothing much to do now except to respond to prayers. The documents Isabelle gave her was already committed into her memory and her capabilities was practically limited due to the hidden dangers. However, as time passed, her stay was slowly taking longer and longer. She deduced that although each time it depletes her reserve of spirituality, the cause of waking up in the morning was actually her body's reaction to the impact. If Selena overstayed, she'll sleep until morning. Otherwise, she'll wake up hours before dawn. After sweeping the plain for any anomaly, she saw that a vine was bulging with specks swarming it. It's Klene. Selena recognized the segment that gave Klene the seed. She quickly reached to it. In his room, Klene made another ritual. It was just like the sacrificial and bestowal setup meant for Mrs. White. However, this is designed to pray to her. Feeling proud that he contributed to this deity's communication with mortals, Klene plunged the cross made up of bundled twigs. Unlike the placement of the wreath where it acted as a portal, it instead was laid to the soil as the cross protruded on the mount. It was actually simple because of the sacrifice/bestowment ritual and the presence of an object that directly points to the goddess. Upon lighting the candles and letting the altar reflects the dim light of the 3 candles, Klene used his own spirituality to construct a wall of spirituality. Whoosh! The noises around the room and outside became still and tuned out. Klene exhaled and finally placed the thumb-size seed over the altar and lit the tip. This is what he meant by an object's direct relation. When it was scorched with burning plume. Strangely, it didn't get consumed or turned to ashes. With his thoughts about this act finally get confirmed, he chanted solemnly at the altar. The White Maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. Beginning and the end of the extending vines. After chanting, Klene tidied up the altar and any sort of sediments left from keeping the soil around. He still recalled Miss Lover's advice and Selena's analogy of experiencing meeting the goddess. It certainly made the honorific title's second line meaningful. Reborn daughter, mysterious dream world. Klene muttered as he walked to the edge of his bed. He bent down and sat, while massaging his temples. Before he embraced the mattress, along with the covers and pillows that comes with it, he felt his eyelids grew heavy. Moments later, his thoughts drifted to sleep. Somewhere in the dark world, Klene, in his unkept linen, felt something corporeal left his body. It was powerful and terrifying, yet gentle and serene. The moment it vanished, he a faint single point of light in the distant. It started to proliferate and engulf the surrounding. Like a painting, it showed Klene in real time how the world forms. He's now in the pasture, green and ever stretching into infinite miles. However, there was a mist. He closed both his hands and felt chilly. Is this the dream world? Said Klene to himself as he scanned the surrounding. At this moment, mounds of dirt made the land trembled. His body vibrated, swinging along the turmoil of the ground. Klene almost tumbled, and when he lifted his head, dense forest, peak mountains, and silent rivers appeared. That implies it, while silently marveling the terraformed land. Klene heard his own thoughts echoed. That implies it. *T. *T, the world swirled with his voice. You have quite the language. A mysterious and majestic voice of a lady followed the resounding thought. Klene turned and saw a woman clad in a pure white, intricate gown. There was a divine light cloaking her face. Instantly, he felt penitent. He bent his waist forward and said apologetically, I'm very sorry, Your Grace. Soft voice echoed, You're free to state your thoughts. Literally. Selena was intrigued seeing her close companion in a different perspective. Considering the goddess's attention, Klene didn't idle, instead he went ahead and explained. He was cautious not to appear irreverent. Your Grace, I came to tell you I'm grateful for the bestowed item and to console regarding Selena. Selena, covered in divine light, lifted a brow. Regarding me. Selena mentioned the sealed artifact 3-104 Dreamcatcher that was in the city's Selene church. Klene fixed his posture. I think she's going to attempt at uncovering the dreams or nightmares stored in the artifact. Klene, it's quite scary how fast you learned that. I didn't even emphasize it last time. Selena smiled even though it's futile amidst the radiant. She's going to be all right. The zephyr reverberated into a fixed voice. She have my blessing. Must be nice to have a real goddess's blessing. Klene felt a bit envious and relieved. Wait, no. The world will echo his thoughts again. Do aid her in accessing the sealed artifact. Throughout the process, you'll have my blessing. Klene froze. He fell into a daze because just now, it's not his voice. Don't worry. The world said majestically. Your thoughts will no longer be mimicked. Klene sighed in relief. While he doesn't know how to properly give a gesture, much like to the Evernight goddess, he instead bowed. Thank you, then he lampooned in his heart. If it's my time, I'll ask for your blessings myself. He still recalls what a tiny seed can incur to his whole body and the surrounding. Considering the Selena is a blessed, it'll likely be alright for her. Knowing that he can stay lucid in dreams, Klene figured that it would be the same for Selena. That's one danger mitigated, but it's uncertain whether it would bypass any seals in the artifact. If Mrs. White, who is the reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world, then she can likely pull Selena out of any nightmare and into this dream. Can Mrs. White also pull me out if I attempt it? Klene was struck by a realization. If it can get Ms. Roy out of any harm, he will consider tributing himself. Let's just see. Mrs. White, can I ask if there's a way to enter the dream at the same time as Selena's? Klene's worried. Behind the divine light, Selena gathered what she knows about the dream world so far. Unfortunately, my current state cannot withhold multiple mortals into my presence. The world's tone was melancholic. One vine only leads to one person. Klene thought about it carefully and said, all right. One last thing, Mrs. White. Selena paid close attention. Can a charm be able to siphon nightmares to be used as its power? Selena quickly recalled the documents she had read, which also records the primordial moon believers' methods of making charms. After deliberating her words, she let the world say, yes, a nightmare can be used to power a charm, but not in the manner where its elements will materialize. It can only be stored and transferred, either to siphon the energy or apply corruption. This was in page 32, acts made by the primordial moon believers. When skimmed onto the items they've used, one stood as a counter against dream-based divinations and abilities often utilized by the Nighthawks and the Church of Evernight Goddess. Not only that, they have measures for every Orthodox churches in cases of confrontations. Sentient Dream is a charm used by the upper echelons and figures of the primordial moon. It doesn't allow the dream within to appear but instead transferred, allowing for a deep slumber and astral disfigurement of the foe. Similarly in the name. The dream is birthed with life, the practitioner's abdomen bloats regardless of gender, allowing for the user to control the other. Selena felt a crawl under her skin just thinking about it. As a woman, she detests having a child without knowing the father. Klene understood and nodded without complaint. Thank you again, Mrs. White. He already figured out 2 ways as a contingency for Selena's pursuit. The first town that the Tussock River passed by after it flowed through Tingen City was called Weenia. It was also the first stop from Tingen to Backlund for the steam locomotive. On the platform, Trissy changed into a long beige dress and put on a woman's circular hat. Fine fishnet gauze hung down from the edge of her hat, covering half her face. Her appearance became blurry and indiscernible. She had already sent a telegram to her partner in Tingen to remind the other person to be careful. She told them that she had used money she burgled to buy a steam locomotive ticket to Backlund. The reason Trissy didn't get on the train from Tingen but went downstream to Weenia was because she still had her instinct and rich experience as an assassin. Woo! A train let out a long and sharp whistle as the long metal behemoth chugged to a stop next to the platform while spurting smoke and sparks. Trissy didn't carry any luggage and entered the first cabin. At the same time, she decided to get off the train after 3 stations and enter Backlund through other methods. In the lounge. 36 Zutland Street. After visiting the Heath family and going back to work, Selena lowered her head and, as if contemplating, pinched her glabella twice. Myriad of colors illuminated her vision. Through this lens she lifted her gaze and checked the vitality of the patient. Patient has become a key term she used, even though it didn't correspond to their department. As a commissioning company. How did it turn into a part pharmacy? After analyzing the gentleman, Selena noted the gray areas as issues. Telling him, Mr. Marvick, did you say you're always fatigued and colorless? Well, it seems you have a blood problem. Fortunately, I can prescribe you a ginseng to brew alongside these herbs. Marvick replied. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He repeated. So much for exaggeration. Selena smiled and withdrew her hand from being grabbed by her client. I'll be back. Roseanne is always present whenever there's clients as part of being the receptionist. She took Selena's seat and began conversing with Marvick about his experiences. On the way to the alchemy room, Selena came across Kenley in a grayish-blue vest. Good afternoon, she greeted. Is there another case? Kenley returned the gesture first before affirming. We're resuming on the identities of the 8 vampires that have chased you in the past. Contrary to the case's progress, our lead reached another stop. Klene petitioned his help. Also, Captain will be waiting for you at the office. I see, very well. Selena smiled softly. After the exchange, she quickly went into the alchemy room. Her notes of the vials and herbs were laid out in the open. Just as she finished writing the customer's report of their condition, Selena suddenly felt something corporeal stirring within her. A familiar sensation of something breaking down upon seeing the Marvick's elated face. Just a bit more before I can finally digest my potion. Chapter 146, underway. After taking her time inside of the alchemy room, Selena returned to Roseanne and Marvick in a good mood. Here's the herbs. Take 3 drinks a day for effective intake, she said with an uplifting tone. Marvick grinned and nodded back to back. MHM. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Have a safe trip. Selena waved as they saw him off from the partition. At that moment, Roseanne's hackles went up and she pivoted to Selena. You seem quite different, Miss Roy. Did you acquire a new skin-caring product? Skincare products, or commonly known as skin-caring products with the ing part here in loan, was a category revolutionized by the Emperor. While this already exists, the glorious plagiarist Roselle did a few bantering to exert influence in the cosmetic industry as well. Talk about being an open source. Selena smiled wryly. It's pronounced skincare products and unfortunately I haven't been using them. Why did you ask? Nothing. Roseanne shrugged her shoulders and then said, It's just that your skin looks paler and more supple. Are you always this snowy and radiant? What do you mean? Selena tilted her head and looked down. She saw nothing out of the ordinary. It was the still soft, porcelain white surface that even a gentle poke might scrape it. I am, always like this. Do I look different today? She turned back to Roseanne. Was it due to my progress in digesting my potion? But it's better. You look gorgeous. Roseanne started fawning to her figure before suddenly adding distance. Let's head to Captain's office. Kenley came and he said to inform you just in case. Just in case. Selena felt a prickle. So complete digestion do have a physical impact on the body. Fascinating. She didn't ramble about her appearance and instead took it as a kind compliment. Quickly huddled her props meant to normalize her work before following Roseanne. Klene entered 36 Zutland Street after a day at the Divination Club. As usual, he arrived at the reception area. Only difference is that it's empty. It became the norm after tens of clients have been frequenting the company. Ironically, they're not here to find life but to maintain their life because of their apothecary's miracle medicines. I wonder how Selena is doing. Klene resumed with his cane in hand. He looked for the lounge only to see that it's empty again. He turned for the break room and again, devoid of anyone. It was only when he peeked into the entertainment room did he saw Leonard actually rehearsing lines with 2 foot on the table. Leonard noticed him and his lips curled up. Selena is at the captain's office. A faint tick disturbed Klene's expression. He looked around and retorted, what made you think I was looking for her? Oh, you're not. Leonard had that signature flippant smile again. Because usually, I'll see both of you head out and enter simultaneously. Did something happen? Klene's face twitched. All right. Thanks for the direction. Wait. Leonard fastened his V-collar that was out in the open. Subsequently, he stood up and placed the selected poems by Roselle down on the table. Let me come with you. I bet there's another case that Captain would like for us handle. Then he slicked his hair back and added. I would also like to inform Selena of our abnormalities while in the process. In case you a hard time telling her. On their way down in the basement. Klene saw Roseanne gradually ascending. Meanwhile, Leonard's slow but deliberate steps is what caught this receptionist's attention fast. Don't fall hard again, Mr. Mitchell. Roseanne covered her lips with a hand as she chuckled. Klene recalled what this meant. Leonard once rushed in, only to fall and kissed multiple levels on the way down. He joined the humor and Leonard wasn't a fan of it. He ignored them and stayed focused on each steps. All while Leonard took his sweet time. Klene greeted Roseanne to make up for what he missed at the desk area. Good morning. Any good news? Roseanne, who was preoccupied, jerked and said excitedly, yes. So how's it feel finally having Trissy behind bars? Klene's eyes lit up. Trissy? What? Who is she? The green-dressed Roseanne looked lost. You probably didn't know her. Klene felt a bit embarrassed. So what's actually the news? Roseanne replied with a glowing smile, the captain's request has been approved. The police department is going to transfer 2 police staff members who have come across supernatural incidents to be clerks here. I finally don't need to frequently stay up all night. Praise the lady. That's great news, Klene echoed sincerely. But abruptly. Roseanne added in a fluster, oh, and Selena wouldn't be troubled much now. Truly. Thank the lady. When Leonard finally reached the floor. The pleasantries was cut short. Klene had to bade farewell to make their way to the captain's office. Done, Selena and the rest were there after they entered. Leonard walked over to Sika's side and followed with an attention span of a beaker. They're in the middle of discussing another case apart from the issue of instigator Trissy. Earlier this morning. Almost all of the Nighthawks except for Selena gathered here. This was because search and elimination investigation the night before had failed to return anything worthwhile. The rest would be handed over to the police department so that they could take care of the tedious follow-up tasks. Of course, that wasn't the only notable event that had occurred. Because Klene realized a crucial mistake on their way to Old Neil. Regarding to the divination he performed for locating Trissy. Leonard took the lead as a reliable tip and the Nighthawks went into the Tingen station. Even though they failed to catch her. Dunn explicitly said that according to the telegraph they received from Backlund, a passenger saw her in the first-class carriage of the earliest train. However, she got off early in the middle of the journey. Regrettable as it is, it made Klene further believe that divinations isn't all-powerful. Lunch was over hours ago, and the reason why Selena was called was to aid in identifying another vampire and to also gain a first-hand experience of their methods of tracking. Dunn's gray eyes swept past them. He saw Selena mildly tense as there's multiple times she faintly tried avoiding eye contact. Being presentable in the exterior has its limits. True to the word, she's nearing it. Similar to Klene yesterday. Ms. Roy, this would help you get a grip over the atmosphere and how each of us acts. You don't need to participate in any of the battle. However, you can serve as our medical insurance in the sidelines. Remember, never to get close into any sort confrontation, back away and let your teammates handle them. Royale and Sikatron will join you. Dunn's eyes reflects the silver-haired, braided bun Selena. Selena nodded firmly. All right. Klene was at the door when this assigning happened. He looked stunned. Leonard skimmed to the side and teasingly said, "Too bad you're late, huh? Hey, don't be so anxious. Sika has always been with you in the department and Royale is reliable." Dunn consoled Selena before suddenly noticing two more Nighthawks entered. Who wouldn't be anxious if their first operation almost became a disaster? Leonard curled his signature flippant smile. Sikatron, who's usually quiet and reserved, elbowed this reckless poet. Oof. Do try to be a little more empathetic, Mr. Mitchell. Sika shot him a glance. While massaging his abdomen, Leonard's expression became slightly more penitent. Why yeah, my apologies. There's nothing to be apologetic of. Dunn let out a sigh and turned toward the Chinese gate. I should be the one at fault. Moretti and Selena were both still newcomers at the time. I didn't know what came to me that I brought the two of you along. Anyway, I couldn't let that happen again. Hence, during this investigation, all I ask from each of you to prioritize your safety. If you found anything amidst, quickly report here and we'll discuss appropriate measures before taking action. Everyone in the room agreed without a word. All right. Take the lists before heading out. Dunn pointed at the files compiled by the police agencies. Although the wind blew coldly from east in the presence of autumn, the tint from the crowd kept the venue warm and spirited. Selena briefly turned sideways before following Royale and Sikatron in the streets of Upper Iron Cross Street. She had to write a note, as Klene did and told her, in order to let Melissa and Benson know. Because this was her first time actually walking in this part of the city. The district they crossed earlier had many cautious onlookers eyeing on their clothes. She expected the lower street is straightened. However, it still left an impression on her upon seeing the children's physique, rugged and twiggy. Comparing the upper street where they're now walking across, Selena immediately realized the gap between the hierarchical classes of the society. Sikatron slowed down and said, "Looking at these buildings struck a thought in you." Selena nodded. There's an unbelievable gap between the lower and the middle class. They saw a few workhouses on their way. But the queue there files an extended line that might have been accommodating hundreds of people. Klene described it as something that was flocked for being viral. She found it difficult to imagine entering the building just by looking at the exterior. If the legislative bills weren't stalled, then their livelihood would have improved slightly. Sikatron had her gaze fixed ahead. Unfortunately, that's one of the few issues that lower classes faced in this age. Exploitations, mass industrial emissions and unregulated conditions that endangers the workers are just the few of the problems the society face. If you were to move in Backlund now, I guarantee you'll find dark clouds idling in the sky due to pollution. Selena froze for a split second and resumed walking. With all the things about Backlund mentioned by the parents of the original Selena in the past, as the predecessor of her body, it would be natural that her beliefs regarding the city would be just as same, dim, fog-bearing sky that stretched across a large chunk of the city, menacingly watching the city folks rot while the wealthy dines in brilliant light. Hence, one of the reasons why she delayed going there and to settle her affairs with Diemsfell. The three soon crossed the area that is devoid of vendors, populated by top-hatted gentlemen and women of the high class. Following the road was the Red Light Street. The Red Light Street was located near the Selene Cathedral and the Zutland Street, just across the Upper Iron Cross Street. Despite being near a sacred place, many upper-class and middle-class men established buildings and hostesses as a way to vent their steam. Of course, this wasn't explicitly made in public, as the buildings here still acts as regular bars and high-budget houses for esteemed guests or wealthy individuals that can afford the living. Similar to the Upper Iron Cross Street, Selena didn't saw any peddlers, street hawkers, and straitened children. Unlike the scenes she saw while in a public transport, the living condition was evident. Leonard and Klene was standing by the road, feeling their joints rusting from constant turning and bowing just to greet the pedestrians. Then Leonard finally fumed and walked off. While watching this from afar, Sikatron tugged Selena's clothes by the wrist and said, "There, that building is the Bounavelle Rest House. Contrary to the name, that's where the local action starts to happen at night." Selena understood and followed them. She wasn't least bit skeptical of how Sika knew this. It was an intel among them that Dunn provided beforehand. Bounavelle Rest House was just the start among tens of hostess clubs lying about that Klene's company even took a different path to inspect. While walking, she snickered her hand to her coat and waited for Royale and Sika to overtake before opening the paper. On the note exacts a specific drawing of a man with a round, flat nose and very high deformed nose bridge. It was Galopin's image that Klene drew for her. Chapter 147, Protectively Apart. In a separate path of the same district. Klene, who had been chancing to suggest a building, finally had a moment to act. He told Fry and Leonard as they reached a section. We haven't checked the Noir Lounge at a turn of the road. Leonard, with his long dark hair, paused and glanced at the lists on Fry's hand briefly. After seeing a name, he checked whether Officer Phillimore, who started accompanying them after the first building, would agree. Phillimore is a middle-aged man with prominent silver linings on his hair. He appeared stern with a refined stubbled jawline. If one were to guess, he's fairly attractive in his youth. This police officer oversees the upper-class area under the Nighthawk's jurisdiction. Upon deliberation, Phillimore didn't reject and instead commended by saying the Noir Lounge was where Folland frequented. Folland is the fourth identified vampire that had chased Selena from the past. He's a professional medicine prescriber. Although much to his title, his true motive was to sell little blue pills that upperclassmen covet. You seem to getting a hang in this tracking business. Leonard had a glib of grin as he asked to take the itinerary from Fry's hand, lifting it up. He flicked the paper around and as if claiming the idea as his own, he said, all right, off to Noir Lounge we go. For an odd reason. Klene felt his hands that was holding his cane, fought the instinct to raise it. He shook his head and followed closely. There's 3 Nighthawk teams that done assigned. For the first unit, they're composed of Selena, Royale, and Sika. The path they took was heading southwest. The second consists of Kenley and Old Neil. They came not to partake in the investigation but to conduct a follow-up inspection regarding a building known as Moonlight Hours, governed by one of the vampires that chased Selena, Mr. Daniel Folland. As for the third unit, Klene was assigned with Fry and Leonard due to their yesterday's tandem. Their mission was to accompany Unit 1 in scanning the street of anyone suspected of having connections with Folland. Of course, they're also the backup force if the others was confronted with danger and vice versa. That is to say if they encountered any of the two groups. Klene looked around as Leonard led them as if it was his idea to vouch for a specific building. He saw many esteemed gentlemen. In contrast to his, the way they dressed is far more distinguished. There is a soap opera around the district as well. But ultimately reserved for those who have wealth to spare. Seizing the opportunity when they reached the intended 3-story building, Klene excused himself, I need to go to the bathroom. Leonard and Fry exchanged looks shortly, before the former suddenly said with odd intent, be quick or we'll finish the inspection and leave without you. Heh, nice joke. Klene waved his hand as he turned around. The building's interior appeared nothing like the majority of the infrastructure in Tingen. Their walls are accentuated by the waxed surface, appearing like a golden brown when casted by sunlight. The columns had a polished ebony wood carvings meanwhile the hallway had direct sunlight filtering from wide windows. Is this the life Miss Justice and Miss Lovers have on a daily basis? Klene suddenly had a contemplative thought as he asked for directions. In this level of the building, the area supports a high-end retails at the reception area, even larger than Blackthorn Security Company. Voices and laughter coming from a few corners suggesting a lounge area meant to socialize among the fellow upper classes. Klene walked a dozen miles and would occasionally see glimpses of dining halls, hobby rooms and commercial areas selling jewelries. When an item is bought, unlike the usual give and take of hawkers and merchants toward customers, the client is brought into a specialized room for negotiations and contracts by agents, only then will they be given the purchased item. Truly an upper class of extortion and exploitation. Klene secretly lampooned while an attendant guided him to the public bathroom. After locking the door of his chosen stall, he brought the toilet's lid down and sat. He took out a small, thumb-sized seed with turquoise-colored shell and left it open onto his palm. Then by increasing friction to its tip using his spirituality, a flame combusted. Klene didn't have time to construct a wall of spirituality or even have a secured place to properly make an altar. Of course beforehand, just as the day went, he asked Mrs. White's guidance and to allow communication to happen through the seed. When the last person left one of the stalls and out of the bathroom, he chanted in a solemn, hushed voice. The White Maiden from a distant time. Folland. Oh you mean the chemist-monger of the Noir Lounge, a senior club member by the name of Pallion wore a fitted girdle over a long dress, preparing for a play of table tennis. Of course, said game was pioneered by the glorified Roselle Gustave over a joint toast during a military banquet of the Intis Republic. It was later made in public by the associates of the congregation, thereby naming it table tennis over the emperor's request. The table tennis wasn't the only sport the emperor had pioneered. It also consists of badminton, volleyball that is localized in the coasts of Constant City and Desi Bay. His legacy was truly engraved into the world as the figure of his era. Selena had enough of their seniors' antics that she looked away from the door, leading to a room with guests and players opposing at the center. While Royale handles the interrogation, Sika was there to carefully inspect the person at the front. As for her, she was there for the experience and to learn. At that moment, the duo Royale and Sika finished the inquiry and was about to head to the next room when Selena suddenly started hearing voices. It was familiar, and it certain was because she recognizes the overlapping voices in her ear. Klene was praying to her. However, seeing Royale and Sika looking down at the list on the latter's hand, it will be hard to ask an excuse or permission to pass out. Pass out? At a public space? Would they think of me as a fragile lady because of it? Selena mused secretly first before pointing out. Can we take a short rest? We've been walking all this time. Sika-tron turned her head and paused to listen. Well, I am feeling a bit tired. Usually I'd take a carriage often to where I'm heading. She then glanced at Royale to sought an opinion. Then let's ask for the lounge. Royale withdrew from the note Dunn gave them and said. Having the time to collect our thoughts is also an effective way to handle investigation. After finding an empty sofa at the rest area, Selena saw many beautifully dressed ladies and gentlemen roaming around and asking for a chat. Considering the original Selena's appearance, the thought of a person with power would walk over and ask her out placed a burden of anxiety on her shoulders. It took her a short while to be assured that both Royale and Sika would prevent such an event. Selena had just usurped and that her potion will be digested soon. That was also enough to place her in a mood to enter the dream world. She simulated the longing feeling and subsequently dozed off. Klene saw the mysterious pastures once again. Albeit cloaked in mist, it's not as indiscernible as the ones above the grey fog. He managed to see just how far it stretched and it disappoints him. What is it that you'd like to relay? The world had a mature, majestic and layered voice of a woman. Klene turned and saw the lady clad in an elongated, intricately woven gown. Though her face was blanketed by divine light, the creases of her cascading gold-and-silver hair was enough to display an overwhelming radiance. I can't believe I'm talking to a goddess face to face. Klene embraced the feeling of the surrounding meadow. The zephyr that passes by. Mrs. White. Our captain dispatched us for an investigation regarding the red light street. Fortunately Selena and I didn't have to push the case toward this, but regrettably, we never got assigned into a single group. The white maiden Selena gave a soft assurance heeded by the world. You need not to worry. I am aware. Klene felt relieved and immediately changed the topic. If possible, tell Selena that we're now at Noir Lounge of Southwest. Noir Lounge wasn't mentioned in the contracts she saw through the seed. However, thanks to Klene's divination and recollection when he encountered Galopin, the building that is called for privileged clients is exactly where he's currently at. Selena understood and quickly dismissed him, seeing as how both of their time is limited. Upon returning to the bathroom stall, Klene was greeted by the coldness of the marble floor and an arbitrary position with his feet on top of the bowl. He was ready beforehand and prepared to use cogitation in order to sleep and meet the goddess. But regardless of that, he still found himself kissing the ground. Klene stood up, walked to the basin after opening the stall and briskly washed his face. Bleg. Disgusting. He complained while still sensing the lingering aftertaste. His position at the time was seated on the toilet with the lid down and his body leaning to the stall. He didn't expect that he would move around so much. At that moment, Klene suddenly touched his temple and a prickling pain struck him instantly. Ouch. He massaged it with care and rinsed his face some more until a few droplets splat onto his garb. He took a handkerchief and wiped his face down. Then he heard the door squeaked open. It's not in a manner similar to a crooked room extension, but rather sophisticated in signaling guest. Klene lowered his hand and saw him, a tall brown hair, suited with a vest engraved with a rose pattern. Although he may be insignificant during Galopin's divination flashback in the past, he now played a crucial identity behind Galopin's movement in the street. Galopin's associate. Selena's eyes fluttered open. In a picturesque room, she had a rosy side cheek and a pair of hands slapping her. Hey. Wake up. Sika-tron was starting to feel anxious. Her and Royale had been smacking her face softly and with force that was hopefully enough to wake her. Although the former displays weariness, the latter was keeping a public facade that they're fine. Selena reached for Sika's hand and brought it down, telling her, "What's wrong? You dozed off and we couldn't wake you up." Sika's raised voice was controlled but mixed with apprehension. "I'm fine." Selena smiled wryly. "I just slipped into a good dream. That's all." "A good dream?" Royale stopped looking around and faced her. "Even that is problematic. If there's something wrong, I suggest a mystical reevaluation." "All right." Selena nodded and Royale signaled for midnight poet Sika. Sika first ensured that no people was near them before getting closer and recited an alluring tune. Lacking clothes and food, they have no shelter in the cold. They are drenched by rains, and huddle around the rocks for lack of shelter. They are orphans snatched from the breast, hope lost on them, they are the poor that have been forced off the proper path. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. The holy, yet pitiful prayer reverberated around the close proximity between only Selena, Royale, and Sika. It purified their hearts and made it tranquil. Royale sighed after seeing no abnormalities from Selena. She stopped and withdrew from huddle. All right, you're fine. You're still the Selena I know. Selena heaved a breath at the false alarm. Let's return to inquiring any probable associates around before we leave. We have to be aware that Officer Louise is waiting at the entrance. Royale stood up and adjusted her gun from her holster. If you're in any sort of disorientation, please tell us all right. Selena nodded and promised, yes. As they left, she rehearsed what Klene said in the dream world and recalled the plan. Secure and traceable suspect that connects with Galopin and the Halsterven Company. They already had target, which was one of his associates present around and specifically within the Noir Lounge. The establishment that might be hosting privileged clients. Since Klene and the rest are already there, I should begin to accelerate our visit here and get to them immediately. Selena noted within herself as they approached yet another person. The trio walked over and asked for his name. This time, Royale and Sika vouched for her to take the lead in questioning. The men replied, Ronder young ladies. It sent Ronder. Chapter 148, Looking Inside. Ronder Sent was a member of the club inside Bounavelle Rest House. He's a friend of the mayor and had made quite a few appearances in their banquets as a notable guest that owns a Westside manor and wine brewery. Despite this, Selena and her company failed to elicit any sort of lead from the gentleman. Their only description and the words uttered about Fallen were, chemist monger, a self-processed agent of bed and sometimes, partner's mood dealer. Those names are the public's image of him. However, this also gathered a substantial connection over time, leveraging the upperclassman's affection for deeds. All right, thank you for your time. Selena drew a silent breath and turned to Sika. Sika noted the intel before lifting her head. Seems this fallen person has been dabbling with drugs that boost dopamine or sexual performance. He found gold in the circle of upperclassmen. Other than that, his identity is so infamous that any lead would trace back to either his place in the Noir Lounge. Has both been cleared by forensics already? Asked Selena, a bit slow on the info. Royale nodded and politely explained, both the Noir Lounge and his residence has been swept by Kenley, Fry and the machinery hive minds just last week. Now as you know, the leads aren't sufficient for an investigation. Fallen lives in the suburbs around the West Borough, the university region. I see. Selena bottled up her thoughts. Fallen and Galopin nor Art was never an acquaintances in papers but have connections through the privileged system of the Noir Lounge. This is why the case is difficult. There are many customers who were also privileged, but there are also those who weren't acknowledged but are a part of the system. Art was starting to obtain it, meanwhile Galopin was a casual customer but was never listed. That was Klene's guess and confirmed in his divinations. In the club, there are actually two types of privileged customers. The soothers and delvers. In reality, there is a secret one called indulgence. This concealed third type had no financiers or patrons. They're simple workers that blend in with the clients. Because the Noir Lounge is often loud and cheery at night, it will be hard for the customers to differentiate indulgence, if there ever any such third type. Throughout their inquiries, the respondent's tone wasn't that enthusiastic of the hostess mentions, even wanting as far as using codenames to refer to such. In the end, Selena, Royale, and Sika went back to the first floor, ready to head out. Pigs. Royale blurted out of the blue. Sika Tron sighed and vented, truly. Exploiting the lower class for entertainment. Some even went to try their chance on us. While feeling rattled, Selena maintained a calm exterior and said, so much for being upper class with education. As she said this, her gaze suddenly caught a young man in a vintage suit walking across and heading to the stairs. His hair was neatly combed and suddenly he noticed her. He feels familiar. The man jolted and his eyes, veins and head bulged. He almost trampled. Ah. Hey. Keep an eye on your surrounding, said a woman in pink and white corset dress. The guy apologized many times before finally being pardoned. Selena. Where are you staring? Sika noticed her gaze and traced it to a man who finished bowing on a woman. He didn't turn to check and instead, kept a trembling but calm exterior as he walks normally. Why is he familiar? Selena had a bout of emotion. Royale and Sika saw the gentleman off, watching him greet guests. After that they turned to Selena. Do you know him? Selena thought for a sec before shaking her head. No, I just thought he looks like someone I knew from Constant City. The two ladies checked the man again. He has a smile plastered to his face while receiving a glass of wine from a valet. Royale nodded. We'll see if we can get information about him. For now, let's head to Officer Lewis. He's waiting for the building we'll be visiting. As soon as the three ladies walked out of the entrance, the bearded, slicked-hair Louise was waiting to accompany them and allow access the areas they wished to go. Had any luck? Louise said after seeing them stopped a few inches away. Royale casted her gaze onto the officer before shaking her head. Unfortunately, we failed to detect any Beyonder-related anomaly around. Let's check the other buildings. Selena maintained her spirit vision and sized up the building from the front. Perhaps from a measly tick or a futile thought. She did so without thinking. There's nothing, haven't I already seen the outside before entering? She secretly sighed and briskly closed her distance with them. Right now, suggesting a building for them to examine would result in suspicions rising once she did it out of the blue. Selena doesn't want to be seen as problematic, that's least she desires after being almost eaten. So instead, she waited until 2 establishment later. After taking a look at the provided note of the place, Selena pointed onto a name and said, "How about this?" Klene returned, wiping his hands with his handkerchief. He still couldn't settle his mind about the person who was with him after leaving the bathroom. I have to find out who that person is, while he ruminated. Leonard extended a hand and told him, I didn't know you had prostrate issues. Klene withdrew his handkerchief and gave a half-smile. We'll enter the hostess club downstairs. Philomore informed after leading them to a stairway. The cold air presses down on the boundary between the basement and current floor. It was lit, with multiple to accompany the visitors. As the guide officer had said earlier, the Noir Lounge conduct their hostess clubs underground. There are 2 types which corresponds to the services the clients take, the soother and delvers. The other 2 rooms are reserved for the special guests, while the last is a cellar. Philomore took the lead as a few suited gentlemen trailing a swarm of lady escorts walked past them. It seems they're headed upstairs, reserved for continuations. Although Klene and his company would tip their hats at these clients, the fact that what orbits around them are paid and will be subjected to an act, whirred his stomach. One of each rooms did they checked for any suspects over the past few minutes. Each of them had a pole and a stage. Audiences consisting of males flocked the tables. Most of these were middle classes, the upperclassmen had the delvers reserved for them. The clear distinction between soothers and delvers is that the former's ladies are meant for display. They could haggle for a kinship but limited. For delvers, this allows them to obtain privilege into which fancies them. Gallopin is a part of a hidden type called indulgence. Their acts are extreme and without a proper evidence or leads are hard to unravel. Especially since they mingle so seamlessly into the crowd of middle classes. In Klene's divination, he saw a child. That was enough to make him want to end him right then. But because it would be an issue if the officials, especially Dunn, were caught whiff of the events, he refrained. He'll become problematic and question rises like, why did you shoot him, how do you know, etc. Most of which he couldn't answer. After examining the 4 rooms, Klene and the rest chose to return to the surface and head to the lounge for some beverages to quench their thirst. So what do you think? Leonard stirred his drink of lemon juice and pomel wine. Klene collected his thoughts and said after taking a sip of red noir. Just like what old Neil had said. The presence of the public renders the case into a vague standing. And to add, it seems the hidden class mixes with the soother's class. Even the staffs are unaware of it. We can't just be blatant with our actions and file a warrant of inspection in the area. That would alert any more of Fallen's associates. Then he suddenly realized. Also, isn't the point of identifying them was to drive them off of the city? Leonard explained while smiling, it will be pointless to do so as they would only relocate somewhere. If we had their names and identities, then driving them off isn't an issue. Otherwise, we risk having more casualties. As I said before, rituals are as powerful as the griefs of the people affected in an area. Klene committed those words in mind. A few seconds later, he finally suggested, since I have divined that there's a reliable evidence here. How about shifting the target to everyone present in the Noir Lounge? Leonard touched his chin and casted his gaze down. After pondering, he said, can you do that? I can, we can only see as we get there. Klene said with an empty glass. I'll need an empty, quiet place where I wouldn't be disturbed. Leonard glanced at Philomore. Philomore thought and said, there's a reserved room at the 3rd floor. Is that enough? Klene nodded. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw a significant decrease in numbers of people. Some are walking out while majority stayed for a short while. Klene held the key from his hand and opened one of the mahogany doors. He saw a large balcony, with curtained windows around that illuminated the place. He marveled at the design before sitting at the edge of the bed. He doesn't need to divine anything. His recognition of Gallopin's connections from the last divination he took is still coherent in his mind. So instead he intends to draw the man's image. Klene set up an altar using the table from a corner. He drew the curtains close, lit up the candles and prayed for the Evernight's aid. A heavy and pressuring power descended into wall of spirituality and enveloped him. His hands trembled intensely. He quickly reached out for the fountain pen on the desk and started drawing the man's visage from the bathroom earlier. With this done, he tidied up the room of any residue, then slumped on the bed to regain a few more rest. However, there was something bothering him when he sighed. Suddenly, Klene sprang up and lifted his topaz pendulum. After thinking, he recited in a hushed tone, "Selena is safe." 7 lines later, he saw a positive result from the turn of the pendulum. Relieved, he now just needs to wait. After several more minutes, he opened the door, found Leonard and Philomore waiting next to the entrance. "Here's a picture." Klene presented his drawing forged through ritual. Leonard halted from pacing. He carefully inspected the photo and confirmed with a smile of disbelief, "I saw him downstairs heading to the cafeteria." What a coincidence. Yeah, coincidence. Klene felt a bit uneasy by that remark. On the first floor, Leonard took a step forward from the stair and advised, "Let's go. If you see him, quickly inform me. I'll soothe him to sleep with my poems." Klene's mouth twitched seeing him smoothen his hair. "All right, let's head to the cafeteria. See if he's still there," Leonard suggested. Philomore chose to stay behind on the lounge, reasoning that he'd rather not get involved in beyonder matters. It was past lunch and the sun was at an angle far from setting. Enough to instill an appetite for the people. The cafeteria was mildly populated, serving seared muttons, peas, cutlery etc. Upon entering, Klene had only scanned the room halfway when he saw him. The men he encountered from the restroom. Chapter 149, Getting Deeper. Leonard saw him as well and both sides of his mouth curled up. "Okay, that's him from the drawing, right? I'll approach him first, see if he'll cooperate. Otherwise, I'll recite a lullaby to put him into sleep. Watch from the sidelines and enter once he became sluggish. Then assist me in escorting him to the pantry." Klene thought about it carefully and suddenly inquired, "Is conventional warranties out of the picture?" "Correct." Leonard commended half-heartedly. "This person might be a beyonder. In a public setting, their capabilities are limited. Unless they're insane and would allow the churches to take immediate action. That also applies to us. But the difference is that we hold the background. I can casually approach him, ask a few measly questions before confirming whether or not he'll cooperate. Then, he gestured with an open hand before saying, "Otherwise, we'll put him to sleep with a little lullaby." Klene was stunned and watched helplessly as Leonard accepts his silence as confirmation and does it nonetheless. Harper is a young man between the age of 30. He wore a suit and bow tie, coupled with dark trouser. He had left the entertainment center and since his hunger pang kicked in, he went into the cafeteria. At this moment, he sat on one table away from a corner. A young man with emerald eyes, dark long hair and a carefree flair walked up to him with an expectant smile. "My name is Rodriguez. A pleasure to meet you." He slicked his hair and extended a hand. On the sidelines, Klene was mingling with the queue of people when he heard this and almost broke out. "Rodriguez." He criticized the name inwardly. After a gulp, Harper wiped his hand, stood up and introduced himself similarly, "Harper Colrette. The pleasure is mine." Suddenly he sized the strange young man up. He immediately asked, "Are you new?" "I'm sorry if that would be rude of me, but I haven't seen you around." "Very perceptive, Mr. Colrette." Leonard let go of the handshake and sat right on the opposite of the gentleman. "You see, I am indeed new. I saw you and thought of how conservative you are and assumed you're familiar with the place. In this day and age, being alone in a classy establishment usually meant social independence for the newcomers. It made one appear approachable and reliable." "I am indeed." Harper kindly took the compliment. Leonard feigned a positive image and genial comments throughout the time. Due to the wait, Klene decided to request for an apple quench as he monitors their affair. After a few casual exchange, he finally saw the flippant poet murmuring right as he got close to the target. Harper's eyes suddenly became heavy and thoughts delayed. In just a quarter of 20 seconds, he fell. Luckily Leonard caught him, preventing a scene. Klene placed his drink down, rushed to cooperate. He held Harper's right hand over his neck and clavicle while Leonard handled the side. There were many eyes lingering at them. But Leonard easily shook them off by displaying his badge. On their way to the pantry, Philomore, along with Selena, Royale and Sika were walking in a single unit when they saw them. It's quite the rare sight. Selena had a look of befuddlement, wearing a "What are you doing?" plastered to her face. Klene wearily smiled as her turned and paced with Leonard. The group went all into the pantry. The cold and grim space only allowed a few to enter, thus leaving Royale and the rest outside while Klene, Selena, and Leonard went in. "Is he Selena blurted out but was interjected by Leonard. An accomplice. Klene corrected internally. Galopin's accomplice. Should we leave him to you? Leonard was fully aware of the seer's expertise. After seeing him nod, both Selena and him left without saying anything else. Klene began setting up a simple altar with a candle and a pouch of salt. The contents of the bag was already running out, he'd have to buy another gram afterwards. Once it was done, he prayed and asked for the Evernight's power to allow a dream divination. A terrifying, wildering and obstructing power beyond the planes engulfed Klene's senses. Upon entering cogitation, he began muttering. This gentleman's knowledge regarding fallen. 7 lines passed by and through cogitation, Klene easily drifted to sleep. When the grey and dark foggy world illuminated his surroundings, he saw the gentleman's image standing and looking in the distant. Klene gulped his saliva and walked forward. In close proximity of a few inches, he patted his back and the man turned. Through his eyes, the world shifted into a break room. At the center was a table. There he sat with a gentleman handing a piece of paper, likely filled with terms of contract. He signed it. After seeing the contents of the contract, he saw multiple company names that holds a share in funding of the Noir Lounge. Thankfully one of them was the Halster Van Company. Quite peculiar for a retrieval company to be linked to an underground hostess club. When there was no helpful feedbacks anymore, Klene decisively left the dream world and began analyzing. Galopin's image flashed multiple times in different scenes. This confirms Harper's connections with him as he frequents the indulgence corner. After committing some of the names from the contract into his mind, he finished the ritual and left Harper to rest in the pantry. When he opened the door, he quickly told the group of what he discovered. Ardini's Manufacture and Halster Van Company. Leonard reviewed the list of funders that Klene had suspected of. Right then, his lips curled up and he leaned in. Are you trying to lead this case somewhere? Klene was stunned and bewildered. Haha, I'm merely joking. Leonard laughed as he turned to the others. So what do you think? Which company should we try to investigate? Selena thought and suggested, the Halster Van Company. Leonard's smile did not waver when he asked, what caught your attention? Around this point in time, Klene realized what Leonard was getting at. It seems he'll actively going to question the motive if he didn't get into their circle of what he calls protagonists of the age. Seems our dear poet is in desperate need for validation. Klene's mouth twitched as he watched. He's not least bit threatened of the inquiry. Besides, that suggestion is traceable to when they checked for Hudman's accomplice across Puado's cafe. Matters of needing a retrieval company to relocate their belongings would likely be the Halster Van Company. From Hudman's case, Selena calmly said as she began to explain. Back then we have considered checking the city's retrieval services that could potentially be aiding Hudman's accomplices relocating his belongings. Luckily, points to consider for narrowing our options down is quite specific. The company should have enough reputation to skim away from police investigations, patience for constant returning and diligence for having that much furnishings into their vans. Vans are the mode of transportation similar to a carriage but with difference that it specialized in carrying loads for relocations. Klene for once grinned, smearing it on Leonard's face as he glanced at him. So we're going to the Halster Van Company, he asked. Leonard paused before saying with a weird smirk, what a great deduction. It was a joint effort between Selena and Klene to give Halster Van a significance. All right. Otherwise we'll only be stalling our time for elimination. Just as they leave, Royale stopped for a second and then said, seems all of us are going to the same place. I'll head to Captain and report our findings. No problem. Leonard and the rest saw her off after reaching the entrance. In Birchwhite Street, Selena gazed around the familiar 3-story building, with a plot reserved for wooden-roofed carriage vans to park. Earlier on their way, the 2 officers settled on who to stay behind and guide the team. Philomore was left while Lewis returned. Thanks to the presence of an officer, discussing with the receptionist wasn't an issue. The group entered and decisively parted at the hall. While Selena, Sika, and Philomore are at the surface to inspect the registry counters and administrator's office, Klene and Leonard went into the basement. The manager isn't here. Said he have a few business trips to take outside of city, explained the receptionist, Carl Pellis. Carl wore a vest and a gentleman's suit to greet the clients and exhibit professionalism. Of course it was also mandatory. Did he said where specifically? Philomore said in a hoarse voice, prominent of age. Carl thought and said, no, actually he entrusted the whole operation to me until he returns. The steward also left with them, which usually he's crucial. Steward. Selena had an epiphany. The Ivory Manor also had a steward. Did you had any involvement with the staffs outside of work? Philomore pressed on behalf. In response, Carl nodded succinctly before saying, I do, but it was usually for lunch. My co-workers even complained sometimes that I rarely went with them. That's good. Philomore averted his eyes from Carl and started gazing around. Pardon, said Carl. Philomore didn't mind the two ladies as he said, this workplace. Does it ever came across to you that it was being operated by an organized group? Organized group? Carl was dumbfounded. The group took a left turn and stopped soon after reaching the corner door. As long as you remain oblivious, there won't any issues. Philomore took out a pen and a paper from his dark trench coat and wrote something. After which he produced a stamper from another compartment of his coat. It was accompanied by a metallic pan. He opened it and said to Selena politely, Miss, could you hold this for me? Is this an ink pad? Selena was handed with the item and asked to open it. She was right, and Philomore used it to give the stamp enough ability to leave an imprint on the paper. Officers always carry around things like this. How practical of them. Selena secretly mused. When this was done, he wiped the ink off, placed the two items back and gave the stamped note to Carl. He said, tell the other workers here that they're dismissed. Later, when you return tomorrow, hand this note to one of the officers. They'll handle your migration to another job. Carl paused when he saw the note. He lifted his face and was compelled to purse his mouth, seeing Philomore's stern face and leave. With the receptionist gone, they entered the office. Orange dusk illuminates the room in a pallid glow, highlighting the specks of dust coming from the shelves and potted plants, all suspended in a tapestry of twilight color. Selena quickly went to the drawers behind the desk, while Sika and Philomore checked for the receipt and contacts that was neatly arranged at the table. Unit 20 Iron Cross Street, Westboro. She muttered after fishing out and reading another batch of receipts. The middle Iron Cross Street is where Puado's Cafe is situated and also where Huddsman's accomplice lives. This confirms it. Halstervan helped this suspect in moving his furnishings out. Did you find anything? Sika walked over to Selena's side. Selena shook her head regrettably. Both ladies turned to Philomore, who also gave a similar reply. None of the documents present in the office held any significance in the case. Since they had already searched the loading area and the registry, they could only rely on Klene and Leonard's findings. There was a safe on the desk, however. But regardless of Carl being there, the administrator likely wouldn't entrust the codes to someone they could easily leave behind. Selena, Philomore, and Sika all rationally let the safe be handled by the officers who'll come later. When they arrived back at the registrar, Dunn arrived by the horse-drawn carriage on the sidewalk. The door was open when they saw him entered. Captain, Selena said, then wondered, where's Ms. Radine? I had her take care of something. Where's Klene and Leonard? Dunn answered first before returning with a question. Sika-tron turned to where the basement was and replied earnestly, they're in the basement. While scanning the area, Dunn followed up in a deep voice. There was no issues about the members here? No. Sika firmly shook her head. The members have seemed to be informed of the investigation that alerted them to abandon their operation. Dunn's gray eyes swept the three and landed on Selena. He nodded, it seems because of you, the issues about narrowing our options was resolved. Selena was a bit flattered when she said, I believe that the others have also played a role in this investigation. Especially Klene. Actually, that was his idea. Right on the heels of that, Dunn turned toward where the staircase is based on Sika and said, let's check on Klene and Leonard and see what they've discovered. Chapter 150, Almost a Case. Inside of the basement. Unlike the conventional, limited space reserved for storage uses, the basement of the Halster van was more cavernous than anticipated. There were many rooms, and the company had to rely on a lighted gas lamp to venture. In this dense atmosphere and reeks of foul odor drifts into the air. Due to the absence of vents, it stayed circulating in the confined space. Selena pinched her nose on the cover of her handkerchief, just to filter out the stench. Ugh. I can hardly imagine what the basement is used for. On the flickering light that casts their long erratic shadows, they soon reached the cornermost room, where another gas lamp was lighted. Klene and Leonard was there, inspecting a tree of sort in a clay pot. Klene. Selena was about to rush there and greet them when Dunn's hand halted her. Suddenly, their captain's face was unusually solemn and his gray eyes couldn't look away from the visage of their two members. Selena's body tensed up. Horror gripped her heart as she slowly casted her gaze to Klene and Leonard. They were both discussing something and failed to notice their presence. Even though they act normal, it was clear Dunn's expression indicated something, implicating that it's uncertain whether that's still Klene and Leonard they know. Selena's hand clenched her coat. Right on the heels of that, she instantly settled on drawing Klene into the dream world. If things gone wrong, she can at least neutralize Klene and hold his consciousness. However, because Dunn hadn't acted yet, she refrained from doing anything yet. It's dangerous if she pass out here and without any conflict yet, perhaps the captain have something in mind. But despite it, the apprehension, anxiety, and dread made her restless. As for Leonard, Selena will gladly wound herself to smear blood on any surface of his body to pull him. Dunn's eyes turned dark as if it was a lake reflected the cold night. He remained fixed toward their two members. Right on the heels of that, he opened his mouth agape and his breath reverberated into a poem. They are drenched by rains, and huddle around the rocks for lack of shelter. They are orphans snatched from the breast, hope lost on them, they are the poor that have been forced off the proper path. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. Klene inspected the bonsai tree thoroughly. He realized. This resembles the tree lady figure from Gallopin Visit in Milo. Don't look into its eyes now, Klene, the poet Leonard warned as he displayed a knowing smile. That's a figurine. The Demonist sect and the Aurora Order are notorious for dragging around such idols to pray to their evil deities. Stay cautious when around it, because even if the members have seemed to left, it doesn't mean the spirituality residing within it had dissipated. Klene distanced himself away from the bonsai. He clenched the hilt of his cane and asked, this was really the last room? No reliable lead or items of sort. Unfortunately. Leonard closed the gap between them. If the investigation has been in process for weeks now, it's likely that they caught glimpse of it and decided it would be best to leave immediately. Why? Is there something you're hoping to uncover? You can tell me. Klene refrained from talking, afraid that this unwarranted poet would just keep pressing him. Around this moment, as they finished inspecting the bonsai figure, Leonard and Klene both heard a melodious song. It was intense and serene, resounding across the room. Cocking his ear, Klene stiffened and slowly turned around. Captain, he said upon seeing Dunn, illuminated by the lamp. Dunn's lips was parted, reciting a soothing voice, a poetic song, cleansing Klene's spirit. Leonard eased upon seeing the men with a long receding hairline from the doorway. Captain, he smiled in surprise. This was the last room we've inspected. The rest were, let's say, fun equipment designed for adults. Heart ramming her throat, Selena finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then Leonard's last words struck her. Fun equipment. Dunn's face softened. He raised the lamp slightly up before saying, so it's the same here. Sika left Dunn's side and glanced at the bonsai. She recognized, that's a prayer figurine. Nodding, Leonard said, even though the basement is where their duties happen. I'm surprised they refrained from taking souls. Perhaps too occupied in other aspects to be desired of. Also, there's one interesting list that was crumbled earlier on a corner that Klene discovered. After receiving the balled paper from Leonard, Sika unfurled the paper and laid it open. In the dim glow of the two lamps, they saw a list of ingredients that would often be present in the underground market. Stone of Silence, 100 pounds. One full-body colorful carp, 100 pounds. Cedar essential oil, 8 soli. Sediments of Stone of Silence, 1 pound and 13 soli. Pure monkey flour, 5 soli. As the list continues on, Selena gradually realized what some of the ingredients likely is used for. For the sequence 9 monster main ingredient, one is named A Tale of a Colorful Carp. With this, she turned to Klene and signaled him with her eyes. Seeing Selena's sapphire pupils and noting of the spare ingredients in the crumpled note, Klene quickly knew that she was referring to the sequence 9 monster formula, to which the whole basement did not have a copy of. I'm sorry. Klene shook his head as if responding to the note. Oh. Despite feeling disheartened, Selena quickly looked down on the paper in Sika's hands to prevent suspicion. Seems like other than pleasure and entertainment. Usually the Rose school of thought is known for. They're also trying to control the market for these specific items. Dunn evaluated based on findings. Klene, can you uncover anything based on this? For once. Klene shook his head after a few seconds of thinking. Divination works when there's a mystical connection to the following events. There's a clear limit to how it can perceive. Regarding their disappearance, their shopping list, and the figurine. I have been trying to use dowsing, but it seems there's interference happening in the building. This meant that an anti-divination is in effect. Just like how I used it to locate the gold coin. Earlier, as Klene conducted their forensic sweep, his hand holding the hilt of the cane had been loose during that time. The result was always negative, clearly caused by a disturbance. Dunn sighed and after analyzing the case's progress with the group's opinion, decisively said, it seems we can't properly neutralize them altogether. Yes, driving them off also helped lessening the risk of the Rose school of thought. I'll declare this case suspended. As the rest of them nod and jointly leaves, Selena suddenly said after reaching the surface floor. Captain. May I borrow Klene for a bit? Dunn and the company halted on the hallway. He smiled and slightly joked, "Hey, I think it should be us who should ask your permission regarding Klene." Selena sighed and shot Klene a glance, prompting him to lean in and ask in puzzlement. "Where are we going?" She calmly replied, "I have a hypothesis that requires your divination. Let's find you a room." After that, she took his hand by the wrist. Dunn and the rest watched in daze. One was baffled regardless of how many times she have seen it, but one grinned. "I'll monitor them," Leonard petitioned with a smile before following them. In the break room, Selena let go and placed a hand on her chin. She said, lifting her head, "I think not all of their members went with them. For instance, the steward, he's crucial for the deputy position." Klene thought and replied, "Maybe one or two was left behind." "Is that your point?" Seeing Selena nod, he took out a paper, wrote a line that says, "Holster Van Retrieval Company have left few major members." With a fountain pen he kept to his pocket. "I need to be alone for now," he asked Selena politely. "Return to Captain and the others, and if someone is coming, keep them away." "All right." "Okay." Without any protests, she nodded and left. The door produced a sounding thud that reverberated in the room, bathed in golden glow. When Selena saw the hallway, she jolted right after seeing that on the side, the long-haired poet Leonard was there leaning. "Oh, what a surprise," she feigned obliviousness. Leonard, with his flare unbuttoned, turned to her and smiled. "The group is at the registrar. Hope we won't be held here for long." Recalling what Klene had informed her before this investigation, regarding how Leonard's fanatism acknowledged the uniqueness of the other. "So Leonard is also special." "Special? Is that how we're called?" "Not moles of sort." Musing, Selena quietly left the front of the door. Upon deliberation, she said, "I will share my hypothesis with the captain. For now let's leave alone and head back." "Why?" Leonard blurted out. Selena thought for an excuse, but ultimately give up. "Let's just head back." Klene requested it. With a frown, she continued to walk. The curious Leonard turned sideways from Selena and the door. In the end, he followed. "I wouldn't want to be the reason the case is dismissed," he said after catching up. "What's your hypothesis?" "I had an epiphany that there might be members left behind," Selena said calmly. "Particularly the steward." Leonard fixed his gaze ahead. "Well, you're not mistaken. With this kind operation that had been undercover for long, it would be a waste if the stability is compromised." After returning from the grey fog, Klene was able to capture an image of a gentleman. It was a young man in a vintage suit, walking around with a neatly combed black hair. After citing the Evernight goddess's honorifics, he produced a hand-drawn image that looked like it can contend with the painters from his world. He quickly tidied up the altar and any residue of his ritual. That was the last batch of materials he had with him. In the lounge, right after the registrar hall, Klene returned to the group and presented a photo. "How interesting. He seems to be the gentleman that caught Selena's attention," Sika said after inspecting the photo. In it was a picture of a man. He had a thin brows with oval face, and there's notes telling what color blend does he have. Yellowish brown eyes, dark hair, and slightly pale skin mixed with bronze. Leonard, Dunn, and Klene snapped from their seats on the sofa. "Where did you saw him?" Dunn gray eyes reflects Sika and Royale's visage across the tea table. "Bounavelle Rest House." "Right as we leave," answered Royale earnestly. Dunn fell silent before asking Klene, "Did you find out where he lives?" Klene recalled and said, "It was a 3-story house. Multifaceted roof and bricked walls. The street was a suburbs and it had no hawkers or litters lying around." "It's likely the Upper Iron Cross Street, Middle Street, or the North Borough," said Sika thoughtfully. "Are there any more distinct features?" Dunn probed, knowing that without sufficient and discerning details, it will be hard to locate it in the urban era. Klene gave up after nearly 20 seconds. The lawn was well tended. The walls are maintained and the curtains are open. "Seems this gentleman knows how to live a lavish life," Leonard remarked. "Say, is there anyone in the house you saw?" "Only maidservants that would enter and leave with a key," Klene answered simply. "Then that means he'll likely be at the club of the rest house mostly," said Leonard with quick deduction. "If I had no one to return to, I'll be spending most of my time in a club as well. Maybe that's why you overtime." Klene turned away, playfully grinning. After contemplating, Dunn stood up. "Let's split. Klene, Sika, and Selena try to find his residence while Leonard and I search the rest house where he was spotted." "Without complaints." The group nodded. Chapter 151, The Trio's Influence. Right before leaving, Selena walked up to Dunn and took out her turquoise seed, contained in a vial from her coat. "Captain," she said as her hand presents the little item. Take this with you. Upon being handed the very same seed that stabbed Mororrowi's heart, Dunn was at a loss. Why are you giving this? Since it saved us last time. It may be a good idea to keep it around as a charm, said Selena with a genial aura. But please return it after. Huh. Dunn casted his gaze on the brittle-looking seed. After inspecting it, he gave the vial to Leonard to keep and said, hopefully we won't be needing the seed's help again, heh. With that said, he turned to Klene and Sika, do not engage in any battle without prior preparation or reinforcements. If Klene divine that it is somewhat safe, don't enter, if it's certain then inspect with caution. As much as possible, always secure a way out of the house. Understood. Klene nodded firmly in unison with Sika. Yes. After the trackless carriage dropped Dunn and Leonard at the red light street, Officer Phillimore took the helms and reeled the rope to drove off. When the twilight zone of the dusk finally fades into the dark, occasional lamp lighters had began appearing on the sidewalks. Each lamp was ignited, illuminating the path ahead. It didn't take long for them arrived at the upper street. Phillimore deliberately slowed down on piloting the horses. Behind the glass windows from their sides, Klene and Sika turned to inspect one houses to another, taking note of the light within and see if it's occupied as the sun fades. Earlier, due to another suggestion regarding the possible. At this hour, it wouldn't be a surprise if the target building did not have a light on. The curtains will likely be drawn because of the maidservant's passing of the day. This effectively lessened the effort burdened to them by their mission. Otherwise, if the building was alit as any other, the gentleman's silhouette will likely be made out as they go. Realizing that it was him, Selena was leaning to Sika, eyes closed and breathing slowly, knowing that she's going to console Mrs. White. Klene had left the seat at the roof of the carriage, letting it be animated by the goddess. From time to time, he'd saw a thin stretching vine jump from the ground and hide. In those occasions, he'd anxiously glance at Sika. How long is this going to continue? Klene hoped to end this or else he might get a heart problems. The seed jumped again. Klene immediately looked at Sika from the corner of his eyes. Luckily this time she's gazing from the opposite window. The light vanished from the horizon, and at this moment, the seed leaped back to the carriage after nearing a house. From where it propelled has no lights. No occupants. The door is closed and the curtains were drawn. There. Klene said while suppressing his voice. Selena woke up from Sika's nudges and said in a hazy, languid voice. We're here. Seems like it. Sika looked out on the window in the direction Klene indicated. If their hypothesis is right, that the gentleman had no relatives to return, he would likely prolong his stay at the Bounavell's rest house for the club. This would result in his house being inactive. Before alighting, Klene suggested for a divination, to see if it's safe to continue because of Dunn's words. He held up the George King's copper coin and flicked it, sending it in the air, landing firmly onto his palm. As this happens, his pupils turned deep dark. Dang. It landed upright. George King's face. The person is indeed not in the house. Klene skillfully discerned the meaning and said, but let's stay caution like the captain said. No divinations are all-powerful. After a series of metallic sound, clashing behind the door, the lock finally clicked open. Holding her hairpin, Sika rose up from kneeling and returned the pin back onto her hair. Are we still called Special Forces? Selena was starting to feel alarmed by how each member's handles breaking in. Leonard had done this and now Sika too. It's blurring on the line from being a professional to outright breaking in. Stepping aside, Klene opened the door widely. They saw a mildly lavish interior, decorated with beige wallpapers and tables accentuating flower pots. On the side between two doors, a grand clock was seen rhyming a chime repeatedly. Tick. 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 Let's check the bedroom before inspecting the basement, said Sika as she intrudes first in the house. While keeping a close proximity, Selena walked carefully and mindful as to not touch anything accidentally. Each room they've crossed had a classical style that fits the era Selena known in the past. Intricate patterns over the walls, carpet on the floor and a candelabra that hang above. Then suddenly, when they entered the bedroom, a large, human-sized plush of a cow greeted them on the mattress. There's plushies in this world too. And it's huge. I wonder how many cottons does it take to tailor this? Seeing this, she instinctively looked at Klene and saw his expression contorts. He's probably saying what a waste, in mind. Selena mused secretly, enjoying the reaction. Meanwhile Sika ignored the elephant in the room and instead approached the wardrobe to search. Selena left Klene's side and began rummaging as well. 5 minutes. They have checked every suitcase, boxes, folders and drawers. However, despite the effort, there was no possible lead that can uncover the Rose school of thought in the city. These are only his personal documents, contracts, and credentials. Klene lowered the paper in his hand. A little disheartened. Sika walked over and mentioned, there was only the safe inside of the wardrobe. Klene, can you divine the codes to open it? I can. Klene sighed regrettably. But I'm out of materials to use. What exactly do you need? Perhaps we can find them here. Sika faced him. Klene patted his coat and quickly noted, essential oil and salt. Sika nodded and called Selena out. We will check the kitchen. Stay here and maintain surveillance of the room. The men might come back for the safe, it seems to be important. If the man Selena saw is indeed the owner and the person from the dream divination, then it's likely he was alerted and would immediately migrated with his belongings, especially what's in the safe. Klene firmly nodded. The room stayed alit in the pallid glow of the crimson moon. Reflected by the path it illuminates was the dim outlines of the bookshelves, the vase, and sofas that make the room spacious. It was quiet and serene after Sika and Selena left. Tempting is to be embraced by the bed to suit the day's toil. Thud. A sudden movement from the multifaceted roofs echoed. Klene, who was seated on the bed's edge, promptly stood up. His hairs stood on end. He quickly reached for his revolver and undid his makeshift safety cap from the gun's cartridge. It was night, and because of the crimson moon, the scenery outside was akin to a bloodbath. It was like a horror movie, teetering on the concept of the blood moon. Blood moon. Klene held his breath and took cover in the shadows. His spiritual intuition tells him that someone is approaching. He shifted the placement of his cane and leaned it to the wall. It costed him quite a decent solely notes when he bought it. It would be devastating if it results in a way that giant plushie was made. Committing all the shooting experience he had and practiced with Selena, coupled with the combat training and regimes, he encouraged himself. I am made for this. Then the window was carefully pried open. Creak. Klene slowed his breathing down. This must the gentleman Selena saw before. Did Captain and Leonard fail to subdue him? The figure jumped down. Ha. He looked sideways and brushed the crease of his vintage suit. Yes, it was him, the men from Bountiful Rest House. Klene quietly aimed decisively at his chest or head. There's no consequence of killing him, as having an obedient spirit is much easier to interrogate than a living one. Being a seer has this benefit that requires one to be practical. Just as he was about to pull, the men suddenly turned to him. What? His eyes met Klene's dark brown pupils, then paused right then. Ah. The man's lips parted. Ah. Klene froze. Reflecting on his eyes, the gentleman's refined bearings grew cold. He was visibly trembling, pupils dilating. His breathing was unstable, and on top of that, blood was forming as tears streaming down his face. Ah. The door from the room slammed open. Two ladies appeared, one was holding a jar of salt while the other oils. Selena saw the men, but was immediately stunned by his cries. The men with brown hair and pale, lightly brown skin convulsed and buckled down. He was screaming and clawing his face. During that moment, Selena noticed Klene by the shadows, lowering his gun. Klene. What's happening to him? Hearing her voice, the figure turned. Then a higher, greater pitch voice shrieked from his throat. Ah. The man was having a seizure. What? It suddenly got worse. Selena was puzzled as she looked at him with concern. As the scream went on, two more figures appeared by the balcony of the next house and into the window. What's going on? Dunn leaped down and asked in a deep, firm voice. Leonard followed and was just perplexed as the captain after he stepped down. Did something happen? Upon seeing Leonard, casually reckoning the situation, the man's pupils turned white and he spasmed. For an inexplicable reason. His face worsened and lungs bulging as he cried even louder. Ah. Blood was like a river flowing from his face. The man's body was too focused on his thoughts that it fails to cover his face. As much as Selena wanted to address Dunn and Leonard breaking in, or all of them here helping themselves as if it's their residence, her mind quickly recalled of the scene about Adam Insall. Because he's a half-monster, she pondered if becoming a full-fledged would prevent this. However, it did cross her mind that perhaps it was her uniqueness that causes this. The men saw Klene, then her, and finally Leonard. All are considered special amongst the common. Selena considered for a moment as the cries continued. Is he a Sequence 9 monster? If so, staying here might kill this poor guy in a horrible way. A gunshot would have been fine, but... Finally, she shot a glance at Klene, retreating his revolver and returning its safety cap. Suddenly, his intuition was triggered. Klene quickly looked around and sought Selena, standing by the door frame. Her familiar stare made him shivered, realizing that his mentee was needed outside of the room. With this signal, she then turned to Leonard, who stood next to Dunn with a raised brow and a puzzled face. Leonard's eyes then noticed her. It only took him a moment to seemingly understand the assignment. He left Dunn's side. "I'll be waiting outside. Call me if I'm needed." Leonard slicked his hair and leisurely walked past Selena. "Where are you heading?" asked Sika as she noticed that Klene and Leonard seemed to suddenly found interest in the hall. Klene answered wry humor, "I might have scared him too much. Triggered his heart issues probably. It's likely best for me to just wait outside while you guys handle him." Then on the heels of that, Sika turned to Selena, who in the corner of her eyes, saw that she was also leaving. "You too?" Selena gave a faint smile. "I'm not skilled in restraining a person as of yet. So for now I'll gladly step out of your way. Please take care of him." After that, she also left and closed the door gently. In less than 5 seconds, Dunn and Sika was left with an utterly dying man, convulsing with blood pooling and tainting his suit. Silence filled the room. Chapter 152, Abrupt Aid. Thud. Selena closed the door gently and walked toward Klene and Leonard, standing by the stairs. She saw the latter waving his signature flare while the latter had just withdrew his pocket watch. "Right, why do I always forget about having a pocket watch? I thought I would buy one yesterday." Selena made a complaint of herself. "So what's the issue with him?" Leonard finally spoke up with clear puzzled face. Selena drew a slow breath and she faced Klene, who in turn met her gaze. She said, "Do you think?" "Seems like it." Klene nodded without further context as he answered while smiling. Hearing that, Selena's mood spiked. "I see." Then she enlightened Leonard. "It seems like Adaminsol and him have similar characteristics upon seeing us." Adaminsol. Leonard pressed a finger to his chin. "That so-called lunatic from the underground market. So you mean that beyond or inside that room is from a monster pathway?" It's common among their agency long before Selena got informed that Adaminsol was different. He was a born half-monster which constantly subjects him into unfavorable encounters with fluctuations in fate. Simply put, his spiritual sensitivity is what driven him into that lunatic, mind-broken state being tended in a foster home, which in this case is the market. "Yes." Selena nodded in affirmation. Klene collected his thoughts and explained, "When I met him for the first time, it seems he had gone deeper into a loss of control or becoming rogue in the mind. So when he broke down seeing you, it's because he's from a monster pathway." Leonard grinned. Klene gave a perfunctory smile. Seeing that face from their seer, he also addressed Selena being with them. "Heh, I was right." Sighing, Selena glanced at the door from far away and added in a low voice, "Perhaps he also holds the formula around his house. Particularly his safe." Leonard withdrew. "Why do you want the formula?" "We," emphasized Selena before following up with, "It's actually for curing Adaminsol." Leonard was then taken aback. "Why are you telling me this? You're talking about protagonists, right?" Selena shot a glance at him. In turn, Leonard jolted slightly. With a sighing breath, she added, "I'm not a threat, and neither is Klene. If you're also an ally, it would be best for us to be open and cooperate." Klene's gaze deepened at Leonard. Leonard had a moment of delay before lifting both corners of his lips. "I was the first to suggest that with Klene. It's nice that he relayed it well." Selena nodded in relief. "Great." Then at that moment, she turned to Klene, tilted her head and smiled. During this, she noticed that he was being quiet. Klene noticed her and fell into a brief daze before briskly asking, "Do you want me to divine the safe's lock?" Selena exhaled and suddenly chuckled. "I can tell you're exhausted." "Yeah." Leonard joined in the bickering, unusual from his habits. "You made 2, no 3 consecutive divination this day. That must have took a toll, huh?" Instead of taking that as a concern, Klene's mouth twitched, intending not to add further. 2 Daffodil Street. 10:11 p.m. Selena watched as the carriage drove past. Carrying a blindfolded gentleman, later discovered to be Worrell Hafferlin, the steward of Halster Van. She exhaled, knowing that her epiphany was right. That man was the steward she saw in the Ivory Manor. During that time, as the influx of the past Selena carries onto her memory, she quickly became familiar with the manor's servants and tenders. She didn't place much attention into the reasons why it led into the manor's invasion. Her mind was occupied on her own survival. But perhaps due to the mental strain of the clustering atmosphere of the manor, she could only have glimpses of the staffs. "He's a part of the Rose school of thought, not a child of God's believer," Selena muttered inwardly before following Klene to the porch. As she watched him fish the keys out, a sudden noise reverberate in front of her. Growl. Klene stiffened. At the same time, he finally had the keys on his hand. Hungry. Selena chuckled, having a hand pressed to her lips. Klene's ears was slightly red. He let out a wry laugh before saying, "Heh, I'm sorry if that scared you." Selena shook her slowly and replied softly, "Not at all. I'm very tired too." Both mutually thought that yet again, Dunn forgot to treat them for different. Growl. For the best of everyone. Selena's stomach also grumbled. Her eyes widened in shock. PFFF. Ha ha ha. Out of nowhere, two voices break out in laughter. In this empty street, only the moonlight occupies a place in their company. Soon it passed and Klene said while recovering, "Heh, I hope dear Melissa reserved a few meal for the two of us." MHM. Selena lowered her hand from her lips. The door clicked opened. In the hallway that was unlit. They tiptoed to the kitchen and arriving before the table, Klene lifted the wooden lid covering the food. There was a lamb chop, a thick bowl of vegetable soup, mashed potato, and a few sticks of bread. They were all cold now if eaten. With this amount of food, Klene quickly figured that it wouldn't be enough to satiate two people. He knew himself to be a foodie, a part of the foodaholic empire. As much as he wanted to satisfy himself, he couldn't get the thought out that a lady is also going to eat with him. So gulping his saliva. Klene turned, "I'm actually full. You can have this and..." Clang. Cling. Sounds of colliding utensils echoed in the room. Laid out next to the stove where Melissa usually goes to prepare, are a set of vegetables, lamb meat, oil, and seasonings. That much won't you know. Selena smiled as she takes Melissa's apron from the rack. "Can I borrow this for a moment?" Klene dazed for a second before snapping back. "You're cooking. I thought you're tired." A slow breath escaped Selena's lips as she began chopping the onions. "Klene, I've lived alone for months without issue. As much as I wanted to just order my food, I also take note of my health. If you're concerned, how about helping me with the ingredients?" Klene was greatly taken aback. He went silent and processed it for a while. A couple of seconds later. He said softly, "All right." Instinctively, when he took the knife from her hand. He subconsciously traced her skin, to her arms and finally her face. Klene felt something was different. Strange but familiar. She is stunning. Her pale skin looks brighter, radiating even. Her eyelashes seem to have gone longer, the contours of her face accentuates the posture she's in, focused and elegant. Whether her hair is tied to a braided bun, just like now, or its silver strands cascading down. It never fails to force his chest skipped a beat. "How beautiful," he said blankly. At that moment, Klene's pupils constricted. Thump. 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 His hands that occupied with the pepper and knife quickly went into chopping. Luckily, Selena seemed to have her attention on the sizzling pan, producing sparks of oil in stark contrast to her delicate frame. "Did you say something?" she addressed Klene's mutterings after sautéing the onion and garlic. Tap. 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 Klene hastened his task to appear busy. He noticed her and immediately answered, "It was nothing." "I see." Selena finally added the meat she purposefully smeared with spices and seasonings. Could you give me the meals Melissa and Benson reserved for us? I want to heat them." "Yeah." Klene quickly complied and left her. Sensing him walk away. Selena, perhaps having her face beet red from the smoke, secretly exhaled. "Beautiful." He said it so differently. In the afternoon. After the escalation of Gawain's combat training and practice spars. Selena and Klene returned to the 36 Zutland Street and quickly headed to a room next to the Cheney's gate without much issue. Primarily because of the former's medicines allowing alleviation of fatigue. Today is Thursday and as usual, the Nighthawks proceeds with the meeting. The light of the gas lamp glowed through the glass, illuminating the Nighthawks gathered. Selena sat next to Royale and Sika, while Klene took Fry's side and Leonard chose the sofa's armrest. Dunn swept his gaze from everyone and deepened his voice. The reports returned regarding Worrell's identity. His original name is Elcuin, he comes from the South Continent with mixed lineage of Antisian and Highlander. He's a part of the Rose School of Thought and was an associate in the Milo disaster along with the Halster Van Retrieval Company. Being the primary imports of rations and necessities. He's also a beyonder of the Monster Pathway. Through our divination specialists, the Church managed to unlock the safe and retrieve crucial information regarding the Rose School of Thought. As of now, Worrell is in the Church's custody. But he refrained from divulging anything regarding the Bliss World, claiming that he only got informed slightly by the administrative. Bliss World. Selena echoed the word. Klene subconsciously creased his brows, Leonard straightened and the others quickly assumed a solemn air. Although the safe from Halster Van was already devoid of anything. Worrell's textbook of Beyonder knowledge gave a much beyonder scope of intel regarding the secret organization. The bliss world was mentioned as the god's path to true temptation. Dunn continued. Regretfully, that was the description among the rituals, assets, schemes and formulas the textbook contains. Now the church have the prisoner pathway sequence 8 to 7, being lunatic and werewolf. Finally, the monster formula. It's been verified. Hey, if anyone wants to be a monster, we can file for your potion. He snickered a humor. At that moment, Leonard's lips lifted and he raised an arm to request permission. He said, I petition for the formula's applicability to be granted to someone living in a pitiable state in the underground market. Ah. Selena was stunned by Leonard's act. Is he trying to aid us? Klene agreed with a nod and stated, I have crossed paths with him and I agree on Leonard. As old Neil said when the first time he guided me there, if we acquired the monster formula, perhaps we can cure him. With 2 members suggesting for the formula's application. Everyone seemed to immediately give their tacit approval. Dunn thought carefully, but it'll require him to be a civilian first. With that state of mind he can't act properly. Perhaps we can have him as a Beyonder first then Nighthawk second. Yes, it's better than where he currently is now. The meeting progressed for an hour and later ended. Leonard resumed his notes of poems in the entertainment room and the others went separately, Sika with her drafts and Fry visiting the Raphael cemetery to patrol. As Selena walked in a normal pace, she said to Klene. You're now a true seer, Klene, how are you feeling? Better than I've ever had. I no longer had to be burdened with a loss of control. Klene was elated. He pumped his fist and continued walking. Then he turned to her and asked, what about your digestion? Soon as well. Selena smiled with a glad expression. Were you successful in hinting Captain about this? Klene nodded. I've set up an underlying reason for when we can hint it better. Arriving at the partition. He deliberately shared to Selena his intention of visiting the local underground market later. Intending to look for ingredients in crafting a practice charm before transitioning to using the seed Mrs. White gave him. Upon receiving a positive feedback, Klene left for the archive. When she turned and saw Roseanne, a familiar customer greeted her again by the desk. Wearing a saggy coat, with prominent sewn linings and a cap. The man was none other than Marvick, who had constipation problems the last time he visited. Oh, Selena. Roseanne was pleasantly surprised. I expected you to be busy. It's all right. I plan to apply more attention into this growing sub-business of the company. Selena explained with an impeccable tone while adding inwardly. With Klene's fully digestion, I'm determined to become a true apothecary by the end of this week. She smiled seeing Roseanne fond and telling, this gentleman is back again for another issue. Really? After walking over, Selena turned to confront Marvick. The man had a frazzled hair, dark eyes and rugged face. He seemed to be from the lower class street visiting the Indus region specifically for aid. Looking back on how many clients they've brought in, Selena could hardly account for the accumulated wealth of the company. I wonder if Roseanne wished for that extension of the lounge. Reining in her thoughts. She feigned fatigued while secretly pinching her glabella. Then shortly after, a myriad of colors washed her vision and she quickly figured out Marvick's problems. I'll need to inspect you again first. Come right this way. Chapter 153, King's Son. Lunch had passed and Selena only took half an hour to rest before going to the shooting club with Klene. She had to maintain an edge over marksmanship, daring not to miss one session. After her daily practice, improving her skills and sometimes requesting for a non-fixed target, she was finally shooting well enough to earn Dunn Smith's basic approval. It also became an activity she and Klene can contest with. The former nudging him for a playful bantering as they expend their bullets. Helping each other's form take shape. After practicing for a while, the two set their revolvers away and took a public carriage, stopping near the house of their combat instructor, Gawain. Then, they walked for 10 minutes before arriving at the door. In the bathroom, she placed her sling bag aside and changed into her training attire. After running, lifting weights with her whole body, skipping rope, squatting and other forms of exercises, not to mention footwork and sparring, she was glistening in sweat and left exhausted. Take a break for 15 minutes. Gawain's blonde white hair and deep facial lines made him look hard and stern. He looked at Selena while saying that. As for you, do more push-ups. That was for Klene. He took out his pocket watch and flipped it open to glance at the time. Selena could tell that Klene was complaining inwardly based on the twitching of his corner eyebrows. He was expressive, which was one of the things she can easily note of. As Klene's panting resounded, Selena looked away and went to the kitchen. After quenching her thirst, she saw the servant maid going down. Good afternoon, she greeted with a smile. Good afternoon as well, Ms. Roy. The maid curtsied before her and left to take on the household chores she was assigned to. She did not speak further. Klene was breathing heavily after she returned, drenched in sweat and seemingly teetering to away. That's good, keep in shape, Klene. Selena mused while pacing back and forth. She did not dare rest straightaway as that would shock her muscles, leading to soreness. Later, she found a seat at the training field. Feeling the air as she rested. Thinking about it, the most direct feedback she has gotten, from Klene and their instructor, was rather peculiar. Her skin did not tend, nor does it easily get stretched, formed, or ladened. On the contrary, it radiated more, which assumed a byproduct of being an apothecary. However, Selena knew deeper and quickly linked it to her hereditary or the effects of the partially accomplished ritual in Milo. That made her unease a bit, prompting her to distract herself. Her gaze darted until it landed to their combat instructor, Gawain, before turning to Klene, who was done. Just like her, he paced back and forth. Soon he sat right beside her. Physical prowess prominently seen from his body. Klene wiped his face and asked her, "How are you feeling?" Selena snapped and averted her eyes. "I'm fine." Seemingly unsatisfied with the response. He traced her sight toward their instructor, clicking his pocket watch close. Since they first began training, he had ultimately maintained his silence. He only spoke to them when there was a need to switch training methods or to correct one of their mistakes whenever one arose. Gawain withdrew his hand and stood next to the crude training field behind his house. He crossed his arms as he watched the both of them cool down. He was as quiet as a marble statue. Klene was in a good mood, as he had just digested the seer potion. Perhaps due to this, he proactively asked, "Teacher, besides fighting with fists, would you teach us how to use a straight sword, broadsword, rapier, and spear?" With that said, Selena had a slight delay processing Klene's thought. Only for it to settle on a guess. There was a collection of weapons like swords, rapiers, and even chest armor and full body armor. It's unlikely that Gawain isn't adept only on hand-to-hand combat. Bathed in sunlight, Gawain swept his gaze at Klene. He lowered his voice and replied, "It's useless for both of you to learn any of those. Those weapons have all fallen behind the times, and their only place is in museums or the private collections of collectors." He fell silent for a few seconds before adding with a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, "They have been eliminated. You should focus on guns. Even combat is merely supplementary." Klene looked at his listless teacher and chuckled as he spoke. "I don't think so. Every minister, every member of parliament, every general, every one of them thinks so," Gawain said, clenching his teeth. "Mister, I think those thoughts corrode your mind into belittling what you're capable of. If bullets run out, what will we do?" argued Selena inwardly. Klene stopped and acted like he was a true keyboard warrior. He responded with ease and fluency, "No, they have merely retreated from the front lines of a battlefield. They still have their uses elsewhere." Selena heard this and nodded vigorously, placing her full vote toward Klene's argument. Why does combat have to be used against firearms? They could be used together. I believe a person who is more flexible, swifter in action, and quicker in response could use guns in a more effective manner. When he saw Gawain glanced at Selena and subsequently his eyes sharpen. Klene turned smug and continued, "The other weapons aren't eliminated either. They only need some enhancement to be more portable. We could form a squad with high maneuverability. A group that's designed to circle the front lines and launch an attack from behind the enemy and fight right to their core. In such a small-scale surprise attack, a warrior who has outstanding hand-to-hand abilities and familiarity with various kinds of weapons could play an important role. You can imagine such a scene." Klene gave full play to his ability of knowing a bit of everything. He mixed and matched all the combat tactics the special forces on Earth had and described them to his teacher. It led Selena utterly left, she just started listening. It wasn't sure when Gawain's breathing became heavier. He stood there without moving an inch, seemingly unwilling to break the scenes he imagined. Klene stole a glance at the man's reaction. He felt smug in his head as he cleared his throat and said in a restrained manner, "Teacher, what do you think about my plan? Is there any possibility of realizing it?" Selena smiled and chuckled, placing a finger to her lips. She commended, "Truly impeccable assessment." Although flattered, Klene's lips curled. With Ms. Roy's positive opinion, he can be hopeful on Gawain's thoughts. There was a psychology that if one agrees, there's a chance others tags along. It's called the bandwagon effect. Gawain's body quivered as though he just awoken from a dream. He looked deeply into Klene's eyes and said, "Your break is doing you well. Repeat the whole set of exercises 10 times. Huh? Klene looked lost. Poor Klene. Selena was enjoying the expression. Until much later that she heard Gawain's deep voice. "You too." Hearing Gawain's stern voice, Selena flinched and blinked twice before sighing. Storm believer. It was noon by the time they were finished. Selena was the first to shower before Klene. She changed clothes and both of them left after bidding farewell to the still silent Gawain, reclining to his rocking chair. Just like what she had been informed by him. Klene went for the evil dragon bar by the harbor. But it wasn't until they arrived in a local market that he left. He kept emphasizing be alert, pray to Mr. Fool, and keep in mind your surrounding in your pocket at all times, all while counting his stash to give. What he gave was for today's dinner. Melissa would always request him to buy the necessities before coming back. He counted for the 2 fare he'll be having and enough money to buy loaves, lamb meat, and other ingredients. Ultimately, he ended up suggesting her which places would allow for discounts and friendly sellers that might allow bargaining, again. Holding the house's spare key. Selena sighed while her lips tugged a smile of remark, King's son is quite well-versed. Klene's mouth twitched. King's son again. At some point since they started advancing around adjectives of Mandarin, Selena began to poke this nickname occasionally. It left his very puzzled. Thinking it positively. He smiled, thanks. Remember what I told you, I'll leave now, be safe. Now Selena's face seemed to really be toying with Klene. But she smoothly shifted off to saying as she waves a hand, be safe as well. In the flocked venue of street merchants. While looking for the place Klene suggested, Selena did not forget that today was the day he fully digested his seer potion. It meant safety and possible promotion. A milestone to be celebrated. Selena too was in a good mood, she received her paycheck and money isn't a problem. This made her consider cooking a feast. Maybe I can cook seared glazed mutton. She quickly recalled Martha's recipe. In the end, after a long walk, keeping a low profile against unwanted attention, she finally chose the latter. She checked her own wallet and immediately went to browse for beef tenderloin and other ingredients. In the Aldesh town square, situated somewhere in the polar region of West Balam, Dylan received a paper bag of rye bread, crusted appledom, and fruit loaf. He felt the warmth of each pastry from the touch. Turning around, he saw Isabelle waiting at the entrance. Here's my payment. 5 grey motifs, is that correct? He said politely at the baker. It has only been recently that he learned Southernian Highlander. His proficiency has improved enough to comprehend advanced dialect. All thanks to Isabelle. Still, it was a bit erratic as it's not without its differences when contrasting with the locals. His accent still echoes the flair of Loanese. The old man with sullen eyes and shallow, wrinkled face contorted a smile. It's Colian young man, heh. Right. Dylan clicked his tongue. He shortly glanced at Isabelle then back at the old man. 5 is too much. The old man in dark grey vest counted the motifs in his hand. Yes, only 4 grey motifs and a bronze leitmotif. Dylan nodded. Watching him walk with an unusual gait, prominent among elders. Soon he returned with 15 bronze coins. The currency here in the region of West Balam, where Balam Empire and Highlands Kingdom, is the motif system. It is ranked by a denomination of gold, silver which is grey and bronze. Varied in values in terms of their standard beauty and rarity. There's 2 ranks of motif, a regular motif that is either gold or silver and the leitmotif, solely is bronze. 16 leitmotif exchanges for 1 grey motif. Meanwhile 20 grey motif amounts to 1 gold motif, and this highest currency is rarely used due to its actual gold relevance. I heard that the influence of the northern might replace the currency of motif soon. The old man sighed. These dimes will be exchanged to a koppet or a penny faster than one could say, boar of the land, or shepherd's twisted stool. Boar of the land, and shepherd's twisted stool, are 2 idioms referring to an exclamation when a chance fled when near grasps and when an act happened out of expectation. Closing the pastry display casing, he added in a disheartened tone, I can't even purchase a flour and grains without stashing a few gold motifs. Sigh, I might have to close soon. Dylan paused and wanted to say something, but his voice failed to come out of his mouth. The old man retracted from the display and said to him in a local, proficient accent, be alert on how you behave and dressed young men, if you plan to travel. Locals aren't very fond of Northernians and would exploit you when chanced. Dylan noted and bade farewell with a nod. What a kind man, he remarked inside. After exiting, he saw Isabelle, wearing a local stylized dress, fitted with a jacket made of pelt. Her curly brown hair was tied up, presenting an image of a refined maiden of the town. Taking in the whiff of the cold gales, Dylan handed the paper bag to her without turning his head. Isabelle unrolled it and enjoyed the whiff of sweet and warm flowery fragrance. Then noticing that Dylan stood there, she commended hastily, it seems you're doing well with the Highlander now. It's only a matter of time before I stop tutoring you. Yeah. Dylan answered coldly. Looking around, he saw many pedestrians in a pantaloon, long pants, girdled dress and jacket or vest strolling about. It reminded him just how it differs from the standard dressing of the societal hierarchy of the Lone Kingdom. The air wasn't as filthy. It was calm, cold, refreshing, and there are hints of regional cuisines wafting from a nearby bar. When Isabelle took a bite of the crusted appledom, Dylan withdrew his hands to his fur coat and then said in passing, "Thank you." Isabelle snapped from munching. "Because of you, I was able to learn another language. That will help me quite a lot in navigating within the organization," Dylan said earnestly. Surprised, Isabelle gulped down the piece of bread and she stammered, "It's also because you're willing. If you're not and are like those club members I've met who are always arguing. It would have taken longer than months." Really?" Dylan's expression was vacant. "No, it was mostly because of you." Isabelle stood while casting her gaze down at the soiled road. She had the crusted appledom in hand but stopped eating. "Why, you're welcome," she finally replied. For once, Dylan grinned. To him, it seems like this woman is slowly getting a foothold of herself. He suddenly sighed heavily, producing a warm fog amid the cold, blanketing dusk and night. Then, he turned to her. "As promised. Tell me more about this white maiden." Chapter 154, Pleasantly Surprised. In the hallway, casting streaks of golden glow, faint with twilight orange gleam. Benson, in his vested coat, blue-collar attire, came around the porch and opened the door using his spare of keys. When he walked a few steps, he suddenly saw Melissa, still bearing the black bonnet with fishnet drapes on parts of it. She was still in her uniform. Benson was quickly confused. He dropped his bag right at the door entrance and carefully undid his coat, hanging it on the rack. After untying and tucking away his shoes and cap, he tiptoed to approach his sister, acting unsure, like spying someone in the kitchen. Spying? In our own home? Benson's curiosity deepened. As he reckons, soft melodic voice spiraled around his ears. It was coming from the kitchen. His pace died down and he halted. Benson was very confused. That voice sounded like a woman. He approached, took Melissa by surprise by leaning to her and whispered, "Who's at the kitchen?" Melissa jumped in fright. Whoosh! Her hand flew, and her eyes quickly reflected her brother. She almost slapped him. "Oh!" Melissa exclaimed without a sound. Then she said in a hushed voice, "You startled me." "Yeah. Sorry, but who's in the kitchen?" Benson rubbed his neck out of self-reflection. He added, "And why's our utensils clanging?" "It's Miss Selena," replied Melissa as she turns her head again. "Selena," echoed Benson in a low voice. Nodding, Melissa continued, "It seems she's preparing a feast. There's roasted beef, skin strips, and other dishes that I'm not familiar of." "A feast." Benson repeated the word before poking a head from the door frame. Selena was there, with her tied curled silver hair, right by the stove, hurling vegetables into the air before seeing it fall right back into the frying pan. She was clad in her nightgown and Melissa's apron, fingers tracing the handles of the spatula. Captivating fragrance drifts into the air alongside the charming sizzling sounds that mixes with her soft voice, humming a lullaby. Benson's lips slit agape. He turned toward Melissa, who's now genuflecting below him, straining to watch. "What's on the occasion?" he blurted out in a murmur. Melissa shook her head. "I'm just as confused as you are. If I've known, I would have been at the living room studying my materials for tomorrow." Benson was about to retract his head again to watch, but only to realize that his sister hadn't taken her hat off since entering. "Why's your bonnet still on?" Melissa frowned slightly. "Big brother Benson, you ask too much. I heard Miss Selena, so I came to check." At that moment, Selena's voice suddenly got delayed. She turned and was heading for the dinner table. Melissa snapped and pulled on her brother's jeans. Benson caught on and both of them hid to the corner. Then Selena's voice resumed. "Why are we hiding?" Following their action, Benson suddenly asked out of genuine bafflement. Melissa thought for nearly 5 seconds before replying, "I don't know. But for some reason, it feels like having a parent around for once." Hearing that, Benson felt a sting in his heart. He opened his mouth, but that's all. Indeed, having someone to care enough to prepare dinner, especially something that they would normally be too occupied to place attention of, is an alien feeling of warmth. "But don't you think Klene can finish all that?" He averted the topic. Melissa's eyes drooped half-closed, appearing discontent. "Of course not. It's probably meant for us as well. But can we eat all of it?" Benson quickly reasoned. "It would be a waste if." "Waste and not appreciated," Melissa in turn retorted. She sighed. "The leftovers can be offered to our neighbors too. Don't you know that we've been neglecting about that? As newcomers, it is mandatory to present an offering to show openness and hospitality." Melissa began explaining. "What you and Klene have been doing about our finance severely limits the chances of having good relationships with the people of our surrounding. Especially since we'll be living here. But isn't our finance mostly under your care?" Benson's lips twitched. Melissa stopped. I guess. I'm also a contributor. Benson sighed and reverted the topic back to the lady, using their kitchen. He started spying again from the door frame. I never considered Klene receiving that much paycheck from being an officer. Wait, how long did he mention Miss Selena's duty has been going? 2 months. Melissa recalled swiftly and acutely. She poked her head again to watch Selena's back while tasking. 2 months. Benson echoed again with mild disbelief. Isn't that how long Klene had been in duty as well? She might have entered a few weeks prior, said Melissa, suggesting a hypothesis. Benson then remarked, perhaps I should become an officer as well. Any opinion? Well, to be honest, I can picture you as one. But it requires a specific level of decree, unfortunately. Melissa said in a hushed, melancholic tone. Huh. Benson replied, quite disheartened. In around those moments that he dazed. He suddenly felt an itch at the back of his head. Instinctively, he lifted an arm. And in a hurry, Benson suddenly tumbled Melissa's bonnet down. Big brother. Melissa was shocked when her hat was thrown off. Thud. It hit the door pane, producing a prominent sound that would likely be heard across the hallway and the kitchen. Both Melissa and Benson glanced instinctively to check Selena as she noticed it. Thankfully, she still had her back turned on them. Welcome home. Selena suddenly spoke while reaching for a plate of sliced pepper. The siblings was startled. How long have you been there? As she said this, she began adding rosemary to the pan. Benson stayed silent, while Melissa calmly left his side to retrieve her bonnet. I'm sorry that I used your apron and kitchen, said Selena as she adds the cause into the pan in low-medium heat. It's all right. Melissa held her hat closely. When can we eat? Ah. I meant when will you be done, she hastily added. Selena chuckled while tending the pan. It'll be done soon. You can rest in the living for now, you and Benson. I assumed it must have been a busy day. Melissa nodded timidly. Yes. Really? Then how's school? Did the things I taught you came around? Selena lowered the heat and went on to stir a bowl of meat. Benson casted his gaze to his sister. He instantly knew what she was experiencing. Turning away and watching Miss Selena tap the wooden spoon 3 times to remove the excess grinded meat. It was fine. We have practical lessons today, replied Melissa after thinking. I see, said Selena in a lightly surprised but soft tone. Do you want me to continue teaching you? Nodding, Melissa suddenly blurted out, Miss Selena, have you finished college before? Yup. Selena lifted the 2 plates of what seems to be seared mutton and sautéed vegetables with self-made oyster sauce. Where? Melissa asked innocently. Upon placing meals at the table. Selena paused. I went for programs. Yes, around Constant City. Programs? Asked Melissa. Yes. Selena answered earnestly. At that moment, Benson walked out from hiding, massaged his shoulder and saying dismissively, Allah, continue reading the legal handbook and dictionary by the living room. I'll excuse myself. Selena and Melissa watched him left. During which, the former said, you can accompany your brother in the living room for now. Let's wait until Klene comes home. Seeing her gentle smile, Melissa nodded without saying anything and went for the hanging rack by the door. Klene looked at Swain standing before the monster's corpse before looking sideways towards the mandated punisher who was helping his semi-conscious partner up by the arm. Klene suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. It was almost impossible for members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind to be known as heroes. The things they did were never made known to the public but only hidden in confidential dockets. But the danger and pain they endured were ever so real. Perhaps there would be a day when my enemy will be one of my teammates. Klene sighed silently. He felt the heavy weight carried by all Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind. At that moment, old Neil let out a sigh. Let's go. Let's not disturb them. Okay. Klene picked up his cane. Just as he widened his stride, he suddenly noticed that old Neil was still holding his left hand. He asked, concerned, are you hurt? Old Neil chuckled briefly before saying, I got stabbed by one of the shrapnel earlier. If I was still young, I definitely would have been able to dodge it. Luckily, it's just a small cut. He moved his right hand slightly to let Klene see the tiny wound that was still lightly bleeding on the back of his left hand. After he confirmed that it wasn't a big issue, Klene walked off along the gangway as he sighed. Mr. Neil, you're much calmer than I imagined. Despite being less than 2 meters away from the monster, you could still chant the incantation calmly and use the charm. Although the rampaging mandated punisher had leaped towards Klene in the form of a monster, old Neil was physically very close to him the entire time. Old Neil chucked at the compliment. I'm an experienced Nighthawk. Among the dangerous things that I've done, what happened just now isn't even in my top 10. Once, when I was patrolling Raphael Cemetery with Dunn, I had no idea that a corpse had turned into a zombie and left its tomb to lie in ambush in the shadows of the trees. I passed by without noticing it at all since I was looking for some hidden spot. Hey, you know what I mean. In the end, he leapt onto my back and seized my throat. Klene felt gripped by terror when he heard the recollection as he voiced out his guess. And under such a situation, you were still calm enough to use a charm. Or did you use some spell that a mystery prior could cast quickly? Old Neil stole a glance at him and chortled. No, Dunn managed to drag that zombie into a slumber in time. I'm telling you this story to tell you that, as a Nighthawk, you not only have to believe in yourself, you also have to trust your teammates too. Klene fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he replied both sincerely and jokingly, Mr. Neil, you are so wise today. Old Neil did a tiny hop and found his footing on the pier. He replied in disdain, that's because you only get to know the most trivial side of me usually. The two of them left the harbor and walked towards Evil Dragon Bar. Klene put away his revolver, set his cane aside, and took off his jacket. Under the light of the gas street lamp, he started checking if there was any damage to his jacket. How lucky. There are only a few splinters and a patch that got dirted. He removed the splinters and roughly patted the dust away. Then, he put it back on. Old Neil looked at him with a smile and mimicked his tone by adding leisurely. What a pity, there's no way to claim compensation. Klene was temporarily at a loss for words. I'm not such a person. He emphasized in his heart. As the public carriage arrived, Klene took out his silver vine leaf pocket watch and flipped it open to check the time. If there's nothing else, I have to head home, he turned to tell Old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, enjoy your dinner at home. You don't need to think about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate me. He's a rich man after all. Of course, I won't go today. I have to consider his mood. Klene opened his mouth, but in the end, he only said, thank you for your generosity. Chapter 155, False Alarm. At Unit 2 Daffodil Street. The street's lights have been turned, illuminating a small region across each segment. They had a western design, encased in an iron grid post. Klene walked over to the front door. He remembered lending Selena his spare keys. His stomach contracts, however, due to the thought of this day's event. He emotionally lose appetite. I still need to eat. Perhaps adding a fennel or citrus will get me going. Klene half lethargically opened and stride to the hall. He took his top hat off and dragged his coat to the hanging rack. Taking just a few steps suddenly made him stop. What's that smell? He asked himself. It's sweet, no perhaps a hint of a distinct anise aroma, even a mix of licorice scent and smokiness wafts from the kitchen. Klene was perplexed. That's not the usual meal Melissa would make. Is she preparing something special? Maybe because of my full digestion of the seer potion. How thoughtful. As his mind reckons this strangeness, he left for the kitchen. Planning to compliment his sister is the most auspicious way he should do. But when he turned, he was suddenly greeted by a table filled with plates of stir-fried mushroom, gourmet clams, seared mutton, glazed meat strips, beef casserole, and tenderloin in oyster sauce. There was also creamy vegetable stew, braised bamboo shoots, and what seems to be mush soup with egg. Klene's mouth was drooling. He can't take his eyes away from greatness and temptation of food. Did Melissa cook this? She came home early. Man, having a restaurant business would be nice. Amid his questions and lampooning, he realized something wrong. There's no one eating. Klene staggered. He immediately clicked his molar and activated his spirit vision. After he went through during every Nighthawk's cases, he learned many things that would endanger what's important to him, and one of them was that a tempting scene would likely be the cause of an anomaly. Mororrowi, Welch and Ray Bieber. They all had experienced tempting situations such as the meteorite as collection or the Antigonus book, as he said this to himself. He felt a grip in his heartstrings. Where's Selena and my siblings? He quickly turned and ran toward the living room, panicking as his nerves in constant chaos. But when he got there, Benson with his brown short hair and Melissa holding a pen all turned gazes to him. The former had a book in his hands while leaning on the sofa. He lightly set it aside and whimsically asked, "Why are you rushing? You just got here, wait, our black mambas ought to get you." Black mambas are the northern variant of swamp reptilian snake. Although they're not to be seen around urban regions or cities at that. They're often used as metaphors to gauge someone's nonsensical agency that results in a panic. Klene was stunned. Wait, black mambas. His natural fear coiled him and he immediately shook his head in reply. Wait, where's Selena? Why are there meals in the kitchen? Miss Selena prepared them, said Melissa. Now tidying up her notes, she added, they look appetizing, right? She said it'll be ready soon once you get here. Wait, you didn't saw her in the kitchen? No. Klene eased down and reflected thoughtfully. Have you checked the store-room? I mean the guest room. Benson quickly corrected himself. Knowing that their brother has arrived. He hefted himself from the sofa, gently massaging his neck and stomach before telling, Welp, since you're here, perhaps that means the food's ready. He's gone, said Melissa, now in her nightgown. She stood up. I wonder what's gotten into him. Sigh, you really can't trust work foods easily. Klene tugged his tie and proceeded to went up. He kept glancing at the hallway upstairs, hoping that Selena will walk out by now. She prepared the food so she has to eat with them. Arriving in front of the once storeroom, he gently knocked 3 times. Selena. Klene heard taps getting closer to the door. When it opened, he was relieved to see Selena in her white nightgown and cascading hair. Oh, you're back. Great. Selena was pleasantly surprised. She walked over to him and out of the room before saying, let's head down and call Benson and Melissa to eat. At that moment, Klene suddenly spoke just after Selena took 3 steps. I fully digested my potion today and got to switch my spirit vision cue. Did you, prepared all of that because of it? Selena looked at him directly and chuckled, I thought I had to explain. Did you use your own wallet? Klene beginning to show concern. Seeing her nod. He sighed and quickly told her, I see, but you don't have to spend so much. Our paycheck can only get us enough to live as a middle class. It will be more than enough if you can help just with the house maintenance, like the bills and ingredients. Selena listened, after that her lips curled softly. All right, thank you. But keep in mind that I'm still allowed to use it however I want. Miss Selena, would you perhaps fancy a lecture about finances? Klene's lips twitched as he secretly lampooned. Noticing his expression, Selena drooped her eyes in discontent. You look like you're criticizing me. Klene was stunned. After a moment, Selena's expression eased. Sigh, let's go. By the way, congratulations. Something that brings you such stability against the madness deserves to be celebrated, she gleamed once more before resuming her steps. Klene just now felt a profound warmth. Never have he thought of actually making a celebratory feast out of his complete digestion. Until now. Entering the kitchen, he saw Melissa and Benson already dining. On their plate was a clam, a piece of every meal that's being served. Selena clasped her hand happily. How is it? Melissa's eyes lit up. It's delicious. Yahem. Benson almost choked. You're a talent, Miss Selena. It's fine if you call me just Selena. Selena smiled softly while taking a seat. The honorifics isn't necessary. Benson and Melissa exchanged looks. Klene chuckled and took his fork. The plates and utensils they're going to use is also already there. He gazed at the table and marveled. At that moment, since he took the seat next to Benson, his brother leaned in and whispered, You have gotten yourself a great cook, huh? Klene did not reply, instead he smiled wearily. Taking a portion of the seared mutton, glazed with creamy sauce, he let his hands dance with the spoon and fork. Upon taking a bite, he quickly tasted the roasted meat that exudes a juicy, smoky and gamey flavor that was coated with creamy sauce dressing. He also noticed the sweet bamboo shoot he had been sharing with Selena on back from his country. A portion of it quickly settled onto his plate. Having this kind of meal isn't bad at all. Klene praised internally while enjoying the dinner. And during this, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere. Selena taking small bites while chatting with Melissa, asking how the school is in Tingen. Benson joining in to explain his job around factories and harbor, complaining about inequalities of the working conditions. His brother would drop jokes when it comes in politics, referring them as lesser than a curly-haired baboon. Then he saw Selena chuckle occasionally, albeit Melissa or Benson, she would share her thoughts. It was at this moment when he realized, the table became much more livelier. Backlund, Empress Borough, Viscount Glane's residence. Audrey Hall left the party with her personal maid, Annie. They came to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared. She took off her glamorous dress and her lightweight dancing heels slowly with Annie's assistance. She then put on a black hooded robe that she had prepared ahead of time. Pulling up the hood, Audrey stood before the full mirror and examined herself. She saw that more than half her face was covered by the shadow of her hood, and only her beautiful lips were clearly exposed. Long black robe, face hidden by shadows, a mysterious feeling. This is something I've been dreaming of wearing all this time. Audrey thought to herself happily. Worried, she added a blue boat-shaped soft hat under her hood. With the fine checkered fishnet drooping down, her facial features became even more indiscernible. Not bad, that's it. Audrey stuffed her feet into leather ankle boots, looked to the side, and told Annie, "Wait for me here. No matter who comes, do not open the door." Annie looked at her helplessly and said, "But you have to make sure that your trip doesn't take more than an hour. You should trust me. I have kept my promise every single time in the past." Audrey smiled and leaned in towards her personal maidservant. She hugged her and kissed her cheek as etiquette demanded. Then, she walked quickly and pulled up her hood. Turning around, she exited the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down and came to the side door of the Viscount's residence where she saw that there was already a carriage waiting there. Klene stood amidst the shadows as he glanced at Audrey and complimented sincerely, "By dressing up like this, you are really, like the description Emperor Roselle often used, very cool." "Thank you." Audrey pulled up an imaginary skirt and curtsied elegantly. The two of them got into the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house about 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw Apprentice Furzwall and her friend, Tribunal Zyodericha, whom she had been seeing recently. Furz's slightly wavy brown hair and her light blue eyes showed a natural laziness. She pointed at Zyodericha next to her and said, "She's an excellent persuader, capable of helping you get things that you want." Zyodericha was slightly shorter, about 150 centimeters at most. Her facial features were soft, but she seemed pretty young and immature. Although her shoulder-length blonde hair was messy and unkempt, and she was in a traditional night training suit, she carried an indescribable look of dignity and a convincing charm. Audrey had met her a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted, "Miss Zio, can I trust you?" "You don't have to worry at all." Zyodericha smiled and gestured with her hand. Just as she walked to follow Audrey and Viscount Klene, they heard a sudden thud. Audrey looked towards the source of the sound and saw that a triangular blade coruscating with a cold glimmer had fallen beside Zyodericha's leg. Audrey and Zyodericha exchanged looks, simultaneously at a loss for words. After nearly 20 seconds, Zyodericha quickly squatted and picked up the triangular blade and hid it on her body. "We have to prevent the occurrence of an accident. Some people lack rationality, and they aren't convinced easily," Zyodericha explained seriously. Audrey nodded and replied with a clear voice, "I believe you. These are tools to convince those B***stards to talk to us calmly," Furz added, looking sideways at the grass plains. The quartet didn't continue conversing and walked a few steps forward. They knocked on the wooden door with 3 long and 2 short knocks. The door squeaked and opened. Slowly, using her spectator state, Audrey looked into the house that had many people sitting around randomly. They employed various methods such as hoods or masks to conceal their looks. Some didn't even bother and exposed their faces openly. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man on a single-seat sofa. That man wore a hood too, hiding his looks under a shadow. He looked at all the guests in silence, giving people a feeling that he was somehow in a commanding position. He is very confident, but his gaze is very disgusting. His gaze moved up and down my body like 2 slippery tentacles wanting to tear off my clothes. Audrey's senses were sharp. She carefully observed and made a judgment calmly, but she nearly had goosebumps. Furz introduced him. "That's Mr. A powerful Beyonder, the leader of this secret gathering." A day flew by and in around the morning, melodic songs of birds and gentle coursing light filtered into the windows of 36 Zutland Street. Swain, in his leather boots, alighted from the trackless carriage, giving shoulder embrace to the capped and cleaned linen shirt Adam Insall. The grunge and paling crease of his jacket reflects a sheen of Swain's youth as part of the Navy. Leonard and Klein could only watch or peek from afar, by strict rule given by Selena, who's ironically also a part of it. When Kenley and Swain entered with Adam Insall amidst the gazes of people, Dunn walked up to Leonard, Klein, and Selena. He held his pipe and his gaze swept them. "Hey, I've taken your suggestion about Adam Insall." He looked at Leonard. Luckily, the church gave a positive response. From now on, once Adam Insall is stabilized, we'll be having another civilian staff. Pray that he'll become a Nighthawk in the future. Following Klein and Leonard's gesture, Selena drew a crimson moon on her chest and said, "Praise the Lady." Chapter 156, To Cure is to Value Life. In the world of vibrant meadow, tall with grasses swaying, Selena stood, lacking a lower half as she integrated within the world that had designed her a white intricate gown and gold and silver hair. Using the time while on duty and guarding the Cheney's gate and because Adam Insall has yet to undergo an examination, she went ahead to respond the prayers of her believers. When the horizon carried a cooling and soothing breeze, she felt one of the vines calling her name. It was Kothier. She quickly injected the segment with her spirituality and opened a connection. Grey thin fog that is see-through covered the lands and entered a brawly man with stubbled chin and tied long hair. "It has only been a while and your hair has already grown so much. What's your hair product?" Selena jokingly mused inside. "Your Grace, I came to report the status of the major organizations roaming in Backlund. As of recently, I have came into contact with the Temperance faction, fractured part of the Rose School of Thought. It seems they're after an item called Scarlet Corona in exchange for a book. I believe it is the Book of Secrets that belonged to primordial moon believer Klarman. Alright, firstly, how'd you manage to know that? Selena almost blurted that out. In another note, I have recently entered a gathering of one of the Aurora Order's Oracle, Mr. A. Kothi added solemnly. Mr. A. Isn't that the person Klene wanted to find? As of the moment, I have been acquainting myself with the Temperance faction to gain valuable intel regarding their counterpart and the whole of the Primordial Moon faction. As Kothi continues, he finally couldn't contain his worries. Mrs. White. How's Jean and our daughter? Daughter. Selena was taken aback. Right. She's pregnant. I can't. I don't know. Ugh, you're making worried too. She was clearly frustrated but fought the sensation from affecting her image and placing Kothier in a deeper situation. Pregnant. That's right. Perhaps I can perceive them through Jean's child. Sigh, we can only try. She's going to be all right. You need not to worry. Kothi let out a sigh of relief. I'm planning to take a fare to the South Continent once I've gathered enough intel about their activity. Mrs. White, please permit me to do so. Once I'm there I'll be available for aid and would continue report the status of what I've encountered to you. Selena isn't concerned about money as of the moment. So she gave her permission to use his share before shifting to another person praying to her. It was Yzer. Informing her of the laundering process of the cash she bestowed them. Same goes for the other members. Selena wearily mused during this until Isabelle finally the next one to pray. Mrs. White, I have finally convinced Dylan to learn about you. Isabelle excitedly report. Oh, and I've finally learned of what the boon selection ritual is called. The Rite of the Blood Moon. He help. What are you doing? Help. Help. Adam Insal's head turned sideways and up. His behavior was turning erratic as the cold environment stresses him. Inside of the alchemy room. Old Neil, clad in a robe and a pointed hat, appearing like a wizard, had his speckles reflects the dim lamplight. He was getting ready to prepare the potion. Out of the batch of ingredients requested from the Holy Church. Boo-hoo. Ha-ha. Dream. Corpses, blood. Everywhere. Help. Ha-ha-ha. Adam Insal laughed hysterically. We are there. You are there. Me is there. Ha-ha, boo-hoo. Looking at the tied-up Adam Insal, squirming vigorously as if threatening to fall down. He secretly sighed. As sounds of water are gushing soundly. Selena, Leonard and Klene are beyond the door, quietly waiting a few distance from it. After some time, Leonard stopped pacing, which made Selena glad because worrying about his constant ADHD problem has divided her attention. He said, looks like we won't be able to enter anyway after Adam Insal became a Beyonder. I'll just be upstairs if you need me. Okay, be careful. Selena said in passing as she leans on the wall. Careful. Leonard blurted out and halted. Klene chuckled as he cleared out. Be careful while taking the stairs. Around that moment, Leonard realized something. It quickly made him associate Roseanne into the matter. He sighed wearily and mid-sentence he smiled. Roseanne, all right, do call me once Adam Insal has recovered. Wait. Just as he pivot. Selena's voice echoed. Sigh. I forgot. Do you still have the seed? Leonard's eyes widened. He paused momentarily before presenting a vial, containing a thumb-sized seed from his pocket. Its turquoise reflects a faint emerald hue to the glass. Selena nodded, yes, I'll be having it back. I can't have myself lose a seed I bestowed. Like Klene had warned, never request another seed from myself. Leonard glanced into the vial and at the small, innocent seed in his finger. His lips curled up. Klene had one too, right? Klene stiffened and seconds later he eased down. Yeah, I have one. While appearing in control. Leonard pressed with interest, so what does it do? Does it only extend a vine to kill your enemies from a distance? How do you even use it? Klene stayed out by being complete silent and gazing at Selena. Selena thought carefully and after nearly 20 seconds, she finally answered, it was bestowed to us. By a great existence. Klene was struck surprised by her choice. Instinctively, he thought of himself as Mr. Fool that she was referring to, but luckily he eased upon knowing it's likely Mrs. White. Yeah, it's Mrs. White, he began rubbing his temple. Mrs. White, is Selena allowed to outright hint your existence? Oh great white maiden, forgive her. Each and every chances, Selena never fails to amuse him with something new. It made him thought of how Miss Lovers would undoubtedly befriend her, knowing their similarities. However, for Selena, the reason behind this is simple, she wanted more allies they could trust. Knowing the disharmonious fate Mr. Azek told them, Klene and her should either prepare or find out what causes them. They should never settle for one possible solution, especially if it's unreliable. If the latter fails and that disharmonious fate that signals danger erupts, they could only blame themselves for it. Leonard is also unique. Willing to accommodate secrets knowing he had his own to barter. Selena saw this as mutual respect. They don't have to share with him everything. The Tarot Club, Mr. Azek and Mr. Fool. Selena can easily let go of being Mrs. White. Having that kind of securement allows her to confidently share Mrs. White's existence to selected people. For precaution, however, the new person should be someone they know deeply and perhaps share the same or equal secret. Leonard qualifies in both points. Great existence. After some time, Leonard spoke. He held the seed closely and his face turned solemn. Are you two a part of a secret organization? Selena frowned. She said in a displeased tone, you're referring to it as if we're evil. Heh. I was just surprised, said Leonard, half playing while turning relax. So you're suggesting that a great existence bestowed these to you? Selena took initiative and said, yes, but only one is allowed for one individual. It's unknown what might happen if Mrs. White granted you another. Leonard contemplated for a bit before handing the vial with the seed back to her. After Selena withdrew it into her coat, she heard him say, great existences. You mean like the ones you can pray to? Upon seeing confirmation from her, he added, what's this great existence's title? Klene's face turned solemn. Secretly, he slithered his finger to the one slumber charm he have of old Neil. He was allowing Selena a while ago as Miss Lovers referred to her as Mrs. White's blessed. But of course, there should be clear boundaries about this matter. If Selena fails to see it, he'll have to compromise. The atmosphere suddenly became tense for Leonard. He heard the White Maiden's full title escape from Selena's lips. For a while his mind stirred. The matter had one major issue, what if they're being influenced? Tell me. Leonard spoke for some time. Can I trust that this goddess is harmless? Actually, there's no such thing as harmless. There's only low risk and gain that you're willing to gamble. Klene knew this but chose to remain alert and not utter a word. You know who's Klene, right? Asked Selena intently. Leonard looked at Klene, who's clearly tensed, it was written on his expression. He answered, yeah, same newcomer Klene. Heh, I can't believe you have a goddess behind you. After asking the rest of his doubts, he finally nodded, like what I've said before. As long as it benefits and does not risk anyone, I'll keep it between us. Seeing their teammate with a carefree poet demeanor, Klene snapped and he sought her attention. Selena. He called. Why did you inform him of Mrs. White? Selena turned him and stared back. I had to. Captain is already aware of the uniqueness of the seed. While he tolerated it, I doubt Leonard would. He's already pressing us earlier. But won't. Klene's thoughts are racing. That get you punished. A goddess is going to be one punishing you. It's all right, said Selena softly. Mrs. White is benign, it's one of her former titles long ago. I trust that's the case. You trust too much. Klene exhaled a heavy breath. Wait, long ago. But that's all I know. Miss is really conservative about it. Selena confirmed. Miss Lovers, with that in mind. Klene now had a plan to ask this Tarot Club member about certain things and whether Selena is truly allowed to just tell Mrs. White's name. The word trust is clearly not enough for a blasphemous deed. Moments turns to minutes and suddenly Klene recalled something. Right, I need to head to the Divination Club. Selena was mildly puzzled. But haven't you completed your digestion? If we want to allow Captain to figure it out himself. Klene started explaining as he held his cane close and fixed his coat. We'll need to build the foundation I've laid out. Hoping Captain can see the effort. All right. Selena didn't oppose it. Have a safe trip. You'll be staying here? Klene asked. Seeing her nod, he followed up with. I'll return around lunch. As he said this, he felt that something is missing from his pocket. At that moment, he started worrying. I forgot my pocket watch at home. At home. Selena echoed with mild shock. Usually Sears, based on Nighthawk's confidential information, wasn't one to forget. Is my forgetfulness that contagious? I guess I was right about the Captain. Oh no, if Captain and I teamed up. Will we ever get the job done? Can I borrow your pocket watch? Klene hastily asked. Selena jolted and began hesitating. There's a clock right at the partition upstairs. You're going up, right? Might as well. Klene creased his eyebrows and pressed, you don't have a pocket watch. Selena stiffened a little. Well. I don't. Not with my minor dementia, she added hardly. Klene was left silent for exactly 2 seconds before agreeing. All right, I'll check once I get there. Take care. After he left, Selena was alone. Being the sole person around made her senses heighten. Without the distraction, there's only her. Distant rattles and choirs of the streets all muffled beyond the layered dirt and wall. She could hear voices, even her own thumping heart. In such cases, without anything to do, Selena went on to reminisce about the original body's owner. How far this daughter of the Ivories had gone, went on to become a fellow guardian. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches who are constantly fighting against threats and madness. She murmured. That quote told to her by Duns Smith settled deeply into the likes of her principles. Made by Diocese Cheney's. She didn't wanted the life she had now, but perhaps she can find a way to prevent others from being a victim as well. Not in a gallant way but in her own methods. That is because to cure is to value life. Beyond the door of the alchemy. Adam Insall who had finally drank the potion that exudes an invisible river of silver and white. Where bits of illusory marine life swam into its currents, livening the patches for clover grasses in the banks. Perceiving it was like learning of what's to come, the value exacted by it, and the different tributaries. They're all leaning toward it, as if favoring it. The liquid was downed in one go. And Adam Insall shut down at the high-back chair. Old Neil could only watch with hope that he would not turn into an erratic monster. When his eyes fluttered open. The same time it did, Selena felt an illusory glass breaking completely into her body. It mixes with her spiritual body. She saw bits of lines, emerald green, all distributing a branch across the living. They seemed to share a familiar connection with her, as one line burgeoned healthily all seemed to join in as well. After the indescribable feeling of hunger and thirst receded, Selena returned to normal and stopped having any additional experiences. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Reflected on her sapphire pupils is the ground floor. So this is it, she murmured. At that moment, she knew that she had finally become a real apothecary. Chapter 157, Familiarity. After taking a turn. Klene had only taken a glance at the clock hanging by the partition when he noticed Roseanne right after the partition. She was exchanging words with someone. He walked over to them and initiated a short chat to their female receptionist. Roseanne, how do you like our new soon-to-be civilian staff? Roseanne saw him by the corner of her eye and exclaimed pleasantly, Oh Klene. She nodded, yes. Adam Insall would make a great addition to the roster once after he's been cured. Sigh, I just hoped he won't become an official Beyonder in just a month again. Klene wearily smiled before jolting up. He turned, and the men with thin, rugged face, bronze skin and frazzled hair looked over to the receptionist and asked, Beyonder. Klene almost slapped himself. Roseanne. Your mouth. Slow down. She meant police. Official police, he tried to explain. Beyond and police sounded very similar, don't you think so? Roseanne tilted her head, huh? Oh. MHM. It's police, ha ha ha. No beyond or any sort. She smiled wearily. So Mr. Marvick, here for constipation problems again. Marvick. Klene echoed. Oh no. My stomach feels better, yes. I came here for a follow-up, not another issue. Marvick said in a hoarse voice. He wore a worn jacket, its color was slowly draining from what it possibly once was red. Sewn linings are prominent around its joints. Klene could feel an odd familiarity when inspecting Marvick's complexion. He secretly used his molar to activate spirit vision. Through the lens of the spirit, he saw colors reflecting health and well-being, as well as emotions. Marvick seemed to be nervous, which was likely caused by the apprehension of his health. Clearly, Selena had done a major job at suturing his health. Klene can see that his stomach has recovered and none of his ether body had any issues except for malnourish. Yeah, he's here for a follow-up. As he was about to express his opinion, sparing Marvick the trouble, he suddenly saw a mysterious glow from Marvick's pocket. It's not whole, rather it was residues of something. It made him confused before shortly coming around and say, Marvick, right. Marvick nodded submissively. This man seemed to have very low self-esteem. Klene commented before adding, you need not a follow-up. I can tell you've recovered. Selena will likely say similar as well. Really? Marvick doubted. But you're not her. How would you know? I can just tell. Save your time as it is important for today's toil. Klene was very aware of the life of being impoverished. He can even say it to himself. Impoverished Mr. Fool could only take of what he have. Even now as he prepares to attend his daily divination club. He feared raising the cost of his divination as a breach of his principle. There was no mentions of acting method within the confidential records of the Nighthawks. Which is why he didn't dare test it. No, I need to make sure. Yes. I saw Ms. Roy around earlier, I feel rest assured if it's her, MHM. I want her. Marvick insisted with ecstatic voice. Klene felt skeptical. He turned to Roseanne, who explained, he kept coming here and is quite enthusiastic to be treated by Ms. Roy. Then she leaned to him and teased in a whisper, perhaps he has feelings for her. Klene flinched. He seemed slightly agitated as he said, I'll get going. Roseanne, keep a very close eye on him. Arrest him if something happens. Roseanne withdrew from him, eyes widened. No matter how understandable it is considering Selena had greater expertise towards such field compared to him. There's a boundary between a patient and a doctor. That's called professionalism. Feelings. Seeing her earlier. He sounds like a creep. Unable to scrape his thought. Klene made a decisive plan. To divine Marvick in the space above the grey fog, since the matter about Adam Insall will be under the Nighthawk's duty. After giving Roseanne a stern instruction, he simply left. Bidding farewell to the gleeful but stressed Roseanne. The door from the alchemy room creaked opened. Among the illumination of the dim lights, Selena, appearing relaxed and calm while leaning to a wall, a few distance away, snap awake. Old Neil, clad in a wizardry outfit, wiped his face with a spare handkerchief, saw a silver-haired woman walk over. Mr. Old Neil. How's Adam Insall? Old Niels withdrew the handkerchief from his face before sighing, he's stable, however we can only observe his condition for now. One of the drastic changes that occurred to him was now his pupils reached a relaxed state. His mind has also allowed him to think much clearer, which subsequently made him shut down. He seemed to understood my instructions very well but has issues communicating. For example, even though he can speak in bits, his comprehension is impaired, that exchanging words with him is difficult. Luckily, I managed to guide him through body language. He needs to learn cogitation. Selena quickly emphasized this as it still lingers with her the failed chance as the original owner of her body from having a stable transition. Upon taking off his spectacles and wiping it, Old Neil explained, he said he could see layered sights of voices and events, leaning toward him like a river made of silver. I told him take a deep breath and calm down. After that, those layered sights converged and became more clear to him. I guess that means he found himself and had gained partial sanity. Old Neil wore his glasses again before continuing, we can't have him perform anything else for a while. The only thing we can do is have him socialize within the department, that way he can regain language comprehension. He might still spout nonsensical beliefs or perhaps might easily become irritated when coerced. Let him slowly recover, I'll regularly visit him to ensure his stability. He pressed a fist to his mouth, fixing his throat before coughing violently. Cough. 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 Mr. Old Neil. Selena came to his aid and massaged his back. What's wrong? Do you need a medicine? Ahem. Heh, I'm fine. Old Neil's face was slightly pale. It's just the toll of turning of age. Sigh, my time won't be long, I aspire that before that happens, I could at least have an influence on the youth. That didn't ease Selena one bit. She quickly tugged Old Neil's hand and ordered, no. Perhaps I can help you recover. Let's go back in the alchemy room and allow me to inspect you. Old Neil resisted her and placed a hand to her palm. Selena, it do not work that way. What I have is called a terminal illness. Have you not recall? From the documents given by the Church of Earth Mother. Apothecaries can only do so much as to suppress terminal illnesses. They can't cure it. But what if I advanced? Selena argued with concern. Hopefully, Beast Tamer will gain enhanced curing abilities. Old Neil chuckled. You're even more stubborn than Klene when he noticed this. Selena, Beast Tamer, as the name suggests, is fixed solely to taming. Just like Seer and its next sequence Clown according to Klene. Heh, it made no sense. That's right, taming beasts is unlike curing someone. An apothecary is reserved for support and is adept at brewing medicines. Taming beasts belongs in the entertainment, like Clown. Selena fell silent. It took her a few seconds to reevaluate her thoughts. Musing, no, Clown and Seer do have commonalities. Yes, both can be seen in the circus. But for a beast tamer and apothecary, they're too distinct. No need to be so worked up. Sometimes, no matter how you obsessed with preserving life, life needs to be let go. There's beauty in that and it's called progression. Old Neil smiled bitterly. Progression. Selena ruminated the word deeply, along with apprehension. After a short while, she sorted her thoughts and said, let me inspect you here then. Saying that, she lifted a hand to reach her glabella. Since she had just digested her potion minutes ago, she had not yet established where she can replace the activation of her spirit vision. She intend on using her left molar for that. But that requires concentration and Old Neil's guidance regarding the procedure. When she turned it on, she got to see Old Neil's ether body. Then to her horror, the whole aura is deteriorating fast and blood is smeared around it. Something is wrong, she exclaimed. We need to tell the captain. In time, old Neil stopped her by calling out. Selena. Yes. Selena halted midway and turned. It's futile. Everyone will experience this someday. Your young, however, is extremely intelligent. Old Neil said softly and slowly. I believe you'll understand. Right, how about giving me that medicine you prescribed whenever a client with coughing issues came to your aid? The Ivy agent. Selena blurted out, clutching and crossing her hands, arms each other. Nodding, old Neil said his wish, yes, that. Perhaps that will elevate my throat problems at least. Selena hesitated with her mind racing. After moments passed, she finally gave in and in reluctance said. All right. In 13 Howe Street. Just as Klene was thinking about multiple things at once, the beautiful attendant named Angelica came in and walked over to him. She leaned down and softly said, Mr. Mororrowi, someone wishes for your divination. Red agate room. All right. He had checked if it was a suitable day to visit the Divination Club before he came, and he had obtained a definite answer from his divination. He took his silk top hat, exited the meeting room, and saw his customer that was waiting at the door of the red agate room. The customer was a maiden around 16 years old. She was wearing a light blue ruffled dress and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had brown curly hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth. Klene recognized his sister's good friend, Elizabeth, who studied at the Ivos public school. He had once helped pick an amulet for her and also resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her assistance. Similarly, Elizabeth said in pleasant surprise, Mr. Mororrowi, it's really you. I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name. I am a mysticism enthusiast after all, Klene explained helplessly. Then he added, don't tell Melissa. Oh, Selena as well. The divination results showed that it was suitable for me to visit the Divination Club. Why did I run into Elizabeth? He shook his head as he turned around to open the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he clicked his left molar twice. They entered the room slowly. After he took the seat of the diviner, he lifted his head to look towards Elizabeth. With just one glance, he creased his eyebrows. There was a faint layer of gloomy green in the maiden's energy field. A symptom of being haunted by spirits and wraiths. Klene made a calm judgment and asked directly, have you had nightmares recently, ones with repetitive elements? Elizabeth, who had just locked the door and had yet to take a seat, was dumbstruck. It took her a long time to reply, yes. That's why I came here to look for you. Klene leaned back and asked, what kind of dream did you have? When did it start? It began from the last 2 days of my vacation to Lamud town. Oh, our family has an estate there. Elizabeth was considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had better memories of such situations. In my dream, I always run into a knight in full black armor. He carries a huge broadsword and his face is fully covered by a helmet, so all I could see is a pair of glowing red eyes. In the dream, he keeps attempting to get closer to me. Afraid, I run away, but the distance shortens each and every time. Klene thought and asked, 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you get in touch with any antiques, ancient ruins, burial objects, or a mausoleum? Elizabeth recalled and answered, I visited a mountain near Lamud town. There was an abandoned ancient castle. That's a standard opening of a paranormal novel. Klene lampooned silently as he pressed on, did you leave anything behind in the castle? Or did you take anything from the castle? Elizabeth creased her beautiful eyebrows and answered moments later in uncertainty, I got cut by brambles and bled. Does leaving blood behind count? Klene nodded with a mask of solemnity and answered in a deep voice, yes. Chapter 158, Being Careful. In an apartment at Middle Street of Westborough. Leonard, who had brought a wreath, approached a table in his room, faint with crimson moonlight. He had prepared the requirements, a rich, fertile soil, a cross made up of twigs, in this case he chose the redwood, and finally 3 cedarwood candles. Selena had proposed any kind of materials to be used for these prerequisites. But since he's praying to a goddess that might ignore his will, unlike Klene and Selena, he chose a slightly more expensive variance. The wreath he personally weaved had roses, saffron, citrus etc. All of which accentuates their colors for assortment design. When all of his preparations is done, Leonard took a few moments mysteriously muttering to himself before finally coming to a settle. He sanctified the surroundings, applied the procedure of making a wall of spirituality, and lighted the candles in a sequential manner. Then before chanting, he looked over at the altar, gazed at it with conflicting thoughts and finally sighed. The white maiden from a distant time. The reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. The beginning and the end of the extending vines. Soon after reciting the lines with poetic flair, Leonard stood up from genuflecting, and what reflected in his eyes was strange sparks. Actually, this was his first time performing a bestowment ritual. It's not necessarily the prayer ritual, but through the seed Klene and Selena had. He was informed to be able to reach Mrs. White without any preparation. That's an incredible method of reaching out. However, he was warned that the ritual is steep. Leonard should expect a change in perception, his carnal desires welling in an intense desire to find anything attractive, resulting into copulation. Of course, because he's a sequence 8, and also no cogitation, this is manageable compared to a sequence 9. Difference is not only to their level but knowing cogitation as well. The altar glowed with dim emerald light. Then the wreath that now acted as a gate shows the scene within it undulating in illusory waves. At that moment, Leonard was swept by an instinct so sudden, he almost buckled down. The hell is this? He immediately converged his spirituality and thought of an object. He swiftly entered half cogitation. Hey, to think I had momentarily let my guard down, I already suffered this much. I guess I have to stay in this state prior. Leonard mildly felt irritated as he reined thoughts. Sure enough, the sofa looked submissive, the table looked exotic, and its handles were more curvy. They all look fertile. So this is what Selena meant, huh? He easily suppressed the desire to approach and simply stared at the altar. 2 thick vines intertwined with many small thin segments poked out of the portal. Leonard stood on guard, now much more alert than he was earlier. He felt incredible heat around his pelvis. The thick vines in his eye seemed to exude mucus, its looks captivating and beautiful. Thankfully, in just a matter of seconds, it placed a tiny, frail turquoise seed on the table. The altar crumbled and wilted, and everything returned to normal afterwards. Processing the proper procedure of ending the ritual, Leonard tidied up the room and wiped down his sweat. He walked over to the seed and examined it. Yeah, this is it. What Klene and Selena currently possessed. Then a moment later, he snapped and quickly did a little gesture, a chaotic one. Thank the White Maiden. Ah, praise Mrs. White. And may the vines be with me. Leonard felt penitent that he did not include that in the ending procedure. So he tried many things to hopefully relay his gratitude. Then when that charade was done, he suddenly laughed at himself. Heh, am I finally going insane? Am I really associating myself with another goddess? As he observes the seed, a few things struck him. Why would this White Maiden even bother with mortals? Don't tell me it's to root herself out of the 7 deities' surveillance. I see. So it's due to Selena. What? Hey, didn't know that's possible. So Mrs. White is a mysterious ancient being, trying to recover her. Leonard slowly unbuttoned his flare. Consciously scout for Roselle's rosy anthology, curated with poems. After taking it, instead of reading, he used its ends to scoop the seed from the table. He's not someone who can easily be deceived. Although Klene and Selena seemed to normalize touching it, secretly, the latter still had it by a small vial. Leonard grinned at his impeccable observation. Thankfully, he also prepared his own containment item. That is, a half-palm size, brass coin case. This case only had a single slot that was normally meant for handling a penny of King George III. Seeing as it only gathered dust in his closet, Leonard was a bit glad he made use of it instead of exchanging it for a wallet. The brass coin case had about 2 centimeters deep slot, meant to hold a number of pennies. This is ideal for storing the seed, due to its spaciousness that can accommodate a thumb. Leonard opened the brass once, and he saw the seed, he closed it and flipped it again. He did this multiple times until finally satisfied in playing it. Let's see how they'll react, his mouth curled up. In the palace governed by giants, squirming and contorting endless gray fog encapsulates the whole edifice and the mottled bronze table. Seated at the seat of honor, Klene held the seed on one hand and a goatskin parchment over to his right, written in ancient Hermes, the possible procedure of turning this item to a dream charm. He had just recently finished forging 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former were made with rectangular pieces of silver while the latter were made with triangular pieces. This was to help him differentiate between them solely by touch during an intense battle. Now, he aims to determine a correct method of carving and charm making for the turquoise seed. Before delving the adaminsul and marvic matter, lifting his hand that holds the seed, Klene did not inject it with his spirituality. He learned the first time he did, and it seared a grueling pain in his head even before leaving the gray fog. He promptly cogitation and thought of the matter he wanted to know. After that, he recited the lines in the parchment 7 times until he drifted to sleep. During those moments, the seed glowed. Klene saw himself before a land. It was painted in an orange dusk, twilight that themed the entire edifice. He saw a throne, a giant wearing a crown made of tainted dark, topaz, and sparks held a brilliant long sword as he sat. Klene was overwhelmed. He quickly realized he was at the presence of an unknown giant king. At the same time, A lullaby was being chanted. It came with an inevitable feeling of warmth and maternal embrace. Standing right by the king with the twilight crown was a woman whose face was blurred. She was a few feet lower than the king. She held an infant with no facial features. In her long white gown that had an intricate linings of gold, she wore an extraordinary wreath by the head. Wah! Wah! The infant seemed to notice Klene. Wah! The mature, giant woman held her hand up. Appearing out of thin air was a sprout of taqua vines and a myriad of flowers. It wilted, leaving a seed. Then soon after, the queen giant's hand turned into a soil that sculpted to a delicate fingers. The materials formed are in order: jade residues that coated the seed, vines that strapped itself around to bind it, and a flower. Then as it happens, the seed was given an immense power. The king had no facial features, but he seemed to cast an imposing gaze over at the lady's palm. Klene watched the seed turn brownish dark, and there were speckles of sapphires around it as if the dusk and night coiled to embrace the fleeting dark, turning into a blissful dream. The next second, the magnificent palace echoed with the voice of the woman. The item forged with the power of the king and queen glowed with it arrived on the infant's face. Suddenly, the child's attention was averted from Klene. Spectating this picturesque scene, Klene quickly took the opportunity to inspect the charm, even from far away. He could not afford to get close. His blood is already running cold and his heart racing when the child noticed him. What will happen if the parents do as well? Fortunately, he remained safe, all the way from the gates of the sacred throne hall. And after committing the strange symbols within the item and crossing it with the White Maiden's sacred emblem, he left. Klene abruptly woke up. He looked over and instantly saw that his whole body is shaking. Resting on his left hand was the seed glowing with green-red color. Quietly fading. His gritting teeth subsided and he blurted out. The White Maiden was once a queen. Klene quickly made the seed's projection disappear from the gray fog, along with the parchment. After that, he started to massage his temples. White Maiden, queen. That doesn't make sense. Why is Mrs. White wed before and is called the White Maiden? Mrs. Is that it? With this epiphany, he guessed. Is that why the White Maiden can also be called Mrs. White? Strange, being referred to such human title would mean a degrade in status. And she tolerates it even to miss lovers. Wait, no, more importantly. Giants are real. Klene's impression of this world changed drastically. Does this mean mermaids are real? Dragons, witches, and dinosaurs. Wait, we're getting off track. Roselle stated in one of his entry, referring to a voyage that lasted until they reached a milestone in the fog sea, had extraordinary creatures dwelling in mysterious island. Perhaps there could be a continent somewhere within the fog sea. The Sea of Ruins. The Sea of Ruins is where ancient beings presumably clashed, resulting in polluted environment abundant in relics left behind in ancient epochs. Klene started rubbing his forehead. The existence of giants, a palace made of twilight, and Mrs. White's true identity. Selena and I are associating ourselves with a queen goddess whose face is sealed in the fog of history. And she had a child. I wonder who could it be? Moments turned to minutes as Klene sat with a drifting mind. Upon reining his thoughts, he finally regained the facility to divine the next matter, Marvik. Written in another goatskin parchment was Marvik's identity. It is simple, as he had only one encounter with him. Having learned the true extent of divination when he first crossed paths with Selena, he deliberately exacted what he desired to know, which will effectively increase the chances of a result. Entering cogitation through picturing what he desires as he leaned to his chair. Klene's pupils turned deep dark. He quickly fell asleep. In a world devoid of light, where colors were exceptionally dim, Klene saw a piece of shattered glass, bearing a world within. He approached it, and seconds later he saw the city of Tingen from high above, bathed in moonlight. Around this moment, a plague of darkness surged in the urban area of the city. Bam! Then a firework shattered into the sky, illuminating the cityscape and Klene's pupils. He quickly realized the scene currently playing. It was Selena's attempt at escaping the Rose School of Thought. Bam! 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 A brilliant shower painted the night with a joyful celebration, only to be met with a juxtaposition of a maiden in torn gown, revealing a dark trouser underneath as she ran from the maelstrom. Klene was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know what happened and understand Selena. However, he couldn't move in the air. He was suddenly forced to see a shadow in a corner, watching the lady's silver-white hair whipped as she ran desperately to scout for hidden fireworks. That shadow had a frazzled hair and pale bronze features. His eyes were somewhat pinkish dark, as if greed was welling in him. Everyone wanted that woman. So imagine if he got to her first. Then everyone will want her even more. At that moment, Klene finally realized Marvik's identity, why he's present along with the 8 Rose School of Thought members, and why he's unfazed by the vampires. He's an associate of Hudsman, one of the vampires, and is also capable of inducing greed in the form of a gold coin. But to induce, one also needs to be the source. It's clear, he's Merrick. Chapter 159, Another Person in Scene. Around this point in time, the entire misty edifice churned audibly than the men seated at the seat of honor. Klene suddenly became restless. All this time, what he perceived to be an innocent service in tandem with the commissions would actually brought danger to Selena. And it was all strange. If he's Merrick, then identifying him would have been breezy. He had seen his portrait thanks to old Neil's divination, and the seer's memorization is exceptional. Unless, that's not his true identity, nor the image has been fiddled with by an anti-divination. Klene said slowly. On one hand, he's the son of an alcoholic philanthropist, in the other, he's a member of the Rose School of Though, whose influence is more or less minuscule compared to the reigning organizations of the North Continent. Aurora Order, Theosophy, Demonist Sect, and Moses Ascetic Order are all prominent in the North Continent, whilst the Rose School of Thought has its major players in the South Continent. Ideally, Marvick, when I saw him with Roseanne, have obvious Southernian origin features, so he should not have been as a Loanesian nor Intisian. While rubbing his forehead, Klene remarked, Merrick is a false identity, meant to blend into the people of Lone Kingdom. Realizing this, he quickly produced another parchment, written with words, Marvick's whereabouts. He grabbed this tightly with his left hand and used cogitation to enter a dream. In a world of dark and mist, Klene saw light and was casted into a harbor. Undulating waves collided with the anchors of the vessels. Many dock workers moved for the day. He quickly realized that this was the Tingen harbor. However, Marvick or Merrick was nowhere in sight. Then out of nowhere, the scene blurred into a fast motion as Klene instantly arrived at a 3-story building. Marvick, in his dark, frazzled hair and greedy pinkish-black eyes, had his silhouette made out from the curtains, as the sun sets in the horizon. The building was near the harbor. Upon achieving what Klene wanted, he didn't waste any time dwelling in the dream and plummeted back to his room. In this point in time, his agitation compels him to barge into the guest room where Selena sleeps, to inform her as quickly as possible. However, just as he reached for the handle, he suddenly reevaluated his intent. Selena is sleeping, but Mrs. White is goddess who transcends sleep. Klene forfeited his ungentlemanly idea as he picked up the seed from the pocket of his coat and lighted it with his spirituality after laying in the bed. The White Maiden from a distant time. In a world of tall green rolling in the endless expanse of the dream world, Selena quietly severed her connection with Catherine after her response to Kothi, Yuzur, and Greg's prayers in a sequencing order. She stood helplessly in the meadow. No difference between my work back home. She sighed self-deprecatingly. Should I get my own assistant at some point? They don't have to report to me every day. During this time of her visit, Selena realized that she had been using the dream world as the equivalent of boss's room for her believers, processing the reports from them and brainstorming for future developments. Right, there's also new things happening. Massaging her temples as she stood, she slowly exhaled. Hey, thank the Evernight. Leonard chose to join us. If not, I'm concerned how Klene would react. Phew. Selena sighed and relieved her mind by taking in the scenery. Mountainous valleys stretched far into the little forest in the distance. River banks split the sliding hills accentuated with flowers and grasses. After a short while, as Selena was about to wake herself up, an overlapping voices stopped her momentarily. Klene, she felt a vibration and specks of light from a segment of vines. Why? Aren't we just one room apart? Oh, he must assumed I'm asleep, then she realized. Well, technically I am. But, failing to argue with herself, Selena drew a slow breath, sigh. I wonder what agitated Klene this late. In his sleep, Klene witnessed the shattering of the dark, like the scenery of a glass globe upon impact. Then, yet again, he found himself in a beautiful dream world. But unlike the previous visit he had where it's only a meadow, Klene saw distant valleys and deep, dense forest that hid a river's end. He was stumped. It changed, as he said this. He silently recalled the space above the gray fog, and what he can do within it. Reborn daughter of a mysterious dream world. Yet this world is her divine kingdom. Wait, was I wrong? Klene made a quiet reevaluation of his hypothesis. Mrs. White is not the giant queen but her child. But why does she have the Mrs.? Confusing, too confusing. Unbeknownst to him, his hands betrayed his composure as they went and rubbed his forehead. Mrs. White seemed to have noticed this and made the world echo to chuckle. Is there something bothering you? Klene snapped from his thoughts and quickly exclaimed, What? Oh. He deliberated his words first before reporting, Mrs. White. Selena is being targeted again by the Rose School of Thought. Without delay, he continued. Currently, our department, the surface of it, acts as a commissioning company. Our captain allowed another service to run alongside it in consideration for the department's funds. This became a pharmacy while a commissioning company in the name. Klene straightened himself. But just recently, I was surprised that one of her clients was actually a member of the Rose School of Thought. Merrick. Deep into the light and the swirling thorn vines. Selena's mind whirred the name, Merrick. Who? I have never met a man named Vic, Marvick. Klene resumed sternly, I have already discussed this with Selena before. The accomplice of Hudsman. But it did not occur to me that he'll boldly enter our building, even done multiple visits in the form of being a client. Is a man named Marvick who you're referring to? The world instantly guessed. Klene was instantly satisfied that he nodded quickly, yes. It's Marvick. Our receptionist who's with Selena the most has noted that he's a regular. Mrs. White did not make the world spoke. Instead, she listened intently. I wish for Selena to know this and be warned of this man. I have divined his identity and whereabouts, soon I will investigate this personally and allow for police intervention, said Klene. The White maiden silently gazed at Klene, seemingly trying to discern if he's telling the truth. Meanwhile, beneath this, Selena felt a strangle in her heart that no matter where she goes, the breath of the past still lingers. The Halsterven company was already put into custody along with its operations. She had thought that was the end, and that Hudman's accomplice Merrick left along with them. What does Merrick want from her? Are they still trying to retrieve her? Thankfully, unlike being in Milo, here in Tingen, she have allies to rely on. Klene, Dunn, Leonard, and the rest of the Nighthawks. Even anticipating Greg Ford to be present once he established a pharmacy in the city. Thinking this, she found relief. What do you think Merrick desires from Selena? She refrained from cornering Klene, as she's already aware of the fool. Klene easily recalled what he had divined in the space above the grey fog. Thanks to Mr. Fool. I have managed to divine this individual upon meeting him at the reception hall. Not only was he connected to the 8 vampires that had chased Selena, he was also present during that event. During the chase, Selena was baffled. If it weren't for the divine light that obscured her face, Klene would have seen her reaction. But at the same time, that seemed contradictory from reality. Her face was a mess of swirling thorned roots that she doubt Klene can discern. Seeing that there was no response, Klene added, I got to know his thoughts about Selena being pursued by his higher power peers. It was simple, she was a price everyone at the time desired. I fear that he's scheming something to collect Selena. For a while. Mrs. White lent a quiet ear to Klene. And when it passed did the world heeded. Selena will be made aware of this. For an inexplicable reason. Hearing that made Klene's emotions settled from wrestling and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Without further ado, he said, not intending to waste Mrs. White's time. Thank you, that's all. Scent of coffee wafted the morning's air in the Moretti residence. After a breakfast of sausage, beef strips, milk and some pastries, Selena returned to the guest room from the washroom. She briefly dried her damped hair and wiped her skin with the towel. Today, she wore her usual long-sleeved, draped with a dark vest and same-colored trouser. She picked a practical brown windbreaker to fight off the cold air of the underground basement. As it's her turn to guard Cheney's gate, swiftly tying her hair into a braided bun. Several minutes has passed before she walked out of the guest room and stride for the stairs. She had only just taken a few steps when she saw Klene, in his formal attire and cane in hand, waiting by the front door. Ready to head out, he smiled. Selena controlled her steps and responded as quickly as she can after reaching the floor. MHM. Klene twisted the handle open and waited for her to take the first exit. Along the way, he had his gaze fixed forward, but thoughts dwelling over the matter with Merrick. Not only does he have to report about Elizabeth's wraith harassment, but to also discuss about Adam Insal's status. Later that night, he couldn't sit idly. With many variables happening, it led to his attempt of divining this newly promoted, soon-to-be fledged monster. The plan was to let Dunn and the Holy Church deal with this issue. But considering what lies in Selena's destiny, any road may lead them unknowingly committing with the destiny. Klene became reactive before and it almost resulted in Selena's death if not for Mrs. White's intervention. However, there's doubt that a seed will always save them. Adam Insal was blathering about a dream. Blood, corpses, even himself in the mix. It was everywhere. Old Neil likely perceived it as the product of his unstable mind. However, in the divination, it was a reoccurrence. Unstable mind, at that moment. When he and Selena took a turn, he suddenly glanced at her and asked, Selena, how's your digestion of the apothecary potion? Selena's undigested potion may even contribute in the process of her horrible destiny. Selena's luscious lips curled a smile. Actually, I finally became a true apothecary. To her, this meant she fully digested the potion. Klene blurted out, really? When? Just yesterday. Selena eagerly said. I didn't know helping in Adaminsol's chance of becoming a full monster would actually aid in my digestion. Adaminsol's recovery. Why yeah, technically she also aided in the potion or medicine making. Klene secretly reasoned. Then when he was about to commend her, he was struck. Selena had prepared a feast for him and all he'll do was congratulate her. Feeling ashamed, Klene cleared his throat and replied, "Are you free tomorrow?" Upon telling that, he instantly averted away from her gaze. Free, tomorrow? Selena echoed with a slight delay. You mean you're taking me out? Without looking, Klene simply said, yeah. Then he flinched, along with Benson and Melissa of course. Selena was about to say something when she suddenly started chuckling, hiding her lips beneath a curled finger. All right, sounds great. Hearing this, Klene tipped his top hat, moved it closer to his eyes. He couldn't help but grin as he said, don't worry, it will be my treat. But shortly after saying that, he didn't realize that Selena, the one who knows him very well even among his siblings, would assault him endlessly on their way with words of criticism and playful jokes. Time advanced agreeably that in the blink of an eye. It's already noon. Preparing to depart for their combat instructor, Gawain's house after a day at the shooting club. Klene first checked on Selena by the reception hall with Roseanne. Marvik hadn't appeared for hours and even then, Roseanne reported of no sightings of him. This made Klene feel anxious and deprived. He wearily slumped over a sofa in the empty entertainment room to let rain his thoughts before proceeding to head to Gawain's house. Today's Sunday, and since it's Selena's turn to guard Cheney's gate, he had to arrive there and train alone. Glad to see you're here. Leonard's voice echoed from a corner with a half-condescending, half-carefree tone. I was wondering when I'll get a chance to talk to either of you. Klene adjusted his hand so that it doesn't occupy a side of the couch. He looked upward and sighed. Leonard's eyes shimmered and was taken aback. Why look so disparaged? Just tell me what you want. Klene had a lot going on his mind that his mood was only being lifted by the presence of someone. He doesn't want to deal with the inclination of this poet's ambivalent nature. All right. Leonard nodded to himself slightly before taking a chair and placing both of his feet casually above a dresser. I obtained one, he said. Obtained what? Klene didn't bother turning a head. A seed. Leonard closed his eyes while smiling toward a wall. Good for you I guess. Klene simply gave a demanded response. Internally, he added, you almost caused Selena to get punished for that. So. As Leonard said this, he took his coin case from his pocket and began toying with it. Flinging up and waiting for it to fall down as he said, you said this allows for communication. The dream world, and it enables you to meet Mrs. White. Then, he suddenly clasped the only hand that caught the coin case. After that he said solemnly, how can you pray to her without constructing an altar? Chapter 160, Exchange of Intels. So you plan on trying it out? Klene sighed and instead of losing patience, he figured it's the perfect time to address this. Praying and meeting Mrs. White in the dream world can be dangerous. He could still recall the form of his body after awakening. Not much he can comment regarding this. However, his only thoughts was the floor doesn't taste delightful. It's quite easily and convenient. Just lit the seed's tip and use it like a candle, he explained casually. Leonard staggered and turned over to Klene reclining on the sofa. He blurted out, so just like that? Yeah. Klene answered and added in his heart, too eager to spend cash. Now I'm wondering how much salary does being a Nighthawk, with years in service. £10 per week. 15. 18 and 10 solely. He thought of how well he can foster Melissa with that amount. It could even finance them a trackless carriage. Is Mrs. White truly that benign? Leonard returned to his previously seated posture. Mrs. White's benignity isn't something to be exploited. Klene knew and finally understand Mrs. White's situation. She is the consort of the king giants. Perhaps due to circumstances, and acknowledging that the current era does not record any such kingdoms. She lost a portion of her strength and is trying to reclaim. A genuine recovering god, unlike himself who's leveraging his image above the grey fog to allow for an exchange of information. Leonard nodded slightly. I'm very aware of that. Following that, he suddenly asked his doubts regarding Mrs. White. Is due to Selena's connection to Mrs. White that she's in constant danger? Mororrowi wanted her to obtain the shaman boon. That made everyone speculate that perhaps danger is perpetually attempting on taking her. At that moment, Klene reined his thoughts for a couple of seconds. Only when he weighed the pros and cons of having Leonard. He deliberated his words. It took an additional 2 seconds to reply, maybe. But what's happening isn't something to blame to Mrs. White. Right now. Another person is eyeing Selena from afar. Leonard's expression turned grave as he merely turned an eye to Klene's direction. What does that mean? Klene's heartstrings tightened as he began sharing, do you recall Huddsman's accomplice? Leonard replied with silence. Hearing nothing from the usual talkative poet. Klene added with a deepened voice, that sketch of him. The one presented to us thanks to old Neil's divination seemed to have been tampered. Meaning, that it isn't entirely him in the picture. What's this about Selena? Leonard had long decided on a matter. Selena is a member first and she's also the one who had initiated a circle by entrusting him with a secret. Before, he only intends on coexisting with Klene. If it helps the company and their teammates out of danger, then he'll be more than willing to turn a blind eye. However, such is the unpredictability of fate. Now, not only does he had to believe with the Evernight goddess but also Mrs. White. Klene sat up and explained, I have recently divined a person that has been a regular for Selena's pharmaceutical service. His name is Marvik. I haven't been paying attention to this additional service we're making. Leonard pressed a finger on his chin and added, before, I think it's fairly innocent to allow treatment coming from a beyonder to the normal people. And funds have been quite stacked recently because of it. Oriana is also starting to consider raising our salary for that next week. Klene nodded half melancholically. It would be such a shame not to because of this. Leonard was quiet for a while until nearly 20 seconds later did he responded with, I'll pay close attention to the people entering here from now on. I'll hold your word. Klene sighed in relief. Sensing that the tension has eased, he finally felt secured to share another piece of information regarding the seed. Also, the seed may animate itself without your consent, he informed slowly. Noticing Leonard's baffled face, he explained without hesitance, if it did, then it's likely Selena behind it. Her connection with Mrs. White allows her to control the seed remotely from far away. Huh. Leonard fished his coin case out of his pocket and looked at it with peeled eyes. Moments later, he chuckled, how incredible. Is that why the seed pierced Mororrowi's heart? It was being controlled by Selena. Yeah, however I don't know the full details of it. Selena explained that it needs her to pass out and transfer her consciousness into the seed. Effectively piloting it. Klene said in detail to the extent of his knowledge. So it means Selena can aid us in safety. Leonard said with high interest. Yes. Klene nodded firmly. But notify her beforehand. Otherwise it'll be dangerous for her to stay unconscious. He was warned of the lingering effects caused by this phenomena for Selena. Since they can use this feature indefinitely, Klene didn't find any reason to constantly use it, and it would only burden her for nothing. Leonard withdrew the coin case back to his pocket and smiled, so as long as I have this. I can ask Mrs. White regarding many things, including you and Selena's situation. Like having little companions. In stories, audiences adore such helpful nuances in the plot. Klene's mouth twitched indiscernibly and lampooned. I suppose by nuances, you mean magical pets. When he found that it was time to head out. He simply told Leonard he's leaving before checking up on the reception hall for the last time and finally left. In the Blackthorn Security Company, minutes after his grueling training with his combat instructor. Klene watched helplessly as Dunn rubbed his forehead while looking at him. Let me guess, you came across another supernatural incident. Hey, Captain, what's with that tone of disparagement? Klene cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, yes. What's the matter this time? Dunsmith continued rubbing his forehead again. Klene organized his words and replied, 3 things. One of which I wanted to discuss. For the first incident, I discovered that Merrick had actually been frequenting the company for quite some time. It was before I went to buy materials for my charms at the underground market. When he said that, he hinted heavily that he needed a reimbursement for the materials. Klene couldn't mention the fees for the detective he employed to find Dax Tugudirian, for it involved the Red Chimney. He deeply regretted not employing separate detectives. Dunn seemed to fail to read between the lines as he placed deeper attention at the name mentioned. Merrick. He was the only known accomplice of Ruther Huddsman, one of the vampires of the Rose School of Thought. Yes. Klene quickly shed the thought about reimbursement and straight to the matter. Just yesterday. As I was about to head out and bade Roseanne off. I came across a man named Marvik talking to her. I didn't expect that he's a regular, one with the usual constipation problems. However, his tone is what led me to investigate him. I then realized that he's likely Merrick. Dunn looked intently at Klene and stopped caressing his forehead altogether. How long has this been happening? How did no one realize? Klene was unsure about what to answer the former. However, he calmly replied to the latter, perhaps it's due to how insufficient we are at his whereabouts. This is Rose's school of thought, it is likely that they employed anti-divination to tamper with old Neil's attempt at getting his image. Dunn sighed and proceeded to withdraw his hand to take a note from his drawer. While doing this, he said, we'll take precautionary measures. After this, tell the rest to stay alert of this Marvick man and from now on have Selena be monitored during those hours. No, actually, I think it's best to stop this altogether. As a seer, what do you think? About stopping Selena doing a service. Klene did not consider this thought before. But thinking about it, since Selena had finally digested her potion, it's actually safe for her to stop. He also had to emphasize to her soon that what she's doing is merely acting, and should not be a risk. Thus, after Klene weighed in his mind the concurred conditions, he decisively said, I think it's a good idea. For a while until we find Marvick and arrest him, Selena should stop the service and become just a concierge. I'll let Roseanne know so she can deny future clients and revert back to just a commissioning company. That's good. Dunn nodded slightly. After his firm decision, Klene reeled his thoughts in and changed the subject to the newly advanced Adaminsol. Indeed, he has been blathering on about a dream. Bloodbath and corpse scattered, among them was him, and it gave old Neil a hard time placating him. Dunn thought. Then, before the moment passed, he asked slowly, this requires an expert's opinion, right? He was referring to Klene being a seer and how it symbolizes a disaster. A disaster that spans a wide area. But I have no information other than this. Furthermore, not everything in Adamisol's dream might have a symbolic meaning, Klene said while deliberating his words. During that, he certainly felt a connection with the meteorite's sudden activation. The horror coiled around his heart. I will report this to the Holy Cathedral and see what they have to say. Dunn shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, this isn't something I have expertise in. Klene didn't have any other ideas either. But mulling over it is pointless. So he changed the subject and spoke about the wraith harassment Elizabeth faced. Lamad Town. Is that lady a believer of the goddess? Dunn asked. Yes. Klene gave an affirmative answer. Then there should be no problems. Let's head over to Lamad Town now and try to get lunch there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His ability should prove useful if the incident involves corpses and ghosts. Dunn massaged his temples and tried his hardest to contemplate whether he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth wasn't a believer of the Evernight goddess, then they would have to hand her over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind according to her faith. If her faith didn't lie in any of the three major churches, then she would be handed over to the machinery hive mind who were responsible for the outskirts. Klene didn't speak. He waited silently for a while before finally hearing Dunn add, also, we have 3 men on the mission. We can request to use sealed artifact 3-0782. 3-0782. After a minute, Klene recalled that the sealed artifact was called the Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. This sacred emblem's beyonder influence seemed to be able to last a long time. It had the ability to constantly purify any corpses and spirits in a 15-meter radius. However, it had the drawback of purifying the soul of a commoner at the same time. Research data indicated that if a normal human were to stand within its radius for an hour, they would become an idiot that only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for beyonders was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would scatter in less than a minute. To think that the captain would remember the codename for this sealed artifact. Damn, I feel that my memory is worse than his. Klene suddenly froze, nearly wanting to hang himself. Then Dunn recalled, here. Handed to Klene was the note. Written within it are instructions and labels. What time, date, and conditions about a patient all in a grid arrangement. Give that to old Neil before I forget it along the way. Dunn said. Klene lowered it and asked, is this for keeping track of Adaminsol? Yes. Dunn nodded and began explaining, since the Holy Church had its hands full. They tacitly agreed for him to be rehabilitated here. Old Neil is doing a great job at helping him regulate with his beyonder powers. On one hand, they also like to be reported about his state. Klene nodded and can't help but ask, is he the first monster beyonder in the Holy Church? Dunn shook his head and said honestly, I do not know. Those records are confidential. Perhaps if I got promotion I might know, but that's far into the future. Also. Suddenly, Dunn Smith leaned back and looked at Klene with his deep gray eyes. Yesterday, you went to the Divination Club again. Did you feel any changes over the past 2 days? Chapter 161, Jewelry Mission. Between the throttling of carriages and the extensive bickering of the fleeting vendors, Leonard and Sika stride to walk past the looming gazes of vultures roaming around. For £50, not a bad return. Leonard silently recounted what the madam had commissioned. Her name was Rosette. She is the wife of a steelworks co-director. Although she can definitely afford a lost ring, it was a sentiment of her husband's thoughtfulness. Personally picked by him for their wedding, so she can't lose it. For her it's indispensable, which is why she attempted to hire multiple detectives prior to them. One succeeded in identifying the culprit, which was stated to be a child of age 11, living in a multi-rented space along with his slightly older sibling and bedridden mother. But drew a line at breaking into a building, let alone a company. However, for both of them, breaking in is light work. The only issue is the source's authenticity and not fabricated to exploit Madame Resette's desperation. Luckily, Leonard had a plan, which involves visiting the suspected thief's residence and the seed. Prior to this, he asked Selena, who's currently guarding Cheney's gate, for help using the seed he's keeping with him, so that if it becomes an infiltration or confrontation, he can expect help from her. This is it. Sika stopped in the side of the road, near a poorly maintained building with stairs outside leading to the next floor apartments. Her gaze swept through the planks that was fixed on the walls, duct tape to prevent leakage and assuming a rat den in the cracks. She went and traced the investigative reports given by Rosette again, then looked at the building for the third or fourth time. Let's greet the family, shall we? Leonard stopped flailing gun around his belt and concealed it with his coat before entering. The stairway was quite steep and narrow. Sika's gloved hands often left a rubble residue from the building's unregulated walls. Upon opening the third floor, they were greeted by a strong stench of odor mixed with sweat and fishy scent. Leonard sneered on his nostrils before diving into the dense room. He saw 3 bunk beds, no actually 3 bunk beds in the living room. The sofa was damped enough that it could trace several generations of sitters, and one could not forget the wardrobe filled with matchboxes. When he got in, he quickly realized that Sika was hesitating without making a face. Are you disgusted? Leonard grinned as he turned back. Sika sighed and looked away from the entrance. Who wouldn't? She can relate with the lower class regarding poverty. However, she would be hypocritical if she were to refer to their state of living. Anyone, and clearly herself, desires not to be in such situation. Leonard understood and didn't insist on his usual nature. All right, then stay there and wait for me. As he said that, he continued navigating the littered room until he found another door. It said to lead to another room, the one described by the report to have C3 carved next to it. A living room in the hallway. He realized that just now after seeing it. So this way is the true corridor for tenants. Without wasting time, he knocked on the door 3 times before hearing a loud yell. Go away, old bin. We're going to pay. Jay, just give us another week. It was a child's voice. Leonard sighed and did not stop knocking. Following this, sounds of barefoot steps and colliding of a chair muffled across the door. It clicked and there came a child with a holed gray cap on his head over his dark eyes and pale complexion. You're not old bin. Who are you? Leonard was momentarily stunned. He sized up the kid before smiling genially. My name is Leonard Mitchell, an officer of the Ottawa County Police Department. I came here to have a word with you, along with your brother. When the rays of the setting sun dyed the entirety of the town's cathedral, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamud Town. The town was located at the northwest edge of Tingen. Many buildings still had the unique characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were nearly 0 factories and the nearby villages engaged in commercial trading. After they stopped the carriage, Dunn looked at the hair salon opposite and said, I asked one of the locals earlier. It only requires a 15-minute walk from here to the castle ruins on the mountain. It said that it belonged to a feudal lord who ruled during the 4th epoch. However, no one knows what happened after that. Of course, their description is merely a local myth. Yes, let's go over now and deal with that wraith before the sky turns dark. Then, we can take turns to watch over 3-0782 and keep it away from commoners. From the moment Dunn retrieved the mutated sun sacred emblem, 3 hours had already passed. It was getting closer and closer to a beyonders limits. In no time, they would have to part ways and give each other time to recover. Okay. Fry gave a succinct reply. I have no problem about that. Klein touched the slumber charms and requiem charms in his pocket. The 3 Nighthawks in thin black windbreakers walked through the street in the town and headed toward the mountain when they reached a fork in the road. Along the way, the road was overgrown with weeds and clustered with shrubs, but it was still spacious enough to let 2 carriages pass side by side. It wasn't long until they saw a collapsed outer wall of an ancient castle. On the outer wall that was still standing, there were green plants crawling all over it while the exposed part was mottled. When he started to get close, Klein could feel a piercing chill as goosebumps formed all over his arms. There really is a wraith, Fry said monotonously as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn looked sideways to steal a glance at the newly promoted Nighthawk, then he laughed and said, Don't worry. We have both 3-0782 and Fry, the wraith won't cause too much of a problem. He held his custom-made revolver in one hand and the mutated sun sacred emblem in the other. He took the first step towards the ancient castle that looked like a ruin. Klein followed closely behind and prepared to pull the trigger at any time, swing his cane, or use his charms. Whoosh! 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 When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, where a broken horse stable, water well, and other fixtures were reflected in Klene's eyes, a cold breeze howled in a way that could only be described as sad and shrill. It seemed to be rejecting the uninvited guests. The three Nighthawks didn't stop. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the chill and conquered the front of the ancient castle. They scaled the pile of rocks, passing through the collapsed outer wall before slowly entering the castle, which had lost its main entrance and was filled with broken tiles. The hall of the ancient castle was full of collapsed stone pillars and was covered with moss. It was spacious, but the windows were narrow and placed high on the walls. Hence, the lighting was poor. It looked dim and gloomy inside. That's also a trait of buildings from the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch. Klene, who was a historian, instinctively made a judgment and activated his spirit vision. Just then, an illusory yet piercing roar suddenly burst out. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a thick cloud of black fog filled the air, resisting the infiltration of warmth and purity. A tall figure suddenly surfaced amidst the black fog. He wore full body, black armor, and carried a broadsword that a commoner would have found difficult to lift. The wraith looked identical to the one Klene saw in Elizabeth's dream. 2 flame-like balls of red light shone through the gap of his helmet, appearing cold, but they were staring at the 3 Nighthawks angrily. "You have disturbed my slumber. You will have to pay with your flesh and blood." He suddenly launched himself forward and instantly shortened the distance to Dunn. He suddenly slashed downwards with his broadsword. Dunn retreated swiftly and lifted his hand to fire his revolver. Clang! The silver demon hunting bullet didn't manage to penetrate the illusory black armor and only produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klene and Fry retreated to the side simultaneously. One held a gun in one hand and aimed at the 2 balls of fire that took the place of the black-armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other Nighthawk transformed his eyes into a tranquil grayish-white and focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared in anger again. He took another huge stride towards Dunn and swung the broadsword horizontally. Bam! The broadsword didn't hurt Dunn, but it knocked him away, causing him to land heavily by the side of the door. It left him spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. With a loud thud, 3-0782 dropped on the ground. Since it was wearing a metal boot, the wraith eagerly kicked with its right leg and sent the dangerous badge out the ancient castle's door. It was a distance beyond 15 meters from it. Klene, who hadn't managed to shoot the wraith successfully, became nervous and puzzled when he saw that scene. It was as though he was overlooking the transformation before his eyes from a calm and rational position. Bang! He fired another bullet. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's helmet and produced sparks. But there was no obvious damage. "Right gauntlet!" Fry shouted. He was always cold and gloomy, but now his tone was filled with anxiety. No sooner had he finished talking, he lifted his revolver as well and aimed at the wraith's right metal gauntlet. Bang! Bang! Klene shot subconsciously according to Fry's instruction, firing silver demon hunting bullets almost simultaneously with him. This time, the wraith didn't block it with his armor but raised his broadsword and struck the 2 bullets away. Bam! He took a stride and charged at Klene, colliding with him directly. As Klene flew out, he saw his chest cave in, saw himself spitting blood, but he didn't feel uncomfortable, not one bit. He suddenly snapped out of his daze, fell on the ground, rolled about, and screamed. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss floor shattered eerily. Everything returned to black fog in the air, just like when the black-armored knight first appeared. The only difference was that Dunn held both his fists tightly, bowed slightly, and his gray eyes were dark and deep. As expected, everything was just a dream. Captain pulled the wraith, Fry, and I into his dream at the same time. But I'm special, and I can remain clear-headed and rational. Klene realized that he was still standing 2 meters away to Dunn's right. He hadn't vomited any blood or screamed. Just then, Dunn stood up straight and looked at the wraith that was going to slash with his sword. He calmly said, "It's been more than a minute." The wraith was stunned and let out a shrill cry. Its body started producing black steam, as though it had just received its death sentence. Any zombies or spirits that had yet to turn into evil spirits couldn't stay within the 15-meter range of the mutated sun's sacred emblem for more than a minute. "Holy shit, Captain, you're so cool." Klene looked at the scene from the side and nearly let out a cheer. Dunn had used his dream ability not to attack the wraith on his own turf, but merely to drag out the time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black steam evaporated quickly and the chill dispersed gradually. In no time, the night became transparent and blended into the void. Clang! A black gauntlet fell to the ground, its surface covered with white frost. Klene was about to ask for the captain's go-ahead to pick up the drop, but when he looked over, his spirituality was suddenly disturbed. Somewhere near the stairs that separated the hall and the dining hall, there was an intense yet illusory misery and uncleanliness summoning him. Chapter 162, Practical Use for a Seed. Leonard presented his badge and waited for the kid's reaction. The kid's expression weakened and turned deathly pale. He erratically moved his body before telling him, please come in, sir. Leonard nodded and let the child guide him to the room. Realizing the space when he entered, he quickly found it severely liminal. There's no room for a wardrobe, it only had 2 windows and one was overlaid with a curtain meant to classify the area. He didn't move a meter away from the door when he quickly noticed the mother laid in the bed beyond the light blue curtains. Because the space is very limited, and he risked tumbling on a furniture. Leonard simply stood still and insisted on waiting. We have some brewed rye weed. If you want I can heat it. The kid cautiously offered. Leonard blinked twice and quickly turned to him, shaking his head sideways as he asked, do not try to look away. Answer me honestly. What's your name? The boy felt intimidated and didn't answer right away. When his composure returned minutes later, he finally replied, it's Tien, my brother is Reth and my mother is Moria. Moria, said Leonard slowly as he lifted his head to face the bed behind the scarred curtain. How long has Mrs. Moria been in that state? Tien cowered slightly before proceeding to say, mother has been sick, no earlier when I was 7 and brother was 5 then. Leonard instantly understood the kid's slightly off language. He simply shook it off and pressed on the important matter, what's your mother's illness? Although this has been present years prior to the meteorite's appearance, he still felt inclined to ask. And in another few minutes, Tien answered hesitantly, herbalists, around here, says she's having a collapse over her lungs. The airway of her breathing. So a pulmonary disease. Leonard acutely identified the cause. However, because he's not highly adept in this field, he planned on consulting Selena later. The severe state of their livelihood critically affects how their mother can be treated. Not only that, it seemed Tien has been working around as a newsboy, wearing that distinctive gray cap known among child laborers. As for his brother's case, the report from Rosette clearly proves that he's a vulture, a pickpocketer around the train station of Northborough. Leonard disapproves effort missions, especially if it's just a client. Luckily he's correct not to trust blindly. Right now, the family clearly hadn't moved out and Rosette has been missing that ring for over 3 days now. The investigative report tells that the child Ruth was swindled by gangsters who range around the street, 2 districts away from the docks. They have connections with multiple middle-class people, and one notable person, the director of an importing company, a branch of Tinjan Wave traders and a part of C. Lagna, known as Carter Works. Carter is the director and he named the company out of himself. He's also associated with the working class union along with the company. One of the company that collectively makes lessens the burden of the working class people's need to find a job. However, lately, there have been major headlines about the company facing many claims from its workers that they're being exploited out of their wages and that those pinched chances were given to the fostered vagrants in the building. This reason is why Leonard did not act it immediately and chose to confirm things first. Besides that, he still doubts whether the ring is still present because of the days past. With all this in mind, he can freely walk away without needing to interrogate them longer. If not for the seed who traveled to Mrs. Moria's bed after jumping out of his coin case and from his pocket. Knowing through Klene that Selena is also capable of using the seed remotely through her uniqueness with the goddess, Leonard began to look differently at the item. Selena, I need the seed back. He now realizes the full extent of this communication device. Light its tip, pray to Mrs. White to have a one-on-one conversation with her, a deity. Then subsequently, Selena, through this goddess, is allowed to control it while engaging in the dream world. It practically means Selena is aware of where they are through the seed. Leonard sighed and looked on it slightly more favorably, it beats having only myself to rely on. Hey, perhaps having an ally who can sense the surrounding and aid in small gestures can benefit a lot. Having a status-checking, convenient item will prove helpful. Finally, when the Taqua seed secretly rolled to his feet and leaped back into his pocket, Leonard said as he released his posture, "Welp, I'll get going. I have gathered all that I need. Thank you for the cooperation." Huh. Tien was taken aback and was deeply confused. "You're not talking to Ruth?" "That won't be necessary," Leonard simply answered. He twisted the door's handle, filled with grime as he turned to the kid, expect another visit of an official, few days later. After that, he casually closed the door and left. On his way back, he lifted his hand, now holding the seed that nested onto his palm. After watching it wriggled as if shaking a head for disapproval, Leonard tucked it back to his coin case and awkwardly grinned. A mix of bitterness for the mother and intrigue from the seed washed his expression. In a world of infinite highland, expanding far into the horizon, the gentle zephyr brushed the tall grasses, producing currents and ripples. Standing at the center of the spiraling patterns, the gowned Selena retracted from sensing the seed from Leonard's case. Tien. She felt melancholic over knowing the boy's name. This child, who had been honest and attempted to sell a newspaper to her at the actual price, has been living a difficult life tending their sick mother along with his younger brother. At such a young age. Selena muttered slowly. I wonder what can I do about their situation. She casted her gaze over the landscape and softly whispered, is there really no way of treating a terminal illness? With how limited their time was and how the nature of her next sequence brings her. She can't help but feel anxious and helpless, solemnly reckoning why. Beast tamer. Might as well make myself a clown. Selena mused in distraught. Upon letting the wind carry away her words, she reluctantly sighed and finally adjusted her perception. There are some things I'm unable to control which are worth less of my attention. Instead, I should allocate it to what I can manage. Selena then turned her gaze down to the spiraling patterns, where vines used to be but buried in the soil for a better immersion in the surrounding. She smiled, like returning back to check up on the Chaineyscape before controlling the seed from Leonard again and later, Klene. As for Tien and his brother, Ruth, I'll inform the authorities in advance, helping to secure their future. The sun peeks over the pinnacle of the fleeting buildings and reflected water bodies. Leonard and Sika alighted a few minutes of walk prior to arriving near the company building, Carter Works. From the distance, they immediately saw a venue filled with a mob of workers. Mainly composed of burly men with sleeveless tops and colorful bandanas over their heads. With occasional blue-collared uniform people. The glinting metals and encased navy clothes were displayed next to the door. It saw certificates and even as far as perceiving the ether bodies of the people outside as blobs of light. This is because when piloting the seed, in order to become aware, Selena had realized that what she's seeing isn't thermal heats but rather auras of even materials present around it. This meant that through the seed, her spirit vision is always active and enhanced to a degree that it allows her to retroactively ascertain the environment. The seed searched every nook and cranny of the office room. Until suddenly, it stopped right before the towering bookshelf. There's lights there. Selena in the dream world slowly said. Correct. There are colorful pigments all cluttered in one spot. Just behind the storage of books that is apparently empty. Thankfully, the seed easily bypassed its crevices and through Selena's perspective, she saw what seems to be a side profile of a rotary combination lock by the wall. It was a massive world from her eyes, and that simple lock already feels like the same height as her. A safe, upon assessing what it is. Selena quickly controlled the seed to leap by flicking its vines to the ground. Like a gymnast, the seed flailed the vine and grabbed a hold of the lock. Unfortunately, there was no cracks that the seed can rest on. So after using the lock as a platform, Selena began thinking. Clearly, I'm not as proficient in breaking in than Leonard and Sika. Even then, I doubt they can decipher the safe. Through the lens of the seed, Selena is able to sense the surrounding. However, she learned that she can only discern objects at a surface level. The exception for this are things that have spirituality such as organisms and materials which normal objects are devoid of. Unable to see the lock's mechanism inside and is inexperienced. The seed decisively left the safe for Leonard and Sika to pry open. Pap. It leaped off from the lock, landed with a faint sound and began rolling back to the window. Chapter 163, New Contender. The ambience of the masses continued to spike under the fleeting brilliance of daylight. Raising hand-drawn paper boards and cutout, while their voices never ceased to weep. Around this point in time, Leonard and Sika have succeeded in blending into the mob of workers, keeping a quarter of a distance by the road. Although this rally is an issue to be handled by the officers. The dock area is not within the Church of the Evernights' jurisdiction, thus presenting as officers would tip them off to scrutiny. Making use of the commission as an excuse isn't a good idea either. So instead meddling. They waited on the sidewalk for minutes until Sika suddenly creased her eyebrow and said, the company is surprisingly calm and quiet. Leonard flexed his wrist while gazing at the mob of protesters. He replied, yeah, seems like there's no people in there, huh? Sika didn't add any more words as she simply crossed her arms again and waited. Several minutes later. The seed hadn't returned for a report yet. Leonard, who can barely wait, began to pace as he suddenly suggested, we should scout the vicinity. Sika didn't seem to dislike the idea as she nodded. Idling for a chance simply doesn't work with her. So upon seeing Leonard cross the road, she followed closely behind as she kept an eye over the Carter Works building and the rallying people. Most of them are wearing sleeveless tops accentuating their pressure-driven tones and structures. Sika examined them carefully. First to realize whom among them might become a suspect, and secondly, she wanted to make a vivid description for her latest work. It took less than 15 seconds to arrive at the alleyway behind the building. To which of them quickly covered their nostril of the pungent scent. Planning to enter. Sika's voice was a bit shrieky. Leonard wanted to ascertain if whether it is safe to enter first and to confirm whether the jewelries are still there before taking action. Which is why he sent the seed and sought Selena's help. It would breach the intended safe route if they were to enter without the signal. No, I'm still cautious about the people outside. Leonard withdrew both of his hands into his pocket. Now, leaving the alleyway from the other corner, Sika have mapped out the building's structure mentally in her mind. However, not from within. The windows are built right at the second floor while the ground floor's windows are mainly present to where it faces the road. Entering it is indeed too risky and could potentially lead to their exposure. Nevertheless, if they talked about efficiency, Sika had noticed a stack of barrels, a neighboring house's protrusion and a way to reach a window to the second floor. She also heard a few clicks above the multifaceted rooftops, however she figured maybe it was just cats. The window on the second floor had one that is slightly damaged, two closed shut and one that had a small lining, allowing for a glimpse between two flailing cloths that looked like curtains peeking out. At this moment, Leonard, who had been casually gazing around, suddenly stopped midway among the crowds. Sika halted as well. It took her a brief moment to reckon her colleague's behavior. Afterwards she felt a shivering realization. The series of clams above, a window damaged and a flailing ends of a curtains from a window. Someone had just entered Carter Works Company. The eerie corridors are almost devoid of light. From the seed's viewpoint, the walls look giants and towering giants that encapsulates the sky. The humid air felt eerie, muffling with the workers' voices of revolt from the outside. Clearly, this building is empty, no matter how loud they protest, it's futile. Knowing that Leonard is waiting outside, the seed hurriedly searched for a window in the hallway. And when it did, during this point in time, a slow, fragile slip sounded. Then, another body heat appeared from another room. Selena sensed it and felt a clutch in her nerves as she piloted the seed. She realized someone had just entered the building. What is the person doing? What are they after? Since the seed was small and easily mistaken among cluttered dusts, it rolled back, stopping randomly near the office. Perhaps this break-in is also after the safe. Soon, a series of clinks echoed from a room 3 doors away. This made Selena reckon what's inside the safe. Of course, jewelries are valued, however, it is just a convenient among files that could expose the company. Even though it is not her business to dwell, it could really help with knowing the true cause for smuggling vagrants in warehouses. Because it's highly doubted that it's charity work. Creak. The sound of quietly opened door was undeniable. Slipping out was a cloaked figure. They had about 5 feet 5 inches length and height, other than that it is impossible to detail their face from where the seed rests. It had to move closer. The seed flicked itself and began rolling. On the other hand, the cloaked person continued to stride. At this moment in time, Selena sensed another aura coming from behind a room. It was like a bonfire in the night that couldn't be mistaken. Another? Are they accomplices? The seed halted, the cloaked man turned sideways to inspect the hallway before resuming. The addition of new auras are 2 people. One had a refined squarish body while the other slim and feminine. Leonard and Sika. Leonard used the crates and propelled himself to get a hold of a balcony. When he made it, he reached his hand to aid Sika before overcoming the iron pipes, crimps and protrusions. Then after just one more reflexive backflip to get to the roof, Leonard lifted Sika as he gripped tightly on the faceted plates. They were now on top of a building. A 40-feet vantage point could really make someone dizzy, huh? Leonard commented while smiling. Sika slowly got to adjust with the roof's slope. However, she remained silent. Some moment later, she said, "Let's be quick. We can't let that person escape. What if they know Carter?" Information about this administrator had now gained value through the claims of people. All right. Leonard nodded, grinning. Thankfully the house they got on top of is conveniently close to one of the windows. This was where that person entered. I wonder if Selena is tracking them. The seed spun until it met with a dusty spot. During all this plain sight conceal game, the cloaked person seemed to be in a state of paranoia. They kept on glancing sideways and checking each corners, then breathing heavily as if their minds is playing with them. This is because the seed, although tiny, produces small frictions that in a quiet environment become soundly. Yes. That's right. Be feared. Selena giggled inside the dream world. She had completely dismissed the 2 other auras because apparently, those 2 trespassers are undeniably Leonard and Sika. 2 members of the Nighthawks that are unusually, strangely skilled in locksmithing. A simple, fragile seed can't deal in a confrontation. Unless if Selena were to prepare a heavily directed assault just like what she did in the case of Art. Otherwise, she's just a spectator, a very vulnerable seed that can be crushed with a hammer. She had to buy time for her 2 colleagues to enter the scene. Click. Clack. After 2 taps, the seed retracted its long vine from across the hallway. Hearing this, the cloaked person jolted and again erratically inspected his surrounding. Pesky rodents, pesky beetles, pesky flies. Out of nowhere, he suddenly started mumbling from frustration. So that's what he sounds like. Selena noted the man's voice. She avoided getting near him entirely. This is why it's just now did she realize that it was a man underneath the cloak. Then just a few more attempts at messing with the men. A soft and slow sound echoed from across the corridor. The cloaked man stiffened and he looked toward the noise coming from the door that he entered earlier, stopping him from trying the keys on his hand to open the office. Creak. A young man with emerald dark eyes and a poetic flair walked out. Behind him was a woman with silver white hair and deep jet eyes, already drawn her revolver. At that moment, Leonard's intuition made him preemptively backed off. A dagger flew right past him. There you are, he smiled as he turned his head and saw a man behind his cloak. He was around the age of 20. With broad forehead, ebony eyes, and cosmeticized face that made him appeal to criticism. Is he an androgynous? Seeing the presence of two individuals targeting him, the man abandoned his purpose and quickly withdrew the keys back to his pocket before pivoting. Then suddenly, his image blended into the shadows. However, he was flickering due to his motion. The glint from his ebony eyes grew darker and listless and he easily dodged the furnishings in the dark. A bee under. He's trying to escape. Selena felt alarmed and she quickly propelled the seed. While this is happening, Leonard dashed right away and prepared his revolver. Bang. Bang. Sika let out 2 shots of bullets, specifically aiming on the man's limbs. However, the man was acutely agile and succeeded in evading them each. Leonard is having difficulty closing his gap with him, and the window is almost in reach. Appearing as if the situation didn't favor them, he quickly resorted to spelling a lullaby for the men. The target staggered after the 4th recital line. He loosened but he remained unwavered for a few moments before finally tripping on a wire. He collapsed. Huh. Leonard was surprised to see a vine right below the man's feet. It quickly retracted back and the seed rolled to next to his shoes for cover. Great. We can determine him and about this company. Sika walked over, oblivious of the seed. Leonard smiled casually and secretly lowered his hand behind his side facing away from Sika and let the seed jump to it. After sensing that it returned to his coat's pocket, he replied in satisfaction. Seems it's safe to enter after all. So, should we interrogate him first? Sika thought briefly before saying, let's secure what we came here first. All right. Leonard smiled as he walked toward the window, unfurled and removed its curtains before turning back. After tying the man's mouth, limbs, and head, connecting the 2 curtains to a single point behind him, he stood up said, there, let's return for him later. All right. Sika glanced at the men for the last time before following closely. The 2 reached for the office door. It was logical to say that it's where the valuable things are stored, evident by how the cloakman tried to enter. Using the keys fetched from the person's pocket, Leonard had only tried 1 key before succeeding to unlock it. Sika swept a gaze in the interior. Then after seeing him enter she entered as well. Leonard deliberately took the lead in going in. That's due to him needing the seed again to direct them where the important things are. Although this can be done at some point. Currently, time is of the essence. It would help a lot if they did not need to give the room a cleanup. When he saw where the seed's vine is pointing, he took the idea and told Sika, I feel like there's something behind those bookshelves. Really? Sika was a bit taken aback by how quick he was. Leonard nodded firmly. Yes, perhaps it'll save us time if we look more open-mindedly. Sika was a bit skeptical, however since he was her colleague for years now, she simply abided with his idea. Both of them jointly turned the bookshelf away, and what they saw was a silver square space that had a rotary locket. It was a safe. Leonard grinned. All right, I'll take it from here. Sika, please avoid producing any sounds while I work on it. Sika was quietly observing him as he took off his black gloves. So it did not bother her least bit. He pressed his ears against the cold metal. Leonard allocated his senses into knowing the vibrations. Rotary locks have multiple wheels stacked on a central shaft. Each of them has a notch cut on its edges called gates. The lock only opens when all these gates are perfectly aligned in a row and when the fence drops into them. To decode it, one has to exploit contact points. This achieved by mapping the lever's angled nose, which the fence is attached to, reading clicks, isolating gates, and graphing. Leonard had an intensive knowledge about locks. This allows them to enter a suspected criminal's houses undetected. Dialing sequence happened. Tick, 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 clack. Then, for another 1 minute, the middle sound occurred in a reverse counterclockwise. Tick, tick, clack. Just as Leonard resumes. A faint, distinct sound of a mechanical lever after he twisted the dial back vibrated to his ear. Clack thud. The safe opened ajar. Chapter 164, Leonard's Skills. It's open. After hearing Leonard say that, Selena's mouth slightly slit open as her eyes lit up. Impressive. Truly impressive. Leonard, are you perhaps the Lupin of this world? Leonard rolled his gloves back to his left hand and proceeded to open the safe. Within it are a mound of cash, jewelry amounting to thousands of pounds varying between emerald, sapphire, ruby, and agate. Next to the stash are folded notes and paper-sorted files that lined up tilt to the corner. Among them, a metallic wristband caught Leonard's eye upon turning the safe open. It had a bluish-gray surface, perhaps made of lead, as it bears quite a resemblance to the intricate designs of mural tapestries. Even though it appears normal. Having a keen eye for supernatural things, Leonard cautiously retreated an inch away from the safe. He then smiled suddenly and turned to Sika. "Could you fetch me the cane beside you?" Sika was slightly perplexed by Leonard's actions and at the same surprised that there was indeed a cane beside a hanging. To her, since this building is experiencing a rally with no staffs within, having a cane frequently used in this era would mean a person is present. Assuming that the administrator had just forgot it, Sika took the cane and handed it to Leonard. Reckoning what the purpose of the cane, she saw Leonard used its handle to hook multiple finger rings that had sapphire gems embedded into them. He was careful about the metallic wristband sitting in the center. Is that an artifact? Sika was quick with her deduction. After Leonard was done gathering the specific finger rings, he took out the investigative report from his coat and replied, "It could be." The wristband's features rings the lists that can make one speculate its authenticity. Perhaps it could just be a wristband that Carter had received, or that it's just his most prized possession. However, clearly that's not the case. Earlier, the cloaked man with heavy cosmetics is undoubtedly a beyonder. The ability to blend into the shadows, usage of daggers that almost killed Leonard, his extraordinary speed and inhumane agility to dodge bullets preemptively. This Carter administrator, Leonard said while he cross-references the sketched and described rosette's ring to the ones he had gathered. He has an assassin targeting his safe. The assassin could be aiming for the wristband, the files there or. Suddenly, he grinned and looked at Sika. Instead of stealing, he's here to retrieve something in his stead. Sika scoffed softly and directed her gaze to where the cloaked man is tied. A bold claim. Heh. Leonard saw a distinct ring with a rose design that held its sapphire gem. It looked similar to the mildly coherent sketch. This must be it. He stood up and left the littered rings on the floor. His lips curled up and safely withdrew Rosette's wedding ring to his compartment. "We have no business as the Nighthawks here, and Carter seems to be a believer of the god of storms," said Leonard as he twisted his wrist reflexively. "We'll report the thief and the Carter works to the mandated punishers and tell that we chanced upon it during our commissions. Rosette is a believer of the Evernight goddess. This will prove as their reason to be involved with the commission." Sika didn't object. She simply walked away from the door frame to allow Leonard to exit. They couldn't just take glimpses of the records and files in the safe. Considering the lawsuits and fines that the mandated punishers will exact and the chances of the wristband to be a sealed artifact is simply too risky. Selena could still vividly recall the state of Milo after the ceasefire of the mandated punishers. She thought and sighed, bunch of brutes would undoubtedly demand a territorial lawsuit. Then at that moment, she sensed a turmoil on the coin case. Leonard was slow to walk out and has been secretly taking out his coin case and allow Selena that's controlling the seed to spring out. "Investigate the contents of the safe," he muttered audibly. He appeared as though he was talking to himself. Sika's head suddenly turned and she blurted out, "Did you say something?" "Nothing." Leonard simply smiled. "Let's tighten the curtain and deepen the lad's sleep so the officials will arrive to him in time." They went back to the men and coiled him further. Then recited a poem afterwards that allows for a deep dream. Soon, the two Nighthawks returned to the opened room and sneaked out of the window. During this, the seed had leaped into the safe. This time, Selena had a clear view of the wristband. Indeed, it exudes a radiant spirituality. It's likely a sealed artifact. The seed carefully rolled past it. Luckily, it's an inanimate object and belonged to the dream world which Selena perceived to be very powerful. If there were lashes caused by the sealed artifact, she's safe inside the dream world. Moving on, she used the vine to pull each folders out and laid them over the floor. Finance allocation, confidentiality, a notebook. It was a leather-bound notebook with lightweight content. The seed's vine turned the cover and she began skimming. Lock combinations. Villa locations. Mistresses. A philanderer. After 2 minutes, Selena finally reached the notebook's last page and subsequently closed it. Sensing that she's overstaying her presence in the dream world, she quickly left the building through the window. Leonard couldn't leave without it, as he can only obtain one per bestowal. So he made multiple excuses that made Sika curl an eyebrow over his schemes. Upon seeing the seed rolled back and tumbled to his shoes, he quickly lifted his gaze to Sika, who's standing at the sidewalk. "All right, let's head to a nearby police department now and report this." In the corner room, a few meter distance from the Chinese gate, Selena's eyes fluttered open. She quickly felt the stiffness of her sleeping arms cushioning her head against a table. Ouch. She withdrew back and shook both her hands to wake them. Subsequently, she felt her mental facilities in a state of momentary dissolution. Her disoriented vision made it seem impossible to properly align her sense of inertia, preventing her from standing appropriately. Phew. After a while, she slowly recovered. Pulling away from the table as she sat to a chair. Selena glanced at the wall clock, displaying the time, 3:15. Klene, Fry and Dunn will be returning soon, but her shift wouldn't end until it's dinner. When she finally had the immaterial strength to move, she hastily checked the condition of the chain escape before reclining back to her chair. With only books to accompany her, Selena started recalling the records and the notebook within the safe. Carter had multiple intelligence associated with his name. Among them, there was also transactions with 2 cargo ship captains. The most recent one is 5 days ago. Other than that, she saw no significance with the following information recorded in the notebook. Apparently, she saw a second one tucked into the safe. She planned on reading it, but her limited time demanded her to leave. So regrettably, she lightly set those things aside and began considering the future. The successful digestion of her apothecary potion entails an advancement to beast tamer. Is possible, she wanted to advance as quickly possible. Selena still had a slim hope for the next advancement to enable her to cure terminal illnesses and help old Neil recover. However, she thought that secretly advancing wouldn't be the wisest decision. Even Klene advised her to wait until he becomes a Sequence 8 before she began advancing. The plan was to learn from Spirit Medium daily and submit an application to the higher-ups. Using contributions to obtain the recipe and extraordinary ingredients before officially advancing into a Sequence 8 Nighthawk. But there was a difference between grasping a potion in a month and in a year. Selena could bear the scrutiny of the Holy Cathedral and become a talent for nurturing, but she didn't want the higher-ups to suspect both of them. Thus, they needed to find a convincing reason to explain his circumstances. Klene said he'd leverage his circumstances once Dunn grasped the acting principle from his hints. Selena muttered. In such a way, the higher-ups of the Nighthawks would think that Klene had unintentionally learned something from Daly when completing his mission and had done a more thorough job than her. This would make the higher-ups focus more on summarizing the laws and discovering the acting method, reducing the suspicion placed on both of them. So this means helping Captain and others learn the acting method. Selena added in her heart in great mood. She felt that Dunn is an excellent captain. He had no glaring flaws other than his poor memory. Thus, she also wanted to reduce the risk of Dunn losing control and make him more powerful. In normal cases, Selena isn't against waiting for a year. But circumstances had already started compelling her to. Other than old Neil's case, the red chimney, the coincidences, Marvik's schemes, and the sudden appearance of the meteorite. Half of the issues are directed to her personally, such as Marvik wanting her for a reason unknown, an allegedly new discovered god is trying to get her, and the schemes of the Rose School of Thought. These gave her no choice but to improve her abilities as soon as possible. Gulp. Selena consumed the last bit of milk in her mug. With many things whirring in her mind, she slowly stood up and tried to sort her thoughts until she can function again. Lifting the mug, she casted her gaze on its smooth, marble surface before sighing, "I want to drink more before going back." The lofty palace stood tall and silent while the ancient, mottled bronze table and 22 high chairs remained the same. Klene took the seat of honor and made a brown goatskin and black fountain pen appear before him. Klene murmured the few key words and suddenly thought of a place that the hangman had mentioned once. The forsaken land of the gods. It appeared in Roselle's diary too. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but it was fruitless. Klene squinted his eyes and wondered if he had guessed correctly. He tapped on the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers. After 3 taps, he came to a decision. He extended his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The cloud of crimson immediately exploded, and the light flowed in like water. Chapter 165, City of Silver. City of Silver, Mortuary. Derek stood in front of a flight of stairs as he looked straight ahead with reddened eyes. In front of him were 2 coffins containing his parents. Embedded in a stone plate in front of him was a simple silver sword. The frequent booming of thunder caused the house to shake and the sword to sway. The bird couple inside the coffins weren't completely dead yet. They struggled to keep their eyes open while making weak attempts to heave for air, but in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives could no longer suppress their irreversible darkening. "Derek, do it." An elder dressed in a long black robe looked at the youth and said in a deep voice with a staff in his hand. The expression of the youth was visibly contorted. "No, no, no." Derek, who had brownish-yellow hair, shook his head repeatedly. He took a step back with every word, and finally let out an ear-piercing scream. Thump. The elder struck down his staff and said, "Do you wish for the whole city to be buried along with your parents? You should know that we are the people of the dark who have been forsaken by God. We can only live in a cursed place like this and all the dead would become horrifying evil spirits. There's no way to reverse it regardless of what we do, other than ending their lives by the hands of a family member. Why? Why? Derek asked in despair, shaking his head. Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born? The elder closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had experienced in the past. This is our destiny, this is the curse we must bear, this is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a show of respect for your parents. After this, when you have calmed down, you can try becoming a divine blood warrior. In the coffin, Berg tried to speak, but he could only let out a groan after his chest heaved several times. Derek took several steps forward with great difficulty, returning to the side of the silver sword. He extended his shivering right hand. His brain registered the cold touch of the metal, causing him to recall the blood ice his father brought back when he went hunting. Blood ice the size of a mere palm was enough to keep his home cool for a few days. Images flashed past his eyes, his stern father teaching sword techniques, his friendly father patting away the dust on his back, his gentle mother mending his clothes, his brave mother stepping in front of him when they encountered a mutated monster, and finally, his family huddling in front of a flickering candle and sharing food. A faint sound croaked from his throat despite his utmost suppression. With a low grunt, he exerted force with his right hand and drew the sword. Tap. 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 He lowered his head and charged forward, raising the sword and driving it down with force. Ah. Blood splattered following a pained scream. The blood splattered onto Derek's face and into his eyes. His vision became red. He pulled out the sword and pierced it into the coffin by the side. After the sharp metal pierced through flesh, Derek released his grip and wavered as he stood up. He didn't look at the condition of the people inside the coffin. Derek stumbled as he ran out of the mortuary, as if he was being chased by evil spirits. His fists and teeth were clenched tight. The blood on his face left streaks across his face. The elder who had taken in everything from the side. There were stone pillars that lined the main streets of the City of Silver. Atop the stone pillars were lanterns, and within the lanterns were unlit candles. There was no sun in the sky here, no moon, no stars, only an unchanging darkness and lightning that threatened to tear apart everything. The citizens of the City of Silver walked along the dark streets with the illumination of the lightning. The few hours when the lightning died down was considered by them as the true night as mentioned in the legends. That was the time where they had to use candles to light up the city, drive away the darkness, and make it serve as a warning for the monsters. Derek made his way along the street. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go, but as he walked, he realized that he had reached the door of his house. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. He saw the familiar sights, but he didn't hear his mother's concerned voice or his father reprimanding him for running about. The house was empty and cold. Derek clenched his teeth again. He walked quickly to his room and searched for the crystal ball. His father had told him that this was a crystal ball used by a long-destroyed city to worship their deity. He knelt and faced the crystal ball, praying without any hope in mind. He pleaded bitterly, "O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. O magnificent deity, please allow us, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, using my blood to please you." Over and over again, just as he was in complete despair and about to stand, he saw a dark red glow burst forth from the pure crystal ball. The glow was like flowing water, instantly swallowing Derek. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a magnificent palace supported by giant stone pillars. In front of him was a long ancient table, and on the other side of the table was a human figure obscured by a thick fog. Other than that, there was nothing around him. It was empty and ethereal. Under him was a boundless fog and incorporeal dark red specks of light. Derek felt a flame of hope ignite in his heart. He stared at the human figure at the very top, confused and puzzled. Are you God?" After asking this, he suddenly remembered a statement he read from a book in the City of Silver and quickly lowered his head. That statement was, "You may not look directly at God." Klene leaned back as he crossed his hands. He adopted a relaxed posture and answered using the language of the giants, "Jotun, I am not God, I am merely the fool who is interested in the long history of this world." Klene had already activated his spirit vision by clicking his left molars. He noticed that the youth in front of him had different colors covering the surface of his astral projection and the depths of his ether body. This meant that he was not a beyonder. The fool. Derek ruminated over the term and, after a long silence, said with difficulty, "I don't care if you're God or the fool, my prayers will not change. I hope that the people of the City of Silver will be freed from the curse of their destinies. I hope that the sun and sky described in the books will appear in our skies. If possible, I wish that my parents can be revived. Hey, I am not a wishing well." Klene put down his hands and laughed. "Why should I help you?" Derek froze. He thought for some time before saying, "I will offer my soul to you." I will use my blood to please you. I have no interest in the soul and blood of a mortal. Klene smiled and shook his head. He saw the color of the youth's feelings turn into the color of despair bit by bit. Without waiting for the youth to speak, Klene nonchalantly said, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool that likes a fair and equal exchange. You can use what you can attain to exchange with me, or people like you, to exchange for things you want. But remember, they must be equal in value. This can make you powerful. Perhaps one day, you can rely on your own strength to free the City of Silver from its curse and make the sun appear in your sky once again." Based on the youth's description, Klene was confident that the City of Silver was the so-called forsaken land of the gods. Of course, he couldn't be certain of this for the time being. After all, the religious literature claimed that the world existed in a sunless state during the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. No one knew if there were any other strange lands that the countries of the northern continent were unaware of, other than the forsaken land of the gods. Derek listened quietly. He lowered his head in silence and replied after a while, "I want to become the sun. I wish to obtain the formula of the corresponding starting sequence potion from you." Sequence, potion, the sun. The sequence pathway that the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun possesses. From the looks of it, we exist in the same world. The term sequence was born from the revelation of the first blasphemy slate, which happened at the end of the second epoch, the Dark Epoch. In other words, if the City of Silver is really the forsaken land of the gods, this means that it was split apart from the southern and northern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the third epoch? According to the legends, the Evernight goddess, Mother Earth, and the god of combat descended upon this world and protected humans from the cataclysm along with the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Klene obtained a fair bit of information from the youth. But he had trouble interpreting what the youth was saying, and even more trouble organizing his words, as he wasn't fluent in Jotun. Luckily, ancient Fasak was derived directly from Jotun. Klene could be described as an expert in that area, and thus, he could master Jotun relatively quickly, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Klene maintained his posture. He replied with a calm tone, "We can discuss this transaction in the future. Do not go out for the next 2 days. Try your best to not be in the same room as anyone else." He didn't know the unit of time used in the City of Silver, much less the time difference it had with the Lone Kingdom. All he could do was generalize it as tomorrow and wait until the tarot gathering was over before he told him that was the time for future meetings. Klene knew that there was a term for day in the Jotun, and thus deduced that the youth would understand even if the City of Silver didn't use it as a measure of time. "All right, I'll follow your instructions," Derek replied with his head lowered. He didn't have any objections. Klene heaved a sigh of relief. He tapped his fingers on the side of the table and said, "Before I send you back, let me first complete our equal exchange. I gave you a chance to be strong, and you have to give me something equal in return. I have said that I am the fool who is interested in the long history of this world. What I ask in return is the history of the City of Silver, everything that you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying softly, "I will describe it faithfully. The City of Silver has existed ever since the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything, forsook this land. No, it existed before that, but it was called the Kingdom of Silver." Chapter 166, Member Sun. The omnipotent and omniscient God. The Lord that created everything. Klene's eyes slowly lit up. Kingdom of Silver. Mrs. White was the queen consort of a giant king. A slight delay made him instinctively leaned back and maintained a profound posture. He started ruminating over the words that the youth from the City of Silver had said. He was no stranger to a Lord that created everything. The creator mentioned in the Book of Storms, the revelation of Evernight, and other urban myths referred to the creator with similar titles. It was also the way various secret organizations like the Aurora Order described the true creator. But this was the first time Klene was hearing of an omnipotent and omniscient God in this world. Be it the Evernight goddess, Lord of Storms, and the god of steam and machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver was really in the forsaken land of the gods, then the forsaken land of the gods would truly belong to this world. The omnipotent and omniscient God might be the title of the creator that was used by the living in ancient times. Ancient times. The White Maiden from a distant time. Klene carefully pieced what he currently knew and what he suspected to be a genuine recovering deity long before the times of the 7 Orthodox churches. Looking at the young man opposite him in thought, he scrutinized at the emotional colors of pain and sorrow. When Derek felt the fool's gaze, he lowered his head involuntarily. He recalled the legends that his parents had told him. He said slowly and sadly, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were ripped and torn apart, when lightning and thunder became our rulers, and the monsters lurking in the dark suddenly emerged, one so terrifying beyond one's imagination, they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. Humanity's dark ages had arrived. The remaining experts in the City of Silver then relied on their united power and 2 magical items before they finally warded off the attack of the things of the dark. They gradually eradicated the monsters within a one-day journey of the city, and they established a city-state that protected the last light of human civilization. A standard textbook description. Klene couldn't help but comment in his head. The young man's description made him feel that the City of Silver was in a different world than the northern continent. Maybe this is the unique characteristic of the forsaken land of the gods, he thought, without revealing his emotions. Derek calmed his breathing and continued, during the first few decades, plants couldn't grow. The City of Silver had a severe lack of food, and we could only hunt dark creatures or mutated animals to relieve our hunger. The population dropped drastically. Fortunately, we found black-faced grass. It could survive under such circumstances, and it became our only reliable and stable food source. It was said to be the final intervention that the magnificent god left for us. It allowed one generation after another to live on in the City of Silver. It persisted in the Dark Ages for 2,582 years. The passage of time was recorded by a long line of chiefs. For the rest of the people in the City of Silver, we call periods of frequent lightning day, and when the lightning subsides, we call it night. It's a rather confusing system, and it makes exact dates difficult to pinpoint. Such a magical place. Klene was glad that he hadn't talked about tomorrow, but instead vaguely mentioned the following 2 days. Derek briefly talked about the few memorable incidents in the City of Silver's history and said, when the population returned to a certain level, the number of Beyonders increased. The 6-member council started forming elite troops to explore the dark. We have now explored all of the original territory and nearby cities. We are advancing towards the darker and more terrifying depths of the dark. At the border, we found cities with strange architectural style, but they were destroyed at some point. We suspect that they were sanctuaries built by other remaining humans. Unfortunately, they still lost to the things of the dark in the end. The things of the dark that he mentioned should be a reference to monsters that hide in the dark, ones that are beyond imagination. Klene nodded indiscernibly. The Kingdom of Silver was once ruled by the Giant King. Hence, the Beyonder chain that we are in control of is the Giant Pathway, also known as the Divine Blood Warrior Sequence Pathway. When we killed certain monsters and explored those destroyed cities, we obtained potion formulas of other sequences. However, the sequence pathways are incomplete, Derek said, moving on to explain the current situation in the City of Silver. Upon hearing that, Klene's mind jolted. His body became tense and his hand involuntarily twitched. Although he didn't change his posture much, he was obviously paying close attention. As much as he loves knowing more about the sequence potion, he's also quite sensitive toward the history of Mrs. White. After all, this involves the seed in their possession and Selena. As much as he can, he wanted to learn the White Maiden's identity thoroughly in order to ascertain whether she's actually benevolent. However, other than his knowledge that she is now currently titled the White Maiden, her past seemed to be locked away under the circumstances of being reborn. Because of that, Klene waited the repercussions until suddenly, he rapped the armrest and said languidly, "The Giant Queen. Seems like the recovering white heifer people before me. The Giant Queen. Recovering. White." Derek's emotions stirred as his eyes glint for more. The Queen. She's alive. More like her new self, not alive. Klene shared that in order to reel intel from the young giant, he too wished to learn deeper underneath the White Maiden's reborn. But with that said, he simply reclined back to his chair and assumed his earlier posture, receiving no follow-ups. Derek felt even more pressured to inform and exert reverence toward Klene. He lowered his head and explained, "As far as I know and the folktales circulating here, the Giant Queen disappeared thousands of years ago. The City of Silver once reveled her as the goddess of harvest who expels desolation and brings forth bountiful gifts instead of the Giant King. She was the benign mother and subsidiary ruler of the City in Silver. Until the omniscient and omnipotent god retrieved all of his authorities, which perhaps led to her disappearance. The Giant King. The City of Silver and the northern continent share the same history. The second epoch's history. Everything seems to leads back to the omniscient and omnipotent god, however now there's a reason why the City of Silver believes in him. He retrieved all of his authorities. But what could that mean? Whatever it was, it seems Mrs. White had once clashed with this ancient powerful deity alongside her husband, the king. They were subdued and she, now donning the name White Maiden, is attempting to reclaim it. Wait, killing a monster causes it to drop a formula. Is this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once human, Beyonders. Klene was lost in thought just moments ago before he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Oh, Beyonder warrior, gladiator, weapons master. Sounds familiar. Oh right, the sequence pathway that the Church of the God of Combat has in control is very similar to this. Sequence 9 warrior, Sequence 8 pugilist, Sequence 7 weapons master. Due to the limits of his security clearance, Klene only knew the titles of the first 3 sequences that the Church of the God of Combat had in control, but the similarity between the two pathways was still obvious. Based on the core meaning, they are basically identical. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat mastered is the so-called giant sequence pathway. It is said that there was a god that emerged in the third epoch, which was the Cataclysm epoch, to inherit the estate of the giant king. Or could it be that he himself was an ancient giant? Klene analyzed and judged while he maintained his calm appearance. Derek tried to probe once more about the queen. However, seeing that he was met with silence, he continued to explain in submission, believing that perhaps gaining his favor would allow him to learn more. After we pulled through the initial hardships, the City of Silver has been ruled by a 6-member council ever since. The elder that enjoys the highest position in the council is called the chief. The other 5 are equal in rank. The current 6-member council is formed by 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. The City of Silver has 3 high-sequence beyonders, demigod-like experts. These 3 alone could destroy the Tarot Club 100 times over. Klene felt a little afraid. He had yet to attempt recruiting someone under the nose of a high-sequence beyonder. However, since the young man was just a mere commoner, with him not even at sequence 9, it was unlikely that he would gain the attention of the upper echelons for a long time. Thus, Klene relaxed again. Is shepherd from another sequence pathway, perhaps from one of the incomplete pathways? Sounds reminiscent of the style of the Aurora Order. The member from the Aurora Order that wrote a letter to Mr. Z, what was his name again? He kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb. Klene maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, Shepherd. Yes, this is a sequence pathway that we found from a city that the things of the dark destroyed. It only reached sequence 5 Shepherd, but Elder Norwaya is very strong, very strange, and very scary. It is said that she once won against an evil spirit at the level of a high sequence beyonder without getting injured. Therefore, when there was a vacancy in the 6-member council, they made an exception for her, Derek, feeling a little fear. Klene thought, then smiled as he asked, what's the sequences before Shepherd? I find them familiar. As you know, a sequence's historical name and its current name is always different. In the City of Silver, the names of potions have never changed, Derek refuted instinctively. He then lowered his head and said, Sequence 9 Secret Suppliant. Indeed. Klene was satisfied when his guesses were confirmed. This is the name of Sequence 9 from the Aurora Order. Sequence 8 is Whispered, Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic, Sequence 6 Rose Priest, Sequence 5 Shepherd. Derek recounted what he knew. Whispered, listener, they are about the same. Heh, I know more than the information provided by the Tinjin Nighthawks. In a good mood, Klene beckoned for Derek to continue. Derek then roughly described the current situation of the City of Silver, and finally, he couldn't help but say, I carry the curse of destiny. Whether a citizen of the City of Silver is a commoner or a beyonder, we all turn into evil spirits after we die. The evil spirit of a beyonder is just stranger, more terrifying, and far more difficult to deal with. In the past, there were many occasions when this curse nearly destroyed the City of Silver. The only way to prevent an evil spirit from rising is for a person to be killed by someone of their own bloodline. Such a cruel matter. I hope you can grow strong and find a method for the people in the City of Silver to shake off the curse. Klene, the fool who was merely an empty shell, could only provide some free chicken soup for the soul. So, I want to be the sun. When there was a sun shining over the land, we had never encountered any curse, Derek muttered softly with great difficulty and pain. Klene nodded slightly and asked, you will have the chance to. Remember that I can pull you in here anytime in the next 2 days. Try to avoid being around other people. All right, Derek replied solemnly. Before that, I need you to confirm your code name. Klene smiled and pointed at the deck of tarot cards that appeared on the table. Confident that Derek had never come into contact with tarot cards, he gave a brief introduction. Pick one of the cards as your code name. Anything besides the Fool, Justice, and the Hangman. Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, Sunday. I pick the sun. Remember your choice, it will follow you for the rest of your life, Klene replied like a charlatan. At the same time, he extended his hand and severed the connection in a restrained manner. Then, he watched as the crimson glow receded, and the young man opposite him turned incorporeal and dispersed bit by bit.